Chapter 1 The Apocalypse has arrived. Sorry, I can win just by staying in. Humanity's destruction of nature has triggered universe's punitive a mechanism, ushering in theory of global apocalypse. From this month forth, different apocalyptic disasters will occur on Earth every month, all human technological means are rendered ineffective. Every individual will be granted a random refuge. Their current residence will automatically transform, each with its unique talents make good a soft demon strive to survive. If humanity face extinction, the Earth will enter an epoch. If humanity ingest through thousand apocalyptic disasters, they shall become the eternal and unchanging masters of Earth. As the mysterious voice resonate in their soulful humanity, the world underwent a profound transformation. At that moment, every person in the planet, regardless of their activities, was inexplicably transported back to their homes. Those didn't out found themselves seated on their own beds, holding their plates. Hoppers realized that they were back in their sofas, laden with bags. Passionate till ever suddenly discovered their partner had vanished. The ventos without affected residency found themselves in random, unfamiliar houses. Suya was no exception. He had been at work, enduring his boss reprimands, when in the blink of an eye, the environment warped, and found himself sitting on his own sofa. Suya blinked, momentarily dazed, unable to comprehend what had just happened. In the next instant, a kill rondon his spine. Those words was merely hallucinating duetto fatigue? A mysterious force is punishing humanity, the apocalypse is upon us. Taking a deep breath, Suya forced himself to calm his trembling body. At 23 years old, he possessed a remarkable adaptability and quickly grasped the situation. Although humanity has been granted random refuges, the same means to resist the apocalypse. In 10 minutes, the first wave of disaster will commence, themed extreme heat. A scorching climate with temperatures reaching a minimum of 60 degrees Celsius will blanket the globe. Please check your refuges attribute test diligently and gather resources to ensure your survival. If you perish, none will mourn you, as everyone is preoccupied with their own survival. Muttering to himself, Suya set down a mysterious note and thitable. This note was filled with essential information that allowed humanity to quickly comprehend their current predicament. In 10 minutes, the first wave of the apocalypse would strike. Is this note an illusion? Could it be tikroll pronkov some hike organization? Furrowing his brow, Suya softly called out, "Open the refugedita panel." Whoosh! A translucent datapanel appeared before him, causing easy astoid in disbelief. If this is a prank, Thescalia is far too grand. Suya pondered deeply, scrutinizing the data before him. Refuge unnamed. Refuge level 0. Refuge owner Sui. Refuge population 1. Refuge space 1 bedroom, 1 living room, 1 bathroom. Refuge safety rating 1 point. Refuge comfort rating 1 point. Refuge item resources 7 chairs, 1 bed, 1 sofa, 1 refrigerator, 1 computer. Refuge food resources 5 smaloava soft bread, 2 boxes of instant noodles, 3 bags of Coca-Cola snacks, 2 bags of treat noodles, 4 bottles soft beverages, 8 bottles soft beer, 2 barrels soft drinking water. Refuge miscellaneous items of Novalu, not counted. Apocalypse survival points 0 points. Current phase first apocalypse extreme heat impending. Current main task survive. Main task reward upon completion, scores will be given based on survival performance, leading to random rewards. Current special reserve 1 refuge talent awaiting activation. Quite real, indeed. Suya fully examined the data before hastily moving to the window, drawing back the curtains to gaze outside. The streets were already teeming with people, all rushing out of their homes, creating a cacophony of was somewhere disheveled, others worry expressions of sheer terror, and many dashed to nearby convenience stores. What's going on? It was just moving bricks at the construction site. How did you end up back home? This is incredible. I can't teleport. Cancel me and send me abroad. I want to travel. A bunco fools, doesn't the collective teleportation of so many people indicate something, the apocalypse imminent? Oh no, my phone has no signal. I can't make any calls. Technology truly been rendered useless? Boss, I need to buy everything you have a thought can be stored long term, and 100 barrel suffice. Get lost, I'm not selling. Do you think I'm an idiot? The apocalypse sure your money is worthless. The streets outside descended into chaos as crowd surged into nearby supermarkets and convenience stores. Shop owners hastily rolled down here shutters, and the disorder intensified, with police presence becoming evident. Suyuko Sanato descend instead, he observed the tumultuous Schnabello. If the apocalypse is indeed real, it will commence in 5 minutes. Even if I wanted to procure replies, it's too no. He pulled out his phone and checked for a signal, only to discover the ruis non account mechanicals. He plugged in Thepper, but her was no response. Is there a power outage? Suyu checked water supply and discovered that his drinking water had, for the moment, remained unaffected. If the apocalypse were in of natural origin, it would be preferable beauty fall off the size indeed real, it must devise a strategy to cope swiftly. Taking a deep breath, Suyu acknowledged the unsettling possibility thought thys Wazeltro, after all, how could possess the means to teleport so many people back to Theroma simultaneously? It is known that the first wave of disaster is extreme heat, with temperatures reaching a minimum of 60 degrees, without cooling measures, survival beyond a few days seems implausible. Even if I am fortunate to not avoid heat stroke, dehydration will likely claim my life. Moreover, with technology rendered ineffective, the urban water system are bound to face significant issues. In the current scenario, should all be in their own homes, which have now become more refuges. Suyin devered to calm himself, drawing Gupanella survival experience to determine his next course of action. First, gather water. He quickly sprang into action, retrieving every basin and bottle in the house and rushing to the bathroom to fill them. He turned on the bathtub faucet, setting it to maximum flow to collect water. Thank goodness I rented this place with a bathtub, it's proving invaluable in this critical moment. I wonder where the landlord has gone now that this place has become a refuge. Never mind, he has plenty of properties, it's not my concern. Suyu murmured to Hilf, splashing cold water on his cheeks repeatedly. With the mestal in his side, he amid toki piskin hydrated. Then he took a moment to check the refrigerator and other essential storage facilities. Good the rest no power. Their refrigerator would soon lose seat schooling capabilities, and Suyu not delay any longer, he appeared just to maintain the cold environment within. Simultaneously, Hegathir de Verathermos in the house, filled them with water, and a dead of wasecubes. Therma says not only preserve heat boot canal sorta cold. From now on, it must minimize the frequency of opening the refrigerator. If the stroll is the apocalypse of extra heat, it may be my last lifeline. Glancing at the time, henoteth the tonly on a minute remained. If, in an eminent, global temperature resort above 60 degrees Sandaluman technological me and siesto function, survival would become exceedingly difficult. With my current resources, I am ill-equipped to endure such a perilous environment. It appears I must rely on the talents of refuge. Suyu Edished, gazing at the data for him, inhaled deeply, and tentatively spoke. Activate a refuge talent. Hello, a new activated talent has been detected, activation in progress. A new massage prompt appeared before Sui, and soon, a beam of white light flickered in front of him. As the light dissipated, new talent information emerged. Congratulations, you have acquired the refuge talent Homebody Sanctuary. Homebody's Sanctuary is assess level for every 24 horsepower in your refuge. You will randomly receive one of the most urgently needed survival words. The effectiveness of this talent will increase each year refuge level sub. An SS level refuge talent. Suya was momentarily stunned, then elated stay in Gatomir's words, and Thyra precisely what need most, providing weight of a lilac? Damn, why am even exerting myself? This talent is designed talet melange through apocalypse. Chapter 2 Top to your refuge talent, the first day's reward. Suyu was a cautious man. Of course, he was convinced that the apocalypse was truly upon them. Heffelton overwhelming sense of dread, striving totalizialis knowledge to enhance his chance of survival. Yet, upon the emergency of their refuge talent, he suddenly realized that perhaps she could afford to relax. An SS level talentite CM undeniably formidable. However, he will have a to it until this to meet tomorrow to certain its specific effects. For now. Well, a hedoni lichen, and no, I must simply wait. Before Suyu's murmur skullfade, he was suddenly engulfed by an unbearable heat that made his skin prickle. The sheet surged forth unexpectedly, drying the air around him in an instant, and Heffeltas thought he breathed waste igniting. Hequacliter net to the window, where his othesk outside had turned a deep crimson, signaling a cataclysmic transformation offworld. Unending waves of scorching heat were pouring into Hishami through the open window. In an instant, the temperature inside felt like that of an oven. Oh no, I forgot to close the window. The first wave of the apocalypse has begun. Suyai's expression changed dramatically as she rushed to the window, just as she extended a hand to draw the curtain. He accidentally touched the hot steel bars off the security window. Ouch, that's scalding. Has the Earth's temperature risen so swiftly? After a brief delay, he heard piercing screams and pleas going from the insatiate street below. It's so hot, I'm going to die from the heat. What kind of weather is this? The apocalypse has truly arrived. It's too hot, dear, let's hurry home. Someone helm, I feel dizzy I'm overheating. Thud. Many a ho had not yet medite back indoors were drenched in sweat, frantically searching for shelter. Above them loomed Dajant the Thadron exponentially larger, radiating gain endless torrent of heat. The sky, a vivid crimson, resembled a spectacle. On the streets, frail individuals collapsed under the oppressive air, showing clear signs of severe heat stroke. Yet, none could assist these vulnerable souls sever yonuous disparate lie racing omir seeking nearby buildings for shade. In that moment, humanity worldwide understood. These was no illusion, it was a genuine upheaval off world. The apocalypse had indeed come. Life and death hung in the balance. Suyesietsov could not save others, only manages on serval. Wrapping a hand in the curtain, he gritted his teeth and pulled the window closed, then drew the curtain shut. The temperature inside the room dropped slightly. Thuff still sweltering, it was a marginally better refuge than the inferno outside. Only a few minutes shed passed into the instant of the apocalypse, yet Suyu was already drenched in sweat, his body losing moisture rapidly, and his lips cracked and parched. His had began to spin, fatigue was shed over him inexplicably, on Dane unshakable Zenzo for irritability settled in. These were clear signs of rapid dehydration. Suyu did not but careless quickly stripped off his clothes and guzzled down a bottle of water before diving into the bathtub. However, water in the tub had already warmed to pid temperature, the scorching heat of the earth having gradually raised its temperature. If I so can hara too long, will I end up boiling myself? The thought crossed his mind, but quickly dismiss it. If it's only 60 degrees outside, it shouldn't be the extreme. Yet the disaster report did mention that the initial wave of the apocalypse would reach a minimum of 60 degrees, without ruling out the possibility of it rising higher. The oppressive tendriness made it difficult for Suyai to maintain his composure. His mind reset with anxious thoughts. How long it to devise a solution or renyans his chance of survival? But given the current circumstances, such a fiat felt nearly impossible. Ordinary people, confined within their homes, faced this an onslaught of heat, uncertain of what the future held. Most couldn't lay away their fates. It seems I can only wait for the fix of me talent. Suya sighed, yet quickly rallied his spirits. After soaking in the tub for a while, half an hour rose, dripping wet. He had barely stepped out of the bathroom when the droplets in his skin evaporated almost instantly. My body feels a bit better. I should eat something in the sheet, food can spoil quickly. I felt too long. Suyai selected items from Miss Van Trithit were less likely to spoil, enduring the scorking sensation as she swallowed him down. I suppose I am some watofahan body at least to have some ifadand water stocked up, those without zakabats dod likely, the first toprish wilbatum. He mused excellently, then chuckled. Well, it seems the apocalypse has a certain affinity for homebodies. Finding a marine adversities incessura skillford hoso prefer to stay indoors. Suyu made a conscious of fortoiat slowly, prolonging ease energy reserves. During this time, he could occasionally hear the distant shouts and cries of people outside and from the floors above. Though he could not make out words, Hezen said the despair and dag in yinthosi voices. It was unbearably hot. The human body struggles to add up to such a sudden change in temperature. With the apocalypse set ascending upon them, many individuals lacking gradually and swooned inevitably panic, some even collapsing under the pressure. Extreme heat can incite agitation. The overwhelming stress make it impossible to remain calm. To stave off his own mental strain, Suya continued to hydrate while taking out paper and a pen to contemplate his current survival situation. If Midland is effective, then be noon tomorrow, issue dressy of aim afterward. Based on the talents effects. What do I currently lack the most? Reservate his supplies, pondering the first wavy of disaster resheet, and dit corresponds to rapid moisture loss theoretically, watilac mostis drinking water. However, considering the supplies ahave, both fodand water can last for a few days tiara nothing most urgent resources. Compare it to drinking water, I actually need food more, as food spoils faster in hot conditions. Thus, there war de receive tomorrow what noon will like liba food or water. Suyiglan sejapatha ceiling, puzzled but how will their word be delivered, will it simply descend from the heavens? Had no answer sol hakud daas wait. Beyond this anticipation for their future talent, Suyu was more concerned about whether the existing order of humanity still prevailed. To say nothing of the order in Awasha, any potential threat would be met with unyielding resistance against disaster. Could this to be any different? Suyu did not know couldn't endure the heat, silently counting the passage of time. 8 hours later, night fell. Occasionally, he could still hear signs of human activity and commotion outside as many ventured out at night when the temperature was slightly more bearable to search for food. Yet still had not tracy of vida new news of official rescue efforts. Human technology has completely failed, and coupled with this adend disaster, it has truly obliterated global nations. Even if there are those attempting to organize rescues, their efforts are likely we fully inadequate in the short term. After all, next month hurls another crisis. Humanity has become mere playthings. Suyu closed his eyes and lay back in the bed. A night of contemplation had clarified the situation entirely. Rather than relying on others, it was better to depend on himself. How old has survive? By stay indoors. The next day at noon. Suyile Drosiliand, suddenly lifting ish to glance at the clockenthul, murmuring, it's to motherward from their future talent should bear riving. Before he could finish his thought, a translucent information box appeared before him. Congratulations, you have successfully triggered their future talent and resi vida random or dice water generator grade. As the information box appeared, a beam of white light suddenly erupted from the floor before him. When the light faded, a large object resembling a freezer lay before him. Suya was momentarily stunned, his gaze fixed on it. He could clearly see a line of small text displayed above the freezer. Ice water generator a grade refuge item, it possesses enduring cooling effects and refrigerated space heat can automatically generate 10 servings of drinkable water every 24 hours, effectively reducing body temperature 5 degrees for 2 hours. This water generated cannot exceed 10 servings satans in orgian limit. With the appearance of the large freezer, the information regarding this water generator would add to Suyu's refuge inventory. Simultaneously, the comfort level of the refuge increased from 1.011 points. There are really error words. Suya took a deep breath and hurried over to the freezer, slowly opening the door. Instantly, a rush of frigidaire enveloped him, the sensation nearly causing him to skin his eyes in sheer pleasure, almost prompting an involuntary shout of delight. So refreshing. It was as if he had stepped into an air-conditioned room on a sweltering summer day. The sensation was exhilarating to the point of breathlessness. Suya bent down, nearly half off his body, leaning into the freezer. As she reveled in the coolness, he began to inspect the contents. Inside, he found 10 bottles of liquid resembling large beverage containers. He took one out, easily twisting off the cap, and cautiously took a sip. Ding, you have consumed grade ice water, gaining a 2-hour sustained effect body temperature perception reduced by 5 degrees. As the ice water flowed down his throat, Suya could distinctly feel a killing sensation coursing through his body. His previously overheated skin began to calm, his pores slightly closing, and the relentless sweating ceased. Much better. This is truly a remarkable item. Suya said contentedly, it was precisely the resource I needed most at this moment. With this in his possession, the greatest survival call in giant such extreme heat was resolved. No more worries about heat stroke or dehydration. Just as Suya was about to continue exploring the freezer, a sudden urgent knocking echoed from outside the door. Knock knock, knock knock. Chapter 3, The Sanctuary Trading Platform is even urine sweet? Bang, bang, bang. The urgent sound echoed, resembling a forceful pounding on the door, causing Suya to feel a surge of tension. His instincts hinted that a group of individuals was outside, their intentions unknown. Narrowing his eyes, Suya refrained from responding to the knocking. Instead, he held his breath, remaining utterly still, not making a sound even though it was his first encounter with an apocalyptic scenario. He understood well the unpredictability of human nature in the face of monumental disasters. With the world in chaos and calamity reigning, who could ascertain whether those outside were malevolent beings? Not only was opening the door unwise, but even uttering a word seemed reckless. "Is anyone there? Open the door quickly. We're the neighbors from upstairs, please let us in." A coarse male voice resonated from outside, and the timbre suggested a robust man, which heightened Sui's anxiety. Gradually, he moved towards the nearby cabinet, where a row of kitchen knives lay, common household items that could serve as makeshift weapons for self-defense. Damn it, another deserted place. Strange, according to that voice, everyone should have returned home by now. There should definitely be someone in this apartment. Lee, good, don't wait any longer. Perhaps the person inside has succumbed to the heat. There's no need to waste time. What a stroke of bad luck. Looks like another unfortunate soul is about to meet their end. The murmurs of the crowd outside faded into sighs, with one individual delivering a few vigorous kicks to the door, venting their frustration caused by the sweltering heat, before their voices gradually receded. Throughout this ordeal, Sui remained silent even after the group had moved on. He did not react, standing still in silence for a full 30 minutes before cautiously retrieving two knives, gripping them firmly in his hands, continuing to watch the door in silence. After another 2 hours, Sui took a careful sip of ice water to replenish his strength, then stealthily approached the door, peering through the peephole to observe the outside world. No one remained. They had completely departed, leaving no one to revisit and inspect Sui's residence. Who were they? Did they emerge in search of survivors in this building? From their discussions, it seems they have already checked several rooms and even encountered corpses. Sui pondered, limited in information, unable to deduce much. Yet he could ascertain one thing: his sanctuary talent was indeed invaluable. As long as he ensured this, there was no need to step outside his home. Remaining indoors day after day would allow him to easily endure the sweltering first month of the apocalypse. Thank goodness I locked the door yesterday. Otherwise, if someone had broken in and discovered my freezer. Glancing back at his freezer, Sui felt a sense of relief. One must always be wary. Should this contraption be uncovered by others, who could guarantee that no one would harbor malicious intent? With the world order in ruins and no laws to safeguard the inhabitants of this new reality, everyone was left to fend for themselves, unable to trust others. I must exercise utmost caution if I wish to survive, Sui silently affirmed, moving furniture to barricade the entrance, shifting the refrigerator into position, employing every item capable of fortifying the door. His strategy was simple: the turtle shell tactic. Let the storms rage outside, he would not venture out. With this setup, even if someone attempts to break in during the night, they are unlikely to succeed. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Sui surveyed the door, now obstructed by a haphazard array of objects, satisfied with his handiwork. As for the windows, he held no concern. The curtains remained drawn, and combined with the nearly molten security grills, no fool would dare attempt to scale 6 stories to invade his sanctuary. Such an endeavor was simply beyond human capability. Once everything was secured, Sui began transferring his food and water supplies into the freezer. This freezer was unique. It functioned without electricity yet maintained efficient cooling. Not being an engineer, Sui did not grasp the underlying principles but endeavored to maximize the freezer's utility. Fortunately, his stockpile was modest enough to fit comfortably within. After completing these tasks, he was drenched in perspiration. He scooped some ice shavings and cubes from the freezer and tossed them into the bathtub to cool down, stripping off his clothes to immerse himself within. Sipping on ice water while savoring the pleasantly tepid bathwater, he murmured, "Ah, this feels delightful." With his eyes half closed in enjoyment, thoughts began to swirl in his mind. My SSS-level sanctuary talent is indeed formidable. I wonder what rewards it shall bestow upon me in the coming days. Given that I possess a sanctuary talent, it stands to reason that everyone else must have one as well. Moreover, I can't help but wonder how my parents are faring. Regrettably, there is no means to reach out to them. A wave of nostalgia washed over Sui as he recalled his parents and friends back in his hometown, longing to know their circumstances. Just as he was lost in contemplation, a new notification chimed in his ears. Congratulations to all. Every human who hears this message is fortunate enough to have survived to the second day. Now, we present the latest edition of Earth's Apocalypse Disaster Daily Report. Current number of surviving sanctuaries worldwide. Over 8.2 billion. Yesterday, humanity lost sanctuaries over 1.3 billion. Today's disaster update: temperature has risen by 10 degrees, with no reduction at night. Please strive to survive. The data announced by the notification caused a subtle shift in SUE's expression. The temperature is set to increase further. Already at 60 degrees, how many lives will be lost when it reaches 70? A heaviness settled in SUE's heart. The loss of sanctuaries likely translated to loss of life, with over 10 billion people surviving globally. The staggering figure of 1.3 billion lost within the first day promised an even grimmer fate in the days to come. The true crisis of survival would only emerge when resources within shelters ran low or the severity of disasters escalated. What on earth is the origin of this calamity, compelling humanity toward destruction? SUE felt the weight of despair, yet a new notification soon followed. As a reward for surviving the first day, we are now establishing a communication platform for sanctuaries based on city regions across the globe. Additionally, a trading section for various sanctuary cities will be opened, allowing any sanctuary to freely exchange any items or resources. Please note, order transactions must ensure authenticity. Any fraudulent behavior will result in the perpetrator losing tenfold the resources of their sanctuary. Collective rewards: dividing regions by city to facilitate communication and trade. This increasingly resembled a game. However, the foundation of this game was built upon the lives of humanity. Lifting his gaze, SUE observed a new data panel materializing, reminiscent of the familiar chat interfaces found in online games, prominently marked with Jinling City Sanctuary Communication Channel. Below, a plethora of messages began to scroll rapidly, with various sanctuary information flooding the screen. Unnamed sanctuary: hello, is anyone there? Unnamed sanctuary: yes, but I'm about to die from the heat. Is this truly the end of the world? Unnamed sanctuary: what are you waiting for? Adapt already. I have 2 liters of drinkable liquid. I'll trade it for any food. I've posted it on the trading platform. Is anyone willing to exchange? Dalong number 1, sanctuary still no name. I can't tell who is who. By the way, what is your sanctuary talent like? I'll let you in on a secret: mine is A-level. I feel confident I can survive. Wang Chenchen, sanctuary huh? Aren't you supposed to use your name for the sanctuary? I'm not sharing my talent. I'm afraid you might be bad people. Unnamed sanctuary: what are you hiding for? We must unite as humanity, help the weak. Let's weather this storm together. By the way, any big brother willing to assist this weakling? My child hasn't eaten all day, and our water is running low. Unnamed sanctuary: Mom, Dad, where are you? It's me, Daniel. It's me, Daniel. It's me, Daniel. Unnamed sanctuary: Daniel, can you quit spamming? We're on the brink of dehydration, and you're still here crying for your mommy like a tadpole? SUE quietly observed the chat messages, choosing not to interject. The conversation was rife with pleas for help, calls for rescue, and trading requests. A few sanctuaries attempted to discuss their talents and the apocalyptic situation, suggesting they possessed superior sanctuary talents and faced no immediate survival pressures. It was only the second day. Rationally assessing the situation, most individuals, despite their panic and fear, should still be able to endure for the time being. The true crisis of survival had yet to unfold. After glancing through the messages for a while, SUE noticed that everyone was exercising caution, sharing little useful information. Naturally, there were also self-proclaimed officials advocating for unity among the living forces, attempting to reignite the organizational prowess of the Huaxia people. Yet, at such a time, no one dared to ascertain whether there were con artists among them. After a brief observation, SUE opened the trading interface. The platform was filled with trading information from Jinling City and its surrounding sanctuaries, showcasing a plethora of demands. Most transactions were barter-based, with numerous pleas for help also present. Trading information: 1 liter of urine available. It's sweet. We'll trade for food, no waste. Trading information: a bottle of 2 yuan mineral water. Just requires storable food, enough for 1.5 adult meals. No small knives accepted. Trading information: a complete set of collectible Ming Dynasty general armor, comes with a dagger and bow, essential for survival in the apocalypse, only accept 7 days worth of drinking water and food. Trading information: while neighbors hoard food, I hoard weapons. Neighbors are my granary, currently available. A powerful crossbow set, including 20 iron arrows, will trade for 5 days' worth of food and drink. The volume of trading information was substantial and continually increasing. It appeared that the survivors in the Jinling sanctuary were relatively numerous. However, it remained uncertain how many would still be around in the coming days. Upon careful examination, Sui noted that valuable items were scarce. The traded goods predominantly consisted of food, drink, weapons, and basic tools. Of course, there were also high-priced gold bars and jewelry being offered, but they garnered little interest. Ironically, the offers for sweet urine were successfully transacted, swiftly displaying, "Order successfully completed." Even urine found buyers, whereas treasures remained overlooked. Indeed, in these chaotic times, sustenance is the ultimate currency. Sui glanced down at the half-full bottle of ice water in his hand, contemplating, perhaps I should give it a try and see if I can sell something. He still had plenty of ice water left, and offering half a bottle would not be a significant loss. Sui quickly proceeded to list the half bottle of water for trade, specifying that he sought food or weapons in return. Additionally, he made the information regarding the half bottle public, allowing anyone to see that it was a talent-enhanced item from his sanctuary. This would effectively showcase the water's value, and Sui felt secure in not being exposed. After all, he too belonged to the unnamed sanctuary, essentially maintaining an anonymous identity. Just as Sui completed the listing of the ice water, a notification chimed almost instantly. You have a new trading order. Please respond promptly. Chapter 4 of the Doomsday Internet Celebrity Ice Water Brother. Has someone come to purchase so soon? Sui exclaimed in surprise, opening the interface for a closer inspection. Message from buyer, unnamed shelter. Hello, I would like to exchange 2 buckets of instant noodles for your ice water. Please accept my trade request. 2 buckets of instant noodles. If rationed judiciously, they could last at least 3 days. Sui propped his chin on his hand, refraining from replying as he decided to wait a little longer. After all, each order has a maximum duration of 24 hours, and Sui was not currently plagued by a shortage of food. Moreover, with a trading platform at his disposal, he could exchange ice water for food daily. In the sweltering heat, nothing holds more value than water. You have new order trading information. Please respond promptly. You have new order trading information. Please respond promptly. You have new order trading information. Please respond promptly. A flurry of notifications startled Sui into action, prompting him to check. Message from buyer. Hey buddy, are you there? I have 1 edible item to trade. Message from buyer. A large bottle of sweet liquid, 1 bottle for half a bottle of your ice water. You won't regret it. Message from buyer. How about cigarettes? 3 packs of Huazi. I can offer you half a bottle. It's definitely a good deal. This will surely sell well in the apocalypse. Message from buyer. Brother, I have the latest alluring lingerie, absolutely fragrant, 7 different colors. Hope it pleases you. Sui was left dumbfounded. What on earth are these trade offers? Aside from the cigarettes, which seemed relatively normal, the rest were utterly bizarre. There was even an attempt at remote seduction. What is this? It's cyber seduction. In these dire times, what uses 7 colors? Can they be consumed? Dismissing the absurd messages, he found himself inundated with persistent notifications. Everyone seemed eager for the unique effects of that half bottle of ice water, which could reduce a person's body temperature by 5 degrees, an invaluable lifesaver in critical moments. Many discerning individuals were aware of its worth, yet they all hoped to exploit it for a bargain. Thus, Sui decided to categorize the trade information into 2 primary categories: food and weapons. Any offers outside these categories would be automatically filtered out, ensuring peace from disturbances. After implementing this, he noticed a significant decline in unsolicited messages. Approximately 2 hours later, amidst a sea of normal trading requests, 1 item caught his eye. Buyer information. Plant bread D-grade consumable, provides the essential nutrients needed for a day, replenishing physical strength for a day's labor, though hunger will still linger. How about it? 2 magical breads for half a bottle of your ice water. It's a deal you won't want to miss. This message intrigued him. The buyer referred to their bread as magical, and the description echoed that of the ice water, an extraordinary product of the shelter. Trading magical ice water for magical bread seemed mutually beneficial. A perfect exchange. Sui quickly accepted the trade request and confirmed the transaction. Moments later, a notification chimed. Ding, your order has been successfully traded. With the sound of the notification, the item information for plant bread appeared on the shelter interface. Sui silently chanted, extending his hand to reveal 2 pieces of palm-sized bread. The bread had a golden hue and an enticing aroma that awakened his appetite. Above the bread, clear item information displayed, matching precisely what the buyer had described. Without hesitation, Sui took a bite of one. Quite delicious, sweet and delightful. He licked his lips, savoring the enticing flavor, wondering how many more of these magical breads the buyer possessed. Wait a moment. As he gazed at the remaining piece of bread, a sudden realization dawned upon him. My talent grants me the most urgently needed items daily. Based on the first instance, the next reward will likely be food-related. Given the current circumstances, water and food are undoubtedly paramount, but if I use the ice water to acquire an ample supply of food, what could the second reward be? Sui murmured, if I already have sufficient food, will the second reward change? If it does change, does that mean I can control the content of the rewards? A spark of insight ignited within him. This might indeed be the correct application of his talent. Clearly, every human possesses a shelter, and to endure the relentless calamities of the apocalypse, one must learn to manage their sanctuary effectively. Without delay, Sui approached the freezer, retrieving 5 bottles of ice water to list for trade. This time, he chose to accept only food in exchange. Within a mere 2 hours, a deluge of trading requests flooded in, featuring both ordinary and extraordinary food items. Sui selectively opted for bulk and easily storable provisions, such as instant noodles and biscuits, prioritizing quantity. The pricing for magical food was exorbitant. Despite their usefulness, he could only acquire a few. After trading away the 5 bottles of ice water, he found himself inundated with a plethora of dry food items, filling his bathroom to capacity with an impressive variety. Estimating conservatively, he reckoned he could sustain himself for over half a month. With this, the food problem is resolved. I'll wait until tomorrow to see what kind of reward I receive. Sui mused, already formulating his plans. As long as the world doesn't collapse, he would remain indoors, fully leveraging the advantages of his shelter talent. He intended to amass a plethora of disaster relief rewards first. Though it may be a tad dull, at least my safety is assured. Reclining on the sofa, he languidly scrolled through the chat channel for the Jinling region. The entire city was plunged into a state of water and power outage, with phones and computers rendered useless. His sole entertainment lay in observing the situation around the city, gathering information through remote communication. Sui initially intended to eavesdrop discreetly, but to his surprise, upon opening the chat channel, he found a throng of city dwellers clamoring for his attention. Ice water brother, are you there? Please send a wave of ice water, we can negotiate a fair price. Ice water brother, I need a few more bottles, I couldn't grab any before, I can offer more food. Ice water brother, big guy, I just risked my life to go to the supermarket for a zero-cost purchase. Please trade me a bottle of water. The city channel was abuzz with calls for ice water brother, and Sui realized they were calling for him. They all craved ice water. Some, less attuned to external developments, curiously inquired, what are you all shouting about? Who is Ice Water Brother? Are there internet celebrities in the apocalypse? Ice Water Brother is far more impressive than any internet celebrity. Someone promptly explained. Earlier on the trading platform, several bottles of ice water appeared. Consuming it can lower your body temperature. Consider this, the temperature is about to soar, potentially reaching 70 degrees, having a bottle of ice water could be a lifesaver. An internet celebrity, can they even be compared to Ice Water Brother? He's practically a saint. Ice Water Brother, please, sell me another bottle. Ice Water Brother, ice water, I need ice water, I feel like I'm about to collapse. I'm burning up. It feels like ants are crawling on me. Please, Ice Water Brother, sell me another bottle. I can't bear it. Half a bottle would suffice. Sui gasped in disbelief. Humans are truly insane. Many had recognized the ice water's significance, and through the exchange of information, everyone understood its critical value. Yet, despite their fervent pleas, Ice Water Brother seemed to have vanished without a trace. The chat channel was filled with lucky individuals flaunting their acquired ice water or flipping it for profit. Special ice water. Starting at 10 boxes of instant noodles, highest bidder wins. Ice Water Brother's ice water is now listed. Bring large quantities of food, or a gentle lady will do. Ice water 1 sip version available. Personal testing shows even a small sip has a cooling effect, a special price of 5 packs of instant noodles or 5 bottles of regular drinking water. Upon reading these messages, Sui was taken aback. Goodness, the entrepreneurial instinct of the Huasha people is remarkable. Even in the apocalypse, they are still keen on turning a profit. By retaining some magical ice water and reselling a portion, they have ensured that many fortunate souls secured their early supplies. This realization also struck Sui with the gravity of his ice water's value in the current climate. Damn it, I undersold. Sui sighed, yet he had no intention of selling the remaining ice water just yet. Currently, I am the sole provider of cooling ice water in Jinling. The 4.5 bottles on the market have yet to be consumed. Listing more would only dilute the price. I'll wait a bit longer. Once they run out of ice water and find themselves in dire straits, that will be the ideal moment for me to maximize my profits. Sui remained calm, feeling no guilt in his actions. In the face of impending doom, one's own interests must take precedence. The survival of others is of no concern to him. Chapter 5. The chaos spreads, the crisis outside. Time flies, and soon it was 8 in the evening. The temperature had not dropped with the onset of night. The additional 10 degrees of heat today made every breath for humanity feel as if their organs were being roasted. Sui, feeling irritable from the heat, continuously scrolled through trading information and regional chats to pass the time. Suddenly, a commotion erupted on the street outside the window. Is someone coming out? Sui hurriedly walked to the window and slightly parted the curtain to look outside. He saw several individuals holding candlesticks and makeshift torches, gradually emerging from the residential building where Sui lived. Hurry up, don't dawdle. It's sweltering out here. Li Gu, can we really find food? It's much hotter outside than in here. I feel like my throat is on fire. We have to look. Or do you want to starve? This miserable weather refuses to cool down at night. A few men in work uniforms complained loudly, with windows open on various floors of the building as others peered down. Li Gu? Sui's heart stirred. Isn't that the man who knocked on my door during the day? He recognized the group but was unaware of their origins or intentions, having seen few neighbors due to his busy work life. I'm so thirsty I could die. I remember there are several shops on this street. Let us go check them out. Did you bring the stuff? Let us not come back empty-handed like last night. Li Gu, we brought everything. By the way, can we trade for more food in exchange for ice water? I've heard it's quite magical. Ice water, humph, too expensive, not worth it. We'll just drink normal water. As the men conversed, they ventured deeper into the darkness. Sui, observing from the shadows, noted that each of these men seemed to wield weapons such as steel rods, kitchen knives, and homemade bows and arrows. In this scorching apocalypse, the enemy is the heat. They carry so many weapons for a reason, Sui murmured, suddenly alert. There must be people in those shops. They intend to rob them. The extreme climatic changes brought about by the apocalyptic heat had shattered the existing environment for humanity but had not directly eradicated them. Compared to the unbearable heat, the true danger lay in the relationships among people. With global cities at a standstill and resources scarce, the darkest aspects of human nature were easily ignited. At such times, those who flouted the old rules thrived the most. Before long, piercing screams shattered the night. Mercy, mercy, ah! Honey, what have you done to my husband? They're killing someone, quick, help! They re-killing. The chilling cries reverberated from the depths of darkness not far from the street, accompanied by the anguished screams of men and women, interspersed with the wails of children. In an instant, a tense atmosphere enveloped several nearby residential buildings. In the shadows, countless pairs of prying eyes silently watched the source of the commotion. Approximately an hour later, Li Gu and his companions returned, burdened with large and small bundles of supplies, chatting and laughing along the way. Brother, why didn't you let me have a go at that woman? She had quite the appeal. What do you know, we need to conserve our energy. In this heat, are you not afraid of dehydration? Ah, what a pity, I only got to touch her, but the feel was exquisite, huh? Hurry! We've got food now, let us make several trips tonight and don't let anyone else get a chance. As the men exchanged lewd remarks, they sounded quite pleased. Sui observed that many of them bore fresh bloodstains, and the weapons they carried were marked with red streaks. Indeed, they are a dangerous bunch. Sui squinted, feeling fortunate that he hadn't opened the door during the day. Otherwise, facing this group alone would have surely resulted in the loss of his supplies. This group must have banded together, but I wonder what their abilities are. They seem to adapt to the rules of this apocalypse remarkably fast. If left unchecked, I fear the day will come when I will be unearthed by them. A sense of unease welled up within Sui. Though they had not broken in today, the future remained uncertain. Once humanity breaks free from their internal shackles, they are capable of anything, including raiding and pillaging household by household for supplies. I must find a way to strengthen the defenses of my shelter. I need to ensure my own safety. Silently, Sui drew the curtains and sat in the darkness, contemplating. Soon, he reopened the trading platform, listing 4 bottles of ice water sequentially and changing his trading request to any effective means of self-defense for the shelter. Be it weapons, equipment, or anything else that could enhance the safety of his refuge, Sui was willing to trade. He even emphasized in his message, if you find the price unsatisfactory, feel free to leave a message for discussion. As long as the items were good, he was open to trading multiple bottles of ice water. After all, by tomorrow noon, the freezer would automatically generate 10 bottles of ice water again. His trade was essentially without cost. Ice Water Guy is back. A new ice water order has appeared. For bottles listed at once, it must be the Ice Water Guy himself. Let me check the order. Wow, Ice Water Guy is requesting defensive measures. That's a clear line of thought. Ice Water Guy is no longer short on food and drink. Adding some defensive measures means he has pretty much set in this apocalypse. Damn it, I'm about to die of thirst here while the neighbors next door are all dead, and Ice Water Guy is already thinking about the safety of his shelter. Humans should unite and weather the storm together. I urge Ice Water Guy to generously provide more ice water for everyone, be the great hero of the city. The chat channel buzzed with discussions about the new ice water order, but more messages still pleaded for help and boasted of self-proclaimed saviors. On the second night of the apocalypse, people had lost the initial novelty of experiencing the end of the world. What remained was only fear for the future. Resources grew increasingly scarce, and the oppressive heat became unbearable. People had to face the reality of this was a truly deadly global catastrophe. It was precisely due to the scarcity of resources that Sui's listed ice water became highly sought after. The few bottles he had purchased in the afternoon were already exhausted, and the new order of 4 bottles drew the attention of the majority of surviving shelters in the city, with messages flooding in response to Sui. Sui meticulously sifted through the replies, spending an hour selecting what he needed from the deluge of messages. Ultimately, he chose a small composite crossbow, equipped with 30 professional steel arrows, along with the corresponding repair tools, spare parts, and an instruction manual. This item, in peacetime, was undoubtedly regulated, its lethality rivaling that of a handgun. Its value was considerable, and Sui successfully traded it for 3 bottles of water, while another bottle was exchanged for an insulated jacket. These people are so stingy, each one more cunning than the last. Although ice water is precious, it can only fetch me so much. Sui took a deep breath. In this apocalypse, everyone was counting their pennies. Now that Sui possessed a weapon, he felt a modicum of security. He glanced at the door, which he had secured tightly, placing the crossbow beside his pillow to ensure he could grab it at a moment's notice while sleeping. He also donned the insulated jacket, but regrettably, its effect was minimal. He still felt overheated. With food, water, and weapons secured, what I lack now are medical supplies. As Sui lay in bed, he slowly pondered his survival plans for the future. Tomorrow, I'll aim to trade for some medicines, perhaps something like Huoxiang Jingqi water. I wonder what tomorrow's reward will be. I already have basic survival necessities. Will the reward be repeated food and water, or something new? In the midst of his thoughts, Sui inadvertently drifted off to sleep. Bang! Ah, don't come any closer. I'll call the police. Help, someone save me, they're going to kill. Suddenly, a woman's piercing scream from upstairs jolted Sui awake. He quickly scrambled out of bed, swiftly grabbing his crossbow, and cautiously directed his gaze toward the doorway. The door remained intact, and there was no one else in the room. Ensuring his safety, Sui turned his attention to the ceiling. This was an old neighborhood with poor sound insulation, and he could clearly hear the sounds of a struggle above, men shouting, women screaming, and the sound of objects being violently smashed within a room. What are you doing? Are you trying to harm someone? Don't come closer, I have a weapon, ah. Another man's scream echoed, seemingly from some heroic soul who had been subdued. Is it Li Gu and his group? Sui's expression grew serious as he contemplated. Based on the events of the past 2 days, it seemed that only Li Gu's group in this building possessed any combat capability, regardless of whether it was them or not. The current situation signaled that someone in this residential building could no longer resist the urge to start searching for resources. In the chaos of the apocalypse, the worst-case scenario was gradually unfolding. The disordered human collective was becoming exceedingly chaotic and dangerous. Sui waited anxiously in silence, and after an hour, the commotion from above gradually subsided. It seemed the assailants had no new plans for expansion. They did not descend towards Sui's room, however. Sui understood that the supplies contained within a single apartment would surely not satisfy this group of assailants. Before long, they would undoubtedly make their way to his door. There is no avoiding this, I will inevitably confront them. A heavy sense weighed on Sui's heart as he surveyed his surroundings, realizing that outside the window, daylight had already broken, casting a crimson hue across the sky, with the air thick with oppressive heat waves. The clock on the wall struck noon. Precisely at that moment it was now midday on the third day of the apocalypse. Congratulations, your stay in the shelter has met the new 24-hour requirement, triggering the shelter's talent reward. Chapter 6. Recruit talents for the shelter, initiate exploration missions. Congratulations, you have obtained a D-grade talent recruitment voucher for the shelter. As the enigmatic voice resonated, a delicate golden paper gracefully descended onto the coffee table before Sui. A talent recruitment voucher? Is this my second reward? Sui picked up the paper, scrutinizing it closely. It bore only incomprehensible mystical patterns in the words, D-grade recruitment. Beyond that, it exhibited no peculiarities. Each shelter can recruit talents? Are the recruited individuals conjured from thin air, or are they the remaining humans on Earth? Sui murmured, it increasingly resembles a game in which many lives could be lost. An avid gamer, Sui began to grasp the mechanics of the apocalyptic shelter through the appearance of the recruitment voucher. If his assumptions were correct, that mysterious entity must perceive the entire Earth as a vast gaming arena, with humanity participating as players in this cataclysmic game. Use. Sui clutched the recruitment voucher, confirming its use. A brilliant golden light erupted from his palm, subsequently detaching and expanding before him, gradually coalescing into a golden humanoid figure. As the golden radiance dissipated, a petite young woman with bright eyes stood before Sui. It's like a transformation. Sui was left speechless. Even with some mental preparation, he was still profoundly shaken by the spectacle. The girl before him stood just under 1.6 meters tall, appearing to be in her early 20s, with an ordinary appearance yet possessing strikingly luminous pupils that exuded an intense vitality. Warrior Lin Yu, reporting to the commander. The girl saluted Sui with a crisp snap, standing tall and proud, exuding an impressive aura. A warrior, Sui then noticed that she was clad in camouflage combat attire, adorned with meticulously designed pockets and accessories, fully functional and ergonomic. Her sturdy combat boots featured slip-resistant treads, providing ample grip on complex terrains. Lin Yu sported a multifunctional tactical belt at her waist, equipped with a handgun, magazine pouch, flashlight, and survival tools, each item neatly organized and ready for any unforeseen circumstances. A female soldier? Sui gazed at Lin Yu with surprise and inquired, "Are you human? Where do you come from?" Lin Yu's face was resolute yet refined, her unwavering gaze delivering a clear response, reporting, "Commander, I am human, hailing from the special combat zone of Huaxia. I have received orders. The apocalypse is upon us, and humanity's survival hangs in the balance. I have been entrusted with the duty to protect the commander and shall obey your commands." Lin Yu's response was unmistakably clear, allowing Sui to deduce certain implications. Perhaps this is the new breed of humanity crafted by the mysterious entity, with an inherent loyalty to me, aware of the current circumstances. Sui pondered silently. This is shelter talent. It increasingly resembles playing an apocalyptic management game. Concurrently, a notification chimed in his ears. Congratulations, you have successfully recruited D-grade combat talent, Special Forces Lin Yu. You have successfully activated the talent information panel. You may view the complete talent status in the shelter's talent module interface. With the notification's arrival, the talents section was added to Suyi's shelter information. The population of the shelter increased from 1 to 2, and the safety level escalated from 1 to 11. Sui clicked on the talent module, and Lin Yu's detailed information swiftly appeared before him. Talent data information: name Lin Yu, age 22 years, type soldier, talent grade laughing face, physical strength 85. Neural response 83. Stamina 88. Mental will 95. Self-healing immunity 82. Talent traits: loyalty, she is a loyal warrior of Huaxia, unwavering in her commitment, regardless of the challenges faced by the shelter. Talent abilities: frowny face, basic soldier, she is proficient in all conventional combat techniques of modern soldiers, demonstrating proficient mastery of firearms and bladed weapons, while excelling in hand-to-hand combat, reconnaissance, and survival skills. Combat power rating 105 points. A panel strikingly reminiscent of game statistics unfolded before Sui, meticulously detailing Lin Yu's personal information. With a combat power rating of 105, is that high or low? Sui mused briefly, quickly concluding, regardless, she is undoubtedly stronger than I am. Sui was merely an ordinary office worker, occasionally indulging in gaming and novels, and exercising now and then. Given Suyi's physical condition, it was inconceivable for him to contend with a professional soldier, even if she were merely a female one. Commander, what is my current task? Lin Yu inquired, her eyes gleaming as she looked at Sui, her voice crisp and clear. Lin Yu's face bore a resolute and refined quality, her skin appeared somewhat tan from prolonged outdoor training, and her short hair was neatly tucked beneath her helmet, devoid of any disorder. Her high-bridged nose and tightly pressed lips suggested that no challenge could sway her determination. She was a warrior who radiated a profound sense of security. Even though Sui was a man, he could not refute this fact. Let us not rush, Sui waved his hand, asking, are you hungry? Would you like something to eat? The talent interface contained numerous detailed metrics that remained undisclosed, but Sui could delve deeper into aspects such as hunger, health, and psychological state. Clearly, talents in the shelter also required sustenance, could fall ill, and might even experience mental issues under the duress of the apocalypse. Not hungry. Lin Yu shook her head, her voice calm. Commander, our situation is dire. Our supplies are severely insufficient, I cannot afford to waste food. In a non-combat state, I can survive on one meal every 3 days, consuming only half the food intake of an adult male. 3 days for half a meal? Wow, truly, a testament to the resilience and endurance of Huaxia's soldiers, almost superhuman. Sui raised his thumb in admiration, but before he could speak, a new mysterious notification resonated in his ears. Now commencing city-wide announcements. A shelter has recruited talent, initiating the Shelter Exploration Mission module. All shelters may dispatch talents to undertake exploration missions. Acquire additional survival resources. Simultaneously, the shelter level leaderboard, talent leaderboard, and exploration mission leaderboard are now open within this area. At the conclusion of this round of the apocalypse, additional survival rewards will be distributed based on leaderboard rankings. This announcement reverberated throughout the city, igniting a fervor among the populace. The previously stagnant chat channels erupted with excitement. Unnamed shelter, what is this? Exploration missions, leaderboards, this apocalypse feels oddly reminiscent of a pay-to-win online game. Unnamed shelter, here we are, barely surviving, while some mysterious entity watches us play a game? Damn it, I'm about to die of thirst. I am Big Bull. Which big brother recruited a talent? How strong is she? Can someone help me contact my parents? Wang Chenchen, I checked the leaderboard. There is only one talent listed, from the unnamed shelter. Unfortunately, I can't private message this big brother. Jinling Human Self-Rescue Association, we urge this big brother to step forward, join the Human Self-Rescue Association and contribute to the city's suffering populace. The chat channels buzzed with activity. As everyone discussed this matter, speculations arose about the identity of the individual, with some impersonating the mysterious top-ranked player while others engaged in discussions regarding the exploration mission module. After observing silently for a while, Sui closed the chat interface and glanced at the 3 leaderboards. The shelter-level leaderboard was a chaotic array of 0-level shelters, with Suyi's ranking displayed as 35, 164th place. The talent leaderboard, however, was much clearer, with Sui occupying the sole first position, indicating he was the first in the city to recruit a talent for the shelter. The exploration mission leaderboard was devoid of any entries, with no one listed. Sui closed the leaderboard and opened the newly emerged exploration module within the shelter. Chapter 7, discovered by thugs. The crisis is imminent. Current exploration tasks, daily auto-refresh, 1. Resource collection E-level exploration task, duration 8 hours, randomly acquire various resources, task rewards depend on talent ratings, talent levels, and task levels, requires dispatching 1 talent from the shelter. 2. Material collection D-level exploration task, duration 12 hours, randomly acquire materials for upgrading the shelter, task rewards depend on talent ratings, talent levels, and task levels, requires dispatching a talent with a minimum level of D3. Medicine collection D-level exploration task, duration 12 hours, randomly acquire some medicines, task rewards depend on talent ratings, talent levels, and task levels, requires dispatching 1 talent from the shelter. There are only 3 exploration tasks, each with distinct objectives, yet all necessitate the dispatch of a talent from the shelter. This implies that as long as there are sufficient talents within the shelter, resources for survival can be procured without venturing outside. Sui mused, this is indeed quite safe. There is no need to personally risk peril. Even if provisions are scarce, I can still send someone to scavenge outside. The emergence of exploration tasks greatly aids Sui. Due to the unique nature of his shelter talent, he must remain indoors for an extended period, unable to venture out as others do to gather resources. Although this approach ensures safety, it simultaneously limits his avenues for resource acquisition. With the presence of talents, Sui can remain at home while sending talents out to explore, thereby reaping both talent rewards and exploration benefits. A dual harvest signifies an abundance of resources. Sui decisively resolved to experiment with this exploration task module. The dilemma arose: which of the 3 tasks should he select? All 3 tasks offered rewards that Sui deemed necessary, however, he currently had only Linyu available for deployment. Let us commence with the 8-hour task. It is shorter and yields quicker results. Sui swiftly made his choice, mindful not to send Linyu out for an extended duration. After all, there were still assailants lurking within the building, and who could predict when they might discover his hideout? Upon selecting the task, Linyu promptly responded, "Commander, I have received the task and shall ensure its completion." She saluted sharply and turned to depart, only to be halted by Sui's voice. "Wait." Sui glanced at the crossbow in his hand and, after a moment's hesitation, handed Linyu the kitchen utensils. "Choose wisely. See if there are any weapons you can utilize. Also, consider this insulated jacket, perhaps it will be of use. Bring along some food and a couple of bottles of ice water. It's hot outside, and we wouldn't want you to suffer from heatstroke." Sui yearned to provide Linyu with the crossbow to bolster her safety, but he was equally concerned about the potential intrusion of the assailants. He had to prioritize his own safety. "Thank you, Commander." Linyu accepted the jacket, selecting 2 fruit knives as backups, and patted her holster with a sunny smile. "Commander, rest assured, I am quite capable." Almost forgetting, Sui recalled that she was armed. "Do you have enough ammunition?" he inquired. Linyu nodded affirmatively. "Sufficient, a submachine pistol with a 20-round capacity, and I have 3 magazines." 60 rounds, indeed ample. Sui nodded in satisfaction. "Go. Be cautious of your safety, don't force yourself for the sake of resources." "Understood, Commander." With renewed vigor, Linyu turned and strode towards the door, then paused. "Commander, the door," she pointed at the pile of debris blocking the entrance. "Ah, I forgot. We had used them to barricade the door." Sui sheepishly tapped his head. "You know I'm not adept at combat, this was merely to ensure our safety." "Commander is wise, this was the right course of action." With a smile, Linyu assisted Sui in clearing the entrance. Before stepping out, she bent down to busy herself one last time. "Commander, I have set up a rudimentary defensive trap and a warning device. If you hear any commotion outside the door, please be vigilant and await my return for assistance." With that, Linyu efficiently descended the staircase, stepping into the sweltering heat beyond. Once Lin Yu exited, Sui promptly shut the door and repositioned the items to barricade it once more. The exertion left him drenched in sweat, his head spinning from the heat, and his body on the verge of collapse. He disregarded everything else, grabbing the crossbow and rushing to the bathroom, using half a bottle of ice water to cool his head, then downing another half bottle before stripping down and submerging himself in the bathtub. At that moment, Sui sensed a slight improvement in his symptoms of heatstroke. This weather is truly unbearable. It feels as if one could perish indoors. I wonder what the outside world is like. I hope Lin Yu remains safe. She is currently my sole talent from the shelter. Yesterday's ice water has been entirely consumed, yet the refrigerator has replenished with 10 bottles. I'll give Lin Yu 2, drink 1 myself, leaving 7 remaining. Perhaps it's time to exchange some of these for better goods? Sui reclined in the bathtub and accessed the shelter's urban trade platform, browsing the offerings. He noted that there appeared to be an array of intriguing items compared to yesterday. Most were food and water, albeit at exorbitant prices. It seems that it's not only my shelter talent that is advantageous. Others' talents may not be lacking either. Sui mused, finding little of significant worth to purchase. However, considering the potential devaluation of ice water due to the increased availability of desirable items, he opted to spend 3 bottles to acquire some non-perishable food. With 4 bottles remaining, he decided to hold off on further expenditure until evening. The afternoon dragged on in tedium, prompting Sui to rummage through his comic books, rereading them repeatedly. Around 5 in the evening, the familiar sounds of smashing and shouting echoed from above. This time, Sui had grown somewhat accustomed to it. He was not as alarmed, merely listening intently for a while before checking every corner of his home, ensuring that all was securely concealed. Those thugs upstairs have likely wreaked havoc on countless others. I wonder when it will be my turn. Sui contemplated. Regardless, this poses a risk. For the sake of safety, I must devise a means to deal with these thugs promptly. Should he send Lin Yu armed to confront the thugs? That seemed imprudent. Although Lin Yu was a soldier, she was still outnumbered, and any mishap could lead to significant loss for Sui. The uncertainty of the assailants' shelter talents is a primary concern. I have seen in the chat channel that some have unlocked combat-oriented talents. If one of the thugs upstairs possesses a combat talent, Lin Yu, despite being a soldier, may not stand a chance. Patience is key. Sui inhaled deeply, resolving to endure. As long as they did not seek him out, he would remain low-key, amassing strength in silence. By around 6 in the evening, Sui heard the sound of haphazard footsteps from above, interspersed with muffled conversations filled with curses. Damn it, this sweltering heat is unbearable. Brother, could I have another sip of that bottle of ice water? Let us see what we can scavenge outside. According to the rules, the person who finds the most gets to drink. Alright, brother, watch my performance. By the way, I think I heard a woman's voice downstairs earlier, mentioning something about a commander. Could there be someone important here? Important, in this apocalypse? What good is rank? We'll check it out later and see if we can find that woman. The dialogue drifted past Sui's door, heading downwards. Sui stood by the window, silently peering through the curtain gap to observe a group of men dragging empty sacks out of the building. At the forefront were the same individuals from yesterday, but their numbers had increased to 13. It seems I have caught their attention. Sui thought, realizing that the poor sound insulation of the old building likely meant that Lin Yu's movements had been detected by Li Gu and his crew. This building has 8 floors, with 4 units per floor. Given the surrounding amenities, it is said that each unit is inhabited. The residents are mostly local workers and office workers. Judging by their physiques, they seem to be laborers from nearby construction sites. Assuming at least one person resides in each unit, there should be at least 32 people in this building. If Li Gu and his gang are the thugs, considering their violent tendencies and the death rate in this apocalypse, the population might be around 20. Sui calculated silently. I reside on the 6th floor. Li Gu's group can only be on the 7th or 8th floor above me. Given that violence has already occurred upstairs, it's likely they will search my unit within the next couple of days. If luck is not on my side, they may find me tonight. My time is running out. A strong sense of urgency gripped Sui. With Li Ji's entourage growing in number, relying solely on Lin Yu would likely be insufficient to confront the dozen or so robust laborers, considering the use of firearms might intimidate the assailants, but if they possessed troublesome shelter talents, Su Yi's chances of defeat would increase substantially. I must find a way to enhance the shelter's defenses. If possible, I need to transform this building into a fortress. Su Yi gazed at his door, contemplating the feasibility of having Lin Yu hold the fort on her own. Time slipped away gradually. By 8 in the evening, darkness had enveloped the surroundings completely. Lige's group had yet to return, and the streets outside remained eerily silent, with only occasional voices indicating that some survivors were still searching for resources. Even though the night temperature did not drop, the darkness provided a psychological sense of coolness and security, as people seemed accustomed to navigating in the shadows. Sui remained indoors, silent and unobtrusive, while continuously perusing the online trading platform for items that could bolster the shelter's defenses. At that moment, a sudden series of knocks echoed from outside, startling Sui from the darkness as he hastily grasped the crossbow beside him. Chapter 8 Icewater brother, are you my comrade? In the shroud of darkness, Sui held his breath, his heart racing with anxiety. However, he soon discerned that the rhythm of the knocking at the door seemed somewhat different, irregular in length and barely audible. This was the secret signal for returning home that Lin Yu had left before departing. Approaching the door, Sui remained silent, nearly shifting the table that blocked the entrance slightly, producing a faint sound of movement. "Commander, it's me." Lin Yu's voice soon came, lowered to a whisper. Uncertain of who was outside, Sui chose to respond in this cautious manner. Once he confirmed it was indeed Lin Yu, he deftly moved the items aside, opening the door for her to enter before replacing the heavy object that had been barring the way. He did not mind the inconvenience of shuffling these items. In comparison to the safety of their lives, any trouble paled in significance. "How did it go? What did you bring back?" Sui inquired in a hushed tone as Lin Yu slipped into the bathroom. Shielded by the wall, she illuminated her surroundings with a tactical flashlight, placing the 3 backpacks she carried onto the ground. "Commander, everything is here," Lin Yu replied cautiously, her movements nimble as she unzipped the backpacks to reveal them brimming with supplies. As Sui glanced over, a notification chimed in his ear. "Congratulations, the exploration mission for the shelter has been completed. The explorer has returned with the following supplies: 20 packets of biscuits, 35 boxes of chocolate, 6 large bags of candy, 3 small rolls of toilet paper, 3 boxes of painkillers, 2 boxes of cold medicine, 8 boxes of herbal essence, 20 cans of assorted fruits and vegetables, 20 bags of dried fruit." Mission completion rating: outstanding. Your shelter has thus gained 10 survival points. Your shelter has unlocked the Survival Points shop. You can use survival points to purchase doomsday items or enhance talent attributes. Survival points? Sui raised an eyebrow, recalling that such a feature existed within the shelter's data, yet he had not realized their immense value. From the description, it appeared that the more survival points one accumulated, the quicker the shelter could strengthen, and at present, the only stable means of acquiring survival points seemed to be through exploration missions. "Well done," Sui praised, patting Lin Yu on the shoulder. "Turn off the light, sort some items to put in the freezer, and then we shall have dinner." "Understood, Commander, but I'm not hungry yet," Lin Yu replied. "Even if you're not hungry, you must eat something to replenish your strength." Sui noted the barely perceptible stamina bar above Lin Yu's head, which had dwindled from a full green to half yellow. The 8-hour exploration had evidently fatigued her, and she needed rest. This realization dispelled his earlier thought of having her continue exploring through the night. After all, there was only one talent in their shelter, and it was imperative to take good care of her without overexerting. With an extra pair of hands in the house, Sui found the task of organizing items significantly easier. By 10 p.m., they had a simple meal, opening 2 cans to replenish their necessary nutrients. Subsequently, Lin Yu proactively suggested enhancing the shelter's basic protective measures during the night by setting up internal traps and warning devices. Sui readily agreed, delighted that a professional soldier was on hand to handle such tasks far better than he could. While Lin Yu busied herself, Sui assisted and patiently inquired, "What else do you need? Tell me everything. I will find a way to procure it." "Commander, I still need nylon rope, more knives, and conventional items like chili powder would also be helpful." Lin Yu was aware of the shelter's situation and did not make any excessive demands for supplies. "Understood, I will gather these items." Sui nodded, opening the trading platform to search for the relevant goods. Since the advent of the trading platform, nearly everything in demand throughout the city was available for barter, even used sanitary napkins. Almost every common item was listed, including what Lin Yu required. Sui exchanged a small quantity of perishable food and a bottle of ice water to acquire the items Lin Yu needed. Just as he was about to close the purchase order, he noticed a particularly striking listing. Current police equipment available for trade. Willing to exchange for food and water. Interested parties, please respond. Police equipment? Surely, the seller must be at the police station. Sui quickly sent a trade request, noting, I am Ice Water Brother, with 3 bottles remaining. Do you have a handgun and ammunition? A grenade would also suffice. The response came swiftly, indicating a rejection of the trade, but included a note, Hello, Ice Water Brother. We require a substantial amount of food and water. Your ice water is indeed needed, but for 3 bottles, we can only offer 154 handgun. I can throw in 10 rounds of ammunition, sufficient for your immediate self-defense while awaiting rescue. Awaiting rescue? It seemed the seller's identity was official, still harboring a resolve to save the city. This aligned well with the enduring spirit of the Chinese people, who often rise as heroes in times of disaster. Sui pondered. He understood that the refusal to trade was not genuine but a means to facilitate a private conversation between shelters, ensuring thorough communication with the buyer. 1 handgun and 10 rounds of ammunition seem rather inadequate, he mused. The bullet type is 9.19mm pistol rounds, Lin Yu replied without turning her head. Sui, unfamiliar with military terminology, took note of this information and responded to the seller's message. 3 bottles of ice water for 100 rounds of 9.19mm ammunition. You possess a submachine gun? The seller quickly realized, responding with surprise, Ice Water Brother, who are you? How is it that you can possess firearms in China? Are you my comrade? I cannot provide you with that much ammunition. I cannot ascertain your identity. The most I can offer is 20 rounds. Add 10 bags of biscuits, and I will take 100 rounds. Sui did not directly answer the question but instead presented a counteroffer, further deepening the seller's uncertainty about his identity. Are you my comrade? Very well, 50 rounds, this is my utmost concession. Also add 1 box of painkillers, 1 box of cold medicine, and 1 box of herbal essence, for 100 rounds. The terms Sui offered nearly swayed the seller. The scarcity of food could perhaps be endured temporarily, but medicines were genuinely precious. Given the sweltering heat outside, acquiring such necessities could prove challenging if nearby pharmacies were closed or unstaffed. These medicines held immense value in the current climate, especially painkillers and herbal essence, regarded as life-saving essentials. Congratulations, you have successfully completed a transaction order. The seller quickly acquiesced, no longer sending messages of refusal, and promptly agreed to the order, delivering 100 rounds of ammunition. Simultaneously, the online platform deducted the items Sui had offered, reducing his supplies by 1/10. Yet, such a trade was undoubtedly worthwhile. Sui gazed at the 2 stacked ammunition boxes before him, filled with pristine bullets, a smile of suppressed joy creeping onto his face. Lin Yu, did you use any ammunition today? How much do you have left? Commander, I've been conserving. I haven't used my gun today, and I still have 60 rounds remaining. Here, take this 100 rounds. There's no need to be overly frugal. When the moment arises, just fire. Sui handed the ammunition box to Lin Yu, grinning as he added, It's unfortunate that I couldn't procure more magazines. I will find a way to buy some next time. Thank you. She understood fully that the safety of both herself and the commander depended almost entirely on her gun and ammunition. With the additional bullets, Sui felt a reduction in pressure, and a smile naturally graced his features. Lin Yu, I will assist you in setting up traps. Just as the two relaxed their minds, a sudden deafening explosion shattered the night's tranquility. Boom! A sound reminiscent of a missile detonating erupted from outside the window, a burst of flame illuminating the night sky in an instant. Chapter 9: The Emergence of Derivative Disasters. The third talent reward. The thunderous sound, alarmingly close, startled Sui to the brink of losing his composure, while Lin Yu instantly became alert. What on earth is happening? Sui nearly sprang from his spot, rushing to the window to peer outside. A blaze of fiery red light illuminated his face, and he gazed in astonishment at the scene beyond. or a ferocious inferno was raging in the adjacent street. The inexplicable explosion had ignited a conflagration within the city. Under the oppressive heat, the flames surged with a supernatural fervor, rapidly engulfing several nearby buildings. The terrifying fire climbed higher and higher, resembling a serpentine creature relentlessly ascending towards the rooftops. One residential building was entirely enveloped by flames, as windows flew open and the occupants, jolted from their slumber, emitted piercing screams and desperate cries for help. SUE even witnessed individuals, unable to withstand the rapidly spreading inferno, daringly leap from the heights, only to be consumed by the sea of flames. Those too fearful to jump for survival transformed into mere fireballs within their rooms, writhing in agony and shrieking in despair. A harrowing tableau of human tragedy unfolded before their eyes. This fire is catastrophic. Sui stood frozen, the glow of the flames reflecting a faint terror in his eyes. The inferno, merely a street away, spread with alarming speed in such sweltering conditions. This indicated that the very building where Sui resided was no longer safe. In the chaos and paralysis engulfing the city, no one could contain the raging fire. It would not be long before the flames reached Sui's apartment, and within days, they could engulf a substantial portion of the city. The entirety of Jinling City might fall victim to this sudden blaze. The raging fire ignited a storm of panic within the city's chat channels, already rife with despair. "It's over, I'm done for, the fire is right next to me, it's about to engulf me. Help! Someone save me, I'm trapped in the flames. I'm close enough to see that it seems to be an explosion caused by a gas leak. I fear we are all doomed. Who can extinguish this fire now? Ice Water Brother. Calling Ice Water Brother, our city needs a hero to rise. Stop shouting, do you expect Ice Water to douse the flames with a few bottles of water? Are you still asleep?" The chat channel descended into a state of panic, and despair permeated every message. Sui's expression was solemn. He recognized the dire situation as nearly irreversible. "Commander, we must leave this place without delay." Lin Yu approached him, her gaze heavy with foreboding as she whispered, "This fire will annihilate the city. It will reach us within 2 hours, and our time is running short. Is there no other option but to flee?" Sui clenched his fists, his eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. This was the apocalypse. Where could he possibly run? If the shelter was destroyed, would his talents still hold any value? Without those talents, how would he survive moving forward? Even if he brought ample supplies and the combat-ready Lin Yu, how long could they endure? After surviving one apocalypse, there would surely be a second, and a third. Sui was beset with concerns, yet he understood Lin Yu was right. If they did not prepare now, escape would be impossible. "Wait!" Lin Yu gazed at the inferno before them, suddenly murmuring in confusion, "It seems to have stopped spreading?" Sui's mind jolted awake, and he quickly looked ahead to observe closely, discovering that indeed, the fire had ceased its advance. After 20 minutes, Sui was fully convinced. The flames had not spread further, remaining contained around 2 residential buildings and the nearby structures. The affected area spanned approximately 800 meters, with buildings beyond the flames remaining entirely unaffected. The air was thick with heat, the temperature within the burning zone ranging from 600 to 2000 degrees, yet this intense heat had failed to ignite the surrounding flora. "Strange, why is this happening?" Sui murmured, his brow furrowed in deep thought. It was not only he who found this perplexing. The inhabitants of the city's chat channels began to notice this anomaly and engaged in fervent discussions. Some fortunate individuals in close proximity realized they were unharmed and chose to remain, narrating the unfolding disaster to the city's survivors. Some observed with morbid curiosity, while others were gripped by fear, yet their eyes could not shield those perishing in the flames. Half an hour later, the building engulfed in flames fell silent. The last survivor had succumbed to the inferno. At midnight, the once raging fire extinguished rapidly, dying down to leave behind a few ruins, from which thick plumes of black smoke ascended. "This fire burns oddly and extinguishes strangely," Sui observed keenly, remaining puzzled until the flames finally died down. Just moments after the fire was extinguished, a citywide announcement echoed forth. "Now initiating city area announcement, the first derivative disaster of the regional apocalypse has been born. The derivative disaster module is now officially activated. At any location and at any time worldwide, derivative disasters may erupt based on the current type of apocalypse. Derivative disasters will not affect living beings or objects outside the disaster zone. There may be signs of their emergence, and some disasters will be preceded by warnings. Should any shelter survive a derivative disaster, that shelter will receive substantial apocalypse survival points. If not, it will face obliteration. The chilling announcement sparked astonishment and realization throughout the city. This is increasingly resembling a game. Random events are now occurring, Sui murmured, theorizing that the derivative disaster was likely a manifestation of unpredictable calamities that could arise in reality. The downside was its overwhelming destructiveness, far beyond the current shelter's capacity to withstand. The upside was that its impact would not be limitless, confined to a specific area. If I were to encounter a derivative disaster at this stage, I fear there would be no hope of survival whatsoever. As Sui pondered this, he suddenly heard hushed voices drifting from the window above. Brother, that fire was truly bizarre. It seems like some sort of disaster. Surely it won't randomly ignite here as well? What are you afraid of? The second brother's house is incredibly sturdy. The fire can't harm us. Indeed, together, we are invincible, haha. It was the voices of Brother Lee and his crew. They had returned unnoticed, seemingly residing on the top floor. Sui silently drew the curtains gap, concealing any signs of unusual activity. Lin Yu, about to speak, was halted by Sui's gesture. Let us rest and discuss this tomorrow, he communicated with his hands and lips, to which Lin Yu nodded solemnly. She understood the danger presented by those above and turned to the entrance to continue setting traps. Sui retrieved a thin blanket from the cupboard and laid it on the sofa, crafting a simple bed for Lin Yu, then maneuvered the already open icebox closer to her for cooling. This icebox, requiring no electricity, provided a continuous flow of cold air, so Sui utilized it as an air conditioner, keeping it open to lower the room's temperature. Only in this manner could he ensure they wouldn't suffer from the heat during sleep. With everything arranged, Sui lay down and closed his eyes. Perhaps it was the comfort of having Lin Yu guarding him that allowed him to sleep particularly soundly. It wasn't until 11 a.m. the following day that Lin Yu cautiously roused him. Commander, I've heard movement outside. That group upstairs seems to have descended to scavenge for supplies. In the morning, it sounded as though they killed someone upstairs. It seemed to be an elderly person. Lin Yu's expression was grave, her eyes gleaming with righteous fury. Sui patted his heavy head, waving dismissively. Let them be, we must prioritize our safety. Understood, Commander. Should I venture out to explore today? Lin Yu inquired. Our supplies are still insufficient. With that group out, I can explore without worrying about your safety. Just hold on a moment. Sui declined. He was awaiting the talent reward on the third day. After a simple meal, the two settled beside the icebox for cooling. Time passed, and soon it was just past noon. As anticipated, the crisp and melodious notification echoed in his ears. Congratulations, you have stayed in the shelter for 24 hours, triggering the talent reward. The duration will now restart. Chapter 10. New talent, conditions for upgrading the shelter. Congratulations, you have successfully recruited D-class support talent Engineer Lia. As the mysterious notification sounded, a figure of golden light emerged before Sui, and in the blink of an eye, a woman stepped out from within. She was tall and possessed a unique aura, with smooth black hair simply tied back in a low ponytail. Behind gold-rimmed glasses, her eyes sparkled with intelligence. She wore a minimalist dark work outfit, and at her waist hung a multifunctional tool belt equipped with an array of compact and intricate tools, ranging from screwdrivers to miniature welders. Even her gloves were specially designed anti-static ones, and she carried a backpack filled with various electronic components and measuring instruments. Another talent reward. Sui's eyes brightened as he. Talent units are essentially a more advanced form of population resource. Sui pondered, while the new talent, Lia, politely greeted him. Hello, boss, I am delighted to be of service to you. Boss? Yet another new title. However, these talents were loyal to the shelter, so the form of address was of little consequence. As Sui scrutinized Lia, he opened her data panel for examination. Talent data information, : Name Lia, age 28. Type engineer, talent grade laughing face, physical strength 75. Neural reaction 90. Endurance 80. Mental will 78. Self-healing immunity 78. Talent traits frowny face wisdom. She possesses exceptional intelligence and problem-solving abilities, with strong logical thinking skills, making her an intellectual research talent. Talent gift frowny face engineering specialization. She has a remarkable talent in the field of engineering scientific research, proficient in various engineering techniques, and excels in developing, improving, and creating technological items for the shelter. Research power rating 85 points. A brand new type of talent. Engineer, development power adept at creating technological items for the shelter? Sui keenly noted the distinctiveness of these keywords. If Lin Yu was a typical combat talent, then Lia's data panel was quite intriguing. In a post-apocalyptic world where human technology had completely failed, how could Lia, as a research talent, recreate technological items under such circumstances? Sui observed that the technological items mentioned in Lia's data bore the prefix shelter. Is shelter technology a different system from human technology? Sui mused, glancing at Lia to verify. Lia, what can you create? I am skilled in creating anything that improves the current environment of the shelter, Lia replied cheerfully, her tone resolute. This includes the shelter's defense facilities, living facilities, expansions, etc. Of course, I cannot develop anything too advanced yet. With her talent grade being only D, the items she could develop would not be of a high level either. Wait, expansion? Sui caught onto this term, feeling a surge of excitement. Could Lia actually expand the shelter? This could mean the shelter's space could become larger. This was excellent news. A larger space not only meant accommodating more people but could also enhance the shelter's defenses and disaster resilience through spatial design and arrangement. Lia, how do you plan to possessing the corresponding type of talent or technical blueprints, sufficient building materials for expansion, and ample renovation space? Currently, your shelter is at level 0. To upgrade to level 1, the following conditions must be met. 1. Select the type of shelter for upgrading, incomplete. 2. Possess corresponding talent or technical blueprints, engineer acquired. 3. Have 100 points of survival points, currently possessing 10 points. 4. Nearby space equivalent to double the current shelter space, not surveyed. 5. 100 units of corresponding building materials, not possessed. Building materials can be obtained through talent exploration missions. Hiss. Sui's eyes widened as he murmured, these 5 requirements seem quite formidable. And this is merely for upgrading to level 1 shelter. However, what changes will occur after upgrading to level 1? Does the type of shelter have any special significance? Sui's gaze focused on the shelter types, and soon the prompt box displayed new options. Currently available types for upgrading to level 1 shelter. 1. Refugee camp provides more living space, and residents gain a 20% resistance effect to various extreme natural environments. Corresponding building material, refugee wood. 2. Corresponding building material, electronic components. 3. Workshop reduces exploration mission time by 20% and increases the materials gained by 10%. Corresponding building material, large currency bills. Please choose your shelter type carefully. Each shelter type has its fixed upgrade path. Once the shelter type is determined, it cannot be changed in the future without specific means. Sui glanced at the information before him, gaining a rough understanding. The 3 shelter types corresponded to different styles, broadly categorized into disaster resistance, scientific research, and proactive work. Each of these corresponded to differing attitudes towards disaster, each with its unique advantages. Which one should I choose? Wait, I haven't even met the conditions for upgrading yet, so why am I contemplating this? These 3 corresponding building materials sound nothing like things found on Earth. I should focus on gathering them first. Sui chuckled bitterly, realizing that, given his current situation, he could only upgrade to whichever type of shelter he could gather materials for first. Lin Yu. Prepare for an exploration mission. Sui turned his head and opened the dispatch tasks for the day, locating the material collection exploration task, which would take 12 hours. Understood. Lin Yu nodded, grabbing 2 bottles of iced water and some rations before clearing away the clutter blocking the door to exit. It was now just past noon, and Lin Yu would not return until after midnight. After arranging Lin Yu, Sui looked at Lia that he initially intended to assign her a dispatch task as well, but considering her identity as an engineer, she did not seem particularly combat capable. Lia, Build a generator or something. Electrical energy is crucial for humanity. Having electricity would enable many possibilities. Lia shook her head. I cannot do that without specific materials and blueprints. Then, how about modifying our shelter to enhance its defenses? Sui inquired, and Leah nodded. I can perform simple repairs and reinforcements, but the enhancements will be limited. Whatever improvements you can make, do so. Sui was already satisfied. As long as the shelter was sufficiently sturdy to withstand risks, that was all that mattered. Let's get to work now. I'll assist you. By the way, keep the noise down. We don't want the neighbors to hear. Understood, boss. Leah nodded, picked up her toolkit, and began her tasks. She did not require Sui's assistance, instead focusing on measurements and planning within the room. Sui wandered about, wanting to help but finding no opportunity to contribute. Ultimately, he reclined back onto the bed, contemplating the path ahead. His mind was filled with thoughts regarding the shelter's upgrade, the allocation of talents, and the potential threats posed by Li Gu and others, as various ideas collided within Sui's mind. The room remained sweltering, yet fortunately, the refrigerator beside him continuously emitted a cool breeze, the refreshing sensation causing Sui's mind to grow heavy, and he soon drifted into slumber. Boss? Boss, wake up. Leah's gentle voice stirred Sui awake with a start. Rolling over from the bed. Outside, darkness had enveloped the world, and Sui suddenly realized, Leah, how long have I been asleep? 9 hours. Effective sleep can restore your mental state. Leah, did anything happen while I was sleeping? Was there any commotion outside? Boss, about an hour ago, a group of men came by, Leah reported quietly. It seems they attempted to push open our door but were unsuccessful. It must be Li Gu and his gang. Sui felt a rush of anxiety, instinctively glancing at the door. However, upon that glance, he was momentarily stunned. All the obstacles he had placed next to the door were gone, returned to their original positions in the room. The old wooden door, however, now bore an inner structure reinforced with steel bars, intricately woven and layered. The exterior remained a wooden door, but within it was a dense lattice of steel bars. On top of this metallic layer, there was an additional intricate layer of iron spikes, seemingly designed to prevent the wooden door from being pushed open. The entire door exuded a sense of weight and sharpness, providing Sui with immense reassurance. This was far superior to the cluttered door he had before. It was evidently difficult to breach from the outside. Did you do all of this? Sui looked at Leah, astonished as he inquired. Leah nodded. Yes, boss, but due to limited materials, this is all I could accomplish for now. Materials? Where did you acquire these materials? Sui suddenly realized that there were no iron items in their home. How had Leah procured these to modify the door? Could it be that this woman could conjure materials out of thin air? Chapter 11. The thugs have arrived, a grave crisis in the dead of night. Boss, I have explored the remaining 3 households on our level and found some usable materials from within, Leah explained, which made Sui realize an important point. It seemed that as long as he issued commands, individuals would find ways to accomplish the tasks at hand. For instance, Leah proactively searched the surrounding area of the shelter in hopes of locating suitable materials. Did you encounter any danger? Sui paused momentarily and reminded her, please be cautious. We cannot afford to take unnecessary risks. Thank you for your concern, boss. I ensured safety before exploring the surroundings, and I did not create any significant commotion, Leah replied. I initially intended to craft some lockpicks to gain access to our neighbors' doors, but upon venturing outside, I discovered their homes had already been forcibly breached. The other 3 rooms on this floor are uninhabited, with only some bloodstains remaining. It appears they were invaded from the outside. The interiors are quite chaotic, with food and water having been taken. I could only salvage some unwanted repair materials. Considering the plight of our neighbors, I made limited There, 5 spears, approximately 2 meters in length, were propped up. The spear shafts were made of common steel pipes, and the spearheads were welded with kitchen knives, meticulously polished to a gleaming shine. This is an excellent find. Sui's eyes brightened. These long weapons could provide a degree of resistance against thugs in the absence of firearms. Leah, you are truly capable. Thank you for the compliment, boss. By the way, did that group of people manage to break down the main door? Did they discover we were inside? Sui inquired, feeling a twinge of regret for having slept so soundly, missing all the commotion. It was not entirely Suyi's fault. The psychological strain he had endured during the 3 days of the apocalypse had been immense, especially after such prolonged pressure. Once he fell into a deep sleep, it was difficult to awaken. They shouldn't have noticed. Leah shook her head. I remembered your instructions and remained silent, using a soundproof welding tool. However, a normal wooden door cannot withstand their kind of battering. They will inevitably realize we are hiding here. Leah's analysis was astute. Exposure was only a matter of time. Before that, Sui needed to prepare more thoroughly. Understood. Sui took a deep breath, surveying the room. Many aspects had been intentionally modified. For instance, the windows had been reinforced with wooden insulation layers, the curtains had been thickened, and a rudimentary cooling device had been added outside the freezer. Leah's renovations not only prioritized the shelter's security but also considered comfort. No wonder I felt a bit cooler tonight. Leah, you've worked hard. Sui expressed his satisfaction. It's about. Let us have a meal first. Lin, you should be back shortly. Boss, I have already had dinner, please eat first, I still have some renovation work to complete. Leah rose, blending into the shadows of the room, leaving Sui to wonder what she was tinkering with now. Sui picked up some bread and iced water, eating while preparing to open the trading platform to check for any new items available for trade today. He had developed a habit of trading away any surplus iced water daily, maximizing the shelter's resource reserves. While browsing the interface, Sui noticed that one of the 5 primary requirements for upgrading the shelter had already been met. Successfully surveyed the adjacent available space required for shelter upgrade. Successful detection? Was this the reason Leah had searched the nearby houses? Sui pondered. If there are other shelters adjacent to ours, then we would have to eliminate them to meet the expansion requirements. After all, most modern residences are interconnected, and in situations where both parties possess shelters, natural conflicts over expansion would inevitably arise. It seems that even if some wish to avoid upgrading their shelters and do not want to stir trouble, others will come seeking to create problems for them. In the apocalypse, everyone desires strength. Upgrading shelters, I fear this process will lead many to perish at the hands of their own kind. Sui sighed. He could not alter the treacherous environment of disaster, he merely wished to protect himself. Opening the trading platform, Sui immediately searched for weapon trading orders. Weapons were still his most pressing need, and if possible, he hoped to acquire a firearm and some ammunition. I still have 6 bottles of iced water. That should enable me to procure some decent weapons, right? Sui swiftly searched for suitable orders and soon came across a weapon sale order posted by a shelter named Jinling Rescue Team. A wide variety of police weapons and equipment are available, exchangeable for usable medicines, food, and water. Interested parties, please submit your information. Note: do not inquire about my location, our shelter has a population limit, and we cannot accommodate too many survivors. No one can assist the weak at this time, you must rely on yourselves. This information was intriguing. The seller not only offered weapons but seemed to be aware of the inner workings of the shelters. It appears they are attempting to rescue more urban survivors but seem to have failed, Sui murmured. Is this the mechanism of the apocalypse game, disallowing humans from banding together? Forcing us to fight alone in this desolate world? Sui quickly submitted his iced water order and tentatively posed his query within the trading information. The response came swiftly: hello, iced water brother, I am very interested in your order. We can discuss the details further. During the negotiations, the counterpart did not pressure Sui on pricing, readily agreeing to his trading request. They also provided Sui with several key pieces of urban intelligence. Iced water brother, we currently know that humans possessing shelters cannot reside in other shelters. Furthermore, those who voluntarily abandon their shelters cannot be accommodated in our level 0 shelter due to population limits. We cannot provide more rescue assistance. We can only strive to offer food and weapon support while also considering our own survival. This game has disrupted humanity's innate ability to unite. However, we have not given up and are still searching for new methods to help more of our brethren. We hope that Iced Water Brother can do his utmost to assist those in need. Our people require more heroes to step forward in times of crisis. The individual seemed to represent an official entity, earnestly imploring Sui. This also made Sui aware that, even amidst turmoil, there remained a group actively seeking to rescue others, attempting to gather more individuals for mutual support. Yet, they had failed and were still searching for new strategies. "Thank you for the information. I will do my utmost to help the vulnerable." Suyi's reply felt insincere. He had no intention of doing so, but considering the generosity of the other party, he felt no harm in saying a few polite words. 6 bottles of iced water exchanged for 2 54-style handguns and 50 rounds of ammunition. That was truly a bargain. Sui marveled as he examined the handguns before him. Although they appeared somewhat outdated and the ammunition was limited, at least it facilitated an armed configuration of 1 firearm per person within the shelter. No matter the problems that arose, they would not need to worry excessively. "Leah, do you know how to shoot?" Sui lowered his voice, inquiring into the darkness where Leah resided. She soon poked her head out, illuminated by the moonlight seeping through the window gap, looking quite endearing. "Boss, I can use a gun, but my aim is average. Could you teach me? I've never fired a gun before." "Of course, boss." Leah obediently approached Sui, patiently guiding him on how to handle the firearm. The majority of the room was enveloped in darkness, with the young man and woman alone together, each able to sense the distinct essence of the opposite sex emanating from one another. In such close proximity, it was easy for a lonely man and woman to feel an undeniable spark. However, Sui was currently devoid of such distracting thoughts. He focused intently on learning, and Leah taught diligently. Though their bodies were pressed closely together, their hearts remained pure. 2 hours later, a series of heavy knocks suddenly erupted from outside the door. Due to the added steel reinforcements, the sound of the knocking was louder than usual. Leah's expression turned tense. She held her gun firmly, quickly turning to aim it at the main door. "Do not panic, it's Lin Yu returning," Sui reassured her, having recognized the rhythm of the knocking. He gestured for Leah to open the door. This iron door required a specific technique to open. Those unfamiliar with it could never force it open. Leah cautiously opened a gap in the door, confirming that it was indeed Lin Yu outside before fully opening it and allowing her to enter. This time, Lin Yu returned with numerous bags, placing the items on the ground before Sui and unveiling them. Inside was a dazzling array of electronic components and a handful of colorful banknotes. "Congratulations! You have successfully obtained 103 units of electronic components and 76 units of banknotes from this talent exploration. Exploration task completion score, perfect. You have gained 20 survival points. Lin Yu, well done." Sui could not suppress the smile on his face. This round of material collection was remarkably successful, directly fulfilling a necessary requirement for upgrading the shelter. It also yielded an additional 20 survival points, bringing Suyi's total to 30 points. However, this material collection task had only provided upgrade materials. No other supplies were included. Sui had now satisfied 4 out of the 5 prerequisites for upgrading the shelter, needing only to accumulate 100 survival points to elevate to a level 1 shelter. According to his earlier conversation with Leah, she informed him that upgrading to a level 1 laboratory-type shelter would restore the power system, allowing conditions to nearly mimic those before the disaster. After being tormented by darkness for several days, Sui desperately yearned for light, thus leaning towards the laboratory upgrade for the shelter. Upon hearing Suyi's praise, Lin Yu's expression remained grave. She looked at him and warned in a low voice, "Commander, on my way upstairs, I overheard that group preparing to conduct a search. It seems they plan to comb through the entire building tonight." Lin Yu's words caused a subtle shift in Suyi's expression. Before he could respond, a cacophony of noise erupted from the hallway outside. "Quick, bring all the gear. Tonight, we'll flush out all the survivors." Damn it, who would have thought that killing could also yield survival points? "Brotherly said to clear this floor tonight, and we'll deal with the adjacent buildings tomorrow and the day after. It won't be long until the entire city is ours. We are the emperors of Jinling. Ha ha, sticking with brotherly guarantees there will be meat to eat." The voices drew closer, soon converging at Suyi's door. "This is it, I sensed something was off with this place. I couldn't open this damn door. Brothers, break it down. If there are survivors, capture them. If not, loot the supplies." Suyi's expression darkened significantly. These thugs acted much faster than he had anticipated. Without any warning, they were launching a night raid. Chapter 12: A Midnight Gunfight, the Great Crisis of the Shelter. Just as Lin Yu relayed her message to Sui, the marauders had already gathered in the corridor outside. Sui barely had any time to react. He could hear the men outside thoroughly inspecting the floor, with faint sounds of the thugs emanating from the neighboring apartment. The traces I laid out here have vanished? Has someone been here? It seems something is missing. It must be that household that closed the door. I told you there was someone inside. Damn it, go find them, how dare they hide? With narrowed eyes, Sui glanced at Lin Yu, who subtly gestured for him and Leah to take cover in the far corner of the room. Sui nodded, cautiously positioning himself against the wall while Leah stood at his diagonal. Lin Yu crouched behind the freezer, all three armed and holding their breath, awaiting the enemy's arrival. Before long, a series of violent bangs echoed from outside. Bang, bang, bang. Come out, you inside. If you keep hiding, we'll kill you all. Damn it, how dare you play games with me? I knocked on your door on the first day, and you didn't even respond. Break down this door, get the hammer. Bang, boom. Accompanied by the marauders' shouts, the sound of splintering would fill the air. The old wooden door was no match for the assailants outside. Once the door shattered, beams of blinding flashlight pierced through the gaps in the iron bars, illuminating the interior. The flickering light allowed Sui to catch glimpses of shadowy figures shifting beyond the steel door. A rough estimate suggested there were at least 20 of them. The ranks of these thugs had swelled, and outnumbered. Sui dared not recklessly fire his weapon and reveal their position. Conversely, Lin Yu, exhibiting remarkable courage, decisively opened fire the instant the light flooded in. Da-da-day. A short burst of bullets erupted from the muzzle of her gun, and almost simultaneously, a sound of Poochie was heard from outside. Ah! They have guns, the people inside have guns. Damn it, I've been hit, Li Gu, I've been shot, I'm going to die. Hide, we need to hide, where are our guns, get them out and shoot. A cacophony of screams and chaos ensued outside, as Lin Yu's ambush effectively disrupted the thugs' arrogance. Impressive! Sui's eyes lit up as he gazed at Lin Yu, who remained hidden behind the freezer. He was acutely aware of the complexity with which Leah had reinforced the iron door. Although there were gaps between the bars, they were minimal. If Sui had attempted to shoot, his bullets would likely have been unable to penetrate the narrow openings, risking ricocheting and injuring his own team. Lin Yu's marksmanship was indeed exceptional, capable of achieving such precision with a fully automatic handgun. However, the thugs were not to be underestimated, and soon dark muzzles were pressed against the gaps of the iron door. Bang! Bang bang! The sharp crack of gunfire erupted in the darkness, bullets ricocheting chaotically within the room, shattering various items. The thugs were armed as well, likely having procured their weapons from online trading platforms. Kill them! Open fire! I'm out of bullets, damn it, do we know if anyone's dead? There's no movement inside. Smash down this damned door, take advantage of their weakness and claim their lives. The marauders outside clamored, having emptied a magazine in their frenzied assault. Just as they continued to batter the door, Sui noticed Lin Yu signaling to Li Yali nodded, revealing half her body from the wall's corner, aiming at the flashlight's direction by the door and firing 3 controlled shots. Bang! Bang, bang! One bullet missed, ricocheting off the iron door, while the other 2 clearly exited outside. Ah, damn it, there are still survivors inside. My brother's been shot, my brother's been hit. Li Gu, what do we do now? Fire! Keep firing! The thugs outside were thrown into disarray, hastily reloading their weapons and resuming their gunfire towards the interior. Yet, Leah had already returned to her position behind the wall. The thugs' bullets ricocheted within the room, failing to harm Sui and his companions. Lin Yu had strategically positioned them to account for stray bullets, ensuring their safety in the confined space, effectively shielding them from the enemy's fire. As soon as the thugs' barrage ceased, and the gunfire quieted, Lin Yu almost instantaneously exposed herself, unleashing 2 bursts of bullets towards the door. Da-day-day, da-day-day. Poochie, a Poochie. The sounds of bullets striking flesh echoed from outside, accompanied by the thugs' relentless screams. We can't remain targets at the door any longer. There's a sharpshooter inside. We can't overpower them, Li Gu, we need to retreat. Damn it, it's too risky, let us fall back upstairs. The marauders lacked the combat spirit of trained soldiers. After several counter. Amidst the clamor and cries, the disarrayed voices outside gradually faded away. Have they left? Sui whispered, but Lin Yu remained still, holding her breath. Suddenly, she revealed her arm and fired to the right. Accompanied by the eruption of gunfire, more screams erupted from the doorway. Damn! They spotted us. Run, quick, let us go, damn it! A new wave of chaos erupted outside, followed by a flurry of retreating footsteps. Cold sweat beaded on Suyi's forehead. These marauders were insidious. Even in such a dire situation, they still intended to ambush the occupants, waiting for them to relax under pressure before launching another surprise attack. Fortunately, Lin Yu was present, her combat acumen allowing her to see through the thugs' ambush. Commander, they've fled. Lin Yu swiftly approached Sui from behind the freezer, concern etched on her face. You're not injured, are you? I'm fine. Sui shook his head. He hadn't fired a single shot and had evaded detection, so he was certainly unharmed. Sui was not timid, rather, given the evening's limited visibility and his inexperience with firearms, he refrained from shooting indiscriminately, fearing he might hinder his teammates. His decision proved to be wise. These bandits, constrained by the terrain, were no match for Lin Yu alone. Commander, it seems we won't be able to sleep tonight. Lin Yu lowered her voice, analyzing the impending battle situation for Sui. The people outside, at least 5 of them were hit. They will most likely attempt to ambush us again in the dead of night. This iron door should hold them off, but if they possess breaching tools, we might be in trouble. Lin Yu's expression was grave, the thick scent of blood wafting in from outside corroborating her assessment. Having incurred significant losses, the thugs would undoubtedly seek revenge. Then let's counterattack. Leah whispered, proposing, Lin Yu, you're so formidable, let's take the initiative, disrupt their formation, and retreat while they are likely hiding in the corridor, waiting for us to emerge. We are still unaware of how many guns they possess, and besides, the commander mentioned they might have combat talents, which would complicate matters further. I'm not afraid of death, but I'm concerned that if I go out, I may not be able to eliminate them all. If I were to fall and a few enemies escaped, the commander would be in danger. Lin Yu's brow furrowed. She was the only combat unit in the shelter. Although Leah could wield a weapon, her combat experience paled in comparison to Lin Yu's. As for Sui, he was merely an ordinary person just days ago. While he could muster courage, he would only provide minimal combat effectiveness. It seems we have no choice but to adopt a delaying tactic. Leah glanced at Sui, whispering, Boss, we should keep Lin Yu in sight for the next few days. We'll wait for the enemy to strike, seeking a way to inflict pain upon them before we can break the deadlock. I'm afraid we don't have that much time to waste. Sui's expression darkened as he opened the city area chat channel, his eyes locking onto a shocking message. High-priced purchase. Grenades, flamethrowers, kerosene and other weaponry, negotiable supplies, those with items, promptly place orders. This was a recent request on the City's trading channel. The speaker was someone named Li Dashan's shelter, and Sui quickly deduced that this was the very group of marauders outside. They were seeking equipment to forcibly breach the door. These thugs were indeed unwilling to let this matter rest. According to Sui, such equipment was available for sale on the City's trading platforms. He had seen orders for grenades at the very least. This signified that the next wave of their assault would commence soon, and their methods would undoubtedly become more brutal, posing an even greater threat. Chapter 13 The only breakthrough, life and death on the line. If they could truly procure suitable equipment, no, it is almost certain they will acquire it. This group of marauders ventures out daily to scavenge for supplies and has been known to murder and pillage from their neighbors. Their reserves must be plentiful. As long as they are willing to pay a high price, they will undoubtedly succeed. If they were to wield such a devastating weapon, I fear that by tonight I may not survive. Sui's expression was one of deep distress, his eyes reflecting profound helplessness. He had done no wrong to anyone, merely staying at home each day, contemplating how to endure the apocalypse, yet he found himself entangled in such dire circumstances. Chief, Lin Yu, noticing the shift in Sui's demeanor, inquired softly, is the situation that dire? Indeed. Sui nodded, sharing. If they could endure until noon tomorrow, Sui would receive a new talent reward. According to the information provided about the talent, it would furnish Sui with the most pressing reward he needed. He would undoubtedly acquire something that could turn the tide. Linyu kept her head down in silence, while Leah glanced at Sui, then at Linyu, hesitating to speak. "Boss, I have a plan, but it carries some risk." "Speak quickly, I am all ears." Sui's eyes brightened, urgency compelling him to press for any potential solution. If they waited until the marauders procured equipment and attempted to block their entrance again, everything would be lost. The current refuge was merely an ordinary dwelling, utterly incapable of withstanding devastating weapons like flamethrowers or grenades. It may require Linyu to take a risk. Leah turned to Linyu, whispering, "Among the three of us, only Linyu possesses the strongest combat capability. Given that it is night, the external conditions are conducive for defense and stealth operations. If we can cover her exit, she can certainly draw the attention of the marauders. Should they dare to block the entrance again, Linyu could seize the opportunity to strike from outside, coordinating with us within to effectively repel their assault. However, there are significant challenges. 1. The marauders outside may be positioned with firearms, and upon opening the door, we might be unable to send Linyu out, inadvertently compromising our protective barrier. 2. While Linyu can utilize the cover of darkness to safeguard herself, if dawn breaks and she recklessly fires a weapon, she risks revealing her position. In such a confined building, evading detection from the enemy would be exceedingly difficult. If Linyu were to perish outside, we would not last long within these walls. Leah's analysis was comprehensive. Sui opened his mouth, ultimately letting out a sigh. Should he send a woman to her death alone? She was a comrade in their refuge. Lia's reasoning was the most coherent strategy he could conceive, and Sui could not envision a superior alternative. After all, the disparity in numbers between them and the marauders was overwhelming, rendering any feasible strategy elusive. "Let us proceed with this plan." Linyu suddenly spoke up, agreeing with Leah's proposal. "Chief, Leah is correct. If I go outside, I can gain more initiative and significantly delay those brigands." "You will die." Sui gazed at Linyu with a complex expression. "There is a high probability that you will not survive outside." "I fear not death, as long as it ensures the chief's survival." Linyu replied without hesitation, her eyes ablaze with determination. "Your life is of utmost importance. I shall do everything in my power to stall the enemy until noon." Sui fell silent. His innate sense of humanity told him that sending a woman to her demise was wrong. Yet, the instinct for survival urged him to accept this as the only course of action. Even if Linyu's perilous endeavor was likely to be in vain, it was preferable to the three of them remaining trapped within this room. Then there is one more question. How do we facilitate her exit? Leah looked toward Linyu, whose gaze shifted toward the window, her brow raised. "We shall use the window." "Are you capable of that?" "Absolutely, it is a fundamental skill for a soldier." Linyu replied confidently, even playfully winking at Leah. "For a soldier of Huaxia, scaling walls is second nature." "Linyu, this is not a training exercise. You lack a safety harness. Under current conditions, I cannot provide you with climbing gear." Leah's expression was grave. "You must climb without assistance, and I do not wish for you to fall. That would be a senseless end. Better to remain by the chief's side." "Rest assured, I will protect the chief." Linyu showed no signs of hesitation as she bent low, swiftly approaching the window, slightly drawing back the curtain, and rapidly dismantling the coverings on the doorframe before opening the window. A wave of heat surged into the room. Linyu secured a bottle of ice water to her waist and, with agile movements, leaped out of the window, her figure vanishing into the night. "Linyu!" Sui rushed to the window, leaning out to look. In the moonlight, he saw a lithe silhouette stepping onto the air conditioning unit, deftly maneuvering along the scalding water pipes on the exterior wall. Every surface she touched was searing hot. The scene was perilous. A single misstep could lead to her demise. The heat enveloped her, sapping her strength and moisture. "Boss, come back." Leah pulled Sui back from the window. "Be cautious of the entrance. If the enemy opens fire, you will be exposed. Trust in Linyu, this is our only path to survival." Leah dragged Sui back into the corner, her expression serious. "Chief, you must not be too soft-hearted. In extraordinary times, we must resort to extraordinary measures. Am I truly being soft-hearted? Sui lowered his head, a bitter smile curling his lips. If he were genuinely soft-hearted, he would not have remained silent while allowing the two of them to make decisions, permitting Linyu to undertake this fatal risk. Sui understood that this was the right course of action, yet humanity is endowed with conscience. He recognized that in this apocalypse, he needed to harden his heart, to learn to extinguish his compassion. But he was not a reborn character from a novel, unable to embody innate ruthlessness, yet, to survive, he had to proceed as such. Indeed, I have already done so. Sui murmured, his expression conflicted. If Linyu were to perish, I too would not survive until tomorrow noon. Sui's emotions were a tumultuous blend, and he could only continually reassure himself Linyu may not even be human. She could merely be a game construct created by that mysterious entity, perhaps just a replication of a human soldier, but was she truly not human? Sui pondered. The more he sought to comfort himself, the more he recalled the sense of security Linyu had provided him in recent days. Regardless of whether this woman was human, Sui knew he owed her a debt. Boss, this is the apocalypse, you must learn to be more ruthless. Leah pressed close to Sui, her gaze vigilant toward the doorway, her voice lowered. If you do not act thus, you will not be a competent leader. I am already learning, Sui mumbled, rubbing his forehead, a deep sigh escaping him. Leah, I have become quite cold-hearted. I simply may need a bit more time to fully adapt to. No matter how guilty he felt, he had still allowed Linyu to take the risk. He had already steeled himself, yet his conscience weighed heavily. The atmosphere in the room grew silent. Sui's expression gradually softened as he adjusted his mindset. Regardless of the outcome, at the very least, it is evident that those recruited exhibit a high level of loyalty to me. Sui inhaled deeply, silently wishing, I hope we can endure until noon tomorrow. In the oppressive environment of the apocalypse, having the time to reflect on one's conscience was a luxury. Time passed, though how long, he could not determine. Outside, silence reigned. The marauders seemed to have failed to procure equipment sufficient to breach the door, only muffled curses and the cries of the wounded echoed from above. Linyu's whereabouts remained unknown. There were no corpses below. From any misstep she might have taken. Sui was oblivious to her hiding place. Time trickled away. Soon, dawn broke. Sui fought to maintain his focus, and when he noticed the sky outside turning crimson, suddenly, tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. A rapid succession of gunfire erupted from the upper floor. Linyu had made her move. Chapter 14 Daylight Deathmatch. The grenade exploded. Sui jolted upright, hastily glancing up at the ceiling beside him. Leah tightened her grip on her pistol, nervously glancing towards the doorway. Soon, the sound of gunfire erupted from upstairs, accompanied by cries of anguish and furious curses. It's the window, over by the window. Damn it, it's a woman. Is she one of the residents from downstairs? I don't know. Li Ge, my brother is out of breath. He is dead. He is really dead. Shit, I don't want to wait any longer. What kind of useless strategist are you, Li Ge? Don't listen to him. Let us go take revenge now. One grenade is enough. Let us smash this bastard. How dare this filthy woman counterattack me? Wait, Li Ge, she has already appeared. There is probably no one left downstairs. She is just a single tenant. We can't waste a grenade on an empty room. I thought the resident downstairs was a man. When did it change to a woman? The chaotic sounds continued. They had indeed managed to acquire grenades. No wonder Linyu would suddenly open fire. She was drawing their attention, preventing them from coming downstairs to find Sui. Hush! Leah gestured for silence, her finger pressed to her lips, indicating that they must not make a sound. If the intruders discovered that there were still people downstairs, their fate would undoubtedly be sealed. In such confined quarters, both of them would surely bear the full brunt of a grenade explosion. As expected, mere minutes later, rustling noises echoed from outside the door. Sui's hair stood on end. Through a strategically placed mirror in the corner, he caught sight of a pair of eyes peering through the gap of the iron door. Someone was spying on the interior. That person pressed against the iron door, their eyes darting about like a malevolent spirit, sending chills down his spine. Moments later, a shout rang out from outside. Li Ge, there is no one downstairs, not a sound. But this iron door is locked tight. She seems to have avoided the main entrance. Indeed, that woman has come out. She climbed up the window to launch a surprise attack on us. Damn, is this filthy woman Spider-Man? Search the entire building, we must capture her. Motherfucker, Li Ge, if we catch her, hand her over to me. I want to avenge my brother. I will personally kill this woman. The sound of hurried footsteps I think you're the strongest, it's safe to follow you. Quit your nonsense, check the guns, and let the strategist carry the grenades. Are there enough bullets? That woman shot accurately last night. Don T. Be careless. Split into 2 teams, we'll search from the top floor, and you guys start from the first floor, we'll search towards the center together. Don't overlook any room, and check every window outside carefully. Remember what the strategist said, move quickly. Capture her. The upstairs thugs began to mobilize, and soon the hallway was filled with the sound of their footsteps. Sue bit down hard on his lip, his eyes flashing with cold hatred. These bastards, despite my innocence, are intent on killing me. Lin Yu, you must survive, for both his own safety and Lin Yu's. Sui desperately wished for her to remain unharmed. After approximately 10 minutes, another round of gunfire erupted from downstairs. Rat-a-tat-tat. Damn, that woman is on the second floor. The strategist is dead, the strategist is dead. Motherfucker, her aim is too precise, she shot him in the head. Which room on the second floor? Did we catch her? Sui heard Li Gu hurriedly descending from upstairs, shouting anxiously, what happened to my strategist? Li Gu, the strategist is gone, that woman is in the room to the right on the second floor. We searched this place before, and the door was left ajar. Shit, Lao Song, you useless bunch, you couldn't even protect the strategist, what are you standing around for? Don't you dare rush in and capture her. Li Gu, that woman is quite formidable. Her aim is too precise. The chaos downstairs was palpable, and Sui listened intently, but no new gunfire erupted. Clearly, the thugs were hesitant to rush into the room, inadvertently granting Lin Yu precious time to escape. They had failed to capture her. Damn it, there is no one in here, keep searching. Filthy woman, I want to dismember her, where are my grenades, give them to me. Li Gu, they are on the floor. Rat-a-tat-tat, rat-a-tat-tat. Another series of gunshots rang out, this time from the top floor. An unfortunate soul was shot down without even a warning. Li Gu was nearly driven to madness, racing up the stairs in pursuit, only to come up empty-handed again. You useless fools, hold her down. Hold her down until I get there. Li Gu was on the brink of fury, while his subordinates remained silent, seemingly terrified of him, yet, they also feared Lin Yu. The more they trembled, the greater their fear of her became. This woman was elusive, striking with lethal precision and vanishing without a trace the moment there was any hesitation. Capturing her became impossible. Moreover, she was cunning, completely avoiding Li Gu, targeting only those around him. Good, very good. Sui clenched his fists tightly, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. He remained oblivious to his own anxious murmurs. Lin Yu is doing splendidly, avoid any encounter with that Li, he surely possesses combat prowess. Boss, it's already 10:30 a.m. Li Yu whispered beside him, speaking almost in his ear to avoid detection from the thugs outside. Sui glanced at the wall clock, which had been damaged by stray bullets the previous night, barely able to discern the ticking hands. 2 more hours. Sui gritted his teeth. His only concern now was the effect of the talent reward. He was uncertain whether the talent would truly manifest, considering it was merely a level 0 shelter's talent reward. Even if it granted him something desperately needed, what if it proved futile? Or failed to resolve the current predicament, that would indeed spell certain doom. With no better options, Sui could only pray silently, his heart heavy with turmoil. If only my start had been better, if only these thugs weren't surrounding me. Sigh. Sui sighed deeply, lamenting that while the heavens bestowed upon him an SSS-level talent, they simultaneously surrounded him with a cadre of deranged thugs. Truly, fortune and misfortune are intertwined, an unspeakable semblance of fairness. Time trickled by, the gunfire from both sides continuing in a relentless cadence, fluctuating erratically, and now, even Sui could not ascertain Lin Yu's location. He had risked glancing out the window several times, yet saw no sign of her scaling the walls. Who knows how she managed to evade detection, like a specter, turning the modest residential building into her battlefield. However, Lin Yu was not invincible. She was engaged in guerrilla warfare, avoiding direct confrontations, striking and retreating. Throughout this process, Sui heard the thugs pass by his door multiple times. Li Gu even suspected at one point that Lin Yu had returned inside, attempting to forcibly break down the door, but thankfully, Li Yu's fortification skills were impressive, leaving Li Gu empty-handed, infuriated as he kicked the iron door several times. The standoff continued until the clock struck 12:20 p.m. Just as the new reward was on the verge of being issued, a thunderous explosion erupted from the rooftop. Boom! The entire floor trembled, and Sui lost his balance, seeing dust and debris cascading from the ceiling. It's a grenade! Lia's eyes widened in shock, nearly gasping. The enemy had deployed a grenade. They must have caught Lin Yu. Is she dead? Did she die? Sui gritted his teeth, scrambling to his feet, glancing at Lia, who silently shook her head. No one knew. At that moment, no one could ascertain Lin Yu's fate. After the explosion, the sounds of raucous laughter from men could be faintly heard from above. Ah, filthy woman, I couldn't blow you to bits. Li Gu is impressive. I thought our building was going to collapse. This old structure is quite durable, it didn't even fall. Where's that woman, where's her body? I don't know, it seems to have fallen. Quick, search everywhere. Even in death, I want to see the corpse, I want to desecrate her. Ha ha, Li Gu, is that really a proper desecration? Line up, I want in, I'll be second. The thugs' raucous laughter echoed, signifying that they believed victory was in their grasp. After a morning of relentless struggle, they were convinced they had finally slain that woman. Sui's body trembled uncontrollably, not from fear, but from rage. Lin Yu had fought desperately to buy time, and yet she was still dead? These bastards! Give me what I need most, you cannot deceive me, you were very clear. Sui closed his eyes, almost speaking to himself, his hands clenching until his knuckles turned white. I want the reward I need most. Give me what I need the most. I need to kill, right now, I need to kill. I want to slay these bastards. Congratulations, you have remained in the shelter for 24 hours. The stay time is recalibrated. Chapter 15, Sweep the entire building, leave no survivors. Congratulations, you have received a talent reward D-Class Combat Team card, consumable. As a line of clear text flickered before Sui's eyes, a golden card fell into his palm. This card was approximately the size of a bank card, entirely golden, with several vague silhouettes of soldiers etched upon it. At the top of the card, detailed information about the item was presented. D-Class Combat Team, : Consumable, upon use, can randomly summon a technological combat team of 3 to 6 members, each with a fixed strength of D-Class, and equipment that adapts based on the number of members. The effect of this item lasts for only 2 hours, after which the combat team will be recalled. Temporary summoning type, a minimum of 3 D-Class soldiers. Sui's eyes sparkled with excitement. The strength of D-Class soldiers had been vividly demonstrated through Lin Yu, nearly rivaling that of Special Forces. With at least a 3-member combat team, they would undoubtedly annihilate this group of thugs. Summon! Without hesitation, Sui chose to use the card, and a dazzling golden light enveloped him. When the golden light dissipated, 6 fully armed special soldiers stood at his side, ready for action. All of them were male, clad in camouflage uniforms, with combat boots on their feet, night vision goggles on their heads, grenades and navigational devices hanging from their waists, and wielding an array of black firearms of varying lengths. Each soldier exuded an air of resolute determination, radiating a trained, decisive aura. A mere glance allowed Sui to discern their clearly defined roles. There was a battlefield medic carrying a medical box, an assault 3 assault soldiers, 1 medic, 1 communications officer, and 1 sniper, a fully equipped 6-man combat team. Commander! The lead assault soldier saluted Sui, his masked face revealing only his eyes. In a steady voice, he requested, please issue the operational orders. What is our mission? Kill. Sui took a deep breath, pointing decisively towards the door. There are individuals within this building that pose a threat to our lives, eliminate them all. Understood. The soldiers responded in unison, we will ensure the completion of our mission. Beside them, Lia, shaken from her astonishment, quickly reminded, there's also a woman. Her name is Lin Yu, she's a soldier and under your command. We must rescue her. The soldiers turned their gaze towards Sui, who nodded affirmatively, yes. At your command. The lead soldier gestured, and the 6 soldiers split into 2 groups, deploying in different formations. The communications officer and sniper exited through the window, securing themselves with their harnesses, and swiftly ascended to the rooftop to establish a sniping position. The assault soldiers and medic prepared to toss smoke grenades as soon as Leah opened the iron door. Bang! The smoke erupted, and the outside was immediately filled with the panicked shouts of crouching thugs. "Ligue, the iron door is open. What the hell is this smoke?" Rat-a-tat-tat. A volley of bullets swept through, abruptly silencing the thugs' alarm. The male soldiers exchanged hand signals, moving silently into the smoke. Before long, rat-a-tat-tat, rat-a-tat-tat. The rhythmic gunfire erupted from outside the door. Each shot was followed by the thud of bodies hitting the ground, with scarcely a scream to be heard. This indicated that every enemy they encountered had little time to issue further warnings, meeting their demise swiftly and cleanly. As the soldiers began their sweep, the thugs' cries of alarm soon echoed. "It's the enemy, they're here again. Soldiers, oh my god, they are really soldiers. Is this the rescue team? Damn, they are killing our people. I surrender. I surrender, don't kill me. Damn, these are definitely not regular troops, they dare to attack ordinary people, fight back." The outside was filled with the chaotic sounds of panicked thugs, punctuated by the explosions of flashbangs and smoke grenades. Throughout, the gunfire never ceased. Sui also heard the sporadic reports of sniper fire from the distant rooftop. Bang, bang. Though infrequent, the sniper's shots were devastating, capable of penetrating almost any obstacle. Even enemies concealed behind cover could be dispatched with a single shot, unmasked by thermal imaging. Once the thugs were spotted by the sniper, they perished on the spot. There's a sniper outside. Take cover. Ligue, oh damn it, Ligue has been shot in the head by the sniper. Brothers, run. The clamor outside grew increasingly chaotic, evidently indicating that the 6 soldiers, through their coordinated efforts, were utterly overpowering the disorganized mob outside. Amidst the thugs' screams and panic, Sui did not hear any sounds of the soldiers faltering. He approached the window, looking down to see numerous bloodied thugs scattering from the building, their faces etched with terror. The sniper upstairs executed each one with precision, leaving a trail of bodies in mere moments, forcing the remaining survivors to retreat back into the building, facing the relentless scrutiny of submachine guns and rifles. Sui stood by the window, observing the scene with a cold detachment. A sense of discomfort stirred within him. It was his first encounter with death, and he felt unwell, yet, this discomfort was swiftly replaced by a thrill of vengeance. In just a few breaths, Sui's unease dissipated, leaving no trace of emotion. Have I already adapted? Sui mused internally, his expression remaining impassive, devoid of any joy. Linyu had yet to appear, and he still faced loss. In 2 hours, the combat team would be recalled. Overall, it seemed he had gained little, merely venting his frustration. The speed of the sweep was astonishingly swift. Before long, the communications officer's headset crackled with a report. "Commander, the threats have been neutralized. 5 captives have surrendered, with some individuals' identities still uncertain. Please advise, Commander." "I'll go take a look." Sui inhaled deeply, stepping out of the room with Leah. This marked his first step outside the shelter. Sui had no desire to leave the sanctuary unless absolutely necessary, yet circumstances had forced him to confront the thugs. Under the guidance of the communications officer, Sui and Leah made their way to the top floor. The corridor was strewn with corpses and blood, the acrid scent prompting Leah to cover her nose, while Sui, expressionless, continued to tread through the pools of blood. "Boss, aren't you going to cover your nose? The smell is unbearable." "No need, didn't you tell me to learn to be ruthless?" Sui glanced at Leah, forcing a smile. "I believe I need to adapt sooner rather than later. Such scenes may become more frequent in the future." Silently, Sui ascended to the top floor, where he found the area completely interconnected. The chaotic interior was rife with the stench of blood and unsanitary odors, trash littering the ground, and several headless corpses lay sprawled about. Inside, there were about 10 women huddled in the corner, their faces marked by sheer terror. "Commander." The rifleman overseeing the female captives saluted Sui, quietly reporting, "The resistors have all been eliminated. These women are unarmed and seem to have been captured by the thugs. Should we eliminate them as well?" "No need." Sui cast a glance at the despondent women, devoid of weapons or hope. He recognized some familiar faces, those of girls he had seen jogging on his way to work, the young mother from next door taking her daughter to school, and the cleaning lady from a nearby company. They were all victims of unspeakable horrors. What about the others? Sui redirected his gaze to the rifleman, who pointed towards the adjacent room. A few have surrendered and are being held there. No, I mean Linyu, the female soldier. Sui fixed his gaze on the rifleman. Have you found her? The search is ongoing, Commander. No results yet. The rifleman's response left Sui feeling disheartened. The longer it took to find her, the more he feared for her fate. If she had been caught in a grenade blast, her remains might be beyond recognition. Sui's mood darkened. He ignored the group of female captives and walked directly into the adjacent room, where he found the assault soldier guarding 3 terrified men. They crouched in fear, looking up at Sui as the assault soldier called him Commander. It's you! One man suddenly exclaimed, astonishment etched upon his face. You're Sui. You live downstairs. I knew I recognized you as a man living below. Sui scrutinized the man, furrowing his brow. You are the one with a daughter, right? Your surname is Zheng? Yes, that is me. I am old Zheng. The man eagerly nodded, a nervous smile spreading across his face as he attempted to inch closer to Sui, only to be halted by the gun barrel. The assault soldier's gaze was icy. Maintain your distance, do not approach the commander. Yes. Old Zheng retreated, his eyes pleading as he looked at Sui. Sui, we are neighbors, there's been a misunderstanding. Can you let him release me? Where is your wife and daughter? Sui asked coldly, his gaze unwavering. Old Zheng was momentarily taken aback, lowering his head. I don't know? They are right next door, aren't they? I saw them just earlier. A sardonic smile crept across Sui's lips. You can sell your wife and child, and I can hardly consider you a neighbor. It's not like that. Sui, I can't stand up to that Li guy. Old Zheng's face flushed with shame as he desperately tried to justify himself. To survive, you sold your wife and daughter. Sui observed him coolly. That's your family matter, but you attempted to kill me. Last night, you were among those attacking the door, weren't you? Old Zheng opened his mouth to refute but then sank into despair, lowering his head. Sui. I beg you, I really don't want to die. The blazing sun outside beat down on old Zheng's back, nearly causing him to faint from the heat, yet it could not dispel the terror gnawing at his heart. Who would have guessed that the unassuming young man living below could suddenly command such armed strength? Had he known Sui was so formidable, he would have allied himself with him instead of that Li fellow. And where is Li? Sui inquired, prompting one of the men to interject hurriedly. Boss, he is dead. That Li guy was shot in the head, I witnessed it myself. Whereas the body, he is not dead. Sui had yet to finish his question when old Zheng suddenly spoke up, drawing Sui's attention. What did you say? Sui turned to old Zheng, brow furrowed. How do you know he is not dead? He has an invulnerable body. Old Zheng looked up at Sui, gritting his teeth as he resolved to divulge the information. That guy is exceptionally strong. It is impossible to kill him, people have tried, but he always comes back to life. He was stabbed through the heart, and his head was severed, yet he still survived. This guy cannot be killed. The vanished corpse, a new crisis. There were always those who defied him, yet none could bring about his demise. Lao Zheng's betrayal rendered the expressions of the 2 men nearby peculiar. They had not anticipated that Lao Zheng would possess such audacity, so thoroughly betraying his brother without a hint of concern for the repercussions that might follow. Is that true? Sui furrowed his brow, directing a scrutinizing gaze at Lao Zheng, unable to believe that someone could have acquired such a terrifying ability. Resurrected from the dead, surely, that must be an SSS-level talent. In this apocalyptic world, it would render one nearly invincible, free from fear of any threats. Indeed. Lao Zheng gritted his teeth, his face shadowed with despair. I have no desire to live anymore. I refuse to endure this humiliation any longer. If you can kill him, that would be splendid, if not, just grant me a swift end. His demeanor did not suggest deceit. Sui fell silent, then issued a command: take Lao Zhang to identify the body. Retrieve the corpse of that man, namely, if the body cannot be found, locate someone who can. Understood. The assault soldier nodded, escorting Lao Zhang outside. The remaining medics and riflemen swapped positions, with the rifleman guarding the remaining captives and ensuring Sui's safety. Sui retained these two captives, intending to inquire further. Now, tell me about the misdeeds you committed alongside that man named Li. Sui cast a glance at the two captives and spoke with a measured tone. Disclose everything you know. Do not think of deceiving me. Lao Zhang is already indifferent to his life, and I will verify your words with him. Should I discover that you have lied, you shall accompany Lao Zhang on his journey? Sui's words evidently instilled a glimmer of hope for survival in the two men. They exchanged a glance, and one of them, gritting his teeth, spoke up. Boss, what do you wish to know? All of it. What have you done since the onset of the apocalypse? Sui surveyed the two captives, emphasizing his inquiry. Many thought that since it was the end of the world, they might as well comply with him. The man rambled on, prompting Sui to interrupt with a frown. What is the nature of Li's immortality? I do not know. The man's face reflected a flicker of fear as he shook his head in a daze. I indeed witnessed it. He had his head severed. There was a girl on the rooftop. When the apocalypse erupted, her boyfriend was present, reputed to be a formidable fighter. That fellow decapitated Lao Li, and then Lao Li. His head grew back before long, and he killed that man. That man's woman was subsequently played to death by Lao Li, after which no one dared defy him. Sui raised an eyebrow, coldly remarking, dared not, nor did they wish to, I presume. The man trembled, falling into a silence. Lao Li was indeed a formidable figure, employing a blend of coercion and reward, serving as both a deterrent and a benefactor to these men. In a world already fraught with anxiety, Lao Li's tactics led most men to willingly ally with him. Absent unforeseen circumstances, it seemed Lao Li's sanctuary would easily flourish. Since Lao Li's talent is immortality, what is your gift? Sui inquired coldly. The man paused, perplexed. Gift? What do you mean by that? Sui raised an eyebrow, silently appraising the man. This individual hardly appeared to be lying. Or perhaps, his talent necessitated concealment. Sui found himself unable to discern, while the man, under Sui's penetrating gaze, grew increasingly uneasy, hastily clarifying, Boss, you don't think we are also immortal like Lao Li, do you? We are merely human, mortal. A single blade would suffice to end us. Please, don't jest, and do not test it. We simply wish to survive. Many of our actions were born of desperation. If it comes to killing us, let it be the police to apprehend us, to investigate and judge. The man explained in a flurry, prompting Sui to interject suddenly, have you not returned to your own dwelling? Have you been with Brother Li all this time? Ah, yes, boss. The man blinked in realization, nodding in confusion. Lao Li forbade us from dispersing. He feared betrayal, insisting we remain under his watchful eye, even while sleeping. No wonder, Sui murmured, contemplating that the man named Li likely understood the existence of talents and feared the emergence of troublesome adversaries, thus compelling everyone to remain within his sight. Many had yet to unlock their abilities at the onset of the apocalypse, finding themselves ensnared by Li. This group of individuals without talents was indeed nothing more than ordinary folk. Silently, Sui summoned the data panel of the sanctuary within his mind, realizing there was no response. Thus, it can be conservatively estimated that only Li possesses a talent, while the three remaining individuals are likely devoid of any abilities. Sui pondered, the sole source of his present concern being Li's immortality. At that moment, the worst news arrived. The assault soldier and Lao Zhang returned with tidings, having scoured the upper and lower floors without discovering Li's body. This revelation tightened Sui's brow. The absence of a corpse signified that the man had already resurrected. A living potential adversary posed an immense threat. After all, Sui's 5 warriors were running low on time, barely an hour remaining. Once they were recalled, with Lin Yu's fate uncertain, the combat capability of Sui's sanctuary would plummet to a nadir. Contemplating this, a fresh sense of crisis surged within Sui. Secure these captives well, summon the communications soldier back, and let the sniper continue the search for Li's whereabouts. Sui frowned, swiftly issuing orders. Move all supplies from here downstairs. Everything that is edible or usable must be taken, leave not a single item behind. Also, notify Leah to reinforce her home, she is to utilize all the supplies from this building. But she has only 1 hour. With a single command, all but the sniper sprang into action. The 3 captives, now under guard, commenced laborious work, tirelessly transporting the provisions that Lee and his companions had painstakingly gathered over the past few days down to the ground floor. 7 large men busily carried the supplies, their pace commendable, yet Sui still found it lacking. He mentally counted down the time, pacing restlessly before the group of women in the inner room. Sui harbored no ulterior motives, he was merely calculating whether he could leverage these women to provide greater security for the sanctuary. They must have suffered greatly under Lee's torment, they should harbor a considerable hatred towards him, right? Sui pondered, resting his chin on his hand. If I can awaken the animosity buried within them, they might become my allies. After all, an enemy's enemy is a friend. He had yet to devise a strategy for engaging this group of women. His current focus was on maximizing available strength, uniting all to resist the resurrected threat posed by Lee. Just as Sui contemplated how to initiate a dialogue with the seemingly numb women, a new prompt materialized before him, leaving him momentarily stunned. Chapter 17. Destroy the shelter, inherit vast resources. Detected that you have stayed in another's shelter for over 30 minutes. The current shelter owner is not present and is in a defenseless state. Do you choose to occupy this shelter or destroy it? Occupy or destroy? Sui was momentarily taken aback, realizing he had unwittingly spent half an hour in this room, triggering a potential apocalyptic game mechanism. He recalled that the group of thugs had mentioned that killing could increase survival points. From this perspective, the apocalypse game not only brought forth terrifying natural disasters but also encouraged human slaughter. Since even the act of murder was incentivized, it was hardly surprising that mechanisms for destroying and occupying other shelters existed. According to what those captives revealed, this house originally belonged to Brother Lee, who then broke down the walls to create a larger living space. Sui narrowed his eyes, contemplating, if I proceed with this option now, will Brother Lee's shelter vanish, and will his talents still remain? The answer seemed self-evident, and without hesitation, Sui swiftly confirmed his choice. Destroy the current shelter. As Sui confirmed, a crimson light suddenly appeared before him. The women, in a state of panic, shrank further into the corners. They were afraid, dreading new tortures and upheavals. Sui had no time to tend to the emotions of these unfortunate women. He fixated on the red light, watching it spread rapidly, filling most of the room within mere breaths. Once the red light dissipated, Sui received new prompt messages. Congratulations, you have destroyed a level 0 shelter, earning a reward of 100 survival points. The current shelter owner will lose their shelter talent and all mechanisms of the apocalypse game. You now have a 30% chance to inherit items from the current shelter, with an inheritance rate of 20. Since this is your first shelter destruction, the inheritance probability is raised to 100. The inheritance rate is increased to 100. Do you confirm the inheritance? If you do not respond within 24 hours, it will be deemed a forfeiture of inheritance. A series of prompt messages filled Sui with elation. Indeed, by destroying the shelter, he has lost his resurrection talent. To them, this young man had seemed relatively normal, yet suddenly he was laughing maniacally. Well, at least he wasn't unattractive, letting him sleep with them wouldn't be a total disgrace. Just as the women struggled to reassure themselves in despair, Sui confirmed the new information. Confirm inheritance. Sui raised an eyebrow, he would not let any opportunity to enhance himself slip away. Though Brother Lee's shelter might not contain anything valuable, more is always better, and Sui had no qualms about that. Inheritance complete. The destroyed shelter contained 2,876 survival points, an E-grade bun-making machine, and 3 bottles of F-grade cooling liquid. You have perfectly inherited all of the aforementioned items. The items and survival points have automatically entered your shelter reserves, and you may retrieve them freely upon returning home. Ah! Sui was momentarily stunned, his eyes widening. That Lee fellow is surprisingly wealthy. How does he have over 2,000 points? Sui murmured, suddenly realizing he had miscalculated earlier. If killing and destroying shelters both yielded points, then Brotherly, as a thug, certainly would not be ignorant of this fact. This building housed 32 residents, implying at least 32 shelters. Aside from Brother Lee's and Sui's shelters, Brotherly could theoretically have accumulated at least 3,000 points by destroying the others in the past few days, adding in the points gained from killing. All things considered, Brotherly's total points could not possibly be less than 3,000. Moreover, the E-grade bun-making machine and F-grade cooling liquid were items Sui had seen in the survival point marketplace provided by the shelter. Their prices were not exorbitant, but their existence indicated that Brotherly was already aware of the utility of points and had begun to utilize them. So why did he leave behind so many points unused? Sui pondered, blinking. He could only surmise that Brotherly was aware of the possibility of upgrading shelters. He might have been saving points to level up or to purchase more expensive items. However, before he could amass sufficient points, Sui had now intercepted them, turning Brotherly's hard-earned survival points into his own. Such a bounty of points, I'm suddenly wealthy! Sui exclaimed, realizing he had also met the final point requirement to upgrade his shelter. With Brotherly's resurrection talent now gone, even if he were still alive, he posed little threat. At least on the surface, without Linyu present, Sui still had Leia by his side. 2 against 1, could they not prevail? Furthermore, Sui had no intention of recklessly venturing outside. As long as he had Leia continuously enhance the shelter's defenses, he could remain at home, growing stronger each day. In this way, Sui had little faith that a Brotherly without a shelter could pose any real danger to him. Hurry up! Sui picked up the walkie-talkie given by the communications soldier and commanded the soldiers transporting supplies in a stern voice, "We have less than half an hour left. Move faster. Additionally, leave 2 people to set up some traps at the entrance. Remember, the more, the better. Do not fear wasting resources, fully utilize your military skills to maximize the safety of the shelter." Sui intended to make the most of the soldiers in the final moments, ensuring the shelter was equipped with adequate countermeasures before their departure. "Yes, Commander." A clear response echoed through the walkie-talkie. Oddly enough, while the intercom system in the city police station had failed, these summoned soldiers still possessed a fully functional combat communication system. It seemed that the technological restrictions imposed by the Apocalypse game only targeted the technological systems originally possessed by Earth's humanity. The technological modules birthed from the shelter mechanisms were unaffected. "By the way, Commander, how should we deal with these captives?" The communication soldier inquired, seeking guidance. They seemed to understand they were about to leave and should not allow such threatening individuals to remain near the commander. "Commander, I request permission to execute these dangerous individuals to ensure your safety to the greatest extent." The communication soldier, holding the walkie-talkie, noticed the expressions of fear on the faces of the 3 captives laden with supplies, yet his gaze remained cold. He awaited Sui's command. After a brief silence, a muted response crackled through the walkie-talkie. Go ahead and kill them." "Yes, Commander." The communication soldier drew his pistol, aiming it at the captives' heads. Bang! Bang, bang! 3 gunshots rang out from downstairs, signifying the extinguishing of 3 lives. Sui felt little turmoil within. After the bloody battles of last night and today, his mindset had undergone a profound transformation. "Old Zhang, do not blame me." Sui murmured internally, "I too wish to survive. I must be resolute." Sui took a deep breath, calming his emotions, and glanced at the women before him. This presented a new dilemma that caused him some vexation. Should he kill them? Yet these women seemed to be unfortunate souls tormented by Brotherly. They had not harmed Sui, making it difficult for him to act decisively. He could be ruthless towards enemies, but his conscience still flickered when it came to the weak. "Perhaps I should just drive them away." Sui inhaled deeply, furrowing his brow as he made his decision. "I can spare their lives, but they cannot remain in this building. I must cleanse this place to ensure my own safety to the greatest extent." In this apocalypse, Sui trusted no one. He could afford to be merciful and refrain from killing, but he would never allow them to encroach too closely. Click. Sui reloaded his handgun, preparing to threaten the women to dress and vacate the building. Just then, a gentle voice called from behind him. Commander? Lin Yu. Sui was taken aback, instinctively turning around to see the bloodied Lin Yu leaning against the doorframe, smiling weakly at him. Commander, it's so good to see you alive. Chapter 18. Lin Yu's return. Upgrading the shelter. Lin Yu was covered in wounds, her body marked by the charred remnants of an explosion. Half of her face was a gruesome mess of flesh and blood, her clothes were in tatters, and the skin on her hands and arms had been seared away by intense heat, exposing pink flesh and blood vessels. Lin Yu. Sui rushed to her side, supporting her with urgency. It was a relief that Lin Yu was still alive, yet her condition seemed only marginally better than death. She appeared utterly devoid of combat capability, and Sui could even feel the bullet wounds from the explosion on her body, already soaked in blood. Commander, I'm fine. I can still breathe. Lin Yu paused, her voice weak and labored. Those bastards used grenades on me, but I managed to lure their leader into a trap. I noticed he seems immune to bullets. He is not human and can resurrect, so. Lin Yu lifted her head to look at Sui, a bloodstained smile breaking through her pain. I tied him up. And no matter what he grows back, I'll just keep chopping it off. His head, and his limbs. I thought, as long as I can hold on, I can wear him down. Just now, his head didn't grow back. It seems I've managed to exhaust him. You should be safe now. Before Lin Yu could finish her last words, she collapsed limply into Sui's embrace. Medic! Medic! Sui seized the radio, shouting frantically, "Get up here and save her, hurry!" Commander, I'm coming. The medic below quickly abandoned his supplies and rushed upstairs. He took Lin Yu from Sui's arms, laid her flat on the ground, and began to swiftly examine and treat her. Sui watched with a complex expression as Lin Yu lay on the ground receiving treatment. He had underestimated the loyalty of talent. Lin Yu discovered Li Ji's resurrection ability but still had no thoughts of fleeing. She fought with all her strength to hold Li Gu back. Though Lin Yu believed she had worn Li Gu down, it no longer mattered. Without his ability, Li Gu was undoubtedly dead after Lin Yu severed his head. Now, all Sui wanted was to heal Lin Yu as quickly as possible. A combat talent as loyal as her was invaluable to the shelter. Commander, I can't save her. The medic looked up, a hint of regret on his face. She has 7 bullet wounds and has been blasted by grenades. Her skin has been severely burned by the heat. She is critically dehydrated, has lost significant blood, and her internal organs are damaged. Surgery is necessary to save her, but I lack the conditions and medical supplies for the operation. Her survival until now must be due to sheer willpower. I estimate she will die before nightfall. The medic's report darkened Sui's expression. It was already afternoon, and only a few hours remained until night. Even if he hurriedly took Lin Yu to the nearest hospital for surgery and medical supplies, the medic wouldn't last that long. They were running out of time. I must save her. I remember there are medical supplies in the survival goods store. Sui gritted his teeth, signaling the medic to carry Lin Yu as they rushed home. Upon returning to the shelter, Li Yu noticed the gravely injured and unconscious Lin Yu and hurried over to assist. Li Yu wanted to ask Sui what happened, but he had already dashed into the house. Open the survival point store. As soon as Sui returned to the shelter, he called for the panel. A translucent display of data appeared before him. Indeed, humans could only perform these operations upon returning to their own shelters. Filter item categories, intelligently adjust purchase needs, medical supplies for severely injured combat talents. Having stayed home for several days, Sui had become quite familiar with the shelter panel, mastering many intricate details. In no time, the store's product information changed rapidly, revealing new items. A dazzling array of medical supplies appeared, most boasting extraordinary effects that could not be produced by human technology, but their prices were exorbitant. The cheapest medical item was priced at 500 survival points. Without hesitation, Sui made a selection and purchased immediately. For someone who had risked their life for him, he was generous, even if the individual might merely be a clone created by the shelter. Congratulations, you have successfully purchased C-grade medical consumable, Gene Enhancement Potion. Gene Enhancement Potion, C-grade medical consumable, when administered, can inject a new gene sequence into the target, capable of comprehensively treating most injuries and has a certain probability of optimizing the target's gene sequence, enhancing physical attributes. Purchase price, 1,000 survival points. A price of 1,000 points. Few could afford such a sum globally at this moment. Sui felt no regret, he directly purchased it and prepared to inject it into Lin Yu. As the emerald green liquid was pushed into Lin Yu's veins, her previously pallid face began to regain color, and her wounds visibly started to heal. Although Lin Yu remained in a state of unconsciousness, according to the medic's latest examination, her condition was gradually improving, and she was expected to awaken within a few hours. As long as she can be saved, Sui sighed with relief. Lin Yu had fought so hard, and he had no reason to neglect her. Moreover, the shelter would greatly need a combat talent like Lin Yu to sustain it in the long term. After ensuring Lin Yu was settled, Sui intended to raise new orders to the soldiers, but when he looked up, he noticed that the medic who had been standing before him had vanished. "Leah, where are the soldiers?" "They disappeared, boss." Leah continued to repair the iron door at the entrance, her head down as she replied, "Didn't you say so earlier?" "They were a temporary rescue force, they would vanish." "All right, the time has indeed come." Sui looked around, realizing they had left no communication devices behind, and all the equipment they brought had vanished. Even the traps he had set at the entrance were gone, erased from existence as if the entire world had wiped away any trace of their presence. "What a pity," Sui lamented, feeling a sense of loss. 6 fully armed Special Forces soldiers represented a formidable security force. Keeping them would have significantly increased the safety of the shelter. "Perhaps the level of my shelter is too low, and the talent rewards only granted me temporary usage rights. If the shelter level were higher, I might have more rewards for combat talents." Sui was eager to upgrade the shelter, but prudently, he first instructed Leah to clear the women from the upper floor. Of course, he would not be entirely heartless. He would leave them some clothing and food. However, these women could not remain on this floor. Sui aimed to maintain the internal security of the entire building, ensuring no strangers lingered. After Leah had driven the women away, she stayed downstairs, following Sui's instructions to modify the external entrance of the building while continually setting new traps in the corridor. Outside the window, the sky had unwittingly darkened. The crimson glow faded, replaced by a pitch-black night sky, with only the bright moonlight offering a glimmer of illumination to the night-dwelling humans. Sui opened the chat interface of the shelter, wishing to observe the day's intelligence and to discern whether the battle in the building had impacted the nearby populace. Sure enough, as soon as he opened the chat channel, he saw numerous discussions about the event. Honestly, it felt like watching a cop and robber film. The gunfire didn't stop from last night until this afternoon. I live in the building across, and I saw someone climbing outside like Spider-Man, dodging around and engaging in guerrilla tactics. What a shame my phone is broken. Otherwise, I would have recorded it for you all. I watched all day. It was quite a spectacle. A spectacle. Who knows how many people died? I could smell the stench of the dead from so far away. That building must be reeking. Ah, this is the apocalypse. Humans have begun to slaughter each other, utterly oblivious to the need for unity. Wait, are you really viewing this as an action movie? Don't you have any other thoughts? I heard many women walked out of that building, seemingly driven out. It seems that way. Damn, quick, let us go out and take one in. Dude, wait for me. Save the one with the biggest, but for me, I'm into that. The fierce battle that erupted in Sui's building had clearly caught the attention of some city survivors. However, the dominant discourse in the chat channel was not entirely fixated on this event. After all, the apocalypse had erupted for several days, and chaos and murder reigned throughout the city. The carnage in Sui's building was merely a ripple in the vast ocean, drawing the attention and discussion of nearby survivors. I don't see any new dangers, but it's certain that someone has set their sights on this building. Sui closed the chat box, muttering to himself, but given the display of force I exhibited during the day, no one should be foolish enough to come looking for trouble, right? If I can just buy a few more days of reward time, I can weather through the most challenging early days of the apocalypse. Taking a deep breath, Sui checked the curtains in his home, ensuring no disturbances would occur before he summoned the shelter panel. Check the conditions for upgrading the shelter. Congratulations, all 5 preconditions for upgrading have been met. You may now upgrade the shelter to level -1 experimental house or continue to wait for additional upgrade options. Begin the upgrade. Without hesitation, Sui executed the command. He had no time to deliberate. With only 3 upgrade options available, any choice would suffice. What mattered to him was not the type of shelter but whether the rewards post-upgrade were more substantial. Chapter 19 of the Dual Achievement Reward, The Awakening of the Bloodline. Congratulations, the conditions have been met, and the shelter is now commencing its upgrade. As the information before Sui transformed, waves of golden light emerged from the void, enveloping the entire room. Everything within the confines of the chamber was shrouded in this radiant golden glow, dazzling yet gentle on the eyes, rendering the specifics of the shelter's upgrade process elusive to Sui. After several breaths, the golden luminescence dissipated, restoring tranquility to the surroundings. Sui hastily surveyed the area, only to his disappointment, the shelter appeared unchanged, still resembling its previous state. It remained the house he inhabited, with no alterations in size, furnishings, or layout. Congratulations, your shelter has been upgraded to Level 1 Experimental House. You are granted additional space in the left, right, front, and rear adjacent areas of the shelter. The new area of the shelter will be 4 to 5 times larger than before. You may now freely remodel the adjacent spaces of your shelter by consuming resources and survival points, giving your shelter a complete makeover. The current shelter has unlocked the experimental technology tree, allowing you to allocate suitable talents and enhance the technological level of the shelter through resource consumption and survival points. Following a series of novel informational prompts, Sui suddenly comprehended, so this was merely an upgrade. The actual remodeling of the shelter still requires my personal involvement? He noticed an additional option for shelter remodeling in the module information before him. Upon clicking it, a wave of disorientation washed over Sui. He felt as if his soul were being extracted from his body, his perspective shifting to an aerial view, observing the entire shelter from above. All walls and obstacles became ethereal, and green markers dotted the floor, indicating the areas encompassing Sui's original house and the materials of his neighbors in all directions. The green zones spanned the entirety of the current floor, signifying that these spaces belonged to Sui's shelter. He was then presented with a series of construction options, enabling him to freely place new rooms within these green areas, break down walls, adjust the positions of load-bearing walls, or choose the colors of the rooms and purchase various decorations. This truly feels like a construction game. Sui's eyes widened in astonishment, sensing that the world had spiraled into madness. He felt as though he were engaged in a game akin to The Sims, experiencing an intricate and detailed shelter construction module, yet, he was undeniably a living human being, existing on Earth. How had his very survival begun to resemble a game? Sui was profoundly shaken. He refrained from immediately remodeling the shelter, opting instead to exit the construction interface to gather his thoughts and contemplate how best to adjust the newly upgraded shelter. Just as he exited the shelter crafting interface, a fresh wave of informational prompts enveloped him like a tide. Congratulations, the upgrade of your shelter is complete, and your shelter's talents have been enhanced. The talent Homebody's Haven has been improved. Homebody's Haven, : For every 24 hours spent in your shelter, you will randomly receive one of the most urgently needed survival rewards. The minimum reward will be of C-grade quality, excluding special rewards. Furthermore, the talent's reset time is now set to precisely noon. You have 1 hour of exemption time daily for outdoor activities, which will not affect the reward time calculation. The talent's effects will continue to upgrade after shelter enhancement. Congratulations! You are the first survivor in this city to upgrade a shelter, and you have received a special commendation, the Horn of the Pioneer. The Horn of the Pioneer, C-grade special item, applicable to any talent, adding the Pioneer trait. Pioneer trait effect, : In this perilous era, the most crucial quality of a brave pioneer is luck, and the holder of this trait often enjoys exceptional fortune. A special reward? Sui mused, stroking his chin, taken aback by the pleasant surprise. He had not anticipated being the first in the entire city to upgrade his shelter, let alone receiving an achievement akin to a game reward. As he contemplated the usage of this reward, yet another prompt materialized before him. Congratulations! You are the first survivor in the country to upgrade a shelter, and you have received a special commendation, the Awakening of the Bloodline. The Awakening of the Bloodline, A-grade special item, capable of summoning a unique talent with characteristics of this nation, possessing growth potential and high promise. Another special reward. Sui's eyes widened in disbelief. Not only was he the first in the city, but he had also achieved a nationwide milestone? A-grade talent, this is a windfall. Suyi's smile broadened, nearly splitting his face in two. To acquire an A-grade talent for free was likely to place him at the forefront of all shelters at this stage, yet, he simultaneously recognized a rather disheartening reality for the nation. With the apocalypse having unfolded for so many days, I am the only one to have upgraded a shelter. Others must be under immense survival pressure. Sui sighed, acknowledging that most of humanity's technological advancements had been restricted, leaving only low-end technologies and basic weaponry at their disposal. However, this was not a scenario reminiscent of a zombie apocalypse. Under the global heatwave, the very air had become an adversary. After all, even with firearms in hand, humanity could not simply shoot their way to halt the encroaching heat. The lack of many essential living technologies had stripped humanity of most effective means to combat the heat. Suyi's reflections did not linger long. He was acutely aware of his own ordinariness and lacked the grand vision to fret over the fate of humanity as a whole. Suyi's singular desire was to survive, to live well. The two special rewards from these achievements were stored within the shelter's data, allowing Sui to utilize them at will, just as he had when first unlocking his talents. Activate the awakening of the bloodline. As Sui invoked the reward, a golden light burst forth beside him, swiftly coalescing into a humanoid form. Before long, a woman clad in a white cheapao stood before Sui, her features exquisitely delicate, her complexion as fair as jade, and her slender eyebrows framing eyes as clear as autumn waters. "Sir," the woman spoke gently, bowing in greeting, exuding the grace of a character stepped out from classical poetry, her beauty captivating, and a subtle smile that felt like a gentle spring breeze. "What is your name?" Sui inquired, his gaze lingering on the woman, utterly entranced. He had not anticipated summoning such a stunning beauty. Her allure was breathtaking, leaving a lasting impression. "Sir, my name is Jiang Xiaozi," she replied softly, lowering her head. "As a person from Jiangnan, it is indeed a fortuitous encounter to meet you today." "A lovely name," Sui nodded, taking note of Jiang Xiaozi's tall stature and graceful curves. The white cheapao accentuated her slender waist, rendering her figure enchanting. The woman possessed an air of elegance, distinctly embodying the refined beauty of Eastern femininity, suggesting an extraordinary background. Yet, what captivated Sui most was the ancient jade pendant adorning her waist, intricately carved with complex patterns. The jade was circular, a vibrant green, emanating a faint glow perceptible to the naked eye. "Congratulations, you have acquired A-grade special talent, Jiang Xiaozi." An information prompt materialized before Sui, prompting him to open Jiang Xiaozi's data panel with a swift gesture. Upon glancing at it, his expression shifted dramatically. Chapter 20: The Extraordinary Traits of A-Class Special Talents. The strategist is in position. Name: Jiang Xiaozi. Age: 28 years. Type: a national fortune prodigy. Talent: grade A-class. Physical strength: 60. Neural reaction: 68. Endurance: 50. Mental will: 368. Self-healing immunity: 211. Talent traits: frowny face. National fortune bestowal: she possesses specific qualities of the Huashan nation, and being endowed with national fortune, the shelter she resides in will be impervious to apocalyptic derivative disasters. Filial piety first: for every resident over the age of 40 within the shelter, the exploration rewards and the probability of acquiring advanced talents will increase by 1%. The maximum enhancement cap is 100%. Long-term planning: any matters within the shelter that require strategy, tactics, research, traps, or defenses will not fail. Talent gifts: frowny face. Extensive friendships: she has a multitude of friends, providing a certain probability each month for the shelter to gain new talents. If no talents are recommended in a given month, the probability of recommending advanced talents in the next cycle will increase. Exceptional wisdom: she can effectively impart her knowledge and experience to others, significantly enhancing the skills and cognitive abilities of the residents through communication and guidance. The people's choice: her influence unites the residents of the shelter, fostering a collective spirit. Her presence greatly boosts morale and work efficiency, ensuring the smooth operation of the entire shelter. Value rating: 3568 points. Gasp! Sui couldn't help but take a sharp breath, repeatedly scrutinizing Jiang Xiaozi's talent data, confirming that he wasn't imagining things. This is utterly astonishing, Sui muttered, noting how Zhang Xiaozi's statistics far surpassed those of Lin Yu and Li Ye by several magnitudes. The staggering mental will of 368 and self-healing immunity of 211 did not shock Sui as much. They merely indicated that Zhang Xiaozi was not a combat-oriented talent. What truly left Sui in awe were her talent traits and gifts. 3 traits and 3 gifts, working in concert, rendered Zhang Xiaozi the epitome of an ideal domestic talent. The cumulative effects of her talents and traits can only be described as a collective enhancement buff. Most crucially, this extensive friendships trait means I won't have to worry about talent shortages anymore. A new talent every month, with a chance to snag an advanced one for free. Is this not akin to a buy one get n promotion? Sui grinned widely. The only aspect of Zhang Xiaozi's profile that left Sui feeling somewhat regretful was the trait, filial piety first. Its effectiveness hinges on having residence over the age of 40, and in an apocalyptic environment, both the elderly and the very young struggle to survive independently. To put it diplomatically, they are less suited for survival. To be blunt, they are burdens. The first wave of apocalyptic disasters was already harsh on the elderly, and future iterations could prove even more relentless, diminishing the survival odds for older individuals. An overabundance of such residents could simultaneously hinder the shelter's disaster resilience and developmental potential, but its effect is undeniably enticing. 3 types of benefits, potentially increasing effectiveness by up to 100%. Sui mused, awakening of the bloodline, can summon talents with local characteristics. That is indeed quite unique. After all, filial piety is paramount. It seems I should consider taking care of a few elderly folks when I have the chance. Sui contemplated, realizing that as long as he controlled the number of elderly residents, the effects of this talent trait would significantly benefit the shelter. Just as Sui pondered how to fully leverage Zhang Xiaozi's traits and gifts, a soft moan drifted from the bed behind him. Water. It was Lin Yu. She opened her eyes, awakening from her severe injuries. Her wounds nearly healed, yet she remained quite weak. Water is here, take your time drinking. Before Sui could react, Zhang Xiaozi had already brought water and was patiently and gently assisting Lin Yu in sipping it. Who are you? Lin Yu asked, a hint of confusion and wariness in her voice. Upon noticing Sui standing behind Zhang Xiaozi, she hoarsely inquired, Commander, is she a new member? Indeed, Sui affirmed, emphasizing, she is very important. From now on, you must heed her counsel regarding any matters at home, and I too shall comply. Zhang Xiaozi's attributes clearly indicated she was a strategist-type, domestic talent, endowed with considerable wisdom. It stood to reason that following her advice would be prudent. Even if a mistake were to occur, it would not be a concern, as Sui believed that if Zhang Xiaozi's wisdom could falter, he certainly would be unable to identify the problem. A leader must possess self-awareness to effectively utilize the talents of others. Very important. Lin Yu mulled over the term, struggling to rise with her weakened body. Comrade, I can manage myself. She hesitated to allow Zhang Xiaozi to care for her, yet Zhang Xiaozi gently pressed her back down, stating, you are injured, you must rest properly. Listen to her, take good care of yourself. Sui chimed in, pausing to emphasize, you are equally important. Do not neglect your health. I am also very important. Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback, glancing up at the man in the shadows, whose demeanor was gentle and warm. Our household has grown a bit stronger compared to a few days ago. There is a semblance of vitality, Sui remarked, addressing Zhang Xiaozi, including you and me. There are currently 4 individuals in the shelter: myself, you, Li Ye, and Lin Yu. Lin Yu is my first subordinate, a soldier of great loyalty. Li Ye is an engineer with valuable insights into modification and technological research. Additionally, I have just reviewed more information regarding talents and have delegated some operational authority of the shelter to you. Sui paused, his expression turning serious. Xiaozi, may I address you as such? The future of this shelter will rely heavily on you. I am not a particularly clever individual, and I hope you can use your wisdom to safeguard everyone. Understood. Zhang Xiaozi nodded softly, replying, I will, Sir. Lin Yu observed the two, and once their exchange concluded, she interjected, Commander, have all the enemies been eliminated? Sui nodded, yes, Commander, I seem to recall you still had some soldiers. Where are they? They have already departed. Sui replied with a wry smile, our shelter now consists of just 4 individuals, though it may increase in number in the future. By the way, Xiaozi, I moved the supplies from upstairs today but have yet to sort and organize them. I will leave that to you. Certainly, Sir. Zhang Xiaozi nodded and made her way towards the pile of supplies. Her gait was light and graceful, her movements enchanting and pleasing to behold. Lin Yu also took note of the room, which, though not initially cramped, was now filled to the brim with various supplies, from toilet paper and toothbrushes to food and drink. Everything was in abundance, completely filling the room and spilling out into the hallway. Gasp! Lin Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. Commander, did you rob someone? Indeed, we plundered our enemies, Sui chuckled, his spirits buoyed. With the external threats neutralized and the shelter's talent pool expanding, everything was progressing favorably. Even though the outside world remained a scorched apocalyptic wasteland, his shelter had begun to take shape, exhibiting a certain level of disaster resilience and security. The commander is truly remarkable. Lin Yu praised earnestly, to which Sui shook his head. I am not remarkable. Without your valiant efforts to hold off the enemies, we would have been in grave danger. This time, you are the one who deserves the credit, Commander. That was merely my duty. Lin Yu averted her gaze, a hint of bashfulness in her demeanor. Even the spirited girl had her shy moments. Protecting you is my responsibility. Indeed. Sui nodded with a smile, then asked, by the way, the healing items I used on you seem to have some probabilistic effects, possibly enhancing you. How do you feel now? How do I feel? Lin Yu shook her head. I'm not sure. I still feel somewhat weak, making it hard to assess accurately. Sui nodded and casually opened Lin Yu's profile to take a look. Chapter 21 Unveiling the Technological Tree. Embarking on a new life, Lin Yu's foundational attributes have all surpassed the remarkable threshold of 100 points, and she has also acquired a new talent trait. Seeking the mysteries, when assigned to exploration missions, she possesses a slight chance of obtaining additional resources. Furthermore, Lin Yu's talent level has ascended from D to C, and her combat rating has seen a modest increase. However, her physical condition has been marked as weak, indicating a necessary recovery period of 10 hours. It appears that the effects of this 1,000-point genetic serum are quite impressive, Sui mused inwardly, somewhat astonished. It has exceeded my expectations and can be deemed a worthwhile investment. Sui speculated that this could be attributed to Lin Yu's initially lower talent level, coupled with a fortunate encounter with the serum's enhancement probability. Speaking of luck, Sui recalled that he still had a special reward yet to be utilized, Frowny Face Horn of the Pioneer, which could bestow new traits upon a talent, potentially bringing good fortune. Although the specifics of its effectiveness were ambiguous, it was nonetheless a special reward. I currently have only 3 talents, whom should I bestow this upon? Sui pondered, considering that, logically, it should be given to Jiang Xiaozi, who had the highest tier. However, Jiang Xiaozi's traits and innate abilities were all fixed beneficial effects, and as she was primarily an administrative talent, her responsibilities within the shelter were not closely associated with the concept of luck. Even though her traits mentioned strategies and schemes, Sui had yet to encounter such matters and was uncertain if they required the enhancement of luck. Conversely, Lin Yu, who had consistently served as the combat mainstay for resource exploration, was indeed in need of luck, but if fortune favored her, the resources she procured would undoubtedly be more abundant. As for Leah, Sui dismissed the thought entirely. As a scientific researcher, what use did she have for good fortune at this stage? Scientific inquiry required a grounded approach. That it shall be Lin Yu who receives this, Sui concluded decisively without hesitation. While Lin Yu rested with her eyes closed, he accessed the shelter panel and applied the special reward to her. A flash of golden light enveloped Lin Yu, and a notification indicated that she had acquired the Horn of the Pioneer trait. Commander, it feels as though I've gained some new insights. Lin Yu suddenly opened her eyes, her expression one of confusion. Sui smiled reassuringly. Do not overthink it, simply rest well, you are our sole guardian at present. Understood, Lin Yu nodded obediently, settling back into bed to rest. Sui did not perceive the application of the special reward to Lin Yu as an act of wastefulness. He had no intention of hoarding this reward for a more suitable recipient in the future. After all, while the shelter's mechanics bore resemblance to a game, they were grounded in reality. Prudent accumulation is beneficial, yet mindlessly hoarding everything would only jeopardize one's safety. Some resources are meant to be utilized promptly, enjoy them while you can. The night was expansive and serene, with only the rhythmic sounds of Leah crafting safety equipment below, accompanied by Jiang Xiaozi's soft voice as she cataloged supplies. Sui accessed the shelter interface, finally finding the time to assess the day's acquisitions. Thanks to the advantages conferred by today's talent rewards, he had successfully vanquished the marauders, claiming the entire building. The supplies collected by Li Gu and his companions over the past days had fortuitously fallen into Sui's hands. Estimating in his mind, he concluded that if merely 4 individuals utilized these resources, they could sustain themselves comfortably for several months. After all, while other survivors in the city still fretted over food and water, Sui had already resumed the use of quality-of-life items such as toilet paper and toothbrushes. Moreover, he could indulge in smoking, and even found a few colorful magazines and comics among the supplies. Clearly, Li Gu and his companions were indiscriminate in their collection of resources, bringing in whatever they could find. While having an abundance of supplies was advantageous, it also had its drawbacks. There are too many supplies, the freezer storage is limited, and some food will undoubtedly spoil under high temperatures. Sui frowned. I must hasten to trade some perishable items for something new. By the way, how many survival points do I have left? Sui took a glance and discovered he had 1,806 survival points remaining. First, I should develop the vacant areas of the shelter. With the surplus points, perhaps I can acquire some better items. Opening the construction module of the shelter, Sui experienced that familiar sensation of being transported. His perspective soared to a bird's eye view, and this time he was not overwhelmed. He immediately began to scrutinize the overall structure of the shelter. The building was an aging residential complex, comprising 8 floors with 4 households per floor. Currently, Sui's shelter encompassed the entirety of the 6th floor, including the stairwells. Given the trend of shelter upgrades to expand outward, it was easy for Sui to predict that, with time, he would eventually occupy the entire building. Thus, my construction vision should be somewhat long-sighted, focusing on the entire building as the foundation for future development. At present, I cannot directly construct on the other floors, and therefore cannot establish defensive mechanisms on the first floor. Consequently, defenses should not be the primary objective, and they are rather costly. Sui glanced at the available construction options within the shelter. Basic defensive facilities such as iron doors, electric gates, barbed wire, and even wall-mounted guns, laser traps, and movable floors. The array was vast and diverse, rendering it impossible to examine thoroughly at a glance. However, without exception, the prices for these items were exorbitantly high. Even the simplest iron door required 100 survival points, although the benefits of constructing within the shelter included immediate installation, eliminating the need to gather building materials and engage in manual labor. Sui had no intention of making any purchases at this moment. He realized that the only viable defensive mechanism available for purchase was the iron door. However, Leah could construct iron doors herself. While they might not be as robust as those from the shelter's construction module, they would suffice for the time being. As for the other defensive modules, either the shelter level was insufficient, or prerequisites had to be met. Sui discovered that not only defensive modules and items, but also the majority of constructs available within a level 1 shelter, such as electrical systems, underfloor heating, central air conditioning, and chemical research labs, all required a prerequisite room known as the research room. Research room consumes 1,000 survival points to construct a level 1 research room, unlocking the technological tree system specific to the current shelter type, allowing for the development of further prerequisite technology modules. Understood, a technological tree is essential for advancing technology and directly acquiring more building materials for the shelter. Sui nodded. It makes perfect sense. I increasingly feel as though I am playing a game. This system is truly authentic, perfectly aligning with humanity's unique post-apocalyptic survival game. With no other options, Sui resigned himself to spend the hefty sum of 1,000 points to purchase the research room. Please select a location for the room. The available placement area is highlighted in purple. As the prompt illuminated before him, Sui noted that the area required for the research room was quite substantial. This single room occupied the entire area of a neighboring 2-bedroom apartment. The recently upgraded level 1 shelter was not small, yet this room alone consumed a third of the space. Truly, it deserves its status as the most crucial prerequisite structure. It certainly requires ample space. Sui sighed, contemplating briefly before opting to place it further inward, away from the stairwell. Given its significance, it must be well-protected. In the event of future threats to the building, ensuring the research room remained concealed from enemies was paramount. Congratulations! You have successfully placed the research room. Your shelter has now unlocked the technological tree system, upgrading the technology for the apocalypse, transforming into a better life. A better life, let me see just how splendid it can be. Sui rubbed his hands together, filled with anticipation as he opened the newly unlocked technological tree module on the shelter panel. Chapter 22: Upgrading the Technology Tree. The comfort of an air-conditioned room. As Sui opened the technology tree list, a plethora of technological projects sprawled before him. At the top of the list, it read, Experimental Room Sequence, beneath which lay various technological endeavors, such as Basic Power System, Autonomous Water Resource System, Basic Defense Measures Enhancement, Living Facilities Improvement Precursor, Research and Exploration Capability Enhancement, Agricultural Automation System, Medical Rescue Station, Air Purification System, Intelligent Surveillance Network, Waste Treatment Center, Central Air Conditioning Module. The sheer multitude of technological projects nearly overwhelmed Sui's senses. Even without delving into the detailed effects of these technological modules, merely glancing at their names allowed one to envision the transformative changes that would ensue if all these projects were activated within the shelter. Let me check the costs. Sui scrutinized the list, murmuring to himself, Power System 1000 survival points, Autonomous Water Resource System 1000 points, Waste Treatment Center 300 points. Central Air Conditioning Module 800 points? Goodness, they're all quite expensive. Sui gasped, looking at his remaining 800 survival points, a bitter smile spreading across his face. It seems that constructing the shelter is indeed a long and arduous journey. This is only a level 1 experimental room, and there are likely even pricier technological projects ahead. Sui pondered how to maximize the benefits from these 800 points. Central air conditioning is important, but for now, I can withstand the heat with ice water. The medical rescue station, it's decent, but not absolutely essential. I should probably illuminate the Research and Exploration Capability Enhancement module first. 500 points, but it promises the most immediate returns. Sui selected this project for a detailed review. Research and Exploration Capability Enhancement, consumes 500 points, dispatch engineers, scientists, and other research talents to conduct studies, requiring 10 hours. Upon successful completion, it can increase the shelter's exploration yield by 10% and accelerate the research speed of technology tree projects by 10%. Though these two 10% may seem modest, their cumulative effect could yield significant additional benefits. I'll go with this. With 300 points left, should I save them or take another look? Sui mused, his gaze involuntarily drifting towards the Waste Treatment Center project. Waste Treatment Center, consumes 300 points, dispatch engineers, scientists, and other research talents to conduct studies, requiring 12 hours, constructs fully automated domestic waste disposal equipment within the shelter, capable of harmlessly processing various types of waste. Exactly 300 points. Sui hesitated briefly but ultimately decided to purchase this project. He could no longer endure the foul odor permeating his home. Without the city's water supply, even flushing the toilet was impossible. He had to accumulate a pile of waste daily before using the nearly putrid water for disposal. Even so, he felt guilty about wasting water resources. Modern humanity has achieved civilization, making it intolerable to exist in unsanitary conditions. Waste breeds bacteria and poses a significant threat to human survival. Selected technology project, please dispatch suitable talents to the research room for study. Li Ya. Sui called for Li Ya, who was downstairs. She poked her head upstairs, inquiring with curiosity, Boss, did you call for me? How's the construction of the defense measures downstairs coming along? It's nearly done. In half an hour, the traps and the reinforcement of the entrance will be complete. Leah replied cheerfully, although this building is a bit old, the materials are quite sturdy. The original door was iron, so I didn't need to undertake any major renovations. Alright, once you're done for the day, make sure to rest well. We have major projects to tackle tomorrow. Sui nodded, informing Leah about the two technology projects under research. Upon hearing this, Leah's eyes lit up. Boss, there's no need to wait until tomorrow. I can start right now. Right now? Sui glanced out the window. It was already dark outside. It's past 11 p.m., it's too late, you should rest well. Sui did not wish to overburden his subordinate, but Leah was resolute. No. Boss, I can pull an all-nighter for the research. I promise to complete the task before tomorrow night, I can swear an oath. Leah's eagerness shone through her eyes, sparkling with fervor for scientific inquiry. Sui sighed, taken aback by Leah's hidden tenacity, despite her seemingly fragile demeanor. "Sir, I also support Miss Li in commencing her research now." Jiang Shaoxi interjected softly, offering her perspective of this as a critical moment. "Our lives depend on it. The sooner we enable Miss Li to contribute, the better we can ensure everyone's safety. Thus, we often cannot adhere too strictly to a normal schedule but must adapt according to circumstances." Jiang Shaoxi articulated her point delicately, to which Sui nodded in agreement. "Very well, let's proceed with this plan, though it will be hard on Leah." "It's no trouble at all, boss." Leah wiped the sweat from her forehead with one hand while gripping a wrench in the other, her smile radiant. "I relish these tasks." With that, Leah clarified the location of the research room before darting out. The research room was situated in what had once been the neighboring room. Sui had never seen it himself, and curiosity compelled him to follow. From the outside, the research room appeared similar to a regular residence, with an ordinary wooden door. However, upon opening the door, Sui found an array of peculiar research instruments within: high-powered microscopes, chemical workstations, precision cutting machines. There were numerous devices he had never encountered, let alone knew how to operate. Yet Leah was in her element, deftly manipulating the various research apparatuses, her expression one of sheer enjoyment. After observing for a brief moment, Sui chose not to intrude and quietly withdrew from the room. Upon returning to the main house, Sui sensed that he was the only idler within the shelter. Leah was busy renovating the building and developing technology tree projects. Jiang Shaoxi was occupied with inventory and classification of supplies, while also planning the shelter's future development. Even Linyu, who was resting, was a wounded hero, sleeping soundly without a care. Perhaps I should get some sleep too? Sui scratched his head, realizing he truly had little to occupy his time. Even if he wished to further improve the shelter, he lacked survival points, so he simply collapsed beside Linyu and closed his eyes, surrendering to slumber. When Sui next opened his eyes, he was greeted by a vivid red hue. The sky outside was already brightening, the scorching sun relentlessly tormenting every living being on the planet. Perhaps due to the resolution of the threat posed by the marauders, Sui found this sleep particularly deep and restorative. As he rolled out of bed, he noticed that Linyu had vanished. At that moment, Jiang Shaoxi approached from outside, carrying 2 steaming plates of fragrant dishes. "Sir, you're awake." Jiang Shaoxi greeted Sui with a smile. "Lunch is ready. Come and eat." "What time is it?" "In response to your inquiry, it is currently 12:10 p.m. I slept for so I figured some of the food in our supplies wasn't very durable, so I took the initiative to prepare this meal." Jiang Shaoxi explained gently. "You mentioned yesterday that I could handle these minor affairs without consulting you." "Indeed, that's correct. You did splendidly." Sui nodded, surveying his surroundings with a sense of wonder. Before he fell asleep, the entire house had been in disarray, filled with an oppressive heat and lingering foul odors. In the days following the apocalypse, Sui had lacked the motivation to clean, and neither Linyu nor Leah were particularly inclined towards housework. Yet now, after awakening, the entire house was immaculate, bright, and the stench had dissipated, replaced by a subtle, sweet fragrance. What astonished Sui even more was the noticeable drop in temperature. It felt pleasantly cool, around 30 degrees, considering that global temperatures were soaring to 70 degrees, such a temperature could almost be deemed wintry. "How is it so cool?" Sui murmured, his eyes scanning the room until he spotted the freezer, which Jiang Shaoxi had repositioned to the doorway. The lid was ajar, and an improvised device resembling a fan was continuously extracting the cold air from the freezer into the room. An air conditioner. Sui's eyes widened in disbelief. "Shaoxi, did you do this?" This was no longer merely a freezer. It was undoubtedly an air conditioner. Sui had contemplated creating something similar but had never gotten around to it. Instead, Jiang Shaoxi had taken care of these details. "It wasn't me. It was Miss Li." Jiang Shaoxi shook her head, not claiming credit. "She devised the apparatus to enhance your sleep quality. If it weren't for your instruction, Leah wouldn't have taken the initiative to create such things." Sui chuckled, recognizing Leah's nature as a rather passive researcher, typically inclined to follow orders rather than take independent action. In contrast, Jiang Shaoxi exhibited a proactive spirit, thoughtfully considering what actions to take and striving to execute them well. The transformed space before him was the best testament to her diligence. Just one night had passed, and as Sui sat at the dining table, surrounded by the bright and clean house, he momentarily felt as if he had returned to the days before the apocalypse. However, this fleeting reverie was soon interrupted by a new notification. Congratulations, your stay in the shelter has reached 24 hours, you have triggered a talent reward. Chapter 23, The Mastermind's Blueprint. You have received the talent reward C-Class Technological Weapon Infinite Barrage Rifle, High Sniper Model. As the notification appeared, a rifle materialized directly upon the dining table. Jiang Xiaozi's chopsticks momentarily paused, her beautiful eyes lowered, feigning ignorance as she resumed her elegant meal. Sui offered no explanation. Instead, he picked up the rifle and began to scrutinize it. Crafted from a lightweight, high-strength alloy, the gun's body gleamed with a cold metallic luster. Its lines were both simple and graceful, equipped with an intelligent sight and a silencer among other features. At the magazine section, there resided an energy conversion system that exuded a sense of futuristic technology. As Sui observed, the rifle's specifications materialized before his eyes. Weapon name: Infinite Barrage Rifle. Weapon grade: C-Class. Weapon traits: Frowny face, unlimited ammunition. It can fire an infinite number of gunpowder-based bullets, though caution is advised regarding the barrel's cooling. High-precision mid-range sniping. Within an 800-meter radius, it can be adjusted to a single-shot sniper mode for maximum power. Silencer: its firing sound is minimal, nearly imperceptible in non-enclosed spaces. Basic attributes: weight, approximately 4.6 kilograms, length 10-20 millimeters, barrel, 450 millimeters, adjustable stock, caliber, 5.56 millimeters, compatible with various caliber conversion kits, range: effective range of 800 meters, with a maximum range reaching up to 1,500 meters. Rate of fire: adjustable for single shot, 3-round burst, and fully automatic. In fully automatic mode, the rate of fire can reach 800 rounds per minute. Ammunition type: built-in infinite ammunition, requiring no reloading. Cannot utilize any other types of bullets. A rifle with infinite bullets, and it even has sniper capabilities? Sui's expression was somewhat nuanced. He felt as if he had stepped into a world of infinite possibilities. Even this contraption exists. A mysterious entity has truly concocted a localized doomsday game for Earth. A C-grade weapon, and the reward level has indeed increased by 1 tier. This may be related to the upgrade of my talent. But according to the talent mechanism, is it weapons that I currently lack? Sui pondered, resting his chin on his hand. If he were to analyze it seriously, the shelter presently had an adequate supply of food, water, and personnel, yet it was indeed lacking in weapons. With the firearms confiscated from the gang led by Brotherly, the entire shelter possessed merely 5 handguns, yet the ammunition had already dwindled to less than 100 rounds after yesterday's skirmish. Although it was possible to arm everyone with a handgun, the remaining ammunition reserves were insufficient to withstand more intense confrontations. So, the talent reward has conveniently bestowed upon me a rifle that doesn't require bullets? This is indeed a timely boon. However, since I seldom venture outside, the opportunities to utilize this rifle are rather limited. Sui lifted his gaze and inquired of Jiang Xiaozi, "Where is Linyu?" He intended to give this rifle to Linyu, as she was the shelter's primary explorer, and possessing this rifle would greatly enhance her safety in the field. "She has gone to inspect the corpses," Jiang Xiaozi replied softly. "She said she wanted to personally confirm whether yesterday's enemies were truly deceased. She should be back shortly." "Are you referring to the corpse of that fellow named Brotherly?" Sui mused. "Speaking of which, I forgot to ask her yesterday how she managed to delay for so long and how she captured Brotherly." This aspect piqued Sui's curiosity. During that period yesterday morning, the shelter was at its most perilous moment. Fortunately, Linyu had single-handedly drawn the attention of all the thugs, otherwise, both Sui and Liya would have been in grave danger. I inquired about it. Jiang Xiaozi set down her utensils and patiently elucidated for Sui. According to Miss Lin, she adeptly utilized the exterior walls of the buildings in various residences as cover during the battle. This was made possible because that group of enemies had previously broken in and opened most of the doors. Miss Lin took advantage of the exterior walls as passageways, capturing isolated enemies in different rooms, ensuring a one-on-one combat advantage for our side. thereby continuously weakening the enemy's living forces. Although Brother Lee employed grenades, Miss Lin managed to evade the damage, so she emerged unscathed. As for capturing Brother Lee, it was quite fortuitous. It is said that among the new warriors you brought, there is a sniper whose presence intimidated Brother Lee, diverting most of his attention. This allowed Miss Lin to seize the opportunity to ambush Brother Lee and successfully abduct him. Having sensed that Brother Lee seemed to possess regenerative abilities, Miss Lin specifically bound him to prevent his continuous revival. As for what transpired afterward, you are already aware. Zhang Xiaozi recounted the entire narrative, and Sui asked, "Did Lin Yu tell you all this?" "Yes, I felt it necessary to understand everyone in the shelter, so I engaged in preliminary discussions with them." Zhang Xiaozi nodded, expressing admiration. Miss Lin's combat abilities are truly outstanding, and her fighting spirit is commendable. She is a rare and excellent warrior. I share that sentiment. Sui concurred, having personally experienced the gunfight yesterday and deeply appreciating Lin Yu's significance. However, considering the need to avert a recurrence of yesterday's events, Zhang Xiaozi looked at Sui and suggested, "I recommend that you adjust the development direction of the shelter, focusing on strengthening the internal defense mechanisms." I was thinking along the same lines. Sui nodded, smiling. It seems we are on the same page. I was just about to assign this responsibility to Leah. No, that is insufficient. Zhang Xiaozi shook her head. In addition to the physical defense measures of the shelter, we need to construct a broader array of defensive strategies. Such as? Sui humbly inquired, "What good ideas do you have? Please feel free to share." "Residents, we need more allies." Zhang Xiaozi spoke softly. "I understand that you are wary of outsiders, as human nature is complex and unpredictable, and I fully appreciate that. However, setting aside this concern, population is a key factor in the shelter's strength. If we had a sufficiently large population, battles like yesterday's would not have been so perilous. The strength of Brother Lee's group primarily stemmed from their numbers. In fact, from what I learned afterward, Brother Lee did not possess exceptional management skills, he merely ruled his subordinates with brute force. These subordinates do not exhibit loyalty to him, only resentment and fear. Yet, despite that, Brother Lee retains a strong grip over them." Zhang Xiaozi paused, her expression serious as she pledged, "If you trust me, I can take charge of this matter, ensuring the highest possible loyalty from the new residents towards you. By uniting the strength of the masses, we will forge your shield and sword." Zhang Xiaozi spoke with utmost seriousness, clearly outlining her vision for the shelter's development. "You make a compelling argument." Sui pondered, furrowing his brow. He was seriously contemplating Zhang Xiaozi's words. Sui's nature is cautious, but he is not foolish. He can discern the unspoken implications behind Zhang Xiaozi's words. Given the current apocalyptic cycle of the world, the policy of remaining indoors is prudent. However, should a situation arise that necessitates unity and coexistence among the populace, a shelter that stands alone and weak will inevitably suffer. Furthermore, based on the mechanisms exhibited by the Doomsday Game, it is apparent that for humanity to survive better, shelters will inevitably engage in mutual absorption. Absorption will lead to an increase in population and resources, and population size itself is one of the prerequisites for survival. Even without considering the factors of the apocalyptic cycle, Sui must also take into account the potential threats posed by other shelters as they grow stronger. I have also hesitated. Compared to external populations, I am more inclined to gather more talented individuals as residents. Sui took a deep breath. Individuals like you, Lin Yu, and Liet are the true cornerstones of the shelter. Sir, we lack stable means to recruit talent. Zhang Xiaozi gazed at Sui, her tone remaining gentle. Thus, you must learn the art of persuasion. I will assist you. Sui met Zhang Xiaozi's beautiful gaze, feeling a sudden wave of emotion. So this is what it feels like to encounter a strategist, one cannot help but be swayed. Zhang Xiaozi's analysis was astute, and Sui found it impossible to refute. He nodded in agreement. Very well, I entrust this matter to you. However, since you can discern my character, you should understand that yes, sir, I know what to do. Zhang Xiaozi smiled. I will devise a comprehensive recruitment system and management plan for the shelter. I will do my utmost to create a secure identity for you. Jiang Xiaozi spoke mysteriously, piquing Su Yi's curiosity. What identity is the safest?
Jiang Xiaozi replied softly, the puppet master.
Ah, Commander, are you discussing something confidential?
The door was cautiously pushed open by Lin Yu, who peered inside, hesitant to enter. Both individuals within bore serious expressions, particularly the commander, whose demeanor conveyed a mix of astonishment and anticipation.
It's nothing, come in. Sui waved her in and asked, Lin Yu, how did the inspection of the corpses go? They haven't revived. He's truly dead.
Lin Yu smiled brightly, the body has begun to decompose, so I tossed him out of the building.
Sui nodded, handing the rifle in his hand to Lin Yu while explaining the basic information about it. Is this for me?
Lin Yu exclaimed in delight, her fingers caressing the rifle's body, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Soldiers have an instinctive love for their weapons, especially when it is a rifle with infinite ammunition, equipped with comprehensive functionalities to tackle numerous dangerous and complex battlefield scenarios. Yes, give your submachine gun to Xiaozi for self-defense.
Commander, that gun has very little ammunition left. Only 20 rounds. That will suffice.
Sui chuckled, if we are at the point where we need Xiaozi to confront enemies, it indicates that our demise is imminent.
You are right, Commander, I will never allow anyone to harm our team.
A resolute expression appeared on Lin Yu's delicate face as she gripped the rifle tightly, her heart brimming with newfound confidence in her strength. Indeed, Lin Yu had grown stronger, her combat power rating after recovery was 256 points, and with the rifle equipped, it soared to 456 points. This rifle had directly augmented her combat power by 200 points. According to Su Yi's estimates, Lin Yu's actual combat prowess now stood at the pinnacle level of an ordinary human, though stronger than Lin Yu could only be likened to superhumans from movies.
Then let us set forth.
Sui activated the dispatch task and noticed that the 3 daily refreshed dispatch tasks had all risen from D grade to C grade. Higher-level dispatch tasks would likely yield more abundant resources. Sui selected a dispatch task for collecting medicines and assigned it to Lin Yu. Currently, the most scarce resource in the shelter was indeed medicine. Lin Yu accepted the task, puffed out her chest, and saluted. Rest assured, Commander, I promise to complete the task. With that, Lin Yu took up her rifle and essential supplies, departing the shelter. The execution time for this task was 12 hours, meaning she would not return until evening.
The number of combat talents remains insufficient. Currently, there is only Lin Yu.
Sui lamented, with her absence, the safety level of the shelter will drop several tiers.
Sir, everything will turn out well.
Jiang Xiaozi reassured him, everything will come in due time.
Yes, by the way, please continue.
Sui glanced at Lin Yu's departing figure and turned his attention back to Jiang Xiaozi with keen interest. Please elaborate on your puppet master development plan. But Chapter 24 of The Urban Serial Killer, A New Crisis. After Lin Yu's departure, Sui engaged in extensive discussions with Jiang Xiaozi. Through her analysis and explanations, she crafted a tailored plan for Sui, dubbed the Mastermind Plan, which aimed to recruit more human survivors to serve the shelter. This plan involved establishing a management system centered around the talent units within the shelter, wherein appropriate talent units would regulate the survivors, suppressing adverse elements among them and guiding them to dedicate themselves more fervently to the shelter's cause. Sui would operate from behind the scenes, minimizing the survivors' opportunities to approach him, ensuring that only the most loyal talent units surrounded him. As long as we establish a robust management mechanism for the shelter, creating a pyramid system where the master is revered, talents are auxiliary, and survivors are the populace, we can guarantee your safety while also fostering the rapid development and expansion of the shelter, Jiang Xiaozi mused softly.
The so-called mastermind requires not to be involved in every matter personally.
One simply needs to issue commands and delegate tasks to others. When no one can reach you, your safety is inherently assured, thus, there is no need to fear the treachery of human hearts. Jiang Xiaozi's words caused Sui to ponder slightly. This system sounds somewhat familiar, is it not akin to that of an ancient emperor?
You may interpret it in such a manner, Jiang Xiaozi replied, her smile making Sui's heart race.
This woman was indeed intent on draping him in a metaphorical imperial robe, however, upon reflection, Jiang Shaoxi's assertions held merit. If one were to satisfy Suyi's cautious disposition while also considering the shelter's growth, this path appeared to be the only viable option.
Let us give it a try.
The future is unpredictable, Sui responded noncommittally, allowing Jiang Shaoxi to proceed with her arrangements along this line. I will ensure everything is in order, Jiang Shaoxi nodded, reminding him, Sir, your meal has grown cold.
Shall I heat it for you?
There's no need, we shall eat it as is, Sui waved his hand, feeling somewhat indulgent. Days into the apocalypse, most of the food in the city had spoiled, and even drinking water had turned foul. The majority of humanity faced a dire food and water shortage, unlike him, who could still savor delicacies reminiscent of the pre-apocalyptic world. Though it was merely a humble meal, Suyi's circumstances had already surpassed those of most survivors in the city. After enjoying his lunch, Jiang Shaoxi rose to clear the table and then took her leave, intending to continue organizing and planning the entire building. Given that Sui intended to establish his base here, she naturally bore the responsibility of managing the remaining details. In the afternoon, while Jiang Shaoxi busied herself with the organization of the building, Lin Yu ventured out to explore, and Li Ye remained engrossed in the research room, tinkering with the technological tree project. Sui found himself alone in the residential building with little to occupy his time. I must admit, this does evoke a sense of being an emperor, Sui mused as he reclined on his bed for a brief nap, relishing the coolness emanating from the refrigerator.
I merely issue commands while the talents execute them. This feeling is indeed rather pleasant.
In a state of blissful stupor after a hearty meal, Sui succumbed to slumber. When he awoke, it was already 3 in the afternoon. This idle time as a reclusive man was challenging to fill, especially without a computer or phone for entertainment, compelling Sui to seek new pursuits to pass the time.
Perhaps I should check the trading platform and see if I can procure some ammunition.
As Sui opened the shelter's information interface, he noticed a plethora of new rankings in today's shelter leaderboard module. In addition to the shelter level ranking, talent ranking, and exploration task ranking, there were now additional lists such as the shelter resource reserve ranking, only counting the earnings from dispatch tasks, the destruction of shelters, kills, ranking, the shelter equipment items ranking, only counting shelter equipment, and the survival points ranking. Numerous rankings sprawled before him, at least a dozen in total. Upon glancing at the details, Sui was astonished to discover that he held the top position in 5 of the rankings. First in the talent ranking, first in the level ranking, first in the exploration task ranking, first in the resource reserve ranking, and first in the equipment ranking.
Am I truly that formidable?
Sui blinked in disbelief, realizing for the first time how powerful his shelter had become. In less than a week since the onset of the apocalypse, he had astonishingly claimed the top spot in 5 categories. The more rankings one held, the better, for at the conclusion of this round of the apocalypse, a mysterious entity would bestow rewards based on leaderboard standings. Higher rankings naturally yielded better rewards, creating a snowball effect of tremendous advantages.
Let me examine the other rankings. Wow, the top kill count is rather outrageous.
Suyi's eyes widened as he saw that the top entry in the kill ranking displayed the alarming figure of 161 shelters destroyed. This leaderboard resembled a PK leaderboard from a game. Anyone who made it onto the list was undoubtedly a combat enthusiast. However, it was essential to remember that this was the real world. Although an apocalyptic game mechanism was in place, the lives taken were those of actual human beings. Destroying 161 shelters implied that this individual had killed at least 161 people, if not more. The apocalypse has only just begun, and this person has already claimed so many lives.
I find it hard to believe they only encountered enemies.
Sui murmured, this must be a serial killer, whether deriving pleasure from murder or seeking to accumulate survival points in this manner, which indicates that this individual poses a significant threat.
With heightened vigilance, Sui etched the name of the top killer into his memory. Little White Bear Shelter, an ostensibly adorable name, yet the actions associated with it were anything but charming.
What I see now is merely the city area leaderboard. I am still unaware of the nationwide or even global situation.
However, if this is a microcosm of a larger reality, and if Jinling City harbors such a serial killer, the conditions elsewhere are unlikely to be any better.
It truly is the apocalypse, with natural disasters rampant and human calamities in abundance. It is indeed challenging. Sui shook his head, simultaneously noticing his own ranking. He was placed at 688th in the kill leaderboard with a count of 1 shelter destroyed. This indicated that at least 50,000 individuals had destroyed other shelters, and this was merely the beginning.
This number would undoubtedly increase over time.
Let me check the points ranking. Oh dear, I am beyond the 100,000 mark, my exact position is not listed. Sui's eyes widened in disbelief, rolling them in frustration as he saw that after his expenditures, his survival points had dwindled to a mere 6. 6 points was indeed a paltry sum, but Sui found it hard to fathom that this would place him in such a dismal ranking.
Could it be that there are at least 100,000 survivors in the city who have mastered the art of acquiring points?
They either possess talent or have found alternative means to earn points.
Sui rested his chin in contemplation, glancing at the leading entry in the points ranking. Little White Bear Shelter, : Current points, 12, 620. Over 12,000 survival points. Considering possible expenditures, this individual's total points accumulation could very well exceed the 20,000 mark. This is an impressive figure. Based on the number of shelters destroyed, this person must have at least 16,000 points. Now that their ranking data does not reflect such a sum, it suggests they have spent some. Their capabilities should not be underestimated.
Sui furrowed his brow, troubled by the existence of such a serial killer in the city, especially without concrete signs of their whereabouts, which was truly vexing. Particularly for someone as cautious as Sui, he felt that familiar sense of oppression creeping back. The brief moment of ease he had experienced was swiftly erased, replaced once again by a pervasive sense of crisis looming over him. This individual possesses such a wealth of points yet has a shelter level of 0. This is the most perilous scenario.
Someone with so many points, surely they must be able to meet the conditions for upgrading a shelter?
It is improbable. They are undoubtedly suppressing their shelter's level intentionally. What other hidden cards do they possess? Where could this person possibly be? Surely they are not too close to me.
Chapter 25.
A sudden crisis, a brand new feature. My faith. The more Sui contemplated, the more alarmed he became. He silently and swiftly closed the leaderboard data, hurriedly logging into the trading platform to search for orders related to weapons and ammunition. After applying the filtering criteria, Sue was astonished to discover that the prices of relevant orders had skyrocketed several times today. Just 2 days prior, he had managed to procure 100 rounds of ammunition with merely a few bottles of ice water and some medications, yet today the sellers responded with, "The price is insufficient." The minimum offer demanded by the sellers was 10 bottles of ice water, in addition to either 20 pounds of storable food or 20 boxes of commonly used medications. Such a vast quantity of resources was required merely to exchange for 100 rounds of the most basic handgun ammunition. As for other types of ammunition, they were not for sale. Grenades were also off the table. Only handgun ammunition, handguns, and bulletproof vests were available for purchase. Sue inquired with several sellers and found that the prices were remarkably similar. It seemed that within a single day, this group had conspired to raise their prices in unison.
How strange, why have the prices surged so drastically?
Sue furrowed his brow, opening the city area chat channel, searching for keywords such as weapons and ammunition, and upon reviewing the chat logs, he indeed uncovered some clues. So annoying, the price of ammunition today is exorbitant, I can hardly afford it. I painstakingly gathered some resources to buy a gun for self-defense, yet I still fell short. I've heard that the recent surge in gunfights within the city is primarily due to the scramble for resources, and some have even resorted to deliberately slaughtering the weaker shelters. The sellers who possess firearms have decided to control the supply, unwilling to let humanity turn on itself. Nonsense, I don't believe that excuse, they clearly just want to hoard weapons.
That's not entirely true.
There are still good people. My neighbor from yesterday was rescued by a relief team, but unfortunately, their resources were limited and they couldn't save many.
People's hearts are hard to fathom in this apocalypse.
I increasingly feel that the post-apocalyptic world is no different from the pre-apocalyptic one.
Brother, what do you mean by that?
Think about it, before the apocalypse, I toiled for decades to afford a house, yet the prices kept rising, always just out of reach. Now, after the apocalypse, I struggle to gather resources to buy a gun for self-defense, and once again, I find myself just a step away from acquiring it.
Tell me honestly, is there really any difference between life before and after the apocalypse?
Has my situation changed at all? I'm still at the bottom of society.
Damn, so this apocalypse has been for nothing. The survivors in the city had been lamenting this issue the day before, but at that time, Suiyue was in the midst of a post-battle respite and had not noticed it immediately. Initially, during these apocalyptic days, the survivors had begun to adapt to using online trading platforms to facilitate mutual exchanges of urgently needed resources, thereby enhancing their overall chances of survival. There were even altruistic individuals distributing supplies for free or selling them at low prices to aid others. However, it was not long before the atmosphere of the trading market transformed. The altruists vanished, and low-priced goods disappeared, but whether it was drinking water, food, or even weapons and gear, the prices had multiplied several times over. The more essential the survival goods, the higher the price soared. Items like toilet paper, toothbrushes, and cigarettes, non-essential commodities, were surprisingly inexpensive, yet no one showed any interest. Everyone was now in a critical moment of survival, often facing hunger, so who cared about the quality of life? Suiyue found himself troubled by this predicament. The cost he had intended to use for trading was ice water, but now, it seemed that ice water was no longer deemed essential in the eyes of the city as survivors. After all, ice water was scarce, and currently, only Suiyue could produce it consistently, but even then, he could only manage 10 bottles a day. Even if he sold all 10 bottles, in the grand scheme of the city's demand, it would be akin to a drop in the ocean, utterly ineffective. People had already begun to regard ice water as a rare and luxurious resource, causing its demand to plummet dramatically. Could it be that I should trade near-expiry food for ammunition? Su pondered, attempting to communicate with the sellers, only to discover they were quite picky. Many perishable foods had low prices, nearly half that of storable food. How is it that within just a few days, everyone has become so shrewd? All they think about is profiting, huh? Fine, I want tea, buy anything. Suiyue decided to forego the transaction. He did not wish to suffer a loss, and since he already possessed a rifle with unlimited ammunition, his need for weapons and gear was not particularly urgent, thus he felt no compulsion. If these items were not dealt with promptly, allowing them to spoil would be a tremendous waste. It was utterly impossible to consume everything. The shelter housed only 4 individuals, yet the stockpile of supplies was sufficient for dozens to survive for a week. Even if Su permitted everyone to feast, they could not finish all this food. After all, aside from Su, the other 3 were women, and how much could women eat? The most gluttonous among them was Linyu. If I can't, I might as well buy some cigarettes. They are cheap, and I haven't smoked in several days. Su mused, feeling that this inclination was still somewhat wasteful. While others were preoccupied with the fear of starvation, he was already contemplating whether to stock up on a few packs of cigarettes to satisfy his mental cravings. Just as Su was deliberating on what to purchase, a cacophony of voices suddenly erupted from downstairs. It sounded as though a crowd had gathered below. What is going on? Suiyue was taken aback, rushing to the window and parting the curtain slightly to look down. He spotted a group of women standing below, the same women he had expelled the day before, who were originally residents of the building. Returned? Su frowned, his gaze catching sight of Linyu among the crowd of women. She stood there, gun in hand, seemingly trying to calm them, before turning to approach the residential building, using the special method taught by Leah to unlock the door. Moments later, the sound of Linyu ascending the stairs echoed in the corridor. Simultaneously, a new notification appeared before Su's eyes. Attention, your dispatch talent unit Linyu has triggered a special event and returned to the shelter early. Triggered a special event and returned early? Su raised an eyebrow, murmuring, is this yet another new mechanism? Will an early return affect the quantity of resources gathered during exploration? Su was uncertain. He still did not fully comprehend the mechanics of dispatching for exploration. Judging from Linyu's actions of bringing this group of women back, it seemed that the dispatch task functioned similarly to survivors searching for resources outside, where dispatch talents would seek out supplies within a certain range without requiring human effort. Before long, Linyu pushed open the door, standing before Su. Commander! Linyu's voice was crisp as she saluted Su. It's not yet dark, why are you back early? Su observed Linyu calmly. Did something happen? Yes, she stated that our shelter needed more fresh blood. She did not specify who should be brought back, so, seeing their plight, Commander, I apologize. Linyu's head hung low,
her confidence waning as she continued, I will let them go right away.
There's no need for that. Su waved his hand, letting out a slight sigh.
It appeared that Jiang Shaozi was astute, having contemplated the development of the shelter since the previous night, and was confident in successfully persuading him today. Simultaneously, Jiang Shaozi had discerned Lin Yu's character. While Lin Yu was a talent unit of the shelter, to Su, she was just as human as anyone else. He repeatedly believed that these talents were essentially no different from humans, and Lin Yu's background as a soldier in Huaxia further reinforced this notion. From this perspective, Lin Yu was entirely capable of stepping forward to aid the vulnerable. The willingness to sacrifice and protect the people, these 8 words epitomized Huaxia's soldiers. She had acted accordingly, and Su could not reprimand her. Every talent possessed their own unique traits. Had Jiang Shaozi not mentioned her thoughts at noon, Su would have merely instructed Lin Yu to expel the women again. However, the situation had now changed.
Go find Jiang Shaozi.
Su turned away, drawing the curtains closed, and softly remarked, she will handle these women properly.
Commander, will we kill them?
Lin Yu asked, her voice tinged with anxiety as she gripped her rifle tightly. Su noticed her nervousness and couldn't help but chuckle.
Lin Yu, if I were to order you to kill them, would you comply? Commander, I don't know.
Lin Yu suddenly panicked, her wide eyes filled with disbelief as she stared at Su, unable to comprehend that the person she pledged her loyalty to could be a ruthless tyrant.
Can you pull the trigger? Military orders are absolute.
Lin Yu stiffened, murmuring, I would die to atone. She could not accept the possibility of firing upon innocent individuals. It contradicted her principles as a soldier.
You appear quite conflicted.
Su smiled, I would not issue such an order now. Go find Jiang Shaozi, she will take in these women and know how to arrange things.
Commander, You consented.
Lin Yu exclaimed in surprise, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Su, her expression one of astonishment.
Do I come across as a murderer?
Su inquired, bemused at her reaction. Lin Yu opened her mouth and vigorously shook her head. No, you are not, you are the greatest leader in my eyes. To extend a helping hand to the innocent even in the direst of circumstances, such actions resonated deeply with Huaxia's soldiers.
Enough of that.
I'm not great, I have my own plans. Su waved his hand dismissively, he was not as admirable as Lin Yu portrayed him. The shelter currently had an abundance of resources. Rather than waste them, it would be better to have more people to work. Raising a group of men would be less beneficial than nurturing a group of women, as they posed a lower threat in unpredictability.
Go on, find Jiang Shaozi.
Yes,
Commander.
Lin Yu, filled with excitement, turned to leave, eager to share the good news with the unfortunate women downstairs.
Does this count as manipulation?
Su mused to himself, gazing out the window. However, at least I can provide them with safety. It can only be seen as mutually beneficial. Then again, perhaps I'm not entirely wicked, the apocalypse hasn't completely changed me. Before Su's musings could conclude, a new notification popped up before him.
Congratulations!
You have successfully completed the special event for the dispatched task. Your talent unit Lin Yu has received significant encouragement and gained the new talent trait My Faith.
My Faith, talent trait.
She has received sufficient motivation, her loyalty to the person she serves has strengthened her faith and aspirations, granting her the opportunity to advance to a higher tier of talent. Chapter 26.
What a cunning woman! Sui was taken aback, a glimmer of delight illuminating his expression. Is there still an unexpected surprise? A special event, akin to the completion of a task, and could there be a reward? Have I satisfied the spiritual needs of the talented, thereby facilitating their remarkable growth? Well, it seems I have profited from this. Sui beamed with joy. Not only had he acquired a group of laborers without cost, but he had also fostered Lin Yu's development. As the sole military force of the shelter, Sui naturally wished for her to grow ever stronger. Currently, Lin Yu is at a C-grade tier. If she can further enhance her abilities, she might break through to a B-grade, right? I'm truly looking forward to it, though I am uncertain when this trait will manifest its effects. Sui gazed out of the building. Li Jia, do you think he will agree to let us go home?
Outside the building, among a dozen women, a girl in her early 20s timidly spoke up. Her delicate face was pallid, a shocking deep crimson mark encircling her neck, and her tattered clothing hung in disarray. Even under the oppressive heat of the blazing sun, she desperately tugged at her ragged garments, striving to cover more of her skin. She was engulfed in fear, so profound that she felt chilled amidst the sweltering temperature.
Perhaps, I don't know.
A weary woman in her 40s glanced at her companions and gently embraced the girl, soothingly murmuring, "Do not be afraid.
That young man does not seem like a villain.
He drove away that gang of scoundrels, making him our savior. Regardless of whether he permits us to return home, at least he has not harmed us."
It is a pity about Xiao Wang. If only she were still alive. Li Jie inhaled deeply, her expression somber. The girl in her arms couldn't hold back her sobs, tears streaming down her cheeks, and the surrounding women bore expressions of deep-seated resentment. "If he doesn't allow us to enter, where will we go?"
One voice broke the silence, filled with despair and resignation.
"I don't know." A girl shook her head, her eyes reflecting profound uncertainty.
"Perhaps, we might truly perish." They had already attempted to escape.
Since being driven away yesterday, they had witnessed the chaos of the outside world. All that lay beyond was the relentless heat and ruthless thugs, with countless dark eyes fixated upon them. They had merely spent one night huddled together at the subway station, and already 3 women were missing. 3 women had vanished innocently into the night, and no one knew what fate had befallen them. The remaining women were too terrified to linger at the subway station, yet stepping into the daylight brought them face to face with a sun so scorching it nearly made one faint, leaving them utterly directionless. With hearts laden with fear and unease, they wandered aimlessly. Unbeknownst to them, the women soon found themselves back near the residential building, only to encounter a group of men out searching for supplies, who promptly surrounded them. These men attempted to forcibly abduct the women, and should they be taken, they might face a fate of enslavement. In that desperate moment, Lin Yu appeared, driving away the thugs and leading them back to the residential building. The girl with the rifle declared that her commander might be inclined to shelter them. Commander, this title evoked a sense of unbidden reassurance. This girl was evidently a soldier, and her commander would likely possess a similar sense of security. The women were left to ponder in their hearts, filled with confusion. "She's coming, she's out,"
one woman suddenly exclaimed, prompting the girls to lift their heads, witnessing the building's entrance swing open. Lin Yu emerged, rifle slung over her shoulder, her face a mask of seriousness. The girls noticed a beautiful woman clad in a qipao standing in front of Lin Yu, as if she were leading the way.
"You must be the new friends Lin Yu brought back?"
Jiang Xiaozi's voice was gentle as she approached, naturally taking Li Jie's hands in hers.
"Are you Li Jie?
I've heard Lin Yu speak of you. You have been caring for the girls, truly a remarkable sister."
Li Jie was momentarily stunned, at a loss for words.
"Fortunately, you faced no dangers along the way, and you have finally returned."
Jiang Xiaozi pulled Li Jie closer while beckoning the girls. "What are you waiting for? Come, let us return home together."
"Home," a girl timidly spoke from the crowd. "Will that man not chase us away again? He seemed to not welcome us yesterday."
"Are you referring to Mr. Su?"
Jiang Xiaozi turned to the girl, explaining softly, "He made you leave yesterday out of concern that there were still hidden thugs in the building, to eliminate the threats within our home."
"Indeed, Mr.Su was compelled to make you endure a night outside.
However, it has now been confirmed that there is no danger in this building, so Mr.Su sent Lin Yu to find you as soon as dawn broke. To be fair, this situation was indeed improper on Mr. Su's part, and I must apologize on his behalf to all the sisters." Jiang Xiaozi's sincerity shone through, her stunning face adorned with regret. Lin Yu felt a twinge of discomfort at the side. She was unaccustomed to playing a role in a web of deception. Although Jiang Xiaozi's explanation felt somewhat contrived, in this chaotic and dark world, even the most far-fetched of reasons could be accepted.
As long as they could survive. Is that true?
Li Jie asked, a glimmer of hope in her eyes as she gazed at Jiang Xiaozi.
"You are truly good people.
When those soldiers showed up and vanquished that gang of scoundrels, I knew you were good people. And among you, there are only girls, with only Su, yes, Mr.
Su, being the soul man.
A man who can be followed by you must certainly not be a villain." Li Jie spoke with a hint of disarray, her heart brimming with excitement. Returning to their former sanctuary, free from fear, was a primal instinct for survival shared by all humanity.
Come, let us return, I have prepared food and water for you. Zhang Xiaozi paused, smiling softly. You can also take a bath.
In this weather, it's like a ready-made hot shower.
A bath, the women's eyes sparkled. It had been days since they had last bathed. Ever since that gang had taken over the entire building, they had endured daily torment, subsisting on the meager leftovers of those men. Delicious food and a hot shower, but while they had experienced these just a week ago, they now felt as if they belonged to a distant past. All right, let's go home.
Li Jie nodded vigorously, leading her sisters to follow Zhang Xiaozi into the building.
Lin Yu observed from the side, her gaze lingering on Zhang Xiaozi. Lin Yu murmured, no wonder the commander values her, she truly is a cunning woman, mm. Zhang Xiaozi turned back, Miss Lin, what are you saying? Ah, nothing. Lin Yu quickly waved her hands, just a figment of my imagination. I said nothing at all. Is that so? Perhaps I am just a bit fatigued.
Zhang Xiaozi smiled and turned back, causing Lin Yu to stick out her tongue in surprise.
Oh dear, this woman has such sharp hearing. Zhang Xiaozi's efficiency was commendable. She returned the women to the building and organized their accommodations within half an hour. They had originally resided in the building, albeit on different floors and in different rooms. Instead of grouping the women together, Zhang Xiaozi allowed them to return to their respective homes, cleaning up the chaos that had ensued, while personally delivering water and food to each household. After enjoying a reasonably lavish meal, the women took turns washing away the grime in the second-floor bathtub and changing into their own clothes. In that moment, they felt as though they had returned to a time before the apocalypse. Aside from the oppressive heat that made one dizzy, it seemed as though no horrors had transpired. Yet soon, Zhang Xiaozi shattered this illusion, gathering the women in the hall on the first floor. Sisters, you should all be quite aware of the situation outside. Zhang Xiaozi addressed the 12 women before her, her tone steady. The apocalypse has arrived. This is our reality. Humanity must unite to survive.
As a woman, I understand better than anyone how drastically the status of women declines amidst this catastrophe, and survival becomes precarious.
Although Mr.
Su is a man, he is also a compassionate leader. He has cleared our home of threats, providing us with food, water, and safety. In the context of surviving this apocalypse, such a situation is exceedingly rare.
Banish your princess mentality, life seriously and earnestly.
Zhang Xiaozi's words, though simple and unadorned, brought tears to the eyes of the women present. They had endured suffering and were more adaptable to the sudden apocalyptic era than anyone else.
Miss Jiang, does guarding our home mean that we need to fight? A small girl timidly spoke from the crowd. I have never fought anyone before. No, there is no need for you to risk your safety.
Zhang Xiaozi smiled gently at her, comforting her anxious heart. Mr.
Su will arrange for professionals to protect us.
In our shelter, everyone has a role to play. For example, Miss Lin Yu is our warrior.
Dangerous tasks will naturally fall to her.
Zhang Xiaozi turned to Lin Yu, who stood by with her rifle, smiling as she asked, Isn't that right, Miss Lin Yu?
You will protect us, won't you? I guarantee the mission.
Lin Yu snapped to attention, her chest proud and her face serious.
Protecting the lives and safety of the people is my duty and responsibility.
This familiar declaration of determination, nearly a roar, instilled a profound sense of security within every woman present. The declarations of the Huaxia military were not mere slogans, they represented a tradition forged in the crucible of battle and an instinctual understanding. Therefore, you need not participate in any potential combat. Zhang Xiaozi once more turned to the women, smiling as she added, Of course, we cannot harbor idlers in the shelter. Each of us must contribute our strength to make our home safer. For instance, tidying up the building, doing laundry and cooking, transporting supplies, and assisting Lie in modifying and repairing the building's defenses and traps. Engaging in proactive preparations will effectively enhance the shelter's resistance to impending dangers. Before that, I will assign specific roles and tasks according to each person's strengths and specialties.
Do not feel anxious. Consider it as simply finding a job that provides food and shelter. Does that not make it feel much lighter?
Jiang Shaozi was adept at managing the atmosphere. Through her words, the women's emotions gradually settled, and expressions of longing for a stable life began to emerge on their faces. Just then, Lin Yu suddenly slapped her forehead, lowering her voice.
Oh no, Miss Jiang, I think I forgot something. I must hurry to report to the commander. Chapter 27:1 verses 30, I'm certain to win.
Standing by the window on the upper floor, Sui gazed down at Jiang Shaozi, who was addressing the women below. Although he could not discern the words spoken by Jiang, the expressions on the faces of the women suggested that they had been successfully calmed, beginning to trust her. What a skilled manager she is, a true talent of the highest caliber, Sui murmured, lifting his gaze to the setting sun, which painted the sky in deep crimson hues, suffused with a palpable sense of oppression and heat.
By the way, it has nearly been a week. Why have we yet to see any sign of rescue, he pondered.
If one were to claim that foreign military forces could crumble under the weight of sudden catastrophe, it seems unlikely in Huaxia.
Where are the soldiers?
With 1 million regular troops, city defense forces, and armed police militia, this amounts to over 10 million combatants, not to mention the countless veterans who retire each year. How could they all remain silent?
Sui furrowed his brow, grappling with the greatest enigma that plagued his mind.
Like every ordinary citizen in Huaxia, during the initial moments of the apocalypse, he had harbored a hope for rescue. He had even wrestled internally with the dilemma of whether to side with the government or remain in the shelter if help arrived. Now, however, that quandary was moot. No rescue forces had appeared at all, there was no news of the military, nor had he seen reports from the police. Even the official political apparatus had vanished without a trace. In the city's chat channels, only a handful of individuals claiming to be police officers were gathering the homeless survivors. Beyond that, there was a stark absence of pertinent information or leads.
This is utterly unreasonable.
As far as I know, there is a military district adjacent to Jinling City. The military presence in this city is far from negligible. The first wave of the apocalyptic disaster was merely a heatwave, not an assault by cosmic monsters.
How could humanity's military might simply disappear?
Sui was baffled. He had made simple estimations and speculations in his mind. Even if the arrival of the apocalyptic game rendered high-tech equipment globally ineffective, telecommunications, aircraft, tanks, satellites, drones, there are still people.
Soldiers are human too, even unarmed, or wielding cold weapons, they remain a formidable force.
Given the temperament of Huaxia's soldiers, it is inconceivable that they would vanish in the face of such calamity.
There must be some hidden truths I am on. That seems implausible. With so many soldiers dispersed, how could they all be swept away?
Even if they were annihilated, surely there would have been some notification. From the current circumstances, the mechanism of the apocalypse game does not appear to be indiscriminate slaughter. The mysterious entity has no reason to directly eliminate these soldiers and political forces.
Moreover, this is a heatwave apocalypse. Though a climate of 70 degrees Celsius is terrifying, it should not render people incapable of survival. Where could all these individuals have gone? Strange, Sui murmured. The last time the mysterious entity reported the global casualty count, could it be that among the 1.3 billion who perished were various national leaders and military personnel? Sui struggled to comprehend this, lacking any channels for relevant.
His sole connection to the outside world was through a city communication channel resembling a game chat interface, provided by the mysterious entity. However, daily exchanges consisted primarily of pleas for help, trade requests, and the lamentations of the despairing, with few useful messages.
It feels as though there is an invisible force deliberately suppressing humanity's capacity for self-rescue and error correction in this civilizational era. Is that mysterious figure intent on observing how humanity struggles to survive amid utter chaos?
Like a nobleman watching a cornered beast fight for its life, it seems to revel in humanity's despair.
Seated on the bed, Sui's thoughts were far from tranquil.
Though currently in a relatively safe environment, the depth of his contemplation grew. Yet, the more he pondered, the more he discerned the myriad of inexplicable mysteries woven throughout this sudden apocalyptic game.
Commander? Commander, are you there?
Lin Yu's voice broke through Sui's thoughts from outside.
Come in, he replied. Yes. Lin Yu entered and saluted Sui. Commander, I have important information to report.
Go ahead, Sui nodded, as Lin Yu gathered her thoughts and spoke in a steady tone. During my recent mission, I discovered an unguarded large supermarket.
Upon exploration, I found it devoid of personnel, although some supplies had been taken.
However, there still remains a substantial amount of goods. I cannot carry too many alone, so I seek your guidance, Commander.
Should my focus for further collection be this large supermarket? An unguarded supermarket? Sui paused, stroking his chin.
Could it be a trap? In such chaotic circumstances, with everyone struggling to find food, the streets are teeming with desperate souls risking heatstroke in their search for sustenance.
Is it possible that a supermarket remains unclaimed?
That shouldn't be the case. If it were discovered, it would have been emptied immediately. Commander, it is unlikely to be a trap. I have thoroughly verified the situation. Lin Yu shook her head, speaking earnestly. There are signs of a struggle within the supermarket, along with bodies and blood. The time of death likely falls within the past 2 days. Based on the scene, it appears that someone has attacked the supermarket's owner and residents, absconding with some supplies. I believe the assailants may continue to return to the supermarket in the coming days to transport more goods.
So, you intend to seize the opportunity? Sui frowned. That seems rather risky, Commander. They are unarmed.
Lin Yu replied firmly. The weapons used in the killings were likely improvised, with a high probability of being common tools, devoid of military-grade equipment. There are 8 deceased, and the struggle appears to have been intense.
I estimate the attackers number around 10 to 15, with potential reinforcements not exceeding 30. And I have this.
Lin Yu proclaimed, patting the rifle slung across her back, exuding immense confidence. 1 versus 30, just one gun is sufficient. Well, alright, Sui blinked, feeling a mix of admiration and concern. Lin Yu truly embodied the archetype of a Huaxia soldier. Indeed, with me, invincible, the potential 30 adversaries seemed trifling in her eyes, as she contemplated reclaiming the large supermarket that had already been occupied.
Lin Yu, I do not wish for you to come to harm. Are you certain you are prepared?
Sui felt a tug of apprehension, realizing the necessity to bolster their supplies after recently accommodating a new group. While Zhang Xiaozi was capable of training these women into competent residents of the shelter, it hinged.
With such bravado, are you a female warrior?
Sui chuckled softly. He had indeed witnessed Lin Yu's prowess firsthand.
Alright, I approve. You can devise the battle plan as you see fit. I am not an expert.
However, I suggest you consult Zhang Xiaozi for some strategies. She is quite intelligent and could assist you.
Also, inform Leah to craft any useful tools you might need.
Sui paused, adding, do not rush. Prepare thoroughly. I cannot afford to lose you. This statement was uttered with utmost sincerity. It was not a matter of affection. He genuinely could not bear to lose Lin Yu. She was far too important.
I promise to return victorious.
Lin Yu saluted sharply before turning to leave. Having received permission, she immediately sought out Leah, who was engrossed in research, and together they approached Zhang Xiaozi to devise effective strategies and logistics for transporting supplies. The 3 women gathered for approximately an hour before splitting up to execute their plans.
At 8 p.m., Sui stood by the window, watching as Lin Yu, accompanied by Zhang Xiaozi and 12 women, set forth with great determination from the building. Good heavens, they emptied the nest.
Aside from Leah and Sui, Lin Yu led all the women into action. Each of them bore makeshift steel spears and wooden shields, hastily crafted by Leah in the research room, which lent them a modicum of combat capability. I recall advising her not to act too hastily, Sui murmured, feeling uneasy.
It's already evening. Are they planning a night raid?
What audacious women they are. Chapter 28, Baiting the Night's Kill. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Zhang Xiaozi walked through the dimly lit streets with the young women. The group was equipped with several flashlights and makeshift torches crafted by Leah, alleviating any concerns about nighttime illumination. However, the oppressive heat remained unbearable. The women were clad in multiple layers of clothing, thoroughly enveloping themselves, even covering their faces with masks.
At first glance, one might have thought they were preparing for winter, with some even donning down jackets. This was Leah's method of heat insulation, utilizing multiple layers of clothing to trap air and enhance thermal resistance.
The inner garments could be made of moisture-wicking fabrics, such as cotton or advanced synthetic fibers, to keep the skin dry, while the outer layers were selected for their thickness to block heat. This strategy proved effective. Although they were drenched in sweat, it was far better than having their skin exposed to temperatures soaring to 70 degrees, yet, despite this, everyone still felt dizzy and disoriented. The relentless heat wave had persisted for days, and adapting remained a challenge. Just hold on a little longer, Jiang Shaozi encouraged, distributing small sips of icy water to help lower their body temperatures, while uplifting their spirits. Sisters, we are no longer in peacetime.
We cannot rely on men, we must unite.
Once we complete this transport of supplies, I will suggest to MR.SU that we allocate more basic necessities to everyone.
Moreover, we are not merely transporting food.
Items such as sanitary pads and thermal insulation materials are also essential. Jiang Shaozi's words illuminated the faces of the women. Being women, their lives were inevitably more complicated than men's. If they could manage to maintain a semblance of normalcy amidst the apocalypse, it would indeed be the greatest blessing. Jiang Shaozi was not deceiving them. She genuinely intended to procure more supplies beyond mere food. After all, with the heat persisting for several days, most perishable items had rotted away, and rather than scouring through the wreckage for edible remnants, it was wiser to gather essential supplies in preparation for a protracted struggle. Are we simply here to transport supplies? A girl, glancing at her steel spear and shield, hesitantly spoke up. I feel as if we're preparing for battle, only for self-defense. We will not engage in actual combat, Jiang Shaozi reassured, taking the lead in their formation. Before long, they arrived at a large supermarket situated 6 streets away. This was a 7-story urban shopping complex, its entrance shattered, and the area strewn with debris, the walls stained with dried blood. The interior of the shopping center was devoid of life. Jiang Shaozi, guiding the anxious women, entered the building, following the directional signs straight to the underground supermarket to begin their task. Initially, the women were apprehensive, fearing that a group of marauders might ambush them. However, as time passed, they were captivated by the diverse array of supplies within the complex and began fervently collecting and transporting items. They all understood that the more they managed to bring back, the lesser the burden of survival would weigh upon them. Now, each individual was striving for her own survival, none dared to slack off. Jiang Shaozi orchestrated the movement of supplies, directing the women to continually bring items outside the building, only to return once a sufficient quantity had been gathered, place the heavier, larger items at the bottom of the shopping cart. Let us connect multiple carts together. We will each have to pull several. Is there a nearby delivery point? Send 2 people to fetch the delivery carts. They are excellent for transporting supplies. As Jiang Shaozi commanded the women, she cast a glance at the chaotic street and sighed softly. The abrupt onset of the apocalypse had sent everyone scrambling back to their shelters, resulting in a tangle of vehicles colliding haphazardly on the streets. Even if she managed to persuade Leah to unlock a truck, she would be unable to drive it. It seems we shall have to make multiple trips. This vast supermarket must contain numerous useful items for us. It is likely we will not finish transporting everything in one night, Jiang Shaozi murmured, lifting her gaze to the surrounding darkness. Her sixth sense warned her that she was being watched. The women illuminated the darkness with their torches and flashlights, glowing like fireflies in the night. In the depths of the darkness, it felt as though malevolent eyes were greedily observing them. The bait has been set. Where is the prey? Jiang Shaozi raised an eyebrow, positioning herself as bait to provide Lin Yu with the optimal sniping environment. To accommodate Lin Yu's line of sight, she deliberately chose to gather at the spacious entrance of the shopping complex, surrounding it with several rudimentary torches. This was the sole light in the darkness, sure to attract the attention of any lurking predators. Boss, look over there. There's a flicker of light. At the end of the shadowy street, concealed behind several abandoned vehicles, whispers of conversation could be heard. Lower the flashlight, we must not let them see us. Has Shaolin returned? What is happening over there? He asked back. Brother Lu, there is a group of women. I saw it. No men, just women. Oh, are there still women brave enough to venture out? Brother Lu stroked his bald head, crouched behind a car, with a grin that held a hint of intrigue. A flock of women banded together. They are mere lambs. It seems we shall feast tonight, brother. Don't be too careless. A younger man adjusted his glasses, lowering his voice. In these times, anything can happen. We should observe a bit longer. Xiao Lu is right. Let us wait and see. The other men nodded in agreement, clearly holding the bespectacled young man in high regard. Very well, we shall wait a little longer. Brother Lu nodded, and the group patiently lingered for another hour. They remained hidden in the shadows, watching as the women transported increasing quantities of supplies from the supermarket, filling cart after cart. Brother Lu, I think we're close. It seems these women are preparing to leave. If we don't act now, the cooked duck will fly away. Brother Lu, I want to sleep with a woman tonight, I beg you, my child is starving. The men grew increasingly impatient, their voices tinged with urgency. Brother, what do you think? Brother Lu inquired of his younger sibling. Xiao Lu stroked his chin thoughtfully. Brother, I just considered where these women came from. I recalled some recent intelligence. I heard there was a gunfight in a nearby residential area not long ago, possibly involving grenades. Then, someone reported seeing a group of women being driven out. I suspect these are those women. Xiao Lu's analysis led to a conclusion: they likely have no companions left. It's highly probable they are just a bunch of women. Though they wield some weapons, women are ultimately women. They will not fare well in a fight. I believe we can subdue them, but we must act swiftly, as others in the neighboring blocks are eyeing this shopping center as well. I fear that if we delay, others might seize the opportunity. Xiao Lu's deductions garnered nods of agreement from the others. Xiao Lu's analysis is spot on. We must act decisively. We cannot afford to underestimate them simply because they are women. That if these women are intercepted by someone else, I surely won't sleep a wink tonight. That would be worse than death. Let it be known, the most beautiful one goes to Brother Lu, the others we shall distribute, and if they're isn't enough, we'll take turns. Everyone agrees, right? A proposal for distribution was made, and the other men readily concurred. Brother Lu's expression turned stern as he reprimanded, we haven't even secured them yet. Why the rush? Even if we're to divide, it's my brother who deserves to sleep with the one in the Chongsam. The most beautiful must go to the one with the sharpest mind. Brother, Xiao Lu gazed at Brother Lu with gratitude, who patted his shoulder. I'm just a man of brute strength. You're the clever one, naturally deserving of the finest. I only hope you can find a wife for our Lu family. That woman in the Chongsam looks quite appealing. She qualifies to be my wife. Xiao Lu was overwhelmed with emotion, while the surrounding men could hardly contain their anticipation, urging, Brother Lu, let us make our move. All right, let us devise a battle plan. Following my brother's earlier suggestion, we'll form groups of 10 and flank them from both sides. Brother, you take 2 men and circle around to block the escape route at the back door. We'll strike within 10 minutes. Yes, brother. The young man, accompanied by 2 others, stealthily made their way around to the rear entrance of the complex. After waiting for over 10 minutes in the shadows with more than 20 men beside him, Brother Lu finally gestured silently. Brothers, let us go, we're about to feast. Ha, let us go. Seize the women, seize the supplies. Under the cover of night, the men emitted barely contained laughter of excitement, bending low as they swiftly approached the women gathered at the entrance of the building, concealed by the darkness and abandoned vehicles. However, unbeknownst to them, on a rooftop nearby, a woman clad in camouflage was poised with a rifle, clearly observing their every move through a high-powered sniper scope equipped with night vision. Miss Jiang was correct. Lin Yu tilted her head slightly, her finger slowly tightening on the trigger. The prey has truly taken the bait. Chapter 29. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone, annihilate them all. Hey, ladies! A sudden, mocking greeting echoed from the darkness, startling the nearest girl. Ah! Who's there? She turned around and was met with the sight of over 20 men approaching from both sides, each wielding weapons such as fire axes, steel rods, and kitchen knives. Jiang Jie! Jiang Jie! The girl, pale with fright, turned and ran while shouting. The women, who had been focused on transporting supplies, looked up, their expressions shifting to one of terror. They realized they had been encircled by this group of men. Stay calm, do not panic. Zhang Xiaozi's melodious voice rose above the chaos as she remained composed, soothing the fears of the girls. Take a deep breath and remember what I taught you. Upon hearing her voice, the women found their anchor and rushed to gather around her. Some recalled Zhang Xiaozi's instructions before her departure and hurriedly picked up scattered steel spears and shields from the ground, trembling as they faced the men with their makeshift defenses. Oh, still want to be tough, huh? Look, it's the female brigade. Ha! I do enjoy a fiery woman, very appealing. The men jeered, their laughter filling the air, completely dismissing the women who could barely hold their weapons. They leered at the group, their gazes particularly fixating on Zhang Xiaozi, the most stunning among them, whose beauty was breathtaking, far surpassing even the stars and influencers of a peaceful era. Under the greedy stares of the men, Zhang Xiaozi flicked back a stray strand of hair blown by the evening breeze and calmly spoke, Gentlemen, are you up this late in search of supplies? The shopping center is vast. We've already taken some and won't be competing with you for the leftovers. Her tone was steady, devoid of fear.
Searching for supplies?
Brother Lu looked at Jiang Shaozi with interest, chuckling, indeed, but this shopping center belongs to our White Bear gang. You've come here to take our things, so hand them over.
And compensate us. Brother Lu, how do you propose they compensate?
How else, of course, with their bodies, ha ha ha. I want the one with the biggest posterior, that's my type.
The men unabashedly revealed their intentions, laughing heartily.
Fear and despair flooded the eyes of the women beside Jiang Shaozi, who seemed to recall the inhumane days spent in the dark of the residential building.
This shopping center is your territory?
Jiang Shaozi raised her head to glance at the dim sign atop the building, suddenly chuckling in resignation. Well, it seems there's no room for negotiation.
Negotiate? What do you wish to discuss with us? Brother Lu stepped closer, a smirk on his face. Are you planning to negotiate how much your dowry will be?
Jiang Shaozi fell silent, raising her right hand calmly before forming a fist.
Received. Concealed in the shadows above, Lin Yu took a deep breath, entering a state of focus. What does this mean? Brother Lu paused, laughing. Are you surrendering by raising your hand?
Before he could finish, he witnessed Jiang Shaozi lower her right hand, her index finger curling slightly as she mimicked the action of firing a gun, aiming at Brother Lu. Jiang Shaozi tilted her head slightly, her rosy lips producing the sound of a bullet being fired.
Bang! Pop!
Almost instantaneously, Brother Lu's head exploded. Immediately, crimson and yellow viscera splattered everywhere. The women, horrified, erupted into piercing screams, awakening many. Their leader, who had been laughing just a moment ago, had been blown to bits. What could have done that to him? This woman, could she possess magic? The men were stunned, unable to react, for the scene before them was bewildering. Yet, Jiang Shaozi did not cease her actions. She playfully shifted her aim, gesturing and squinting slightly.
Bang! Pop! Another man was precision shot in the head. The immense force of the explosion nearly severed his neck. Ah! Ugh! Ugh!
One woman could no longer contain herself, screaming and retching as the gruesome sight overwhelmed her. Reality held no filters, only the most stark and brutal competition for survival.
The difference between life and death often lay in the most unremarkable of moments. Damn, this woman wields sorcery.
A man leaped up, and everyone finally reacted, their expressions a mix of terror as they gazed at Jiang Shaozi.
Damn it, avenge Brother Lu. We can't run.
There's no escaping. Charge together, us alone, it's impossible for her to deal with us all at once.
Grab her, break her fingers.
Some among the men, realizing the futility of fleeing from Jiang Shaozi, over 20 men rushed towards Jiang Shaozi, who did not flinch, continuing to aim her hand.
Bang! Pop! Bang! Pop!
Jiang Shaozi switched targets with remarkable speed, as if her delicate fingers truly could unleash bullets, each man who approached her falling to the ground one after another. Within mere breaths, 7 or 8 of the first wave of attackers lay sprawled on the ground, their headless corpses forming a natural barricade that impeded the advance of the others. It was over. This woman truly possessed a form of sorcery. Whoever she aimed at would die.
Is this her sanctuary talent? One man, frozen in place, muttered in disbelief, void targeting? Whoever she points at dies? Quick, help Miss Jiang.
Among the women, the eldest, Sister Li, was the first to react. She wiped the vomit from her mouth, stifling her fear and anxiety, and urged her sisters, if Miss Jiang dies, we have no hope of escape.
Grab your weapons. Protect Miss Jiang.
Under Sister Li's fervent shouts, the women awakened, clutching their steel spears, spreading out to form a makeshift formation to counter any potential new charge from the men. Although their hands trembled around their weapons, their eyes were resolute. All conflicting emotions converged into a single wave of fury, whether directed at the men or this damned apocalypse, fueling their resolve to fight. They now had but one thought: to remember the formation and basic combat techniques Miss Jiang had taught them, then, to fight with all their might. Their growth is surpassing my expectations. Jiang Shaozi raised an eyebrow, a hint of satisfaction blossoming in her heart. She brought these women out not only to serve as bait but also to have them witness the brutal reality of combat. Only under the threat of death, amidst blood, severed limbs, and entrails, could they grow swiftly. Those who could not adapt would inevitably be eliminated by the times. Only those who adapted deserved to be residents of the sanctuary. At that moment, the men found themselves at a standstill, paralyzed by fear, unable to charge forward. The breathtakingly beautiful woman in the cheapao maintained her aiming stance, yet she did not target anyone.
Is it over?
Lin Yu slowly exhaled, relishing a moment of respite to allow her overheated gun barrel to cool.
You mentioned the White Bear Gang earlier?
Zhang Xiaozi tilted her head slightly, narrowing her eyes as she calmly inquired, "Where is your sanctuary?
How many of you are there? Have the survivors in the shopping center been killed by you?" As Zhang Xiaozi's questions flowed, the men exchanged silent glances, each reflecting the fear in the other's eyes. It seemed they could not afford to offend this terrifying woman. She was beautiful, yet undeniably formidable. "Beautiful lady, we are good people, but we were just trying to greet you earlier."
One man mustered his courage, his voice hoarse as he spoke, his eyes fixed on Zhang Xiaozi's finger, terrified she might aim at him.
"Greeting?" Zhang Xiaozi scoffed coldly, "Answer my questions."
Her reprimand sent the men trembling collectively.
"Our backing is the Little White Bear Sanctuary, our top boss is behind us. I advise you to be wise, your talent is indeed impressive, but the Little White Bear is even stronger. He is the top player in the city during this apocalypse. If you let us go, we can pretend nothing happened and will never speak of your involvement. After all, we don't even know who you are, nor where you are."
A man, in a moment of desperation, spoke cleverly, prompting the others to nod in agreement, all eyes eagerly fixed on Zhang Xiaozi. This dual threat and assurance of non-violence were the most persuasive arguments. After all, in the realm of reason, no one wished to create too many enemies in the apocalypse, especially not against the top boss. Little White Bear's reputation had already spread throughout the city in recent days. Any survivor with a sanctuary panel knew of the Little White Bear Sanctuary, even those who had lost theirs had heard the name. The men believed that Zhang Xiaozi, as a woman, surely did not wish to offend the top boss. Little White Bear Zhang Xiaozi showed no signs of surprise, merely falling into a calm silence for a moment, as if contemplating something. The men waited anxiously for their fate's judgment until Zhang Xiaozi slowly raised her left hand.
"Oh, are we going to kill them all?"
Lin Yu blinked, holding her breath as she decisively pulled the trigger.
Bang! Bang, bang, bang. In the darkness, the flashes of gunfire illuminated the night, each bullet silently exiting the chamber, exploding the heads of one man after another. Every shot was precise, every bullet a fatal blow. "This woman has gone mad. She intends to wipe us all out. Run, quick, run. You filthy bitch, you, pop."
In their despair, the men fled in panic, but no legs could outrun bullets. In this open space, they were the best moving targets for a sniper, and within a minute, Lin Yu had annihilated the remaining men. Moments later, only a ground strewn with headless corpses lay in a pool of blood, resembling a human slaughterhouse, exuding a chilling aura of terror under the cover of night.
Chapter 30. Commander, you truly are quite handsome. At the entrance of the building, the ground was strewn with corpses, the acrid scent of blood permeating the air with an overwhelming intensity. The women stood in silence, some casting fearful glances at Zhang Xiaozi, only to quickly avert their eyes. Zhang Xiaozi's ruthlessness had instilled a profound dread among them. After a brief moment, Sister Li took the initiative to break the silence, suppressing her revulsion towards the bodies as she rallied her companions. "Quick! Let us get moving and clean up the mess." Sister Li's thoughts were simple. Since Zhang Xiaozi had taken lives, they too must contribute in some manner. She would kill, and they would bury the bodies, each task clearly delineated, allowing them to present themselves favorably before Miss Jiang. This way, she wouldn't deem them worthless. If she grew dissatisfied and cast them aside, it would be a relief, but if she were to kill them as well. A deep-seated fear gripped the women. Though reluctant, they pinched their noses and prepared to work. "No need for that," Zhang Xiaozi waved her hand, her tone calm and gentle, a stark contrast to her earlier indifference. "There are far too many bodies to handle. Let us focus on gathering supplies instead. We cannot afford to waste time." "Understood." Sister Li nodded eagerly, her demeanor markedly respectful as she urged the women to continue loading supplies onto the vehicles. Only a young girl, scarcely 17 or 18, hesitated. As she passed by Zhang Xiaozi, she couldn't help but voice her inquiry, "Miss Jiang, why did you have to kill them all?" They were clearly begging for mercy.
the girl timidly gazed at Jiang Shaozi, still struggling to adapt to the cold-blooded methods employed by her.
Hey, you!
Get to work! Sister Li exclaimed, her anxiety palpable as she scolded, "Don't disturb Miss Jiang, know your place and get back to work." She feared Jiang Shaozi's wrath might lead to further bloodshed. Jiang Shaozi glanced at Sister Li and smiled at the girl before her. "I remember you, your name is Shayan, isn't 18 years old, a freshman at Jilin University." Yes, Shayan nodded. Jiang Shaozi's smile faded as she continued, "Your sister, aged 15, died in the building. I have seen her corpse. She met a tragic end. I was the only one who buried her myself." Jiang Shaozi's indifferent words sent a shiver through Shayan, tears welling in her eyes.
Don't cry. Look at me.
Jiang Shaozi suddenly raised her voice. Shaoyan looked up, bewildered, her expression heavy with grievance. The surrounding women watched Jiang Shaozi anxiously, fearing her sudden outburst.
If only you had been braver then.
If you had dared to resist and fight back, your sister wouldn't have suffered such a fate. Miss Jiang, I couldn't fight them. I tried to resist, then fight to the death. Die at their hands. It would be better than your sister facing such a demise.
Jiang Shaozi's tone was chilling, rendering Shayan speechless, her head bowed low.
Even your sister's death hasn't awakened you to the reality of this age.
What right do you have to stand here and question me?
Either strip bare and beg a man for mercy, or take up the weapon in your hand and fight fiercely against anyone who threatens you. Jiang Shaozi moved closer to the girl, almost face to face, her eyes narrowing.
So, Shayan, what will it be? Will you fight alongside me, or seek out a good man? I don't know.
Shayan's tears fell like rain, overwhelmed by Jiang Shaozi's pressure. She had merely wished to ask a question, with no ulterior motives.
Miss Jiang, oh dear.
Miss Jiang, she is just a child. Sister Li rushed forward, pulling Shayan into her embrace and bowing apologetically to Jiang Shaozi. Please, have mercy, I will discipline her later. As she spoke, Sister Li struck Shayan's arm forcefully, the pain prompting Shayan to cry even louder. It's fine, I won't hold it against her, Jiang Shaozi replied nonchalantly.
Let her cry. This may be her last chance to do so.
What do you mean by that, Jiang Shaozi? Sister Li gasped, her eyes wide with concern, wondering if a mere remark might lead to Shayan's execution. Jiang Shaozi did not respond to Sister Li's question. Instead, she turned to leave but paused after a few steps to look back at Shayan.
You just asked me why I killed them all.
A man mentioned to me the Little White Bear shelter. It is run by a madman, the most prolific killer in the city.
Consider this, would such a heartless fiend spare a group of vulnerable women?
They have already discovered us. If we do not silence them, they will surely come for us. Shayan, you may possess kindness, but I hope that when you next feel benevolent, you will ponder whether your compassion might endanger us. Jiang Shaozi raised an eyebrow, glancing at the women. Get to work.
Yes, yes. The women quickly nodded, enlightened by Jiang Shaozi's explanation.
They understood that she did not kill indiscriminately, her actions were a means of protecting them. Yet, when Jiang Shaozi referred to vulnerable women, truthfully, the women felt Jiang Shaozi was far from weak. She embodied the very essence of a relentless killer. Sister Li continued to comfort Shayan, but the girl, after expressing her gratitude, gently pushed her away. She quietly wiped her tears, shouldered a steel spear, and returned to the shopping center to continue her labor. This time, she seemed to carry more than before. Though it was arduous, she gritted her teeth and persevered, her cheeks flushed as though she sought to reclaim her sister's share. The sweltering evening breeze blew gently. The remaining hours passed without incident until 2 a.m., when the group, laden with supplies, began their journey home. At 4 a.m., Sui, awakened from his slumber, heard the chattering of women downstairs, accompanied by their melodic laughter. Intrigued, he opened the door and descended the stairs to the first-floor hall. With the upgrade of his talent, Sui was granted an hour of exemption from outdoor restrictions each day, allowing him to venture outside without fear of jeopardizing his rewards. In the corridor, Sui beheld the hall overflowing with an array of supplies, all neatly arranged in shopping carts. The hall was packed to the brim, and the women, wielding torches and flashlights, were joyfully categorizing the provisions amidst cheerful laughter. Their mirth was a testament to their harvest, a happiness that the sweltering heat could not extinguish. A glimmer of hope for survival. Lin Yu stood against the wall, gun in hand, her vigilant gaze scanning the surroundings. She seemed to sense something and glanced up the stairs, where she spotted a man's silhouette. Clap! Lin Yu immediately stood at attention, instinctively shouting, "Commander, good morning!" At that moment, the previously boisterous women fell silent, the air thick with stillness. Countless pairs of eyes turned toward Lin Yu, then followed her salute to the sourced eye in the hushed atmosphere. The only sound was the crisp, firm echo of a man's boots descending the stairs. A man's figure gradually emerged from the darkness of the staircase. The women beheld Sui, who descended with an expressionless face, standing before them. That he was not attempting to adopt a commanding demeanor. Rather, he lacked experience and could only maintain a serious expression without showing any signs of fear. "Please rise," he urged. The women responded in unison, rising to their feet and forming a line behind Lin Yu. Sister Li suddenly lowered her head and called out, "Good morning, Commander." The women quickly caught on, echoing one another, "Good morning, Commander, good morning, Commander." Their voices were somewhat disjointed, yet each carried a sense of reverence and a hint of curiosity. A bold girl dared to lift her gaze, carefully scrutinizing the commander's features in the flickering light of the wall-mounted torches. He appeared somewhat youthful, even handsome, with well-defined features and brows that resembled blades. His fair complexion gave him an air of scholarly refinement, contrasting sharply with the image of a portly commander often depicted in rumors. Sui's familiar demeanor quickly endeared him to the women. He seemed harmless, and although he wore a stern expression, he exuded little authority. Instead, he radiated a warmth that instinctively drew them closer. Standing before the women, Zhang Xiaozi wore a knowing smile, choosing silence to allow Sui to take the lead. Lin Yu, steadfast as a pine, stood loyally behind Sui, serving as his most devoted sentinel. Zhang Xiaozi winked at Sui, urging him to speak. This was the commander's first encounter with his residents. He ought to say something, at least offer a greeting. Taking a deep breath, Sui suddenly felt the weight of responsibility upon his shoulders. His shelter had welcomed its first group of residents, these women who had endured suffering and now depended on him for their lives. Indeed, he should say something to reassure these beleaguered souls. Sui slowly parted his lips, but before he could utter a word, a clear murmur arose from the crowd of women. "Commander, you really are quite handsome. Shall we sleep casually?" Sui was taken aback, and the words he was about to express were abruptly swallowed back. He could only maintain his serious demeanor. Zhang Xiaozi, understanding and empathetic, took the initiative to step forward, breaking the silence as she respectfully reported to Sui. "Sir, we have gathered quite a bit of supplies this evening. Here is the list. I have made a detailed record of." Zhang Xiaozi produced a piece of paper seemingly with a flourish, filled with the contents of the supplies. The women present were oblivious to when she had taken the notes, finding this scene utterly enchanting. Sui nodded solemnly, scrutinizing the list for a while before lowering his voice to inquire, "How long will this sustain us?" "Considering the issue of food spoilage, for this many people, it should last us about half a month," Zhang Xiaozi replied in a hushed tone. "That if we take into account the efficiency of future explorations and resource gathering, sir need not worry too much. I can handle it. Good. Sui nodded in satisfaction. Since Zhang Xiaozi had joined the shelter, he had been utterly relieved. It truly resonated with that old saying, when there's a task, one seeks the secret arts. When there is none, one rests on the secret cough. In any case, this reasoning holds true. All in all, Zhang Xiaozi was exceptionally capable. You've done excellently, and everyone else has as well. Sui glanced at the crowd, feeling inexplicably compelled to exclaim, "Comrades, you've all worked hard." Oh no, being addressed as Sir had made him instinctively blurt out this phrase. The women were momentarily stunned, yet Lin Yu behind them instantly stood at attention, reflexively saluting, serving the people. The other women soon caught on, and they all chorused, serving the people. The chorus of their voices was melodious and sharp, their shots exhibiting a semblance of the spirit of female soldiers. Sui gazed at the women, seemingly perceiving a flicker of excitement in their eyes, a stark contrast to the confusion of the day. These unfortunate women, shattered by the destruction of their shelter at the dawn of the apocalypse, were destined to suffer and perish in this desolate world. Yet now, it seemed they had rediscovered the courage and conviction to survive. Good, very good, such spirit, Sui highly praised, fully affirming the transformation of the women. Zhang Shaoxi smiled at this scene, and when the excitement subsided, she quietly said, "Sir, there are some matters I wish to discuss with you." "Please, go ahead." Sui nodded, gesturing for Zhang Shaoxi to join him upstairs. Once the two departed, the women in the hall erupted into a flurry of chatter. "Hey, do you think the sir is incredibly handsome?" Indeed, and so young. Wait, why is Miss Jiang going upstairs with him? Need it be said, those two must have you know what I mean, they truly are a match made in heaven. I hardly know whom to envy. Who do you think is more dominant between them? Is it the sir? No, I believe Miss Jiang is more dominant. She must give the sir face in front of outsiders, but behind closed doors, she is undoubtedly fierce. Sire. As Zhang Shaoxi entered the room, she gracefully knelt before Sui. "What are you doing?" Sui looked at Zhang Shaoxi, surprised. She gently removed his shoes and softly said, "You are the master, and I am the servant. In public, you show me respect. In private, I must adhere to the rules. There are no such formalities here." Rise. Sui waved his hand and, curious, asked, "By the way, I haven't inquired about your background in detail. Lin Yu is a modern soldier, Li Ye is a modern engineer, and you are from an earlier time." Perhaps, based on Zhang Shaoxi's demeanor, she did not seem to be a modern individual. She placed great importance on rules, as if she harbored a certain traditional adherence. "Sir, if we consider the timeline, I am a person of modern history." Zhang Shaoxi clearly understood the current era. She lowered her head, gently removing Sui's socks. If one were to be precise, it should be during the Republic of China period. Republic of China. Sui was taken aback, pondering. "So, you understand why you are here?" He had long harbored doubts regarding the talents recruited by the shelter. Were they replicants, or were they summoned from some special time and space? Sort of. Zhang Shaoxi replied with a subtle smile. "My world is quite different from yours, yet there are many similarities. Regardless, since you are here, I will ensure to treat you well. After all, I cannot return." Zhang Shaoxi maintained a humble demeanor, causing Sui to feel a bit embarrassed. "What was it you wanted to discuss with me?" "This evening at the shopping center, we indeed encountered some thugs," Zhang Shaoxi said softly. "According to their own admissions, they are from the Little White Bear shelter, possibly residents or subordinates." Little White Bear shelter. Sui was instantly alarmed. That was the lair of a murderous lunatic. It topped the PK murder leaderboard. "What did you do?" Sui fixed his gaze intently on Zhang Shaoxi. She looked up and smiled gently at him. "I had Lin Yu kill them." "Did you eliminate them all?" "At least all that I saw were killed." Zhang Shaoxi spoke calmly. "I had the girls act as bait to draw them out. Only after ensuring their presence did I let Lin Yu take action. Initially, I did not intend to kill them all, but once they mentioned the Little White Bear shelter, I realized this matter could not be resolved amicably, and I had to be ruthless." "Shaoxi, you did well." Sui took a deep breath, his tone complex as he praised her. He fully supported Zhang Shaoxi's actions. For the safety of themselves and the shelter, he had no desire to engage with the Little White Bear shelter, at least not at this moment. Zhang Shaoxi's complete annihilation of the threat at least severed any potential leads that could bring unnecessary trouble to the shelter. However, we can no longer visit that shopping center. Zhang Shaoxi sighed softly. It was a rare find for acquiring supplies in bulk over an extended time, and it seems Lin Yu will need to work hard to find more resources. "It is no trouble, we will manage." Sui was unconcerned about survival issues. His innate talent for managing the shelter would undoubtedly resolve his current predicament. What occupied Sui's thoughts now was Zhang Shaoxi's actions that evening. Although she spoke of them lightly, he could detect a hint of bloodiness in her tone. Sui had initially perceived Zhang Shaoxi as an intelligent and gentle woman, a typical domestic talent, not skilled in combat but adept in strategy and management. Yet now, it seemed his judgment had been flawed. Indeed, a clever woman emerging from the Republic of China era would undoubtedly possess a certain ruthlessness. Sui mused internally. That era was rife with chaos. "Sir, do you despise me?" why do you say that? Sui looked at Jiang Shaoxiai, who was lowering her head, gently massaging his calves. Her voice was soft. I had Lin Yu kill so many men. Men generally do not favor such women, do they? You did it for self-preservation, and to protect me. How could I find fault with that? Sui took a deep breath, tentatively placing his hand on Jiang Shaoxiai's silky hair, gently stroking it. Rest assured, I will not disdain you. You are my most important partner. Sui felt Jiang Shaoxiai's body tremble slightly. She nodded softly in response. It's quite late. Do you still wish to rest? I did not sleep well last night. I truly need to catch up on my rest. Sui chuckled, recalling how he had been worried about Lin Yu and Jiang Shaoxiai's safety the previous night, which had disrupted his sleep. Now, although dawn was breaking, it did not deter Sui from lying down to sleep once more. There was no choice. The three women in the shelter were exceedingly capable, leaving Sui free from mundane concerns. What Sui needed to do now was simply to remain in the shelter, indulge in food and leisure, and await the rewards to accrue. With Shaoxiai, I'll take a nap. Call me at noon. I have something important to attend to every day at noon. I will, sir. Then you wait. Shaoxiai, why are you undressing? Hey, why are you getting into bed? Sui was startled, quickly retreating to the edge of the bed. Are you also tired? Shall I give the bed to you, sir? Jiang Shaoxiai, clad in a red garment resembling a belly band, struggled to keep her head bowed, attempting to hide her flushed cheeks. Her voice was soft yet resolute. Sir, I think we can sleep together. It might be better that way. Shaoxiai, you've misunderstood. I am not that kind of person. Sui was taken aback, waving his hands earnestly. You are very beautiful, but we have only just met. I can understand your loyalty and reliance on me, but I will not take advantage of that to force you to share a bed with me. You do not need to do this at all, sir. That is incorrect. Jiang Shaoxiai lifted her head, her rosy cheeks reflecting a bewildered beauty. It is you who will be sleeping with me. Huh, I will be sleeping with you. Sui blinked, momentarily at a loss. I'll sleep with you. You'll sleep with me. Isn't it all the same? What difference does it make? In a brief silence, Sui noticed Jiang Shaoxiai had lowered her head once more, her voice soft. Sir, I apologize. I have overstepped. Jiang Shaoxiai bent down to retrieve her qipao, entirely unfazed by her flawless figure being exposed before Sui. Her demeanor was somewhat dejected, but not due to Sui's rejection. It felt more akin to a lost child wandering aimlessly in the darkness. Perhaps talents are also human, and there is not much difference between us. Sui silently watched Jiang Shaoxiai, calling out to her, Wait, come back and sleep, sir. You agree? Jiang Shaoxiai smiled happily, turning her smooth, jade-like back to Sui as she turned to neatly fold her qipao, placing it on the bedside table. Her unreserved trust and openness made Sui feel a growing sense of solemnity. I agree. Sui scratched his head, but, shall we sleep casually? Sir, do you not intend to claim me? I believe you might not wish for that. I can be willing. Let us wait until you can remove the word can. Sui shrugged. Perhaps what you truly need now is simply a bed to rest peacefully, rather than me as a man. More likely, you just seek a sense of belonging akin to home. You hail from another world, a woman who has traversed from one chaotic realm to another. A drifting soul also yearns for a warm harbor, and in doing so, may offer up some parts of themselves they would rather not part with. Sir, Jiang Shaoxiai lay down beside Sui, gently covering him with a blanket. Has anyone told you that you are indeed a good person? Shaoxiai, in my era, good person is not necessarily a compliment. Sir, you are a good man. Chapter 32. A new reward. The greenhouse room. After a night of restful slumber, undisturbed by the tempest of wind and rain, the silence was filled only with the musings of a man and woman, and the soft, gradually increasing sound of Sui's snoring. To be candid, Sui found this manner of sleep exceedingly pleasant. Beside him lay a stunning beauty, clad in little more than mere fabric, her smooth skin exuding a cool sensation. Sui was uncertain whether this was due to the refrigerated air or the warmth of their skin in contact. Though not inexperienced, he felt an unusual, subtle tension this night. Sir? Sir, when Jiang Shaoxi's gentle voice once again graced his ears, Sui opened his eyes to find the sun already high in the sky. What time is it? Rising from the bed, he turned to see Jiang Shaoxi donned in a resplendent red qipao, busily arranging a sumptuous feast upon the table. It is already 11:30. Sir still has ample time to enjoy lunch. Jiang Shaoxi approached Sui with measured steps, assisting him in dressing, which left him somewhat discomfited. He was, after all, a modern man, unaccustomed to the feudal lifestyle of a lord.
Sir, Jiang Shaozi seemed to perceive his unease, softly stating, "You must allow me to do something, so that I may feel truly significant to you." Very well, Sui acquiesced, deciding to relax and permit Jiang Shaozi to take the lead. After freshening up, he seated himself at the dining table, savoring the lavish meal while inquiring, "What are the arrangements for today at the gathering place?"
"Rest, renovations, and cleaning," Jiang Shaozi replied, delicately serving him dishes while softly reporting, "We have only recently taken over this building, and the rooms on all floors require organization, along with many supplies that need to be allocated with care. We now have more than 10 individuals. While that is not many, we certainly require a detailed management protocol. Thus, I have not scheduled any outings today, not even for Linyu, as we killed so many yesterday.
There are likely searches underway in the vicinity."
Jiang Shaozi paused, smiling as she added, "Let us seize this opportunity to tidy up our home."
"That sounds quite reasonable," Sui nodded in approval.
Jiang Shaozi continued, "To facilitate management, I have designated the 6th floor and above as restricted zones, prohibiting any unauthorized personnel from ascending.
This way, those women will not have access to you, and should we wish to recruit residents in the future, they will not easily encounter you, thus greatly enhancing your safety."
Jiang Shaozi hesitated before cautiously suggesting, "Of course, should you have any needs, you may always command me, and I will select some dependable and attractive women.
We are all gathered here to survive, and there is no need to treat me as a feudal monarch."
"Understood, sir." Jiang Shaozi smiled sweetly, clearly satisfied. Sui, embodying the traditional ideals of a Chinese man, believed in the principle that one should uphold one's integrity in poverty and assist the world in wealth. If one is unable, one must simply strive to live well. If capable, one should not hesitate to lend a helping hand to the needy. This simple philosophy has allowed the Chinese people to grow and thrive throughout history. "Since there is little to do today, let everyone rest well," Sui declared, setting down his utensils. "Inform them not to worry excessively about the future. Let us live diligently within our means, striving to provide a good life for all. But also make it clear that we do not harbor ingrates here. They must recognize the times we live in and refrain from reckless behavior, lest they regret it later." "Yes, sir," Jiang Shaozi replied, lowering her head obediently.
"I will establish the necessary rules to keep you at ease." "Shaozi, you truly are remarkable," Sui affirmed with a nod, patting her shoulder. "Keep up the good work. Leadership has faith in you."
"Yes, sir." Jiang Shaozi's smile was gentle and exceedingly cooperative. After their exchange, she tidied up the dishes and exited the room. Although there were no tasks involving resource exploration today, numerous other matters awaited her attention. Since Sui had recruited Jiang Shaozi, she had become the busiest individual in the entire refuge, managing various affairs, as Sui entrusted her with significant authority, confident in her superior management skills. With Jiang Shaozi's loyalty assured, she now occupied a position just below Sui. As for Sui himself, life had become increasingly effortless since Jiang Shaozi's arrival, embracing a soft, lovely woman at night, awakening to steaming dishes, and having others cater to his needs with merely a command. This was perhaps what it meant to have everything served on a silver platter. "Indeed, this is the epitome of ease," Sui mused, reclining in a chair by the window, squinting to feel the warmth of the sun filtering through. Due to the expanded cold air circulation from the refrigerator, the room was maintained at a balmy 28 degrees Celsius, leaving Sui feeling perpetually cool, igniting a desire to bask in the sunlight. It sounded quite absurd. Outside the refuge, people struggled to survive under extreme heat, with daily fatalities from dehydration or heatstroke. They frantically researched the mechanics of the refuge, desperately exchanging scant resources to ensure their survival. Yet here was Sui, an anomaly, wishing to soak up the sun amidst the sweltering apocalypse. In a state of drowsy contemplation, Sui suddenly perceived a flicker before his eyes. Rising from the chair, he blinked to find that the time had come. New talent rewards had been issued. Congratulations, you have triggered a talent reward and obtained a C-Class refuge room. Crop cultivation facility can be directly installed. As the notification appeared, a yellow blueprint materialized in Suyi's hands. Lowering his gaze, he observed the relevant information about the item on the blueprint. Crop cultivation facility, C-Class refuge room, can be installed in any available space within the refuge, requires 2 room spaces, automatically generates a fully equipped cultivation environment, allowing for the selection of 3 types of crops for planting.
What? A cultivation room?
Suyi exclaimed in astonishment, realizing this meant he would no longer have to worry about food. With an endless supply of ice water from the refrigerator and now an entire room dedicated to cultivation, there was no need to venture out for resources. He could remain comfortably ensconced at home, free from hunger. I must quickly utilize this and see the results.
Suyi hurriedly accessed the refuge's information panel and entered building mode.
Currently, the available installation area on the 6th floor consisted of 4 residential units. Aside from his own primary residence and the adjacent research room, he had 2 additional vacant spaces. The reason he had left these 2 rooms unoccupied was quite simple: he lacked the funds to furnish them. He had no points to purchase rooms, but the reward blueprint he had just received required no additional points or resources.
It could be installed as a complete set. Select installation. Installation successful.
With Suyi's confirmation, the construction of the refuge was complete. Through the gap in the iron door, he glimpsed a shimmer of golden light outside. Quickly, he stepped out and into the adjacent room. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by a vast expanse of farmland. The entire room had undergone a transformation, devoid of distinctions like bathroom, living room, or bedroom. Only the smooth expanse of greenhouse facilities remained. Here lay all the necessary equipment for crop cultivation, such as temperature control equipment, ventilation equipment, lighting equipment, and sunlight equipment, among others. However, the greenhouse had yet to be populated with crops. As Suyi stepped into the room, new information appeared before him. The current crop cultivation room has not yet had crops installed. Please make your selection. Below the information, a list of various crops, vegetables, and fruits awaited selection. The selection was not extensive, comprising around 20 common varieties, none of which were surprising. With a spirit of experimentation, Suyi chose to cultivate rice, sweet potatoes, and oranges. As he confirmed his choice, a white light enveloped the entire greenhouse room in an instant. Within mere moments, an abundance of crops materialized, filling the greenhouse space.
Crops have been confirmed, entering the cultivation phase. Daily fertilization operation 1 time allowed.
Resources available for fertilization: 100 survival points or normal fertilizer resources. Fertilization will double the maturation speed.
Current base maturation time 3 days, 10 pounds yield each. Wow!
Suyi's eyes widened in disbelief as he murmured, "This is truly a miraculous item."
Fertilizing accelerates maturation time. Even without fertilizing, the base maturation time yields produce every 3 days? Wow! Am I not just getting food for free?
Chapter 33 of the preliminary self-sustaining system of the shelter. Although the yield is limited to 30 caddies over 3 days, one must consider the current state of the.
Calculating carefully, there are merely 16 individuals,
based on the consumption needs of 1 person, who must be adequately nourished each day. The daily food production amounts to only 1:1.
2 pounds, not kilograms.
For 16 people, even at their fullest, their consumption totals merely around 20 pounds daily. Remarkably, this greenhouse room directly caters to nearly half of the food expenses for the shelter. All of this is achieved without any expenditure, representing the fundamental benefits of the greenhouse. Should fertilization be applied, the maturation time would be significantly reduced. Moreover, Suyi even noticed on the room's information panel that there were upgrade options available.
Currently, this greenhouse room is at level 1. Once the shelter upgrades to level 2, Suyi can utilize survival points to simultaneously upgrade the greenhouse room, yielding a higher food output.
As Suyi calculated in his mind, he couldn't help but take a sharp breath. I've struck gold. Viewed from a long-term perspective, the food production from this facility is destined to increase exponentially.
Or could it be because it is a reward for a room type?
Suyi was still somewhat unclear about the underlying mechanisms, yet one thing was evident: my talent is truly remarkable. Today, Jiang Xiaozi decided against sending anyone to scavenge for supplies, indicating that the shelter would not receive any external income today. Consequently, the talent reward unexpectedly gifted a greenhouse room, not wishing to venture out for exploration. Then let us relax at home, embrace the idleness, enjoy it. Why step outside when one can bask in the cool air and sleep in comfort? Ah, this apocalypse is becoming increasingly comfortable for me, Sui mused, when suddenly a new prompt appeared before him.
Would you like to use survival points for fertilization operations? Points?
Where would I acquire points? Lin Yu has not brought any dispatched points for 2 days. I am no bloodthirsty maniac, so how could I accumulate many points?
Wait, I remember that I might also use regular fertilization resources, right? Regular fertilization resources, could it be human waste?
A spark of inspiration lit up Sui's mind. In ancient times, before the advent of modern organic fertilizers, astute Chinese farmers often utilized their own livestock and human waste as fertilizer to aid crop growth. Naturally, applying human and animal waste is not a straightforward process. This endeavor requires a series of operational steps. Sui vaguely recalled witnessing his grandparents gather their excrement and pile it together, seemingly needing to ferment it, although Sui did not fully grasp the
I have Jiang Xiaozi. Leah is an engineer. Even if she is not familiar with fertilization, she should have some understanding of the relevant chemical reactions and their outcomes, right? Jiang Xiaozi is exceptionally clever, and as a woman from the Republican era, how could she lack knowledge in farming? Even if they both do not know, the worst-case scenario is that I might fail at fertilization. I can simply try multiple times and gradually acquire some techniques. Sui's eyes lit up with determination, and he promptly set out to find Jiang Xiaozi, informing her of the fertilization dilemma concerning the greenhouse room. What a remarkable room!
Jiang Xiaozi smiled, then lowered her head in contemplation. Sir, I have previously had experience in farming.
The use of waste as fertilizer is indeed feasible.
However, one must pay attention to the issues of isolation and fermentation. It cannot be contaminated by wastewater, and the waste needs to be mixed and piled with other organic refuse, such as straw and wood ash. Although the probability is low, it is wise to take precautions.
Leah pondered for a moment. In about 3 days, I can develop a sample pesticide that we can test then. Ha! You can even make pesticides? Sui was taken aback, examining Leah from head to toe. Sister, what kind of deity are you? You seem to possess an exceptional array of skills. An engineer making pesticides? He had never heard of such a thing. Is it that difficult? Leah tilted her head, looking rather adorable. The research room is well equipped, and it contains various scientific texts. I may not be adept, but I can follow the instructions outlined in the books. Moreover, haven't we been collecting supplies outside daily? If I ask Lin Yu to bring back some pesticides, I can analyze the components and replicate something similar. If this endeavor succeeds, our shelter will be able to establish a preliminary self-circulation system, achieving a basic closed-loop structure for food, water, and waste treatment. Of course, I still need to manufacture the raw materials for the pesticides. After all, I cannot conjure pesticides from nothing. Leah spread her hands, feigning innocence. Sui found her demeanor increasingly endearing, almost wanting to embrace her and shower her with affection. Talent, pure talent. Sui chuckled heartily. All right, I will inform Lin Yu about this. Xiaozi, you should be able to handle the fertilization with waste, right?
Of course, Jiang Xiaozi nodded, smiling. We have enough personnel in the shelter, and I have been pondering how to manage everyone's waste if the urban underground systems fail.
It seems we need not worry. It is decided, Sui declared, and the two women began executing the plan. Just as Leah was about to rise and leave, Sui seemed to recall something and asked, by the way, Leah. I remember I haven't assigned you any new research projects recently. Why are you still spending all your time in the research room? Initially, Sui had assigned Leah 2 scientific projects: Research and Exploration Capability Enhancement, and Waste Treatment Center. The former aimed at improving exploration returns, while the latter involved a comprehensive automated waste processing system for the shelter. Both projects had long been completed, yet Leah still immersed herself in the research room day and night, rarely stepping outside. Well, I have nothing else to do. Leah shrugged. Whenever I'm free, I just peruse books.
The research room contains a wealth of useful knowledge, and I thought if I could learn more, perhaps I could assist the boss further.
Oh, splendid. Sui's smile widened, very proactive, so ambitious. Go on and learn. I'm off, boss.
Leah waved her hand and skipped out of the room. What a wonderful young lady. Even without a task, she strives for self-improvement, thoroughly preparing for the next research assignment and continually enhancing her knowledge. She truly embodies an innate diligence, a paragon of industriousness. Chapter 34 of the Apocalypse War instance, the joint survival of two worlds. After the departure of the two women, Sui once again found himself in a prolonged state of idleness. To be honest, he suddenly perceived that the immense benefits from the recent talent reward were merely a fleeting interlude in his otherwise monotonous and tedious existence.
What does it matter if resources continue to accumulate? What difference does it make if the talent pool becomes increasingly proficient? I am still at a standstill.
Sui reclined on the bench, squinting his eyes, swaying his body gently, and humming an indistinct tune to himself.
Ah, how blissful it is!
If idleness is indeed a sin, then I must be grievously sinful. As he mumbled, Sui drifted off to sleep once more. When he opened his eyes again, darkness had enveloped the world. The sounds of women chattering and laughter drifted up from below. Sui descended the stairs to witness Jiang Shaozi leading the women in completing the first phase of a thorough cleaning of the entire building, as they gathered together to chat and relish a moment of warmth. Per Jiang Shaozi's prior arrangements, she had organized the women according to the original residence accommodations, while the improvement and cleaning tasks for the entire building were distributed among groups. Furthermore, from that night onward, at least 3 women would take turns on night watch each day. They were not required to do much, merely to ensure the security of the building's entrance, standing atop the highest floor to survey the surroundings for any approaching threats. Should they notice anything amiss, they were to promptly inform Lin Yu. As long as Lin Yu could detect any intruders at the earliest opportunity, there would be no significant issues. Under Jiang Shaozi's meticulous planning, the entire residential building had entered a state of organized progress. Sui chose not to disturb the women's joyful moments and quietly returned upstairs, retrieving the chess set Jiang Shaozi had prepared for him, commencing a solitary match against himself. A leader must maintain a leader's demeanor. Spending all day reading comic books is hardly commendable. Engaging in chess cultivates the spirit. Sui stroked his chin and sighed. The truth was, he had exhausted his comic book collection, having reread many of them multiple times, leaving him bereft of distractions to occupy his leisure time. Without electricity, many conventional forms of entertainment were rendered impossible. At this rate, it is indeed becoming rather tedious. I must devise a way to accumulate more survival points and hasten Leah's research on the power system technology project. Sui murmured, once that is accomplished, I will procure a high-spec computer, install 700 large-scale single-player games, and play through the night without a wink of sleep. When I tire, I can embrace Shaozi and sleep, then awaken for a meal, and resume playing afterward.
Ah!
What a delightful life! Sui mused, wishing his parents were nearby to scold him for his lack of diligence, but in Sui's view, in this apocalypse, what merit was there in adhering to conventional pursuits? Ensuring his survival and thriving amidst chaos was all that mattered. If one could not even live comfortably, what was the point of existence? Sui harbored no grand ambitions, nor did he possess a self-sacrificial spirit to save all of humanity. He simply wished to live well, making the shelter increasingly secure, so that even if the world outside crumbled, he could remain unscathed. While Sui was lost in thoughts of a bright future, a long unheard mysterious voice suddenly resonated beside him.
Warning! All Apocalypse game players, please pay attention.
Important rules of the Apocalypse game will now be announced.
Ha!
Sui was taken aback, his expression instantly turning grave, his mind swirling with astonishment. This mysterious voice had first emerged on the very first day of the apocalypse, then fell silent for several days, only to be replaced by game-like prompts guiding human survivors on how to utilize the shelter. Now, its return seemed to herald the onset of a significant event. Simultaneously, in every corner of the globe, all of humanity paused their activities, nervously awaiting the mysterious voice in silence. After a brief pause, the voice resounded clearly in the ears of every human.
Global announcement commencing. The Apocalypse game will soon reach its 1-week mark. Now initiating the War Apocalypse module: The Trial of Tribes.
At the dawn of the apocalypse, all militarized humans and politically affiliated groups worldwide have been temporarily stored in frozen, existing no longer in the world of Earth.
The environment for the Earth War Apocalypse instance has been constructed.
Military personnel from various nations will soon be deployed into the relevant instance world. Sui held his breath, attentively listening to the voice, his brow.
They have all been stored away. Now, is it their turn to take the stage? However, judging by this, it seems they cannot yet return to Earth? Sui murmured, just as the mysterious voice resonated once more before he could draw further conclusions.
Now proceeding with nationwide notification for the Huaxia region.
In 1 hour, a nationwide online vote will commence. Voting content.
Determine the difficulty of the war instance faced by the militarized population of our nation. The higher the difficulty, the more generous the rewards for participants upon victory in the Apocalypse War.
Moreover, immediately after the voting concludes, random survival supplies will be awarded based on the difficulty level. Within a month, there exists only one ongoing Apocalypse War. Should our nation experience a failure in this Apocalypse War, 1/10 of the national population will be randomly erased. Additionally, significant enhancement rewards will be granted for the next war. If no erasure occurs following a failure, a considerable weakening penalty will be imposed for the next war.
Before the war, humans within the war instance may send a limited amount of information, restricted to 10 characters, to their nation to guide the national voting.
Important notes for both parties.
1. Life is singular. Please carefully consider the difficulty of the war instance selection. 2. The war instance affects the survival difficulty for a wide range of humans. If the war takes a turn for the worse, it will still lead to apocalyptic disasters occurring within our national region.
3.
The war instance world and the Earth apocalypse world do not interact. If all militarized humans in the war instance perish, they will only lose eligibility to participate in the next war instance, without further erasing survivors within the nation.
Conversely, the same applies.
During the duration of the war, survivors within our nation may observe the progression of the apocalypse war situation, and may also spend survival points to view the complete course of the war situation.
5.
During the war, militarized humans within the apocalypse war instance can observe the number of survivors and the survival situation within their nation, and after achieving victory in a small-scale battle, they may opt for either request or give actions.
Request, :
As a victor, forcibly demand resources, items, or tools from designated or random survivors within the nation.
An additional action: please prepare both parties within the nations of Earth. Will you ensure your own survival, or that of them? I eagerly anticipate your choices.
As the mysterious voice finally faded away, Sui stood frozen in place, rendered speechless. He comprehended the gravity of the situation. The apocalypse game was, in essence, a cruel jest played upon humanity. Those who had survived thus far might have thought the first round of the sweltering apocalypse was merely a minor inconvenience, believing that with adequate cooling measures, survival was assured. Moreover, if their shelter boasted favorable talents, they could even thrive. However, the mysterious announcement that night forced humanity to confront the brutal nature of the apocalypse game anew. All militarized humans worldwide were thrust into an alternate apocalypse instance world, compelled to fulfill their duties as soldiers. To experience the horrors of war in an apocalyptic setting, non-military survivors endured round after round of apocalyptic disasters on Earth. The surviving soldiers engaged in relentless battles beyond the confines of Earth. Casualties on either side signified true death, yet, if it were merely this, both parties would be merely struggling for survival in distinct apocalyptic environments, and the mysterious entity's actions erasing technology and abducting soldiers might simply serve to amplify the apocalypse's cruelty. The true malevolence lay in this entity's attempt to manipulate the human heart. Though both sides inhabited different worlds, their fates intertwined, exerting influence upon one another. Earth survivors could vote to determine the difficulty of the apocalypse war faced by their military personnel. Wishing to secure comfort for themselves, then let their soldiers confront the highest difficulty of the apocalypse war. Immediate rewards of survival supplies would follow. Meanwhile, the soldiers in the apocalypse instance, fighting valiantly for victory, if they wish to survive to fight another day, must compel their nation as survivors to sacrifice their resources, plundering from their own populace to bolster their own hope of survival. Of course, They could choose not to oppress the other side. As long as they could endure the escalating pressures of survival, facing greater and more oppressive life or death crises. This is the true essence of the apocalypse game, Sui murmured, feeling a tremor in his palms. No one can completely seize control of their fate. One cannot bask in self-satisfaction due to favorable talents, for we are all intertwined in our influence upon one another. The human heart is inscrutable. This is not merely an external trial for all humanity. It is also a torment of the innermost being for every individual. It was only at this moment that Sui truly understood the past week had merely been a gentle prelude to the apocalypse game. What of the heat crisis, the urban chaos, the rampant marauders, the scarcity of resources? All these were merely appetizers. They barely constituted a true apocalypse, and it would not be long before humanity would resolve or adapt to these issues, returning to a semblance of peaceful existence. Is this the apocalypse? No, the real crisis of the apocalypse has only just begun. Humanity itself must determine the course of the future, struggling amidst life and death, whether it be betrayal or sacrifice. Chapter 35 A Mutual Pursuit in the Apocalypse. Sui fell into a prolonged silence, having come to a profound realization: the apocalypse had only just begun. No one could escape calamity, everyone was powerless to dictate their own fate. This was a threat wrought by humanity itself, far surpassing any natural disaster. I fear there is little I can do, at least for now. All I can do is wait. Taking a deep breath, Sui opened the city chat channel that had remained dormant for some time. The once bustling channel, filled with various rescue messages and desperate complaints, erupted into chaos. All the survivors still alive in the city had received the recent notification regarding the apocalyptic war instance. Damn! No wonder the soldiers have vanished. They've all been temporarily stored by that damned entity. I've been barely hanging on for a week, drinking my own urine, eating moldy, rotten food. I kept waiting for the government to rescue me, only to be told now that they can't help? What are they doing, forcing us into this apocalyptic war? Stop whining. I've hoarded a mountain of gold, jewels, and cash during the apocalypse, waiting for the government to stabilize things so I could profit handsomely. And now you're pulling this on me? Despair gripped the city, and it was the survivors who had naively believed the apocalypse would soon pass that crumbled first. It was hardly surprising. Given the context of Huaxia, what apocalypse could possibly be serious? Our army enters the city and resolves everything in a heartbeat. What natural or man-made disaster could we not overcome? A civilization that has endured for 5,000 years could not be toppled by such trivial challenges. Did they truly think it was like abroad, where a few zombies could send everyone into a frenzy, a little flood and the whole nation collapses? It was not that we were overconfident. This was merely a matter of recognizing the lack of difficulty in these matters. But now, confidence was waning. The mysterious entity seemed to possess an uncanny ability to read minds, knowing exactly what Waxians relied upon and swiftly stripping them of their support. Ah, you've lost your trump cards. Now enjoy your little apocalypse game. They played without a word. The Huaxian people are a unique nation of heroes safeguarding the common folk. Now that the heroes had been taken away, only the commoners remained. Was this not a deliberate provocation? Yet, if it were merely this simple, it would hardly be the onset of a catastrophic collapse. After all, new heroes could still emerge from among the common folk. The mysterious entity seemed to have anticipated this, immediately implementing a mechanism for a dual-world apocalypse survival scenario. Soldiers would engage in apocalyptic warfare in another world, while ordinary people experienced rotating apocalyptic disasters on Earth. This move is utterly insidious. It's like pulling the rug out from under us. One survivor cursed in the chat channel, "Let them fight their wars, but why drag us into the fray?" This entire mechanism appears intricate, yet at its core, it's simply about internal conflict. It aims to incite us against each other, forcing us to vote for the highest difficulty of war, while the soldiers continuously extract our resources to ensure their next victory. After all this back and forth, if even one side distrusts the other, we'll find ourselves in a situation where soldiers are fighting the highest difficulty battles daily, while we starve and wait for death. Even those survivors who initially struggled to grasp the mechanism began to recognize the gravity of the situation upon seeing the relevant explanations. This was not mere discord between one or two individuals. The mysterious entity was toying with all of humanity. It forcibly divided humanity into two camps, compelling them to send each other to hell.
What do we do now? How should we vote?
Let us go with the lowest difficulty. We mustn't forget there is an annihilation mechanism, but if we lose, any one of us could die.
Highest difficulty, I trust our military.
I need supplies, I'm dying of thirst, and if I don't get something to drink soon, I won't even last until I'm annihilated.
Damn it, even the officials have been taken away. There is no one to lead us. Who do we listen to?
How about we compromise and choose a moderate difficulty? Actually, I don't have much water left either.
What is there to discuss?
We don't even know how many difficulty levels there are, and anyway, it's not just up to us, there are countless regions nationwide.
I have a bad feeling. I think I might die. That apocalyptic war sounds incredibly daunting.
That thing hasn't even said when it will stop. Do they intend to fight endlessly? In that case, knowing they can't return, will they prioritize their own survival?
The chat channel descended into utter chaos.
People clamored in confusion, some attempted to restore order with shouts, but their efforts were in vain. In such moments, only high-ranking officials, soldiers, and other figures of authority could quell the turmoil and earn the populace's trust. Beyond that, no one was willing to yield. Why should they listen to anyone else? Sui understood this all too well, silently observing as the disorder in the city escalated. Perhaps this is what no one knew what others were truly thinking, and even the soldiers who had been taken might still possess their steadfast principles and convictions. After all, this was neither a time of peace nor a war between humans on Earth. This was the apocalypse, a brutal game fully manipulated by a mysterious entity.
The voting phase begins now.
Before the voting phase, we will announce the guiding information regarding our country's apocalyptic war.
The following is the specific content of the guiding information.
A new prompt appeared before everyone, a special red dialog box slowly materializing at the bottom line. It was guiding information, consisting of a simple 10 characters. Choose the highest difficulty.
Trust the People's Liberation Army.
In an instant, silence fell over the city, all noise and complaints extinguished. Everyone stared blankly at the string of words before them, 10 simple characters that stirred a surge of fervor within, evoking a tearful impulse. There was no hesitation, no fear, only resolute persuasion, eliminating the need for us to voice our choices regarding victory or defeat. These 10 simple characters seemed to be inscribed in the very pupils of every Huasian survivor.
Incredibly fervent. Is it because the higher the difficulty, the more survival supplies we will receive?
Sui murmured, the only conclusion he could draw. There was no other reason. They simply wanted to rescue the populace. Though we were no longer on Earth, we would still do everything in our power to save the people of our nation, for sacrificing for the people is the essence of every Huasian soldier, the most solid foundation of a great belief.
You all are a bit too straightforward.
Sui chuckled wryly, raising his hand to touch the moisture on his cheek.
But I must admit, I am moved.
Taking a deep breath, Sui endeavored to calm himself, for he saw new prompt information materializing before his eyes. The guiding information has been announced.
We shall now proceed with the online voting.
The first round of difficulty selection for our country's apocalyptic war is as follows: single choice, F, E, D, C. Starting from D difficulty, survivors in our country will receive basic survival supplies, and with each increase in difficulty, the reward for resources will double.
The theme type of this apocalyptic war is Blood Battle. War scene: a random city map environment within our country. Duration, 21 days. Victory condition: annihilate the enemy.
Defeat condition: our side is completely wiped out or time runs out. The number of participating soldiers is limited to 100,000, without any war equipment, and must annihilate 10,000-inch frenzied beasts within 1 month.
Frenzied beasts,
Monsters in the apocalyptic war world: humanoid, 3 meters tall, possessing double the speed and strength of humans, and exhibiting biological characteristics such as rapid healing, disease infection, low-altitude flight, and advanced intelligence. Starting from D difficulty, for each increase in difficulty, the number of frenzied beasts doubles, with the maximum S difficulty presenting 160,000 frenzied beasts.
The voting begins now. Voting time is 1 hour. Failure to vote within the time limit will be considered as selecting D difficulty.
At the bottom of the latest information was an image of a frenzied beast. It depicted a humanoid monster with crimson skin, a massive physique, and robust muscles, clad in heavy armor and wielding sharp weaponry. Sui silently scrutinized the image of the monster, quickly analyzing several key pieces of warfare intelligence. The monsters are armored and armed, indicating their intelligence in crafting and utilizing tools, potentially rivaling that of normal humans. Standing 3 meters tall, nearly double that of an average human, they tower over human soldiers in terms of strength and speed.
3.
Human soldiers would enter the fray unarmed. Without weaponry, it would be nearly impossible to defeat such monsters, even 10 against 1, given that the monsters could fly. If I can analyze this, then surely those far away in the war instance are aware of just how dangerous these creatures are. Let alone battling 160,000. Even taking on 1,000 would be an arduous task. Taking a deep breath, Sui silently made his voting choice. F level, the lowest difficulty. It was not that I did not trust them. I simply did not want them to suffer unduly. I can forego these resource rewards.
Sui contemplated the F level reward information.
Successfully choosing this difficulty will reduce the enemy numbers by 50, allowing humans to utilize weaponry not exceeding the corresponding number of participating soldiers. However, simultaneously, the rewards for resources obtained by survivors upon winning the war at this difficulty will be reduced to 20% of the basic reward.
This was Sui's rationale for selecting F level.
From the information prompts, it could be inferred that various military technological equipment on Earth had likely been forcibly extracted along with the soldiers. Therefore, the market had been filled with only basic firearms in recent days. Even submachine guns and rifles were scarce, with grenades in short supply. If tanks and aircraft were also sent over, bringing them would surely increase our chances of victory.
Yet, I doubt many would opt for this difficulty.
Sui chuckled bitterly, fully aware that he was likely engaging in a fruitless endeavor. F-level difficulty was utterly unappealing, offering not only minimal resource rewards but also scant benefits even upon victory across the nation. Few could afford the luxury of not worrying about food and water like Sui. Most survivors still struggled to meet basic survival needs, lacking food, lacking water, lacking means to withstand the heat. These were the most fatal shortages. Who could forsake life-saving supplies in a moment of life and death, relinquishing their hope of survival to the soldiers of their nation, who were far away in another world, uncertain if they could ever return? At the very least, I can maintain a clear conscience. Sui closed the voting interface, sitting silently in the darkness, awaiting the final voting results. During this prolonged wait, Sui pondered many things. The only way I can assist them is through my meager influence in this vote. Regardless of whether they can win, I must prioritize my own safety. The rotating apocalypse mechanism has not yet vanished, and now there is an additional mechanism for apocalyptic warfare. This means I must ensure I survive in the ever-rotating disasters while also relying on luck to avoid being listed for random annihilation.
Sui furrowed his brow, feeling an immense weight of pressure. This is truly challenging.
I need to devise a plan that ensures my survival, minimizing the risk of death. While Sui was lost in thought, he was suddenly interrupted by information materializing before him. He looked up to find that the voting results had been announced. Let us see, it should be D level, B level is also possible, surely it can't be S level? As Sui raised his head to glance, he was momentarily stunned.
He saw the answer.
The first round of our country's apocalyptic war difficulty, F level.
Chapter 36, is this choice truly unexpected? After all, they are the soldiers of the people. Damn it! Sui exclaimed, leaping up in shock. Is it that the hearts of the people in Huaxia are so pure? What on earth is happening? Outside, there are rampant thugs everywhere, and now, the vote for the apocalypse war results in an F grade? Where are the thugs? Don't they want supplies? Could it be that in the midst of this apocalypse, while committing heinous acts, they suddenly rise to the occasion when the survival of the nation is at stake? It seems they have become righteous heroes. Sui felt a bit bewildered. He thought reality was somewhat surreal. Perhaps his understanding of his fellow countrymen was too simplistic. It wasn't just Sui who was perplexed. The city chat channel erupted with voices of disbelief. F-grade? Wait, weren't you all just discussing voting C, saying we should at least get some survival supplies? Damn, I was deceived. It turns out I was the only one who voted S-grade. I am the only one who truly listens to the country. You all want a rebel, don't you? This is hilarious. You all don't believe in the People's Liberation Army, right? A sudden F-grade difficulty voting result. The soldiers must be dumbfounded. Soldiers? I dominate the earth, yet my family wants me to fight at the lowest difficulty? Oh, just moments ago you were crying and wailing about dying of thirst, and now this? You'd rather die of thirst than vote F-grade? That is not fair. I just looked at the specific voting numbers. F-grade only leads by 83 votes. It's a narrow margin. The second place is B-grade, and I lost the B-grade supply reward. So, I remember you just said you were about to die of thirst. Are you B-grade or S-grade? I voted F-grade, thanks. Anyway, this worthless life of mine may not last long, so let the soldiers live a few more days. Damn. Brother, report your location. I'll send you some supplies. The survivors in the city chat channel were all incredulous, their disbelief momentarily alleviating the shadows and discomfort of the apocalypse. Every survivor across the nation was focused on the voting results, with some even pulling up all the voting data to examine closely. First vote F-grade, second vote B-grade, third vote D-grade, fourth vote S-grade. Only these 4 votes had a significant lead. B-grade and D-grade were understandable. Although everyone felt for the soldiers, they still wanted to secure some supplies to address their urgent needs. The S-grade voting data was also comprehensible, as it was a choice sanctioned by the state. Blind faith in the country seemed reasonable. However, the F-grade vote occupying first place was something that the entire nation had not anticipated. Perhaps many people share the same sentiment as I do, Sui murmured, a smile creeping onto his lips. Initially, I merely wanted to test the waters, to be true to my conscience, and as it turns out, well, everyone wants to be true to their conscience. The people of Huaxia are truly remarkable. They can produce such voting results. Sui had to admit that many, himself included, did not truly understand their own nation, hence, they were capable of creating miracles in reality that even their own kin could not believe. Sui felt a wave of happiness and an urge to confide in someone. Luckily, he found Jiang Xiaozi and shared the entire situation with her. With her keen intellect, she quickly analyzed the reasons behind it. Sir, there is no need for such astonishment. The wisdom of our people has been hidden among the masses since ancient times, and in modern times, the people's intelligence has awakened, naturally understanding the principle of mutual existence. Regardless of whether the army has hope of returning, from the perspective of the apocalypse war mechanism, prioritizing. Is my analysis incorrect? It is indeed correct. It's just that perhaps everyone isn't pondering as deeply. Sui stroked his chin and suddenly laughed. The term people precedes Liberation Army. This is the army of the people, dedicated to safeguarding the lives and interests of the populace. Do you think such an army would be willing to engage in excessively brutal warfare? I see. Jiang Xiaozi paused, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Perhaps they are soldiers like Lin Yu. No, Lin Yu is a soldier like them. Just as Sui was about to continue speaking, a new prompt appeared before him. Congratulations! The national military has decided to utilize pre-war additional operational privileges and activate the Give module. All survivors within the nation are about to receive random rewards from the national military. Congratulations! You have received a random reward, a D-grade water purification machine. D-grade water purification machine, capable of transforming undrinkable water into potable water, purifying up to 200 liters daily. As the prompt appeared, a golden light flickered before Sui. When the golden light dissipated, a large water purification device, approximately a meter tall, stood before him. This device was of a type Sui had never encountered. It was evidently not of existing human technology, as the item description clearly stated. Capable of purifying undrinkable water, this device did not limit its purification range. It could potentially purify any form of water. This is astonishing. Jiang Xiaozi blinked her beautiful eyes and she was surprised by the sudden appearance of the item, while Sui was astonished by the national urgency in distributing rewards. Before the first battle,
the military of each country had the option to either demand from the populace to increase the chances of victory or give randoms. Clearly, the military of Huaxia unhesitatingly chose give, and the speed was so swift that it occurred almost immediately after the voting results were announced, fearing that if they delayed even slightly, civilians might perish due to apocalyptic disasters.
A water purifier. My luck seems quite good.
Sui touched the large device, noticing a manual attached to it detailing simple operating procedures and precautions. Excellent. With the greenhouse now established and the water purifier in place, he could truly stay in seclusion until the end of time. Additionally, with a freezer serving as an air conditioner and providing cold water for cooling, the shelter's defensive capabilities were not to be underestimated, and with Lia, the research enthusiast, continually enhancing the shelter's structural defenses, he felt quite secure.
What else do I lack? Perhaps I truly just need some entertainment facilities. Sui pondered, for tomorrow's reward, could it be that they will genuinely provide me with some entertainment facilities to satisfy my spiritual needs? Sui opened the city chat channel.
The survivors were all excitedly discussing the random rewards distributed by the state.
Look, a miraculous bread tree, it produces 6 loaves of bread daily, and eating 3 fulfills all nutritional and hydration needs for a day. I am praising the Liberation Army to the heavens. What about me, an unpowered air conditioner? Just turn it on and it works, heating and cooling. It even has a hibernation mode to reduce energy consumption without entering a true hibernation state. Ha! Am I the most unfortunate? I received a weapon, a laser dagger that doesn't require charging. What am I supposed to do with that? I want more food. I looked around and did some analysis. It seems the rewards we received are all things we urgently need.
This mechanism is quite reasonable. It hasn't caused too much trouble. This mysterious entity seems quite considerate.
You all look like naive fools, surprised as if you've never.
Isn't this how it should be? Who are they? They are the soldiers of the people. They will undoubtedly choose the give operation without thinking. It will always be this way.
Ha, what do you mean? There will be rewards like this in the future. Even in the apocalypse, I'll still be protected by the Liberation Army every day. I feel like a happy little waste. To be honest, I still hope they return. The world is still quite chaotic, and I dare not go out casually. Every day, I can see corpses outside. Sigh. The chat channel was filled with excitement and discussions about their respective rewards. With many boasting about their rewards, this scene resembled the atmosphere of a game where players compare who has the luckiest draw after a 10 pull. Of course, everyone knew who was the source of this joy. With this wave of support, I estimate the death toll among survivors nationwide will sharply decline tomorrow.
Sui murmured, from a broader perspective, the give operation is indeed effective, directly meeting everyone's most urgent survival resource needs. This reward sounds somewhat akin to my talent. However, I can receive rewards daily, while others must wait for the soldiers to win battles. As Sui analyzed, he continued to observe the dialogue information box before him.
Operation concluded. The apocalypse war has commenced.
Survivors can view the current general direction of the war at any time through the shelter data version. They may also spend survival points for more detailed war situation content. The apocalypse war had indeed begun. He wondered how things were faring on the other side, whether the soldiers had any chance of victory against those seemingly monstrous and perverse beings. Sui felt uncertain. He trusted the soldiers of the people, but humanity did not fully understand the monstrous beings, and in the first war, any unforeseen circumstances were possible. Yet, compared to the outcome of the war, Sui felt that the 2 lines of information prompts before him seemed to possess a deeper meaning. If we can see the general direction of the war without spending points, why emphasize? Understanding the detailed war situation is of no use and doesn't affect the course of the war. Sui murmured, suddenly struck by a flash of insight. So far, the prompts given by the mysterious entity have mostly been devoid of superfluous words. It wouldn't intentionally establish a mechanism that appears to serve no purpose. Upon reflection, could this piece of information be so simple?
Could it be foreshadowing that the survivors on Earth can actually influence the situation of the apocalypse war by spending points? Chapter 37. An entire night of firepower coverage, sir. What are you pondering? Jiang Shaozi raised her head, observing Sui lost in thought. Curiously, she inquired, is there an issue with this machine? Jiang Shaozi had already discerned the function and operation of the device, leaving her perplexed as to why Sui had yet to issue orders for its installation and utilization. This colossal apparatus could provide the most stable guarantee of drinking water for the shelter. I am merely contemplating one matter, a potentiality that has yet to manifest. Sui inhaled deeply, sharing the information prompts before him and his speculations with Jiang Shaozi. Do you believe my supposition holds any merit? Your hypothesis is indeed astute. It is an inevitability. Without hesitation, Jiang Shaozi rendered her judgment, pinpointing the crux of the matter. As you have noted, the enigmatic entity has exhibited no superfluous actions, which implies that the irrationality of its maneuvers must be grounded in reason. I have been reflecting that, if we consider the mechanics of apocalyptic warfare, should it truly desire to test humanity, it ought not to merely present choices that reveal a brutal fate. Simple provocation and exploitation do not constitute a true test. Offering additional opportunities and options aligns more closely with the mindset of those in power and demonstrates absolute control. I cannot fathom the level at which it operates or the magnitude of its power. I merely surmise if I were to confront a swarm of ants and wished to test them, I would certainly provide an avenue for escape. If my objective were merely to extinguish a multitude of ants, I could simply pour boiling water upon them. Why go to such lengths? Jiang Shaozi paused, then smiled, stating, thus, your conjecture is entirely accurate. While we are uncertain as to when this new mechanism will emerge, we can be almost certain that we will possess the potential to influence the apocalypse. Of course, this influence is not solely to bolster our military but may also involve others diminishing their combat prowess. I believe this reflects a true clash between the dualities of human nature, wherein good and evil vie for supremacy. Jiang Shaozi's agreement brought a sense of relief to Sui. It seemed he was not merely overthinking, an intelligent mind shared his perspective, suggesting that there might indeed be substance to his thoughts. Then, it follows that other astute individuals are likely to arrive at this conclusion as well. Once a growing number of people grasp this notion, the significance of survival points will magnify. Whether to assist the soldiers or to undermine them, each individual harboring their own intentions will undoubtedly devise means to acquire more survival points. Sui murmured, Shaozi, we must act swiftly. We need to keep pace and find ways to accumulate more points. Acquiring additional survival points would not only enhance the living conditions of the shelter but also influence the soldiers embroiled in the apocalyptic warfare. Sui placed greater emphasis on the latter. At this stage, he felt little pressing survival pressure. The only immediate threat to his life stemmed from the potential random annihilation that might follow a failure in the apocalyptic war. Although the soldiers would likely refrain from making such a choice, the existence of this punitive mechanism suggested that a mandatory annihilation penalty could not be entirely ruled out. Better to be cautious than to be caught unaware. Should the soldiers suffer consecutive defeats and a compulsory annihilation arise, and should he fortuitously find himself in the wrong place at the wrong time, that would spell disaster? Your words ring true. Jiang Shaozi nodded, inquiring, shall I instruct Lin Yu to continue exploring for resources? Resource exploration is secondary. The survival points awarded upon completing the exploration task are paramount. No, let us wait a bit longer. Those 10 or 20 points are not worth rushing for. Sui waved his hand. Whether it's for constructing the shelter or supporting the apocalyptic war, the demand for points will undoubtedly be significant. Ordinary methods will not suffice. We must employ extraordinary means. A peculiar glint shone in Sui's eyes, marking a subtle shift in his mindset at that moment. Jiang Shaozi, perceptive as ever, sensed this slight change and lowered her head, uttering a single phrase. Little White Bear Shelter. Sui fell silent, choosing not to respond. After a moment, he raised an eyebrow. Are you suggesting I emulate the Little White Bear Shelter? No. Jiang Shaozi shook her head, smiling as she continued, Sir, you have informed me that the Little White Bear Shelter possesses the highest survival points in the entire city, and destroying a shelter would directly allow one to inherit the unutilized points of the other. Therefore, sir, Why not eliminate this threat to the populace?
Out in the dead of night, Sui lay in bed, his bright eyes gazing vacantly out the window in the darkness. Beside him, Jiang Shaozi had long since succumbed to sweet slumber, having arranged the water purification machine and the night watch, naturally lying beside Sui under the same covers. Neither party had objected to this arrangement. It seemed to have become an unspoken understanding between the two. Sui could feel the warmth of her delicate form beside him, unclothed, yet he remained unperturbed, devoid of any distractions or inclination to sleep. He pondered over Jiang Shaozi's suggestion. To take the initiative and punish the wicked is not an unwelcome notion, it is simply that I currently have only Lin Yu at my disposal. Sui silently calculated in his mind. He could not shake the belief that Lin Yu alone could not contend with the little white bear shelter. After all, they were the top contender, and their innate abilities were undoubtedly formidable. Sui even suspected that their talents might far surpass his own. Otherwise, how could they have dismantled so many shelters in such a short span? One Lin Yu could not possibly triumph over them. Yet, Jiang Shaozi's proposal could not be entirely dismissed, for the two parties had already established enmity. Even if they were unable to locate Sui now, it did not guarantee they would remain oblivious in the future. I must resolve this while I still dwell in the shadows. Waiting for them to come seeking vengeance would be utterly foolish. Yet, if I wish to rapidly enhance the combat effectiveness of the shelter, the most effective method would be to leverage my innate abilities. How can I utilize them efficiently to ensure the rewards align with my desires each time?
Sui contemplated. The innate rewards are what I currently lack most urgently. However, the shelter's combat power is not particularly inadequate for a level 1 shelter. Does it not fall outside the realm of urgent need? Yet, could I not adjust the parameters? While combat power may not be immediately critical, if I were to increase resources such as food and water beyond the level of combat power, would it not render the shelter's combat capacity insufficient? Do the innate rewards abide by the principles of the wooden barrel theory? Unbeknownst to him, Sui had ruminated throughout the night. When he finally regained his senses, dawn was breaking, and he was startled to realize he had not slept a wink, a wave of fatigue washing over him. Perhaps I should rest. Mastering the mechanics of innate abilities cannot be accomplished in a day. As Sui succumbed to drowsiness, he felt as though he had barely closed his eyes when he heard Jiang Shaozi's gentle voice beckoning him awake. Sir, it is time to rise. It is already past 11 in the morning. Sui wearily opened his eyes, rubbing his aching head. Jiang Shaozi inquired softly, Sir, did you not sleep well last night? I spent the entire night in contemplation. Sui sighed. Shaozi, what do you think? How can we enhance the combat effectiveness of the shelter, establish a self-sustaining resource supply system, cultivate a larger population, train an army from within, and research weaponry? Jiang Shaozi answered without hesitation, creating an army loyal to you, sir, would naturally render us impervious to any threats. An army? Sui was taken aback, gazing at Jiang Shaozi. He suddenly asked, have you been harboring this plan all along? Is that why you urged me to accept those women? Sir, Jiang Shaozi did not refute, merely lowering her head and explaining softly, compared to men, I possess a deeper understanding of women, and I am more confident in training them. I find myself increasingly curious about your past. You can even train female soldiers. Sui appraised Jiang Shaozi from head to toe, tentatively inquiring, would you mind sharing? Special Forces Training Station Director. Jiang Shaozi did not conceal the truth, even elaborating for Sui, this position is akin to a special soldier trainer during the world's resistance period, also responsible for clandestine missions assigned to the trainees, acting as their superior. Clandestine missions, underground organizations, infiltrators, spies. Sui's eyes widened in astonishment. You can train spies, I suppose so. Jiang Shaozi smiled and nodded. No wonder she was an A-grade talent. No wonder she had so strongly urged him to accept those women, she possessed such capabilities. Gifted in management, possessing extraordinary intellect, adept at training spies, this woman was undeniably versatile. Sui was thrilled, yet he quickly realized that this did not resolve his current predicament. Shaozi, you are indeed remarkable, but what I truly need is a swift enhancement of the shelter's combat power. This approach is suited for long-term development. In the short term, if we encounter danger, we will still have to rely on Lin Yu. Sui understood clearly that, even with Jiang Shaozi's prowess, she could not swiftly transform those women into warriors. It required time. Jiang Shaozi recognized this as well. She lowered her head and whispered, Sir, prior to that, I will do my utmost to ensure the safety of the shelter, so we do not descend into despair.
Circumstances are unpredictable. Let us eat first. Sui took a seat at the dining table, just as he was about to pick up his chopsticks when the thought of the apocalyptic war crossed his mind. A night has passed, and I wonder how our soldiers fared in their first battle. How do I check the battle status? Oh, right here. Sui navigated through the shelter interface to locate the battle status module, selecting it as several Our nation's army entered the fray. At 0:30, our army acquired information regarding the battlefield city and deployed scouts to gather intelligence on the enemy.
At
01:30, the first large-scale skirmish occurred. Our army completed a strategic deployment, luring the enemy into an ambush at the cost of 569 drones. At 1:40, the first round of artillery bombardment commenced. The H-6 executed its mission, successfully demolishing urban structures and burying 525 fiends. At 2:10, 18 J-20s launched in unison, suppressing the fiends' low-altitude flying capabilities and thwarting the enemy's attempts to escape the urban ruins.
At
02:30, the Dongfeng 15 began mass bombardment, which persisted for 2 hours. At 4:30, drones entered the ruins, confirming the elimination of a total of 506 enemy corpses, with suspicions of remnants fleeing.
At
05:26, the command center confirmed the status of another heavy mechanized brigade, successfully stalling over 200 fiends, believed to be enemy scouts. Simultaneously, large-scale fiend activity was detected, suspected to involve ambush and support operations in the wilderness.
At
05:40, the command center activated the Guardian 2D long-range rocket artillery, executing a comprehensive saturation strike on the area of large-scale fiend activity.
At 6:20, the bombardment ceased. The second round of drone luring operations commenced, but the baiting failed. At 7:50, the battlefield entered a period of silence. Sui read through each entry, his mouth agape in disbelief. Did you engage in artillery fire all night long? Chapter 38 of Fortuitous Gains, a decade of full gold. Sui was astounded. What about our illustrious tradition of excellence? Where is the promised unmatched light infantry? Why have we suddenly adopted the warfare tactics of the great powers? Upon entering the arena, artillery fire erupted throughout the night, with both air force and infantry launching their assaults simultaneously. They even deployed drones for reconnaissance, seemingly opting not to send any personnel into the fray, allowing the madmen to engage in their game of artillery. Although the narrative of the war was succinct, every citizen of Huaxia possessed a keen sense of warfare and basic analytical skills. Upon observation, Sui quickly grasped the situation. The command center had no intention of hiding from the madmen and did not plan to engage in close combat. Instead, they opted for relentless long-range bombardment, repeatedly shelling the area before deploying drones to assess the situation. If the results could not be confirmed, they simply would not be confirmed. As for any human presence, absolutely not. The madmen were not to lay eyes on a single human being. In a battle of such magnitude, failing to secure a decisive victory would be a disservice to the gratitude of the entire nation. Just yesterday, I thought this madman was formidable, with self-healing, disease infections, and low-altitude flying. Yet now, it seems he is not so difficult to combat. Sui scratched his head, suddenly realizing the meaning behind the phrase in the F-level difficulty. Humans are permitted to utilize weaponry corresponding to the number of participating soldiers. In Huaxia, a scale of 100,000 soldiers equates to the size of an army group. Within this structure, there are hardly any weapons that belong to this system domestically. As long as the rules permit, theoretically, even nuclear weapons could be brought in. No, Sui began to seriously suspect that, given the frequency with which the soldiers were firing their artillery, nuclear weapons might have already been brought in, merely awaiting deployment. As he continued to peruse the war information, he discovered there were no updates. It's almost noon now. The silence has lasted far too long? Sui pondered aloud. Could it be they're planning something grand all at once? Hey! This is a war with a 21-day time limit. There is ample time. There is no need for such a rapid conclusion. Considering the F-level difficulty, the enemy comprises 5,000 madmen. But based on the bombardment losses over the past few hours, the madmen's losses are conservatively estimated to exceed 1,000. At this rate, the battle could truly conclude in just a few days. Sui stroked his chin, murmuring, if the fighting concludes early, might there be additional rewards? The war lasts for 21 days. What other arrangements might be made for the remaining time?
could the soldiers be allowed to return home for a visit? Truly, the Earth is in dire need of them. At the very least, Huaxia is in urgent need. The nation is in utter chaos without anyone at the helm. While eating, Sui opened the city chat channel. Today, the community had largely ceased their desperate complaints, instead animatedly discussing the state of their nation in the apocalyptic war. Perhaps it was due to the recent influx of national supplies that alleviated the immediate concerns of the populace, resulting in a lively atmosphere today. I wondered why I couldn't find any potent weaponry after seeking several police station traders. It turns out they are all in the hands of the soldiers. What police station traders? The title is truly but indeed, it seems even the police have joined the apocalypse war instance. Otherwise, how could some petty criminals occupy the police stations? Who are the petty criminals? Who the hell are you referring to? Do you dare disclose your location? To be frank, this war report is thrilling to read. I worried all night last night, fearing it would be a tough battle, and yet it turned out like this? Excellent, we're truly beginning to dominate the aliens. By the way, can we consider the madmen as aliens? I no longer even have the inclination to venture out for food. I am just constantly refreshing the war reports. It's been a quiet morning, and I'm starting to feel anxious. I see you're not worried about the soldiers, you're anxious for the country to win and quickly distribute rewards to everyone. The confusion of the other survivors mirrored Sui's own. Everyone harbored a vague suspicion. According to the consistent style of the Huaxia government, they would either remain silent or make an enormous announcement. Just as Sui contemplated the government's next move, a new notification appeared before him. Today's talent reward had been issued. Congratulations, you have triggered a talent reward and received a combat talent lottery ticket, up to 10. Combat Talent Lottery Ticket, D-Level Special Entertainment Item, Consumable. Upon use, the shelter can obtain a random number of 1 to 10 D-Level Combat Talents. What the heck? Sui's eyes widened, overwhelmed with joy. Is this truly what I wished for? Today, the Combat Talent Reward has arrived? This was utterly delightful. According to the C-level standards of the Talent Experience post-upgrade, while D-level rewards are of a slightly lower tier, this item is a special reward. If luck is on my side, drawing more than 1 D-level combat talent would be a significant gain. As golden light flashed, a purple lottery ticket appeared in Sui's hand. He observed it for a moment, and just as he was about to use it with excitement, a sudden realization struck him. Wait, has the Apocalypse game ever emphasized that talents cannot utilize items within the shelter system? After all, these belong to the mechanisms of the Apocalypse game. If talents can use this ticket, why not let Lin Yu use it? Sui reviewed the item's information repeatedly, confirming there were no restrictions against talents using it. Let us give it a try. What if it works? If Lin Yu can use it, it would mean she can activate her luck buff. Sui sprang to his feet and hurriedly called for Lin Yu. Commander! Lin Yu responded swiftly, rushing up from downstairs with great urgency. I was training those girls. Is there something you need from me? Such swift military training arrangements, Zhang Xiaozi's efficiency is truly commendable. There is something very important. Sui handed over the lottery ticket, asking earnestly, can you see if you can use this? Use it? Lin Yu scrutinized the lottery ticket, turning it over and over, looking puzzled as she raised her head. Commander, how do I use it? What do I need to do? Oh no, the talent cannot see the item's data or the Use Operation button. Oh no, it seems Lin Yu will not be able to enjoy the benefits of her luck. Sui sighed. Just as he prepared to reclaim the lottery ticket, he noticed Lin Yu pondering and tentatively waving the ticket. Use? Boom! The lottery ticket suddenly erupted in a burst of golden light, startling Lin Yu, who quickly raised her weapon defensively in front of Sui. Meanwhile, Sui's eyes widened in astonishment as he watched the golden light swiftly coalesce around him into 10 golden figures. Damn, it worked, it can really be used. This thing can even be activated by voice command. Sui was a mix of joy and surprise as he grasped Lin Yu's shoulders, signaling her to lower her weapon. Then, he turned his gaze towards the golden light, his excitement evident. Lin Yu's luck effect truly activated. In the blink of an eye, the 10 golden figures dissipated, revealing 10 tall and robust men. They were all clad in modern military attire, adorned with camouflage and equipped with basic weapons and combat tools.
Comrades?
Lin Yu furrowed her brow. She recognized these individuals. Once the golden light completely faded, the 10 soldiers filled the already cramped room to capacity. As if they had anticipated this moment, they all turned in unison to face Su Yi and saluted sharply.
Commander, greetings! The soldiers bellowed in unison, their presence exuding an impressive aura, each warrior radiating a formidable fighting spirit.
A mere glance revealed their strong determination to fight. Chapter 39. This woman truly lives up to her title as the head of the operatives.
Well, greetings to you all.
Damn, 10 D-grade soldiers, what a windfall. One must remember that when Lin Yu was still at the D-grade, her displayed combat prowess was akin to that of a little superhuman, with impeccable combat skills across the board.
Now, these 10 warriors before him could hardly be expected to be inferior to Lin Yu of yore, could they? If utilized properly, these 10 individuals, along with Lin Yu, could deliver an overwhelming strike against most of the marauding factions in the current apocalyptic scenario. As long as the enemy lacked excessively formidable shelter talents, Sui could scarcely conceive of any ordinary person who could stand against so many soldiers of Huaxia. Lin Yu, well done.
Sui patted Lin Yu on the shoulder, his gaze filled with appreciation and pride. It is my duty to serve the commander, Lin Yu replied respectfully, her eyes curiously surveying the group of male soldiers.
The soldiers stood transfixed, their eyes solely on Sui, resembling statues as they awaited his command. At that moment, Sui was opening the shelter panel to examine the soldiers' data. Name Lu Rui, age 25, type soldier, sniper, talent grade laughing face.
Physical strength 105, neural reaction 110, endurance 108, mental will 112, self-healing immunity 107, talent characteristics frowny face, stealth operation. He excels at concealing himself in complex environments, capable of lurking in any intricate terrain and delivering precise strikes against distant foes. Talent gift frowny face, precision shooting. Through extensive military training, his shooting accuracy is exceptionally high, nearly achieving a perfect hit rate.
Name Zhang Yi, age 24, type soldier, recon, talent grade laughing face. Physical strength
102, neural reaction 115, endurance 105, mental will 110, self-healing immunity 106, talent characteristics frowny face, high-speed endurance. His endurance is remarkably persistent. With abundant physical strength, he is adept at rapid movement and traversing various terrains. Talent gift frowny face, enemy detection. He possesses an acute perceptive ability towards any hostile units, able to distinguish most lurking and camouflaged enemies.
Named Li Yang, age 25, type soldier, communications, talent grade.
D. Physical strength 103, neural reaction 109, endurance 106, mental will 113, self-healing immunity 109, talent characteristics frowny face, technical support. He is skilled in utilizing various communication devices and technological means, possessing talent gift frowny face, rapid encoding. He possesses excellent coding and information capabilities, able to execute complex communication decryption and encryption operations in a short time.
Sui reviewed the information of the 10.
When Sui initially recruited Lin Yu, she only held the general title of soldier, without any specific classification. However, these 10 soldiers were different. Among them, there were snipers, reconnaissance troops, communications personnel, assault troops, armored soldiers, Air Force personnel, and anti-air troops, among others. One could almost say they represented a comprehensive array of military classifications. Together, these 10 could form a fully functional combat team, capable of executing a wide range of military operations.
This is not merely a group of 10 soldiers.
This is, in fact, a military combat unit. The essence lies in their mutual cooperation. Sui inhaled sharply, feeling that this stroke of luck was somewhat exaggerated. So exaggerated, in fact, that he felt as though a sliver of his lifespan had been fleetingly siphoned away. Of course, these 10 soldiers were not without their shortcomings. Their weaponry was rather rudimentary, consisting solely of various types of handguns and basic military tools suited to their respective roles. For instance, the sniper had only camouflage paint, the reconnaissance soldier carried a military telescope, and the communications soldier had a handheld walkie-talkie. While these items were not entirely useless, they certainly did not constitute the core equipment of their respective roles. The sniper, for instance, lacked a sniper rifle. He had merely a small handgun. The communications soldier was without a radio, and the reconnaissance soldier had no drone, lacking essential equipment. These 10 were essentially simplified versions.
No matter, having personnel is sufficient.
These items can be procured gradually later, Sui reassured himself. After all, these were D-grade soldiers. What more could one reasonably demand? If they had arrived fully equipped, they likely would not retain their D-grade classification, as weaponry and equipment could indeed influence the combat effectiveness of military talents.
You have just arrived and are likely unfamiliar with the situation. But I trust you know who I am and where this place is.
Sui took a deep breath, addressing the soldiers, and gestured towards Lin Yu beside him. This is Lin Yu, the first soldier of the shelter, and she will be your leader henceforth.
Commander!
Lin Yu paused, astonished, yet was halted by Sui's raised hand. You 10 possess a diverse array of military classifications, making it perfect for forming a combat unit. Lin Yu will lead you in defending the shelter and also guide you in quickly acclimating to this environment.
Do any of you have objections?
Sui inquired, and indeed, he heard the soldiers' unified roar.
Yes, Commander. We have no objections.
Excellent, this is the spirit of Huaxia soldiers, absolute obedience to orders. Sui was very pleased. He waved his hand. Lin Yu, take them out to find Jiang Xiaozi. There is still time today, and she should arrange some exploration tasks for them. Given Jiang Xiaozi's temperament, she certainly would not allow so many soldiers to idle about.
Moreover, with her intellect, she could arrange the soldiers' tasks more effectively, considering she had previously worked as an underground operative, specializing in task assignments for agents.
Yes, Commander. Lin Yu saluted, then beckoned the soldiers. Follow me.
I will introduce you to Jiang Xiaozi.
Leader, may I ask what Jiang Xiaozi does?
The reconnaissance soldier Zhang Yi appeared rather lively, cautiously inquiring as he followed Lin Yu. Is she a woman? Is she easy to get along with?
Quite easy to get along with. As for what she does? Lin Yu frowned. The shelter currently lacked any formal position arrangements, with most tasks being determined by Sui, who had delegated this authority to Jiang Xiaozi. If one were to draw a comparison to military hierarchy, Lin Yu pondered, she is probably equivalent to our political commissar.
Political commissar. The male soldiers' expressions instantly turned grave, a subtle respect blossoming within their hearts.
This term carries a distinct significance for soldiers. The commendable traditions and practices of Huaxia soldiers are inextricably linked to the grassroots work of political commissars, who exemplify leadership by example.
Today, I received a reward of 10 combat talents, yet they lack their own equipment. Does this mean I should expect an equipment reward tomorrow?
Sui mused joyfully as he approached the window, gazing down below. Before long, he saw Jiang Xiaozi, accompanied by 9 soldiers and Lin Yu, exiting the building. She stood before the building, offering the soldiers final words of advice and reminders, before watching Lin Yu and the 9 soldiers depart.
Not bad, she even left a soldier to guard the place. Xiaozi is indeed prudent. Sui nodded in satisfaction, observing the departing soldiers. The one remaining seems to be communications soldier Li Yang. That arrangement is reasonable, considering he possesses only a walkie-talkie and cannot fulfill the role of a communications soldier at present, thus serving as an ordinary warrior instead. Speaking of which, Lin Yu is setting out with them. The full complement of 10 must be fulfilling today's 3 dispatch tasks, right? Wait a minute, that doesn't seem right.
Sui suddenly awoke. There are only 3 dispatch tasks each day. 3 personnel would suffice at most.
Dispatching more seems of little use, does it not? So why is Xiaozi sending out 10 people at once?
Sui hastily opened the shelter panel to check the status of the dispatch tasks. He was taken aback to find that today's 3 dispatch tasks remained in it pending. State Jiang Xiaozi had not sent anyone to execute the exploration tasks at all. 10 soldiers capable of forming a cohesive combat unit, venturing out not for resource exploration, but for a gasp. Sui's eyes widened as an astonishing hypothesis flashed through his mind. They are out to kill.
Destroying the shelter would yield survival points.
Xiaozi must have little regard for the meager points from the dispatch tasks. She aims to secure more points for me. Damn, this woman truly embodies the essence of an operative leader. She has just acquired military authority and is already dispatching troops to kill.
Chapter 40.
Is this what you call intensity? Sui could only speculate, as he was uncertain. Just as he was about to call Jiang Xiaozi for clarification, he heard her footsteps ascending the stairs.
Moments later, Jiang Xiaozi entered the room.
Sir. Her gentle voice resonated behind Sui. He turned around and gestured towards the window, remaining silent however. The astute Zhang Xiaozi discerned his unspoken query and proactively responded, I have already assigned tasks to the new warriors. Initially, when Lin Yu approached me, I indeed contemplated assigning the warriors to carry out supply collection missions. But considering your concerns, and the lack of points in the shelter, Zhang Xiaozi paused, lowering her gaze, I have issued them new combat missions to collect more survival points. Zhang Xiaozi spoke delicately, refraining from mentioning the direct implications of killing and destroying the shelter, for she understood that Sui was a man of inherent kindness.
It shouldn't involve indiscriminate slaughter, should it?
Sui raised an eyebrow, soon receiving a satisfactory answer as Zhang Xiaozi shook her head, I would never issue such an order. I must also consider the personal emotions and beliefs of the warriors. I instructed them to seek out the troublemakers and to pay special attention to gathering intelligence regarding the Little White Bear shelter. If they encounter the rioters, they are authorized to pursue them appropriately, possessing the autonomy to decide whether to kill or destroy the shelter. Of course, their primary objective remains to collect as many points for you as possible.
Zhang Xiaozi granted the warriors considerable autonomy, which pleased Sui greatly.
In truth, if you were to engage in indiscriminate killing, I could understand. After all, I am indeed in dire need of points.
Sui turned to gaze out the window and suddenly spoke, I would not hold it against you.
You are mine, and I shall naturally take responsibility for your actions.
Sir, Zhang Xiaozi looked up in surprise, her brow slightly furrowed. I know you are not that kind of person.
Therefore, I am attempting to change.
Sui turned his head to observe her adorably furrowed brow, which elicited a smile. Leah mentioned to me that in such a brutal era, as a leader, I must learn to adapt. She said that leaders are born to learn cruelty, even if it means issuing commands that contradict their principles. I believe Leah is absolutely right. Sui spoke earnestly, as he genuinely held this belief. He had goodwill, but could not afford to extend it without reason. He must ensure his own safety and that of the shelter. When kindness and safety come into conflict, Sui would unhesitatingly choose safety. Very well, sir.
Zhang Xiaozi fell silent for a moment before softly stating, you can trust me.
Sui, still facing away from her, inquired, trust you with what? Trust that I will not allow these cruel choices to come before you.
Zhang Xiaozi's voice was gentle, her demeanor submissive, yet her tone was resolute, they shall never appear on your desk, nor cause you any distress.
A palpable silence enveloped the air. After a brief moment, Sui broke the stillness with a smile, quite well. Xiaozi, you may go about your business.
Yes, sir.
Zhang Xiaozi respectfully saluted, turning to leave, but paused. I will protect you, not just your physical safety.
Is that so? As Sui turned to respond, he realized Zhang Xiaozi had already descended the stairs.
Well, Sui rubbed his chin and suddenly chuckled, to be solemnly promised protection by a woman, am I not living off her goodwill?
Yet, he had to admit, it felt rather pleasant. 10 warriors set forth, but regrettably, Sui lacked any long-distance communication means, remaining unaware of the specifics of their mission. All he could do was await the outcome. In the midst of this tedious waiting, Sui began to contemplate a self-exercise regimen within his room. Simultaneously, he silently vowed for the 100th time, the first priority in accumulating points is to illuminate the technology tree project and restore the shelter's power system. I must, absolutely, without a doubt, play several all-nighters of computer games.
No one can stop me.
It became evident that being an outstanding leader was no simple feat. One must possess the fortitude to endure solitude and monotony, maintaining a calm mind in any dreary environment. Sui's method of sustaining a serene mind was rather straightforward: sleeping. Currently, Sui's primary activity was sleeping. He discovered that since the apocalypse began, his sleeping hours had increased drastically, which was somewhat peculiar. He experienced no physical discomfort, was not injured and in need of recuperation, nor was he fatigued. He simply found himself suddenly capable of sleeping more. Were it not for his physical condition not having significantly improved, Sui might even suspect he had awakened a new talent. When Sui next opened his eyes, it was already pitch dark outside. He had once again slept through the night. Zhang Xiaozi was not beside him, indicating that night had just fallen. As Sui lazily rose from his bed, intent on glancing at the wall clock, he suddenly noticed a flurry of dense information prompts before him.
Congratulations, the first war of our nation has concluded. War status. A resounding victory. War evaluation, complete annihilation without casualties, perfect score. With our nation's victory, and according to the war's difficulty level, rewards for the survivors will now be distributed. Congratulations! You have received the F-level consumable Little Yellow Fruit. Little Yellow Fruit, a yellow, juicy fruit that, when consumed, satisfies the body's daily food and water needs. Our nation's army has achieved 3 campaign victories in the previous round of warfare, and has initiated the rights to distribute rewards nationwide. Congratulations! You have received F-level consumable Little Yellow Fruit, F-level weapon Beautiful Knife, and F-level special item 10 survival points. Wow, they wrapped up the battle in just one day. Sui instantly became alert, hastily rising to examine the information, only to find that while the national war had been won, the rewards were rather meager. The final victory rewards and the campaign rewards were combined, totaling 4 rewards, which together held less value than his daily 10 bottles of ice water. TSK, well at least we won, and no one died. Sui clicked his tongue, feeling no disappointment. After all, these were all free handouts. While soldiers fought valiantly outside, one could hardly complain about the inadequacy of the material rewards received, right? In any case, winning was all that mattered. Even without rewards, ensuring the National Army's victory was paramount. After all, the cost of losing was one that the nation's survivors could not bear. Sui opened the battle module's information records to review the general course of the war, discovering that during the evening, the army had gathered intelligence on the remaining distribution of the berserkers earlier that morning. They then dispatched human warriors, utilizing drones for cover, to act as bait, luring the enemies into the encirclement of the tank battalion, and then, there was nothing more to report. Though the berserkers possessed twice the physical prowess of humans, they were still no match for the dual onslaught of steel from land and air. 100,000 fully armed soldiers, even with minimal equipment, could easily overpower the foes, and without the need for complex tactical maneuvers, victory was assured. Perhaps the soldiers won too easily, as many survivors, after reviewing the war's progression, fervently discussed in the chat channel, unanimously agreeing that the soldiers needed a more challenging experience. This is even less intense than our usual military drills. The Red-Blue Army confrontation has more intensity than this. F-level is truly uninteresting. Let's vote for a higher difficulty next time. We must let the soldiers witness the terror of apocalyptic warfare. Yes, I support this. I also need more material rewards. Such paltry F-level rewards feel akin to distributing to beggars. Who cares? As Sui perused the chat channel, he noted that the fervor of their demands was quite intense. Following a heated discussion, they boldly resolved to elevate the difficulty of the next round of apocalyptic conflict, from F-level to E-level, to impart a stringent lesson to the soldiers. Sui stared in disbelief. Is this what you call increasing intensity? They're shouting fiercely, yet merely adjusting upwards by 1 level, are they? You don't even dare to let them challenge higher levels. This is truly a grounded approach. Sui found amusement in the situation. It seemed that not only did they empathize with the soldiers, but they also feared the random annihilation penalties that accompanied failure in war. However, on another note, the first round of battle lasted 21 days, and now we've completed it in just 1 day. What shall we do with the remaining time? Sui pondered. Will they send these soldiers home? I doubt it. So what will they do during these 20 days? In what capacity will they exist? This was not merely Sui's curiosity. Most survivors in the nation shared similar questions. However, soon after, new prompt information appeared, resolving Sui's doubts. Global announcement: a nation has completed the first round of apocalyptic warfare, initiating the related rankings. Congratulations to our nation's players. Our army is the first in the world to complete the apocalyptic war, receiving the achievement reward replica of the designated domestic military-industrial system. Participants of the current apocalyptic war cannot return to Earth temporarily. They will exist within a replica world similar to Earth, but devoid of any usable technology, limited to urban basic templates, awaiting the next battle. Ah, so they truly cannot return. Sui sighed, but fortunately, the soldiers had 20 days of rest, and their resting environment was somewhat akin to that of Earth. Aside from lacking usable technology like the survivors, the conditions were even slightly better,
as there were no extreme temperatures or harsh environments.
20 days of rest is beneficial. It provides ample time to contemplate strategies for the next battle.
Sui murmured, opening the rankings for the Apocalyptic War, finding that both the Apocalyptic War Victory List and Apocalyptic War Completion Time List placed Huaxia in the top position. In simple terms, currently, only Huaxia was represented on the Apocalyptic War leaderboard. Most other nations were still entrenched in their respective war instances and had yet to emerge, while Huaxia's army had speedily cleared the challenges. As Sui scrutinized the rankings, a new prompt appeared before his eyes. Our nation's army has decided to execute replica warfare, repeating the previous round of apocalyptic warfare, difficulty unchanged. The penalties following the replica warfare will not affect our nation's survivors. Rewards from the replica warfare will be limited to our national army. Ah! Sui exclaimed in surprise, they have no intention of resting and are going for replica warfare? Is this perhaps a case of becoming addicted to combat? Chapter 41. Lin Yu's Night of Madness, Sui's extravagant spending. Sui sighed, yet he comprehended the intentions of the state. It was evident that the government had discovered the premise of the replica war, and they were acutely aware of the actual combat capabilities of the maniacs from the previous battle. One could assert that an F-level difficulty battle posed almost no pressure on the nation. Even if the rewards for an F-level challenge were meager, akin to the leg of a mosquito, it was far superior to idly waiting for 20 days without action. Who knows, if the victories accumulated sufficiently, they might even grant a reward for industrial system restoration. The industrial system directly influences the logistical capabilities of the military. To say nothing of it, even restoring merely 1/3 of the nation's industrial capacity would instill a degree of confidence in the face of future apocalyptic warfare. After all, when in doubt, blow it up. The state's stance was straightforward and no need for rest periods. Waging F-level wars was scarcely different from resting. Continue to fight, and reap as many rewards as possible, creating a snowball effect of advantages. The state is working so diligently. It seems I cannot afford to be too despondent. Sui took a deep breath, clenched his fists, and declared, I shall embrace my inner otaku. I will diligently squander my leisure time. Although this sentiment may sound absurd, it was indeed the reality. The path to Sui's strength lay in lying flat and waiting, while he passed the time in utter monotony. In the chat channel, discussions and astonishment regarding the state's actions persisted, but Sui was largely indifferent. After all, fighting to sustain oneself was a very pragmatic approach. Just as Sui was about to continue his slumber and waste away the hours, an information prompt suddenly appeared before him. What is it? Yet another message. Can't a person get some sleep? Damn, who did Lin Yu eliminate? Sui's eyes widened as he fixated on the information alert. Your talent unit has engaged in battle with another shelter and emerged victorious. Due to your absence, the decision to occupy the shelter is automatically determined by your primary talent. Your talent Lin Yu has chosen to destroy the current shelter, and you inherit the remaining survival points of 358 points. Item Inheritance Determination in progress. Inheritance failed. You did not inherit any of the current shelter's stored items. The series of notifications before Sui indicated that Lin Yu had taken action. These soldiers had indeed found an appropriate target, providing Sui with a delightful surprise. Lying at home, doing nothing, he had effortlessly acquired over 300 survival points. This is certainly more than what I would earn from dispatch missions. 3 dispatch missions combined yield only about 30 points, while destroying a shelter nets over 300. Sui mused, curiosity piqued, where exactly did Lin Yu destroy the shelter? What was the situation there? Unfortunately, without any long-distance communication means, I can only wait for their return to learn what transpired. Sui shook his head, lamenting his inability to participate further. However, given that the shelters were still in their infancy, lacking such means was only to be expected. Time to sleep. Tomorrow, I shall discuss with Jiang Shaozi how to spend these over 300 points. As Sui lay on his bed, teetering on the edge of slumber, he suddenly noticed something flickering before his eyes. Upon opening them, he was taken aback. Warning, your talent has engaged in battle with another shelter in the wild. Your talent Lin Yu has chosen to destroy the current shelter, and you inherit the remaining survival points of 563 points. Item Inheritance Determination in progress. Inheritance successful, you have obtained the current shelter's stored items: D-grade magical bread tree, E-grade butterfly shirt.
Ah! Sui was instantly wide awake. How had he acquired another 500 points? What on earth are Lin Yu and the others up to? Have they infiltrated a bandit's den?
Bewilderment washed over him as he calculated that the interval between these two notifications was merely 30 minutes. This suggested that Lin Yu had almost uninterruptedly destroyed two shelters, which could very well be in close proximity, just like the residential building Sui occupied.
If that is the case, will there be yet another new notification in the next 30 minutes?
Sui decided against returning to sleep, opting instead to patiently wait.
He silently counted the time point. 30 minutes later. Your talent Lin Yu has chosen to destroy the current shelter.
You inherit the remaining survival points of 100 points.
Item inheritance determination in progress. Inheritance successful, the current shelter has no items.
Indeed, another shelter had been destroyed. Sui inhaled sharply. It's confirmed, she is indeed dismantling a criminal organization. This could only be a cluster of shelters within a single building, enabling Lin Yu to consecutively destroy them. Throughout the night, Sui found it impossible to sleep. Whenever a hint of drowsiness washed over him, a new notification would emerge, indicating that Lin Yu had destroyed yet another shelter.
This barrage of alerts continued until dawn, gradually subsiding.
They have been killing throughout the night. Sui opened the shelter interface and glanced at his survival points. Prior to Lin Yu's departure, he had a mere 86 points.
After a night of relentless effort, his current survival points soared to 4788, a staggering gain of 4,000 points in a single night. This efficiency far surpassed that of dispatch missions. Damn, what a windfall!
Sui felt an exhilarating rush, unable to suppress the smile that spread across his face. He now understood the elation that Li Gu must have felt during his previous triumph. Lin Yu had undoubtedly dismantled an entire building. Even if most of the thugs within had no survival points, destroying a level 0 shelter still guaranteed a minimum reward of 100 survival points. Given that this residential building, despite its age, likely housed at least 20 to 30 households, the minimum guarantee alone amounted to 2,000 or 3,000 survival points. Adding in the points accumulated by the thugs themselves, the total indeed exceeded 4,000 or 5,000.
Sir, are you still awake?
A soft, melodic voice drifted from beside him. Turning his head, Sui saw Jiang Shaozi, having awakened from her slumber, gazing at him with sleepy eyes. Her disheveled black hair framed her face, exuding a charmingly lazy allure that was undeniably captivating.
I can't sleep.
Lin Yu has accomplished something monumental. Sui shook his head, the excitement within him still bubbling. Over 4,000 points. They earned me more than 4,000 points in a single night.
Quick, Shaozi, how do you think we should spend these points? Do you have any good suggestions?
Sui was devoid of sleepiness. All he wished was to spend his points with abandon. He couldn't end up like Li Gu and those thugs who had fallen to Lin Yu's hand dead, with points unspent.
What a tragic fate.
Such a substantial amount of points indicates Lin Yu and the others are indeed quite capable. Jiang Shaozi smiled gently, propping herself up on her delicate arm, her head lazily resting on Sui's shoulder.
With so many points, I'm not entirely sure how to allocate them, as I don't fully comprehend the apocalyptic game you mentioned. However, considering our current situation and prioritizing your safety, we should focus on fortifying this building.
Following your notion that you are the core of the shelter, creating a fortified refuge that rivals a stronghold is our immediate need. To fulfill this, perhaps we should consider high-tech solutions, based on my limited knowledge. Jiang Shaozi began to toy with Sui's fingers before suddenly stating, I recall that Lia's room was a research facility, correct?
Ah, yes. That's right.
Sui's heart raced slightly. Was this woman flirting with him? Yet it didn't seem so. Her gestures were casual. As she earnestly contemplated her own question, Jiang Shaozi tilted her head. Then we should utilize the research room.
Haven't you been complaining about the power restoration issue?
We can enhance the shelter's armed facilities while still meeting its basic living requirements. In my previous residence, there were always plenty of machine guns, turrets, and other defensive installations. I believe our shelter would greatly benefit from such additions, significantly improving our safety. Of course, we must also consider the potential threats posed by natural disasters, not merely human aggression.
Zhang Xiaozi's analysis was astute, with a core principle that was remarkably simple. Disregarding all extraneous factors, the most crucial element of the shelter was Sui himself. Without him, everything else was moot. To safeguard Sui, robust defensive measures for the shelter were indispensable.
All right, I shall examine the technology tree. Sui opened the technology tree, perusing the densely packed research projects. Since Zhang Xiaozi could not see this information, Sui articulated the content while seeking her analysis and suggestions through their dialogue. Sui ultimately selected several technological projects.
Basic power system,
Costing 1,000 points, this grants small-scale power generation facilities and the corresponding construction technology. Once established, it will provide the shelter with electricity at a level suitable for human residents, catering to the needs of 10 shelter rooms, excluding special types of rooms. Autonomous water resource system, costing 1,000 points, this provides a small-scale water reservoir, automatically replenished daily. Once constructed, it can supply daily water needs for up to 50 residents. The water system's access points can be distributed throughout the shelter and extend outward.
These two projects were ones Sui had long desired to acquire. Once activated, they would yield ready-to-use magical items, granting the shelter freedom of water and electricity. Coupled with Sui's existing water purifier, freezer, and greenhouse room, the synergy would elevate the quality of life in the shelter to pre-apocalypse standards.
Yet, these items were indeed pricey. A regular person would need to save for quite some time to afford them. With 2,000 points spent, let us see about the defensive facilities. Sui adjusted the classification of the technology tree, and the data rapidly transformed before him, revealing a multitude of shelter defense and weapon technology projects.
Basic defense module for shelter's main structure,
Costing 1,500 points, this enhances the outer perimeter of the shelter's main module with a multi-level sealed door system, biometric recognition, iron walls, 4 meters high, fully enclosing, electric shock net walls, attached to the perimeter, and 24-hour fully intelligent cameras, at least 12. It also reinforces the main structure of the shelter, granting exceptional resistance to cold, heat, explosions, and earthquakes. Must ensure that no other shelters exist within 100 meters of the main structure. Automated sentry system, costing 1,000 points, this swiftly installs at least 20 automated machine guns, 300 rounds of ammunition, both inside and outside the shelter, capable of autonomously identifying friend or foe, and can enter alert and manual control modes. Each machine gun starts with 1,000 rounds of ammunition, necessitating timely resupply. Adding these two sets of defensive facilities would reduce Sui's freshly acquired points from over 4,000 to merely 374.
Sui exhaled in satisfaction.
The thrill of spending is truly exhilarating. Chapter 42, a comprehensive upgrade of the sanctuary. It's gone, all spent. As Sui selected a technological project, ready to make a purchase, Zhang Xiaozi, standing nearby, suddenly furrowed her brows.
Sir, there's still over 300 points remaining, why not spend it all? Zhang Xiaozi blinked and gently reminded. Are you intending to leave it behind for others to take?
Indeed, this makes sense, spend it all, without reservation, as long as it enhances the sanctuary's survival capabilities. No amount of points is too much. Sui nodded. You're right, unspent military funds merely serve as war reparations.
We shall not be such fools. Let me take another look. This one is excellent. Precisely 350 points. Sui selected another technological project for the sanctuary's defense facilities. Underground Isolation Sanctuary Module,
Consumes 350 points, generating an underground space belonging to the sanctuary beneath the main structure, capable of accommodating 10 individuals. It lacks any additional facilities but possesses enhanced resistance to natural disasters. This technological tree project further fortifies the sanctuary's disaster resilience. The main structure has already been reinforced. Shall we continue to strengthen it further? Sui inquired, looking at Zhang Xiaozi, who nodded in agreement.
This is a prudent fallback. In critical moments, we may retreat there, perhaps gaining a sliver of hope. Yes, this is our trump card facility. I hope we never have to use it. Sui smiled, selecting all projects for bulk purchase. Upon his selection, a dazzling golden light shimmered and swiftly expanded, radiating from Sui's core and enveloping the entire sanctuary. The women inside the building were left in awe, gazing at the golden radiance that surrounded them, utterly bewildered. In mere blinks,
the golden light dissipated, revealing a monumental transformation within the residential building. First, in the vacant room on the 6th floor where Sui resided, an automatic power generation component resembling a 2-meter-tall honeycomb structure emerged, with circuit lines connecting seamlessly to the walls, vanishing into them. Adjacent to it, a massive water reservoir appeared, filled with pristine water, with corresponding pipes distributing and connecting throughout the various rooms of the building. Since the technological project Sui purchased directly influenced the sanctuary's main structure, and although the sanctuary's area was confined to the 6th floor, the main structure belonged to the entire residential building. Thus, these technological projects directly impacted the whole edifice. Beyond the implementation of the water and electricity systems, the changes within the building were strikingly apparent. Numerous surveillance cameras had been installed, 360-degree rotating cameras ensuring round-the-clock high-definition imaging and monitoring. The terminal for the surveillance footage was located in Sui's room, with a multi-screen set up beside his bed, allowing him to effortlessly observe the majority of the building's areas and rooms. Additionally, concealed within various floors were machine gun firing ports, their control and monitoring terminals integrated for synchronized operation. Simultaneously, through the monitoring terminal, Sui learned that the walls of the residential building had been completely transformed. The inner layers of the walls housing the automatic guns could move freely, capable of sealing and opening at will, providing excellent concealment for the shooting points. Apart from the internal changes, the alterations outside the building were even more pronounced. A towering 4-meter-high pure iron perimeter wall materialized, completely enclosing the old, open structure, adorned with various electrified barbed wire. At first glance, it resembled the exterior wall of a suddenly appeared military exclusion zone. Even if someone managed to breach the wall and reach the entrance of the building, they would be met with a formidable multi-layered sealed iron door. This door was far more imposing than the rudimentary iron door crafted by Leah, exuding an aura akin to the vault door of a world-class bank, reflecting a cold metallic sheen, heavy enough to instill a sense of despair. The women residing within the building were the first to notice the extraordinary changes. They gazed in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief at the miraculous scene before them. Is this still our home? I feel like I've traveled through time. Did that strange voice reappear? Is it responsible for this? I sense something is different about our building. It seems sturdier somehow, or is it merely my imagination? This door is enormous. Wait. Are we trapped inside? Sisterly, the boldest among them, tightened her grip on a steel spear, cautiously approaching the entrance's iron door. Before she could reach out, an electronic synthesized voice resonated from within the door. Beep, target detected, initiating biometric identification, determination, target identity confirmed as sanctuary resident, identity legitimate, recording biological information features. Sisterly was startled, astonished that this peculiar iron door possessed an entire ultra-intelligent electronic identification system. May I inquire if you wish to exit the sanctuary? The door inquired electronically. Sisterly glanced back at her Ostrich companions and tentatively replied, I'd like to go out and have a look. With a grinding sound, the door's gears rumbled, accompanied by a puff of white steam, as the iron door slowly opened. Your departure is permitted. Please exercise caution while exploring outside. As the door's voice echoed, Sisterly noticed several of her companions standing outside, equally dazed. They too were witnessing this extraordinary phenomenon for the first time, feeling as though they were in a science fiction film. Sisterly, what is this? Where did it come from? It seems obedient. We can come and go freely. Such naive girls. Haven T, you heard what that iron contraption just said. It can recognize our identities. Did the commander create this? I overheard the Li faction discussing how the sanctuary panel could produce many wondrous things. The women chattered excitedly, their faces alight with curiosity and astonishment. Soon, a girl rushed down from the upper floors, her voice filled with excitement as she shouted, Power is back, water is back, I can turn on the air conditioning, I just tried it. It really works. This outcry left the women momentarily stunned. In the next moment, they all scrambled upstairs, rushing back to their rooms. Then came the sounds of click. 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 As lights in each room flickered back to life. Air conditioning units began to hum into operation. A woman screamed within the building, her voice brimming with exhilaration. Power is back, it's really back, I can charge my phone, the faucets have water. Sisters, we have truly survived. This is fantastic. The girls were overwhelmed with excitement, screaming and shouting. Some were so elated that they dashed into their rooms, shedding their clothes, and leaped into their bathrooms to revel in the cool water cascading over their bodies. All of these scenes were captured by Sui at the monitoring terminal. At least half of the girls were showering, with lights ablaze, their bare forms moving about in different screens, causing Sui to awkwardly avert his gaze. Shoutzy, this monitoring function seems rather intrusive, infringing upon privacy. Sui coughed lightly, but Jiang Shoutzy's expression remained serious. No, sir, I believe it is one of the most crucial tools. In these extraordinary times, as the leader of the sanctuary, you have both the right and the obligation to monitor the actions of every resident. In this era, no one should maintain a semblance of privacy in your presence. That would be irresponsible towards the sanctuary's safety and a potential threat to you. Jiang Shoutzy was unconcerned whether Sui glimpsed the women's nudity. Her focus lay solely on the broader development of the sanctuary and Sui's personal safety. You are right, I have been too antiquated in my thinking. Sui chuckled, feeling considerably more at ease. Sir, I believe it is necessary to establish some new sanctuary regulations. Jiang Shoutzy observed the scenes on the monitoring screen, frowning as she advised, for instance, rules regarding water conservation. They must understand the value of water resources and refrain from wastefulness. It's alright, let them indulge on the first day. Sui calmly replied while watching the screen, even I miss the days of having water and electricity. They have endured quite a lot, and a shower won't waste that much water. Sui felt confident. After all, while the water resource system was costly, it could provide daily water needs for 50 residents, covering essential needs for washing, drinking, and cleaning. Moreover, the reservoir would automatically refill daily, so there was no fear of waste. Sir, you are too lenient. Jiang Shoutzy shook her head but did not press further. She understood better than anyone that it was precisely Sui's kindness and benevolence that motivated her to offer him her utmost capabilities. However, despite her willingness, she would remain focused on the long-term development of the sanctuary and not allow the women to squander water resources. Sir, we should be able to transport water from the reservoir, correct? Jiang Shoutzy reminded, we can create additional storage spaces to transport conserved water daily, fully utilizing the reservoir's automatic replenishment feature. An excellent suggestion, you always think a step ahead of me. Sui nodded in agreement, appreciating Jiang Shoutzy's sharp mind, quicker than that of an ordinary person. While others might still be reveling in the joy of restored water and electricity, Jiang Shoutzy was already contemplating how to leverage these resources to enhance the sanctuary's reserves. If you permit, I would like to make some new plans to effectively utilize these new technological facilities. Jiang Shoutzy observed the girl's joy and paused before adding, I will also establish more comprehensive sanctuary regulations. Go ahead, I trust you completely. Sui smiled and nodded. He had already confirmed the loyalty of his personnel, even if they did not possess the loyalty trait like Linyu. Each individual demonstrated a relatively high loyalty to the sanctuary. As long as he did not act recklessly, betrayal was unlikely. Understood, Sir. Jiang Shoutzy nodded and quickly stood to leave. As she reached the door, she suddenly recalled something and turned to say to Sui, Sir, there is one more thing. Before she could finish her sentence, Jiang Shoutzy froze, noticing Sui half extended, his lower body still seated in the monitoring terminal chair while his upper body leaned over the adjacent computer desk. He was using the computer tower emitted a faint hum, the screen gradually illuminating to reveal a stunning anime-themed wallpaper reflected in Jiang Shoutzy's gaze. Shoutzy, do you have something to add? Sui scratched his head and turned to inquire. Sir. Jiang Shoutzy suddenly smiled, shaking her head. It's nothing, I will handle everything. Then I continue? Sui gestured toward the computer, and Jiang Shoutzy's smile softened further. Sir, I wish you a pleasant time. With that, Jiang Shoutzy gracefully exited the room. Whether it was an illusion or not, Sui vaguely heard her low, melodic laughter from outside. He truly is a playful big boy. Sui blinked, murmuring, is that a compliment? Nevertheless, computer games were indeed enjoyable. Forget it, I'm done thinking, I need to unwind. Sui shifted positions, comfortably seated at the computer, casually locating a single-player game on the system, and double-clicked to start. Let the games begin. Today, I shall do nothing but play. Chapter 43 of The Uninvited Guest Who Returned from Disappearance. What, in the eyes of a reclusive man, could possibly be the most entertaining? Ah, indeed, the Joy Cup. Not that trinket, but rather games. Yes, games. While the Joy Cup may provide fleeting pleasure, games can bestow immense and enduring joy upon those of us who dwell in solitude. Particularly for those who spend copious amounts of time in isolation, a remarkable game can consume an entire day in the blink of an eye. Sui never imagined he would one day become so utterly captivated by the game Command Conquer. Red alert, perhaps it was the result of pent-up longing. Although his computer was powered, the world was devoid of an internet connection, rendering online gaming a distant dream. Fortunately, Sui had downloaded a plethora of single-player games, many of which boasted multi-cycle gameplay, allowing him to indulge for an extended period. Even if he grew weary of gaming, he had access to hundreds of terabytes of study materials to occupy his time. But if that too became tedious, he could always resort to Minesweeper. Spider Solitaire was also an option. Sui mused that if he ever reached a point where he could play on his computer to the extent that he no longer wished to turn it on again, it would signify that his sanctuary had evolved into something extraordinarily formidable. For before such a scenario unfolded, he would undoubtedly have consumed a significant amount of time, just like now. Sui felt as though he had only just begun to engage with his games, having barely played a few rounds when the familiar midday notification of talent information suddenly materialized before him.
Congratulations! You have triggered a talent reward C-Class entertainment item, Little People's Warning Device. Little People's Warning Device, C-Class entertainment item, carry it on your person, and if anyone nearby harbors malicious intentions towards you or your sanctuary, or if a subordinate is disloyal, it will turn red. If you are not being targeted by malevolent individuals, and there are no harmful intentions or possibilities, it will remain blue.
Huh, why did I receive such a thing? Sui observed the item in his hand. It resembled a wristband, perfectly suited for wearing on his wrist. It even had a digital time display feature akin to that of an electronic watch, making the timing function a delightful bonus.
A warning-type entertainment item, could this truly be what I urgently require at present?
Sui pondered, resting his chin on his hand. Upon reflection, he realized that this device was indeed quite necessary. As his gathering place continued to develop, his agreement with Jiang Xiaozi regarding that behind-the-scenes mastermind plan would surely accelerate. In due time, the population of the sanctuary would undoubtedly increase, and the loyalty of talent units could be assured.
But what of the non-talent units? Who could ascertain whether the current and future residents of the sanctuary were wholly devoted to him and their refuge? Even if they remained loyal now, would that sentiment persist in the future? Human hearts are notoriously fickle. Should a traitor emerge within the sanctuary, and he had no means of detection, it would merely sow the seeds of a ticking time bomb. This talent is indeed remarkable. There are only a handful of women in the sanctuary, and yet it has already equipped me with a means to gauge their loyalty? Sui fiddled with the wristband, contemplating the situation. He decided to set aside his gaming for the moment and rose to leave the room. The detection range indicated on the device was a diameter of 50 meters, and Sui began his search as he descended the stairs, conducting a thorough scan of each floor. By merely standing in the hallway, he could effortlessly cover all residents on that level, even if they were occupied with their own affairs. From the 6th floor to the 1st, Sui took advantage of the fact that the women were all at home, meticulously scanning the entire building. The results pleased him. The wristband remained blue throughout, never turning red. This signifies that they are currently loyal to me, harboring no ill will towards either myself or the sanctuary. This device is indeed quite useful. By simply taking leisurely strolls within the sanctuary, I can effortlessly gauge the sentiments of its inhabitants. After completing his circuit, Sui silently returned to his room to continue gaming. With no pressing matters in the sanctuary, which remained remarkably peaceful, he could only continue to pass the time. Hours slipped by in this manner. As dusk began to settle, Sui abruptly looked up, exclaiming, "Huh? Why haven't Lin Yu and the others returned yet? I haven't received any new notifications for points gained. They should have ceased combat by now. Are they not considering returning to the sanctuary? Have they encountered some sort of trouble along the way?" Sui furrowed his brow, and just as he was about to rise and seek out Jiang Xiaozi for clarification, he glanced down to find the wristband had turned red. Sui was taken aback. Upon closer inspection, the wristband reverted to blue. Moments later, it shifted back to red. Within mere minutes, it fluctuated rapidly before finally stabilizing at blue once more. What on earth is happening? The items from the Doomsday game should not be easily damaged, so does this mean those girls are in distress? Have they begun to harbor malicious intentions towards me? Sui's heart raced. This was no trivial matter. For anyone from Huaxia, nothing is more detestable than the presence of hidden enemies. The notion of a 1,000-mile dam collapsing due to an anthole speaks to the greatest danger being those threats that lurk in silence. This won't do. I must uncover the truth.
Furrowing his brows, Sui hastily left his room, simultaneously delving into the features of the wristband. This investigation yielded crucial information. It states here, the detection effect has a retention time. Even if a threat to the wearer experiences a psychological shift, the warning signal will remain for a brief period as a precaution. If the warning signal flickers frequently, it indicates that the threat is on the periphery of the detection range, resulting in a weak detection signal. Sui muttered to himself, suddenly lifting his gaze to observe the outer wall from the hallway.
The detection range of 50 meters aligns precisely with the edge of the wall, does it not?
It is not the girls who are in trouble.
Rather, uninvited guests have arrived.
Just as Sui grasped this realization, he heard hurried footsteps descending from the rooftop. A young woman tasked with lookout duties rushed downstairs in a flurry.
Ah, Commander. Greetings, Commander.
The girl collided with Sui in the hallway, her demeanor frantic and anxious as she saluted. Sui frowned. What has transpired?
Commander, I just saw something from above.
The girl pointed towards the rooftop and then gestured outside, gulping nervously. Those 3 individuals have returned.
Which 3 individuals?
Sui inquired, noticing the woman's breath was erratic with tension.
The 3 individuals. The ones who went missing after we spent the night at the subway station.
Sui raised an eyebrow, recalling the incident. The women had been driven away by him and had subsequently spent a night at the subway station, resulting in 3 unfortunate girls going missing. From her words, it seemed that these 3 missing individuals had returned on their own. Sui touched his wristband, asking, Are there only those 3?
Yes.
The girl nodded vigorously, somewhat at a loss.
Commander, should we let them in?
Her face bore a mix of excitement and a faint tinge of guilt, as if she still welcomed and trusted these 3 companions.
There's no rush.
Summon Jiang Shaozi. I'll wait for her on the rooftop.
Sui raised an eyebrow and turned to ascend the stairs. 10 minutes later. Sui stood on the rooftop, where a rudimentary telescope modified by Liya was situated.
Through the telescope, he could clearly see 3 disheveled women loitering outside the walls, their faces etched with panic and fear. They huddled together, neither departing nor drawing too close, simply pacing along the wall while casting furtive glances.
Are those the only 3? Sui glanced down at his wristband.
Upon closer observation, he noted that each time the 3 women approached the wall's edge, the wristband would shift to red, only to swiftly revert to blue thereafter.
The weak signal indicates that the anomaly in the wristband is indeed caused by these 3 women. Though they are originally residents of this building and are familiar with the path home, why do they harbor ill intentions towards us?
Sui raised an eyebrow, deep in thought, when he heard the sound of light footsteps approaching from behind. Turning to look, he saw Jiang Shaozi ascending the rooftop accompanied by the 3 women. One of them clutched a handgun, her expression tense.
Why did you bring a gun up here?
Sui glanced at the submachine gun in Jiang Shaozi's hand, which was once wielded by Lin Yu.
Sir, I believe the newcomers do not come with good intentions.
Jiang Shaozi stood shoulder to shoulder with Sui, using another telescope to observe the scene outside the wall.
I have already explained to the girls the changes that have occurred in our building, but I suspect outsiders have also taken note of our transformation.
Sir, pay attention to their expressions.
They wish to enter, they seek to visit us.
The sudden return of these 3 missing individuals at this time cannot be mere coincidence.
I fear their visit may not bode well.
Jiang Shaozi's explanation was succinct, tinged with a strong subjective judgment, while the women nearby appeared skeptical.
However, Sui understood that Jiang Shaozi's instincts were accurate.
Indeed, their intentions seem nefarious, but it remains unclear what exactly they plan to do.
Sui gestured toward the wristband in his hand, not providing an explanation, merely asking, "What do you suggest we do about those 3?
Sir, let them in." Jiang Shaozi continued to scrutinize the 3 women outside the wall, her voice calm. "We must be proactive in addressing potential threats. There is no wisdom in 1,000 days of vigilance against thieves."
"What of Lin Yu and the others? When will they return?"
"Sir, prior to their departure, I established the latest time for their return. They should be back within 30 minutes at the latest." Jiang Shaozi paused, retrieving a small remote control button from her pocket and handing it to Sui. Surprisingly, she had brought along the control button for the automatic machine gun shooting port from Sui's room. How thoughtful and considerate of her. Even without Lin Yu and the others in the sanctuary, the fully upgraded refuge posed a formidable challenge to most adversaries. Those 20 automatic machine guns were lethal weapons. Even Lin Yu and her companions would find it impossible to evade them.
Then let us allow them entry and see what unfolds.
Sui toyed with the button in his hand, casting a glance at the women beside Jiang Shaozi.
If they prove to be harmless, everything will be manageable. If not, they will face dire consequences.
Jiang Shaozi also cast a warning glance at the women beside her, an unspoken caution. The female operative leader was adept at navigating the complexities of human emotions. Even in this moment, she did not overlook the opportunity to employ a few women as a cautionary measure. Chapter 44. I only believe in it. Sui lingered on the rooftop, his gaze fixed upon Jiang Shaozi as she led the women down the stairs towards the surrounding wall. Though the community where Sui resided was old and dilapidated, it boasted an expansive area, with considerable space between the buildings. Of the wall encircling the property created a secluded enclave, shielded from disturbances. However, for convenience of access, there were rudimentary iron gates on all four sides of the wall, which could only be opened from the inside. Without pausing for long, Jiang Shaozi walked directly to the spot where the three women stood by the wall, opened the iron gate, and stepped outside with them.
Xiao Chen! Xiao Chen!
At Jiang Shaozi's signal, Sister Li quickly raised her voice to greet them, ensuring the three women heard from a distance, turning to look back.
Oh my heavens, it truly is you three!
Sister Li exclaimed with astonishment, breaking away from the group to hasten towards them, seizing one of the girl's hands. Where on earth have you been?
After that night, we searched everywhere for you.
Thank goodness the heavens have favored us, you three have returned. Sister Li disregarded the women's attempts to decline her invitation, pulling them to stand before Jiang Shaozi.
Miss Jiang, these three are the sisters I mentioned to you before, who went missing at the subway station.
What a stroke of luck!
They have managed to return alive.
Sister Li excitedly introduced them to Jiang Shaozi, who scrutinized the trio from head to toe. The three girls were ragged and exposed, their bodies marred with bruises indicative of abuse, their faces etched with fear and anxiety, and a foul odor clung to them. Sister Li gestured to the girls. Quick, greet her.
They lowered their heads, timidly murmuring, "Hello, Miss Jiang."
Jiang Shaozi nodded slightly, her tone cool as she inquired, I am pleased to see you back, but I am curious, why did you disappear at the subway station? We were just so hungry that we went out to find something to eat, one girl replied, her head bowed, appearing sincere.
Is that so?
Jiang Shaozi regarded them with a bemused smile. I heard from Sister Li that you left here with food, enough to last 2 days.
You were only outside for one night, and the food ran out? Jiang Shaozi raised an eyebrow, suddenly interjecting, you must have quite the appetite.
Ah, yes, I do have a large appetite, the girl stammered, her anxiety evident as she eagerly grasped the opportunity to appease Jiang Shaozi. At this moment, even Sister Li and the women around them could sense the abnormality of the trio. A hint of helplessness crossed Sister Li's face, yet she remained silent, casting a fearful glance at Jiang Shaozi.
Jiang Shaozi nodded, deliberately asking, you have returned. I trust you do not plan to leave again?
And no, we don't plan to, the girl muttered, her gaze still averted from Jiang Shaozi's eyes.
Open the door.
With no further preamble, Jiang Shaozi waved her hand, signaling the women inside to unlock the iron gate. New friends have come home. The iron gate creaked open, and Jiang Shaozi led the women into the enclosed area. Outside, amidst the shrubbery of the community, 2 men with knives concealed themselves, squinting as they watched the women return home.
They've entered.
It seems this place may have some plump prey. One man licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with a predatory light. This place is full of women, and that one in the cheapao is particularly striking. If only I could touch her, it would be worth the risk. I find this place a bit strange. Does such an old community really have walls like these? The other man muttered uneasily, feeling apprehensive. This place resembles a military stronghold.
It may not be the easy target we think. What should we do? Those 3 women have already been released. We can't just let this opportunity slip away.
The companion's expression faltered, his teeth clenched. To the three women mentioned that the leader here was killed by another guy. That murderer must have amassed quite a few points to build these walls.
Let us return and inform the boss. As long as we bring more manpower and equipment, we might not be at a disadvantage, especially since we have 3 insiders on the inside. If we can take this place, not only will we acquire those women, but all these walls will also belong to us. After a brief discussion, the 2 men stealthily departed the community. At this moment, within Sui's sanctuary. As soon as the 3 women entered the building, they were enveloped by a refreshing coolness, causing them to shiver slightly. It was so delightfully cool. The temperature inside the building hovered around 30 degrees, growing cooler still as they ascended. The drastic temperature difference sent goosebumps cascading over their skin, making them tremble. The air conditioning is running.
Be careful not to catch a chill. Sister Lee kindly offered several garments to the 3 girls, smiling as she explained. One girl looked on in astonishment. Sister Lee,
Isn't there a power outage throughout the city? How can there be air conditioning here?
There is electricity here, Jiang Shaozi replied coolly, cutting off Sister Lee's explanation. Electricity? The 3 girls exchanged incredulous glances, as shock reflected in their eyes.
In the midst of a citywide blackout during a sweltering apocalypse, this building still had air conditioning, seemingly untouched by the chaos. Was this still the place where we had just stayed? The girls felt a sense of bewilderment, falling into silence. Though they stood in a familiar environment, an overwhelming sense of unease washed over them. It was Jiang Shaozi who broke the silence first, surveying the girls with scrutiny, and directly asked, "Now, tell me, what is your purpose in returning?" Miss Jiang, they might just want to go home. Sister Lee attempted to interject, but fell silent under Jiang Shaozi's icy gaze.
Yes, we merely wish to return home. One girl quickly nodded, her head lowered as she replied, "We previously resided here, and Sister Lee can attest to that.
We have been searching for her ever since we went missing.
We searched everywhere, we had no choice but to return home and try our luck, and we never expected to find you here." Before the girl could finish her statement, Xiao Wang, standing behind Jiang Shaozi, suddenly interjected, "You're lying. After we emerged from the subway station, we searched for you, and we nearly encountered danger.
If it weren't for Sister Lin Yu's rescue, we wouldn't even know where we are now. With so many women together, we would encounter danger, yet you 3 were searching for us and remained unscathed?"
Xiao Wang's piercing gaze fixed on the trio, causing them to feel flustered and silent, their heads bowed. Jiang Shaozi smiled, still unwilling to tell the truth. "It seems your lips are quite tightly sealed. Take them to the basement," Jiang Shaozi commanded. Turning to leave, Xiao Wang boldly stepped forward, brandishing a steel spear against the backs of the 3 girls. "Hurry up.
Xiao Wang, we all know each other."
"There is no need for this," Sister Lee attempted to mediate, only to be met with Xiao Wang's glare. "Sister Lee, it is precisely our kindness that has led to our being bullied. Miss Jiang has told me that women must be more ruthless than men to survive in this era." Xiao Wang turned, her voice sharper, "Move faster." The steel spear pressed against their backs, causing discomfort. The 3 girls felt panicked, bewildered by the transformation of the once timid and gentle Xiao Wang. This place was still the same, and the people were still familiar, yet everything felt profoundly alien. In the expansive underground chamber, darkness was pierced by the flickering light of torches. There was no coolness from the air conditioning here. Instead, the stifling heat pervaded the room. The 3 girls were led into the basement, where a solitary iron bed leaned against the wall. Jiang Shaozi stood by the bed, her slender fingers gliding over its edge. "This is your last chance. Why have you come here?" They stared blankly at Jiang Shaozi, remaining silent. Alas, Jiang Shaozi sighed softly, raising her gaze to the girl guarding the 3 women. Xiao Wang nodded. "Sister Jiang, Xiao Zhang will be bringing the items shortly." Before long, hurried footsteps echoed from above, and another girl with a ponytail entered the basement, carrying an old cloth bag. "Sister Jiang, most of the items are here, but Sister Leah mentioned there are some things she does not wish to produce." Xiao Zhang handed the bag to Jiang Shaozi, who nonchalantly nodded, understood." With a swift motion, Jiang Shaozi emptied the contents of the bag onto the iron bed, causing the women holding torches to change color. The contents revealed an array of iron handcuffs, iron stakes, branding irons, clamps, and daggers, an assortment of implements of torture. "Do you know, I used to frequently use these little tools, but I wonder if my skills have dulled." Jiang Shaozi picked up a small pair of scissors, idly grooming her nails.
Miss Jiang's sister Li's face turned pale with fear.
She steeled herself, trembling as she spoke. We really don't need to resort to this, right? The commander would allow this? Xiao Wang, choose one and tie her to the bed. Jiang Shaozi ignored Sister Li's plea, her tone void of emotion as she commanded without looking up.
Yes, Xiao Wang hesitated, but gritted her teeth in agreement, shoving one girl forward. Go. I.
The girl trembled, her eyes wide with disbelief as she looked at Jiang Shaozi, this beautiful woman displaying such terrifying methods. At that moment, anyone could guess Jiang Shaozi's intentions. The oppressive atmosphere drove one of the women to break down in tears. I'll tell you everything.
Please, don't torment me. I don't want this.
The woman's cries echoed in the basement, hauntingly sorrowful.
Ready to talk?
Jiang Shaozi lifted her head, tilting it slightly, then suddenly smiled. Too late, I no longer believe you.
Jiang Shaozi selected a steel dagger from the iron bed, shaking it as a warning. I only believe in this. Chapter 45.
Sir, I am not a woman of indiscriminate slaughter. Sui removed his headphones, peering curiously out of the window. Just moments ago, he thought he had faintly heard the sound of a woman's scream, haunting and piercing, reminiscent of a character in a horror film.
Could it be my imagination? Sui mused, stroking his chin and glancing at his computer screen, ultimately deciding to exit the game interface.
Although Jiang Shaozi had assured him that she could handle the three girls well, allowing Sui to relax and enjoy himself, he still felt a twinge of concern. I should go downstairs and take a look. Although nothing has happened yet, one can never be certain when these three ticking time bombs might explode. Sui resolved to descend and assess the situation, as he still had several minutes of outside time left to utilize. As Sui stood and moved towards the door, it suddenly swung open. It was Jiang Shaozi, gliding into the room like a breeze, casting a faint glow upon the modest space. Sir, are you heading out? She inquired, her hair elegantly swept aside, her smile gentle.
Whatever you require, I am at your service.
I was planning to ask how things are progressing, Sui replied, returning to the sofa and gesturing for her to sit.
Have you managed to arrange those three women? Have you discerned their true intentions?
The reason Sui allowed the three girls to enter was to avoid becoming complacent. Since they had set their sights on the shelter, it was prudent to uncover their genuine motives. He felt reassured knowing that the astute Jiang Shaozi was handling the matter.
Indeed, I have fulfilled my mission.
Jiang Shaozi shifted gracefully, sitting beside Sui, her demeanor soft and intimate.
I engaged in detailed communication with them.
They revealed the truth to me. They indeed approached our shelter with ill intent.
You were able to extract that information. Surely, you don't possess some form of hypnosis. Wait.
I must employ such methods to ascertain the veracity of the information, she stated earnestly, having no intention of deceiving Sui and willing to be completely transparent. Well, that does align quite well with your profession, Sui sighed, unsure of how to respond. The methods of an espionage leader would undoubtedly be painful. Instinctively, he felt that this was a step too far, yet Jiang Shaozi's actions were for the sake of the shelter. Rationality urged him to accept that her approach was indeed the correct one. In a world gone awry, being cold towards others was the greatest protection one could offer oneself.
I still have much to learn.
Sui sighed again, as Jiang Shaozi tenderly massaged his temples. She spoke softly, Sir, there are matters you need not inquire about, simply knowing the outcome suffices.
And what is that outcome? Sui paused before asking. Just half an hour ago, he had seen the three women timidly wandering outside the walls, very much alive. In the blink of an eye, two of them were gone. Sui fell silent, realizing he must learn to accept such realities. If this was the price of growing up in the apocalypse, it felt a tad too swift and difficult to adapt to. Sir, if you find this displeasing, I shall refrain from such actions in the future. No, I merely feel. Sui lifted his gaze to meet Jiang Shaozi's, smiling as he posed his question. If we kill them, how will we draw out the snake from its lair? Surely, there are those behind them pulling the strings? Indeed. Jiang Shaozi regarded Sui with some surprise, having anticipated a reprimand, yet to her astonishment, he appeared unperturbed. At first glance, he seemed a man of innate coldness.
However, Zhang Xiaozi could sense the rapid beating of his heart. Sir, he was merely concealing his true feelings, forcing himself to accept and adapt to a world governed by chaotic rules. According to the intelligence, they no longer possess any value for survival. In fact, keeping them alive may invite complications. Zhang Xiaozi regained her composure and spoke softly. According to their account, they were abducted by a group of thugs at the subway station, which is located 8 blocks away from us. One of the thugs is a man who leads the group. His abilities are peculiar, seemingly allowing him to remotely control life and death, as well as torment others physically. Due to this talent, he has amassed a considerable following, continuously capturing isolated survivors to uncover the location of the shelter behind it all. As for their intentions in locating the shelter, it likely involves seizing resources or destroying it altogether. The 3 young women were under the influence of his abilities, unable to control their fate. They were coerced to return here to act as informants for the thugs, attempting to breach our sanctuary. Zhang Xiaozi paused, casually tossing her hair aside, and continued, according to the original plan, the group was supposed to contact them before nightfall. It is already dark, and since the thugs have yet to arrive, their value has diminished. Why do you say that?
Sui inquired, seeking clarification. Is it possible that the thugs discovered our shelter's formidable outer defenses and were deterred, thus necessitating the use of those 3 women to locate their position? I have already extracted the thugs' location. Zhang Xiaozi gazed out at the darkening sky and suddenly spoke. Sir, Lin Yu and the others have yet to return, arriving nearly 20 minutes later than anticipated. Su Yi's expression shifted. Xiaozi, are you suggesting that the thugs must have already arrived, but encountered Lin Yu and the others on their way back? Zhang Xiaozi smiled slightly. These thugs possess not only one strange ability. Numerous survivors share similar talents. They are armed and not few in number, approximately 50 or more. A group of thugs like that would not be easily deterred by what merely appears to be a thick wall. Zhang Xiaozi articulated her analysis, which solidified her conviction that Lin Yu had indeed crossed paths. You have done nothing wrong. He had no grounds to blame Zhang Xiaozi. With her intellect, she shielded him from the threats of the apocalypse, undertaking all the grim tasks herself, sparing Sui from having to make such brutal decisions. Her loyalty was proven through her actions. However, this apocalypse indeed feels a bit. Sui inhaled deeply, chuckling. Here I am at home, yet I find myself confronted by thugs delivering death to my doorstep. Sir, you seem unconcerned about Lin Yu and the others potentially losing in battle. They won't lose. Even if they cannot win, they can still return and hide. Sui waved the remote control in his hand, a smile of anticipation gracing his lips. After all, we have quite a few machine guns. No sooner had Suyi's words left his lips than a voice echoed from the hallway. Miss Jen! Miss Jen! Miss Lin Yu has returned. Chapter 46, The Night Raid and Unexpected Joy. Sui rose to his feet and descended the stairs alongside Zhang Xiaozi. Upon reaching the ground floor, they beheld Lin Yu and the male soldiers diligently cleaning the dust and blood from their bodies. Lin Yu. Commander! Lin Yu lifted her head and, along with her fellow soldiers, saluted Sui, exclaiming, Lin Yu reporting for duty. Indeed. Sui nodded and approached Lin Yu, lowering his voice to inquire, Did you encounter enemies at the doorstep? Yes. Lin Yu affirmed, straightening her posture as she reported, After receiving a mission from Miss Jiang yesterday afternoon, I assembled a 10-man combat team and set out, centering our search around the shelter for potential insurgent traces within a 5-street radius, while also scouting locations suspected of stockpiling substantial supplies. We discovered a night market street where we witnessed a group of thugs committing acts of violence, brutally slaughtering several survivors who had ventured out in search of supplies. After preliminary assessment, we unanimously deemed them as targets for extermination, engaging the enemies and extracting further information regarding the hiding spots of other insurgents from our captives. That night, we approached their gathering point and, following tactical arrangements, launched a night raid that lasted until dawn. This morning, after relocating the survival supplies within the shelter to a safer location, we prepared to return. On our way back in the afternoon, we stumbled upon a grain store, where we engaged in combat with criminals during our search, which delayed us slightly.
As we were about to regroup in the evening, we discovered a large number of armed individuals near the shelter, seemingly closing in. To ensure the safety of the shelter, we preemptively engaged them in battle. Lin Yu paused for a moment before proclaiming, "In the end, we eliminated 20 foes, while the rest fled. Our concern for the shelter prevented us from pursuing them." Lin Yu's robust report elicited a glimmer of envy in the eyes of the surrounding women, who yearned to possess such formidable combat prowess and proudly recount their own achievements.
Well done.
In the room, Sui settled onto the sofa while Lin Yu stood before him.
Lin Yu, elaborate on the enemies you encountered in the evening.
Sui glanced at his watch without raising his head. Did you come across any peculiar individuals, perhaps those exhibiting strange abilities or engaging in odd behaviors?
Noticing Sui's demeanor, Zhang Xiaozi sensed his distrust.
This skepticism was not directed at Lin Yu, but likely aimed at the male soldiers downstairs. Zhang Xiaozi understood that Sui held absolute trust in Lin Yu. However, should the intelligence provided by the three women before their demise be accurate, those thugs might possess extraordinary means of control over humans. While the soldiers were strong, even the mightiest could not be entirely immune to the bizarre talents emanating from various shelters.
Strange behaviors?
Lin Yu tilted her head, recalling, one individual seemed to be mumbling something while pointing at me during the skirmish.
I couldn't quite catch what he was saying. And how did that make you feel? Sui inquired, lifting his gaze. Did you experience any discomfort?
None at all, I felt quite well. Lin Yu shook her head, stating, that individual had his hand shot off by Lu Rui and fled. Even if he possessed some ability, he likely couldn't utilize it afterward.
Very well.
Sui lowered his gaze to inspect his watch, noting no change in color. It seemed the male soldiers had not been affected by any talents, and regarding Lin Yu, Sui felt no concern. Lin Yu's trait of loyalty was remarkably potent. She possessed the characteristic of never betraying the shelter under any dire circumstances. Based on Sui's understanding of the Apocalypse game's mechanics, any attempt to control Lin Yu would ultimately falter.
And what about the other insurgents? Did you feel pressured during the fight?
No pressure at all, Lin Yu replied, shaking her head gravely. Their equipment was quite comprehensive, armed with guns and composite bows, yet their combat capabilities were woefully inadequate. Though numerous, it was evident they were a disorganized rabble. They fled shortly after engaging. Armed with firearms and bows, outnumbering the soldiers, how could they fail to injure even a single warrior? Their ferocity paled in comparison to Brother Li's group, who had at least fought Lin Yu fiercely for a considerable time without contemplating escape.
Strange. Could it be a miscommunication in intelligence?
Sui turned to Zhang Xiaozi. Among those engaged in battle, there were no individuals with talents.
Perhaps the talent holder was their leader, holding a position of significance.
Zhang Xiaozi reminded, while the captives may not know this, I suspect that those possessing talents are likely to be regarded as strong within the current urban atmosphere.
Strong leaders seldom take to the battlefield themselves.
Lin Yu may simply have not encountered one.
Indeed.
Sui nodded, closing his eyes in contemplation. Zhang Xiaozi refrained from interrupting, choosing instead to await Sui's command. She perceptively noted Sui's daily growth and transformation, particularly in how he had summoned Lin Yu upstairs while leaving Li Yang with the other soldiers. This was clearly intended for Li Yang to oversee the remaining soldiers while allowing Sui to confer more intimate intelligence with Lin Yu. Should the male soldiers fall under any form of control, Sui would be able to make a comprehensive judgment based on the behaviors of both Lin Yu and Li Yang, enabling swift countermeasures. This was Zhang Xiaozi's understanding of Sui's actions. She was unaware that Sui's watch possessed a more precise capability for assessing hostility. Sui did not ponder for long. He quickly opened his eyes. Lin Yu, are you fatigued?
Fatigued? Lin Yu was taken aback, instinctively glancing at Zhang Xiaozi, who suddenly gestured for her to continue.
Lin Yu swiftly comprehended and declared, Commander, I am not fatigued, I can continue fighting.
Really? Defending the commander and the shelter is my duty.
Good, then let us proceed with the night raid, but do not seek total annihilation. Sui nodded, looking at Zhang Xiaozi. I believe this group is still unaware that Lin Yu is one of us. Having faced setbacks, they likely do not suspect that we have already ascertained their location, nor that we would take the initiative to strike at night. Under the cover of darkness, they are bound to descend into chaos. and once that chaos ensues, we shall be secure, with the initiative firmly in our grasp. Sui saw Jiang Shaoxi's opinion, and she smiled in agreement. What you say is quite right. I too believe we should take the offensive and eliminate the threat in its infancy. Very well, let it be so. Sui decisively declared, I lack experience in warfare, so I shall refrain from directing the experts. Lin Yu, you and Shaoxi can strategize. I have but one request: if faced with overwhelming odds, withdraw swiftly. As I have mentioned, those who inhabit the shelter possess peculiar abilities. We must be wary of any unforeseen complications. Should circumstances permit, feel free to lure the enemy toward our position. Sui pressed a button on his remote, and a dark barrel of an automatic machine gun emerged from the wall adjacent to Lin Yu. Our home can provide you with firepower support. Sui winked at Lin Yu, whose expression reflected surprise, though she did not press for further details. As an exemplary soldier, she was acutely aware of her duty and refrained from probing into the commander's confidential information. Understood, Commander. Lin Yu stood at attention, her expression grave. I shall complete the mission. Annihilate the enemy. Go forth, devise your plan. I seek only results. Sui watched as the two women departed, leaving him alone in the room. It was now 8 in the evening, and the night had settled in. The streets outside were enveloped in silence, the other buildings in the neighborhood dimmed and devoid of activity. It remained uncertain whether the survivors in those buildings had perished or simply lacked the courage to make a sound. In this city shrouded in darkness, there was no sound to be heard. Were it not for the chatter still echoing on the city's communication channel, Sui might have mistaken his surroundings for a deserted ghost town. I may find it difficult to accommodate the three of you. Sui gazed pensively out into the dim night, murmuring, yet at the very least, I can assist you in avenging your deaths. You shall not have died in vain. Companionship shall await you on the road to the underworld. Half an hour later, the soldiers who had just returned to the gathering point set out once more, this time with Li Yang joining their ranks. Sui stood at the window, watching the soldiers vanish into the night. Having learned from Jiang Shaoxi about the insurgents' gathering point this time, their objective was to sow chaos and inflict casualties upon the enemy while cautiously gathering further intelligence during the skirmish. With sufficient intelligence at their disposal, Jiang Shaoxi's wisdom, coupled with the combat prowess of Lin Yu and her comrades, would enable them to formulate a strategy for total annihilation of the enemy in the next encounter. I seem to have indeed changed somewhat. Sui pondered from his seat on the sofa, reflecting on his recent psychological journey. Though facing a group of thugs, I find my aversion to killing has diminished. Is this the mindset of survival of the fittest? Indeed, humanity is a remarkably adaptable species. Sui chuckled self-deprecatingly, his gaze shifting to the computer desk. He felt little inclination for entertainment, but rather than idly waiting, it seemed more prudent to find something to occupy his time. While the soldiers engage in life and death struggles outside, here I am, indulging in games at home. Does that not seem somewhat inappropriate? Sui mused, sitting before the computer desk and restarting a game. Time gradually slipped away. Soon, it was 11:30 at night, and Jiang Shaoxi had yet to ascend the stairs, seemingly establishing new rules for the women below. Just as Sui began to feel weary from gaming and succumb to drowsiness, a series of new notifications suddenly appeared before his eyes. Warning, your shelter's combat personnel are engaged in battle with another shelter. Your combat personnel have destroyed one level 0 shelter, inheriting the remaining survival points of 1362 points. Item inheritance determination in progress. Inheritance successful. You have obtained the following items from the current shelter. Random talent lottery ticket. I tasked her with creating chaos during the night raid, and she annihilated their shelter in one fell swoop? Hold on, the inherited item information seems off. Why do they all appear to be exceptional items? What kind of shelter is this? Who would leave behind such a plethora of items unused? Sui was taken aback. In his astonishment, he contemplated a potential scenario. Could it be that these thugs encountered Lin Yu and suffered defeat, only to return home and expend their points on a shopping spree to enhance their combat capabilities? And then, without foreseeing Lin Yu's night assault, the leader had just spent all their points on items and had not yet utilized them before being slain by Lin Yu? Could it be so fortuitous? What extraordinary luck would that require? Suddenly, Sui fell silent as a thought crossed his mind. Lin Yu's opener trait seems to influence luck.
Ah, the night raid brings unexpected joy. Chapter 47.
The black and white gloves of the behind-the-scenes tycoon Sui repeatedly perused the information prompt, confirming that he had not misread it. The inherited items and points had indeed arrived in his refuge's reserve panel. He even took out these items and laid them before him. Random Talent Lottery Ticket, a special item that can summon 1 DB level random talent for the refuge. This item is categorized as special, and the purchaser must first obtain the qualification to buy it. Talent Effect Enhancement Ticket, : a special item that can enhance one's refuge talent, guaranteeing a positive transformation in the talent's effectiveness. This item is also categorized as special, requiring the purchaser to obtain qualification beforehand. Personal Skill Ticket, : an item from the points store, requiring 2,000 points for purchase, which grants a random personal skill, for player use only, with a level not exceeding C, Perfect Compound Bow, : a D-level weapon requiring 1,000 points for purchase, renowned as the sniper rifle among bows. It employs a pulley system to conserve the user's drawing strength and is equipped with an accurate aiming system, capable of effortlessly hunting large prey.
It comes with a quiver that automatically replenishes to 100 alloy arrows daily. Wow, this guy is truly formidable. With such a rich arsenal, he is undoubtedly a big shot on the leaderboard. Sui inhaled sharply, bewildered by the extraordinary qualifications this unseen adversary must possess to acquire 2 special items.
Yet, he recognized that both items were formidable. Should this individual utilize them, if he were to obtain a powerful personal skill along with a B-level combat talent, it would be catastrophic. Even Sui would have no choice but to adopt a defensive strategy, certainly avoiding direct confrontation.
How should I phrase this? Is your luck fortuitous or unfortunate?
Sui mused as he scrutinized the items before him, shaking his head with a tinge of trepidation. Fortunately, Lin Yu had already activated the divergent trait reward, otherwise, it would have been Sui facing misfortune tonight. He refrained from immediately using the items, opting instead to wait for Lin Yu's return. Particularly for the talent-related items, it was imperative for Lin Yu to initiate their use, allowing him to bask in Miss Lin's good fortune. The intelligence provided by Xiao Ci indicates that the den of that marauder is a standalone villa in the city, which can be classified as a refuge. Lin Yu has destroyed the refuge and should be on her way back now.
Sui waited for over an hour.
Indeed, he soon heard the faint sounds of voices outside, followed by the creaking of the iron gate. Lin Yu had returned, weary yet triumphant, accompanied by the soldiers. Once again, she had returned victorious. This girl had certainly earned her commendations in Sui's eyes. Moments later, he heard hurried footsteps in the corridor, and Lin Yu quickly burst through the door.
Commander, I'm back.
Lin Yu stood before Sui, radiating energy, and he could still detect the faint scent of blood lingering on her.
What were the results? Sui assessed Lin Yu with concern, asking, "Are you unharmed?" "I'm fine. The enemy has been completely annihilated."
Lin Yu held her head high, brimming with pride. They possessed some strength, but under the cover of night, they lack any organizational capability.
I handed my rifle to Lu Rue.
That lad's sniping skills are indeed superior to mine, as he swiftly neutralized their resistance.
But I didn't lag behind either. I believe I managed to take down their leader.
Lin Yu beamed with joy, prompting Sui to cautiously inquire, was the leader merely standing there, staring into space, much like I often do?
Hey! Commander, how did you know?
Lin Yu exclaimed, taken aback.
Commander, do you possess clairvoyance?
Just as you described, I approached his window without him noticing, then I threw my military knife.
And it struck true.
Lin Yu shrugged, pouting slightly.
He was far too careless, completely unworthy of being my opponent. Indeed.
The poor fellow was tragically unfortunate. Just as he was indulging in his spoils, spending points with glee, he was suddenly struck down. His talents failed to come to his aid, and he perished without understanding why.
Reflecting on this, Sui mused that if he were in that unfortunate predicament, he would likely die with regrets. Indeed, they were no match for you, however, that is to be expected. Sui nodded in agreement.
Lin Yu's successful ambush, while appearing clever and fortuitous, was ultimately a testament to her military prowess. Congratulations, sir, your foresight has eliminated potential threats, allowing for a worry.
Sui understood that as the leader of the refuge, he needed to take the initiative to learn and ponder on many matters, despite his lack of knowledge.
There are no living enemies left in the villa, but we did discover some captives, men, women, and children alike. I heard from the captives that they had been taken to serve as meat puppets, under the control of that leader. Seeing their plight, I took the liberty of releasing them. As they were leaving, they asked for my name. I thought it best not to reveal our details, so I told them a lie.
Lin Yu paused, and Sui pressed, "What did you say?" "I said my name was Lei Feng."
Lin Yu scratched her head, a hint of shyness in her laughter. They insisted I was part of the People's Liberation Army, but I told them I wasn't.
I was from the Lei Feng army. Ha ha, well played, the Lei Feng army indeed.
Sui chuckled, harboring no intentions of reprimanding her. Seeing Sui in good spirits, Lin Yu cautiously continued.
Additionally,
I felt sorry for them, so I allowed them to take some supplies from the villa, just food and drink. I thought, since we were going into battle and had not prepared much, we couldn't carry too many items, and the fighting was quite intense, so the nearby survivors must have heard. I figured, even if we made a second trip to the villa to transport supplies, we'd likely lose a significant amount to theft, so I decided to do a good deed. Upon noticing the smile fade from Sui's face, Lin Yu felt increasingly uneasy and lowered her gaze.
Commander, I am sorry, I was wrong. It's alright, you make a valid point. We went to wage war, emphasizing speed in both combat and retreat, and even in victory, we cannot carry away excessive supplies. Sui waved his hand, though feeling a twinge of regret over the lost supplies. He could not bring himself to chastise Lin Yu for her remarkable achievements. If they were given away, then so be it. Consider it an act of kindness. Commander, you're so generous.
Lin Yu smiled, relieved that the commander was not truly angry with her. Sui sighed, realizing that among his 3 female subordinates, their personalities were indeed vastly different. Leah was a reticent individual, much like himself, a homebody engrossed in research. Zhang Xiaoxi was a ruthless woman, characterized aptly by her cold demeanor, yet Lin Yu was an anomaly. A warrior who dealt with bloodshed daily yet retained a sense of compassion, unable to bear the suffering of the weak. It seems in the future, the dirty work will have to be left to Xiaoxi, while Lin Yu can handle the more straightforward matters.
Sui mused, suddenly amused.
This essentially meant that he had both black and white gloves, with representatives to enact his will in various endeavors. Upon contemplation, he realized this was precisely the behind-the-scenes plan Zhang Xiaoxi had crafted for him. Zhang Xiaoxi remained silent, merely smiling gently, poised and elegant, her beautiful eyes fixed on Sui.
By the way, Lu Rue is the sniper, correct?
There's no need to give him that rifle.
A sniper should also be capable of using a compound bow, right?
Sui gestured toward the compound bow on the table.
Let him use this as a temporary substitute for his sniper rifle. Understood, Commander. I will deliver it to him at once.
Lin Yu nodded and prepared to take the compound bow, only to be halted by Sui's voice.
Wait, don't rush off just yet, I need you to do something for me. Commander, please instruct me. Lin Yu turned, standing at attention. Sui beckoned with a smile. Come over, don't be so serious. Now, sit beside me.
Lin Yu's cheeks flushed, yet she obediently took her seat beside Sui.
Commander, do you have a new task for me? Nothing so grave. Do you recall the last time you helped me use the ticket? I remember.
Today, another one has come in, please assist me with it.
Sui handed Lin Yu the random talent lottery ticket, watching her with eager anticipation. You have good luck. You should be the one to use it.
The talent enhancement ticket and the personal skill ticket would directly affect Sui, so he could not rely on Lin Yu's fortune for those. Therefore, the talent lottery was solely dependent on Lin Yu. He was determined to benefit from her good fortune.
All right.
Lin Yu nodded obediently, mimicking her previous approach, tentatively shaking the ticket in her hand.
Use? Suddenly, a dazzling golden light enveloped the room. In an instant, the brilliance spread like an ocean, and Sui's eyes widened in astonishment. This commotion is extraordinary. It must be an exceptional talent.
Chapter 48: The Genius Doctor of a Former Retired Killer with Mental Illness. The golden light did not linger for long. Within a few breaths, it swiftly receded and coalesced into a golden humanoid figure before Sui. This was the first time Jiang Shaozi had witnessed such a spectacle, her beautiful eyes curiously surveying the scene. In no time, the golden light completely dissipated, revealing a middle-aged man clad in a white coat and adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, standing before Sui.
Congratulations, successfully recruited B-grade talent, Chen Xiuren. B-grade talent.
Lin Yu's luck was indeed remarkable. Hello, boss, the man addressed Sui with utmost reverence, bowing slightly.
My name is Chen Xiuren, your personal physician.
The man's demeanor was cool, a smile playing at the corners of his lips, yet his gaze harbored an unmistakable madness and indifference. Unlike other doctors who exuded a warm sense of security, Chen Xiuren radiated a chilling and dangerous aura, causing Lin Yu to involuntarily tense up, her eyes fixed intently on this perilous individual.
Personal physician? Jiang Shaozi regarded Chen Xiuren with keen interest, sensing a kindred spirit.
Indeed, Chen Xiuren replied in a calm tone, politely smiling. At this moment, Sui quietly accessed Chen Xiuren's data, casting a fleeting glance. Name: Chen Xiuren. Age of 40 years. Type: doctor, scientist. Talent: grade B. Physical strength 120. Nervous reaction 266. Endurance 153. Mental will 268. Self-healing immunity 288. Talent traits: frowny face. Medical genius. He excels in the vast majority of medical disciplines, with surgery, internal medicine,
and genetic research being among his finest fields.
Poison specialist: rather than healing, he prefers killing. He is adept at poisoning but shows little interest in antidotes. Talent: gift frowny face killer. He has a passion for murder, possessing both remarkable and unconventional killing techniques. He was once a world-class assassin, but left the profession due to falling in love with a woman and utterly cliché tale. Mental illness: his mind is unlike that of ordinary individuals, possessing formidable willpower, yet he is suspected to be afflicted. A colleague once attempted to diagnose him but was subsequently killed by Chen, leaving no one aware of his diagnosis. Value score 895.
Hiss, a mad doctor? Sui gasped, taken aback by his initial reaction upon viewing Chen Xiuren's data.
A genius doctor who was a former retired killer with mental illness, quite a talent with an extensive profile. His information was indeed pleasing to the eye, with 2 stats exceeding 200, making his expertise glaringly apparent.
You excel at killing? Sui inquired, his voice contemplative.
I mean, not in direct confrontation, but through some non-combative means.
Yes, boss, Chen Xiuren bowed slightly, ever courteous. May I inquire if this will be my forthcoming task?
I can provide over 300 non-combative assassination strategies for you. If the target for assassination is in this room, Chen Xiuren glanced at Jiang Shaozi and Lin Yu, a faint smile gracing his lips.
I could eliminate her right now. Ha!
Lin Yu immediately gripped her handgun, swiftly disengaging the safety. Jiang Shaozi's smile gradually faded, her beautiful eyes narrowing as she scrutinized Chen Xiuren. We're all on the same side here, let us not escalate things unnecessarily, Sui interjected hastily, turning to Chen Xiuren. If a doctor is capable of murder, it somewhat aligns with their professional traits. It seems the medical responsibilities in the shelter will fall to you henceforth.
So, they are companions?
Chen Xiuren smiled, squatting before the table and pouring 2 cups of tea for the 2 women. I apologize for my earlier indiscretion. I hope the 2 beautiful ladies will not take offense. Not at all. Lin Yu sheathed her weapon but did not accept the offered tea, and Jiang Shaozi mirrored her hesitation.
Please, continue, Sui chuckled.
He has just arrived and has yet to familiarize himself with everyone. Minor misunderstandings are of no consequence, and a cup of tea can be seen as a gesture of respect.
Not a gesture of respect, Chen Xiuren paused before murmuring, this cup of tea contains an antidote. I just poisoned it. Ah.
Sui was momentarily stunned, incredulously gazing at Chen Xiuren. The latter set down the teacup, feigning innocence as he produced a small spray from his waist, shaking it lightly. This is my homemade neurotoxin, which causes paralysis and dizziness. For those allergic to its components, it may prove fatal. These 2 cups of tea contain the antidote, preventing the toxin from taking effect. Upon hearing this, Sui realized that Chen Xiuren appeared impeccably clean, seemingly devoid of any obvious talent-related items. It was worth noting that even D-grade talents often appeared with firearms, so it was peculiar that a B-grade talent would arrive empty-handed. Ultimately, it seemed this man had brought poison.
Lin Yu. Xiaozi, quickly drink up.
Sui urged, watching intently as the 2 women consumed the tea before turning his attention back to Chen Xiuren.
Such methods should not be employed on our own people in the future.
I was unaware earlier, Chen Xiuren said, touching his nose, a hint of contrition in his smile.
Now that I am aware, boss, rest assured, I will not harm them. I will adhere to basic professional ethics and will not engage in actions that cause you distress, boss.
Of course, if you could provide me with a different job description, I might be more motivated in my work, Chen Xiuren hinted.
Sui furrowed his brow and asked, "What do you mean by a different job description?" "Boss, you just mentioned that I would be responsible for the medical care in the shelter. Do you wish for me to serve as a public attending physician?"
Chen Xiuren shrugged, appearing somewhat helpless. In truth, I do not particularly enjoy treating patients, I prefer engaging in medical research.
Be a doctor in earnest. From now on, if anyone has ailments, you shall be responsible. If you cannot cure them, it will be deemed your dereliction of duty. Very well, boss, Chen Xiuren replied, unable to conceal his disappointment. As you wish, I shall be a doctor, a healer. Sui recognized Chen Xiuren's predicament but had no intention of altering his decision.
Firstly, the shelter already housed a permanent population, and with the increasing recruitment of talents, a medical system would inevitably need to be established. Secondly, Sui sensed that Chen Xiuren's temperament required some restraint.
It's quite late, so rest well. Sui glanced at his watch. It was nearing the early hours of the morning. Despite having spent the day at home, he had encountered a plethora of events within the shelter. Understood. Lin Yu saluted and turned to leave.
Chen Xiuren obediently followed Jiang Shaozi, appearing compliant with the arrangements.
As for the remaining items, they shall be for my use alone.
Who knows what fortune they may bring? Sui mused as he gazed at the remaining props on the table, a sudden smile breaking across his face.
That unfortunate fellow was indeed pitiable, unwittingly providing Sui with a wedding dress. Let us try this, talent effect enhancement voucher.
Sui picked up a golden voucher, holding it in his hand as he silently opted to use it. As the golden voucher burst open, a radiant aura enveloped Sui entirely before his eyes. New informational prompts began to materialize. Chapter 49. Why do I feel as though I am leading the global version of an apocalypse?
Congratulations! By utilizing a special item, your talent has been upgraded.
Home of the Recluse, in addition to the original effects of your talent, you now possess an additional upgrade effect known as reward stacking. Reward stacking, : The more frequently you utilize talent rewards, the higher the level of rewards you receive through your talent, with a significantly increased probability of obtaining advanced talent rewards.
An upgrade effect related to luck? Sui tilted his head, scrutinizing the description, and found himself quite satisfied.
Enhancing the effects of talent rewards is undoubtedly a positive development. Although the upgraded effect does not guarantee that each talent reward will be of a higher level, it is worth noting that Sui wins rewards daily. As long as he persists, there will inevitably come a time when he secures a grand talent prize.
Let us give this a try.
Sui picked up the last special item, personal skill voucher. He had seen this item in the points store previously but had refrained from purchasing it due to its exorbitant price in the early stages. Moreover, its effect conflicted with Sui's shelter talent, which inherently made it unlikely for him to leave the shelter. Sui pondered that even if he were to acquire a personal skill, the probability of it being useful was quite low since he rarely ventured outside. However, now that he had stumbled upon it for free, he figured he might as well use it. Use. Sui activated the personal skill voucher, and silver light emanated from his palm, seeping into his skin and vanishing. The next moment, new prompt information appeared before him. Congratulations, by using the personal skill voucher, you have obtained a D-level skill, Comprehensive Resistance. Comprehensive Resistance, passive skill, your body's resistance to diseases, high fever, extreme cold, and penetrating disasters is slightly increased, and your bones have become sturdier, making it less likely for you to suffer fractures even if you fall.
A D-level skill.
Sui felt a twinge of disappointment for not reaching the C-level limit with the skill voucher. Additionally, it was a passive skill that merely enhanced his own attributes. While the skill description suggested it was powerful, the term, slight increase, diminished Sui's enthusiasm. Just how much could a slight increase contribute? For instance, he currently felt that the room was not as cold as it had been. He got up and opened the window, allowing the hot air from outside to surge in, enveloping him in warmth. On ordinary days, such an influx of heat would have made him shiver, but today he felt considerably more at ease. Indeed, it has some effect, but it's not very noticeable.
I still feel hot.
Sui shook his head, deeming the skill not worth the 2,000 points.
Why didn't that unfortunate fellow use those 2,000 points to upgrade his shelter?
An upgraded shelter would be immensely powerful, resulting in a transformative change, allowing for the purchase of many rooms and essential defense modules. Sui stroked his chin as he pondered this and opened the shelter's leaderboard. He discovered that it was already the 7th day of the apocalypse, and he was the only one in the entire city with a level 1 shelter. Everyone else remained at level 0.
Strange, it has been so long, yet no one has upgraded their shelter? Sui furrowed his brow. With so many survivors in the city, surely there are others besides me who meet the upgrade requirements? Wait a moment. Perhaps what they lack is not points, but talent or upgrade materials? Sui recalled the 5 conditions he had to meet to upgrade his shelter. Initially, the required points had posed a challenge for him. However, for the marauding thugs outside, points were certainly not an issue. The only obstacles were talent and upgrade materials. As for upgrade materials, Sui only knew that they could be obtained through dispatch missions. There seemed to be no other means. As for talent, it was needless to say that although Sui had plenty of talented individuals in his shelter, most were acquired through talent rewards. The only exception was Jiang Xiaozi, whose talent was granted through a national-level achievement reward. The recently acquired Chen Xiuren was also obtained through a special talent lottery item. Thus, it can be inferred that talent units are actually quite precious.
Even that unfortunate fellow,
maybe he only managed to gather enough points tonight?
Sui felt that his speculation might be the truth, but if that were the case, he couldn't help but think that this fellow was exceedingly unfortunate. Just as he was about to reap the rewards of his hard work, Sui snatched the fruit away. Wasted effort, lost items, and lives extinguished.
If that's the case, I am leagues ahead.
Sui's eyes widened, and he felt a surge of excitement. Even if there are survivors with similar talent rewards who have channels to acquire talent, their numbers must talent units in the entire city. He alone possessed a multitude, while other survivor shelters lacked even a single talent unit. They were even unaware of how to acquire talent. Upon closer reflection, it felt akin to a game where Sui was playing an early access version while everyone else was engaged with the public release version. The early access version allowed one to experience more game content first. After its completion, it would then be the turn of the public release version.
My talent truly lives up to its SSS level.
It undeniably possesses substantial value. Sui chuckled, recalling his initial underestimation, thinking that his talent was somewhat late game, delivering rewards that felt lukewarm. It seemed somewhat unworthy of its SSS rating. Now, after a week of the apocalypse, looking across the city, it turned out he was the only one leading the apocalypse version. While others were still unable to upgrade their shelters, he had already surpassed 10 talent units.
Comfortable.
Sui rubbed the back of his neck, chuckling as he lay back on his bed.
Time for sleep.
Only sleep can truly pass the time.
I can't wait for tomorrow afternoon to trigger the next wave of rewards. I hope tomorrow's talent rewards continue to grant me more talent units.
Knowing the scarcity of talent units at this stage, Sui naturally hoped that each talent reward would yield him more talent units. After a peaceful night's sleep, Sui awoke to find it was already 11:30 a.m. As he rose from his bed, he noticed Jiang Shaozi preparing a feast at the dining table. She seemed to sense his gaze, lifted her head towards the bed, and smiled, beckoning him, "Sir, it's time to get up, come wash up and have a meal." Her gentle demeanor resembled that of a devoted wife, evoking in Sui a faint illusion that he had already settled down and started a family.
What about Chen Shuren?
Sui inquired as he got dressed under Jiang Shaozi's care, casually asking about the newcomer's status.
Sir, he has already gone to work. Working?
Yes, it appears he does not appreciate my supervision, so he has set some rules and a schedule for himself. Jiang Shaozi spoke softly. I found it reasonable, so I allowed him to proceed, considering he is also loyal to you, sir. I did not wish to impose upon him. He made his own rules, pray tell.
Sui, intrigued, took a seat at the dining table and asked, what kind of rules did he establish?
He stated that he would wake up at 8 every morning and work in the medical room until 8 in the evening.
After 8 in the...
It seems he wishes to conduct some experiments. I suspect it might involve toxins. Jiang Shaozi elaborated in detail, and Sui found it amusing.
Even in the apocalypse, this guy is setting a work schedule for himself? And he wants weekends off?
He is truly treating himself like a doctor. Hospital doctors are far busier, they even have emergency duties.
Sui laughed, and Jiang Shaozi asked, Sir, do you permit this? If not, I can have him change it.
Not a problem, there are few people in the shelter right now, and not everyone falls ill every day, let him be.
Sui shook his head, it's good for him to adapt for a while. By the way, what is Lia's stance on him using the research facility? Lia does not allow him in.
Jiang Shaozi replied softly, I cannot reason with Lia, and recently, she seems to be researching some new technological modules, which I believe may benefit the shelter, hence I did not let him disturb her.
Well done. Sui nodded, asked Shinshoren what equipment he needs, and let the soldiers venture out to procure it.
If it can be met, then meet it, if not, let him wait. His current position focuses on saving lives, tasks such as poisoning and killing are not required of him at the moment, so he need not rush. By the way, today we should be resuming the exploration task arrangements for the shelter. We need to fill all 3 daily tasks, primarily to gather upgrade materials for the shelter. Sui's shelter now boasted ample supplies, complete items, and a multitude of talents. He lacked food and drink but desperately needed upgrade materials for the shelter. Sui considered seizing this rare opportunity of advantage to exert effort and keep his shelter far ahead. Merely being 1 level ahead was insufficient. If possible, Sui hoped to upgrade his shelter by 7 or 8 levels before any other survivors could even initiate their upgrades.
Understood, sir.
Jiang Shaozi nodded in agreement, and the two exchanged a few more topics. As time passed, just after their meal, the time for talent rewards arrived. Sui had just settled on the sofa to brew himself a cup of tea when new prompt information suddenly appeared before him. He raised his head in anticipation, only to be stunned, his full cup of tea spilling onto his pant leg as he lost focus.
Ouch, damn it, it's hot, it's hot. Sui exclaimed, realizing his blunder.
He had burned himself.
Ah, sir.
Jiang Shaozi, who was tidying up nearby, noticed the scene and hurriedly rushed over in alarm. Chapter 50 S-Class Personal Skill, A Perilous Amusement. Sir, please remain still, allow me to handle this. Her beautiful eyes widened as she meticulously examined the injury, preparing to make a precise judgment for the subsequent treatment. As the head of the operatives, Sui was not surprised by her basic first aid knowledge. He merely felt a touch of embarrassment. Sir, Jiang Shaozi lifted her delicate head, her expression devoid of shyness, replaced instead by earnest concern.
How do you feel? Is it very painful? It's nothing. I was just startled a moment ago. Sui lowered his voice, striving to maintain his composure. Are you truly all right? Should we have Shinshoren take a look? Have him? Absolutely not. I'm perfectly fine.
Without a moment's hesitation, Sui firmly declined, further emphasizing for credibility, Shaozi, I received a new reward yesterday.
My heat resistance has been enhanced.
I was merely startled, truly, I'm fine, I haven't even broken the skin. Sui spoke earnestly. Before she could continue, a voice suddenly called from outside.
Miss Jiang, what are today's mission arrangements? We've rested well and had our meal, we can depart at any moment. With that, Lin Yu pushed the door open.
As Sui's most trusted warrior, she naturally possessed the right to enter his room without knocking. Thankfully, the door was positioned at a corner, shielding their current situation from Lin Yu's view. By the time Lin Yu reached the sofa, Zhang Xiaozi had already risen, and Sui's expression had returned to calmness.
Commander, you're awake.
Lin Yu greeted Sui with a smile and a salute, then inquired softly, "Oh, Commander, you seem a bit unwell. Your complexion appears flushed.
Are you running a fever? I'll go fetch Qinshuren. That one tea be necessary."
Zhang Xiaozi halted Lin Yu, shaking her head. "It's merely the heat, I'll adjust the air conditioning."
Zhang Xiaozi's nonchalant explanation raised no suspicions in Lin Yu, who nodded in turn to ask, "Miss Jiang, what is my task for today? Are we continuing with the operational mission?"
Lin Yu was eager to begin, as Zhang Xiaozi had devised a detailed and long-term combat plan targeting all the thugs and survivor shelters surrounding their own. Given Zhang Xiaozi's methods, Sui could surmise that this would likely be a swift and decisive cleanup. If they encountered troublesome survivors, Zhang Xiaozi would likely label them as thugs and send Lin Yu to eliminate them. With Lin Yu's straightforward character, she wouldn't ponder whether the targets were good or bad, she would simply execute the mission.
"Yes, come with me." Zhang Xiaozi glanced at Sui, slightly bowing her head.
"Sir, I must attend to my duties now. I will return later to check on your health."
All right, go ahead." Sui nodded, slightly adjusting his sitting posture. "Check on your health, is the commander feeling unwell?" "It's just a routine check."
After all, the commander's identity is significant, and regular health examinations are essential. I happen to have some medical knowledge.
Miss Jiang, you are truly impressive." The two women chatted amiably as they exited the room.
Sui reclined on the sofa, taking a moment to compose himself before lifting his head to gaze into the void. "This culprit," Sui murmured, once again scrutinizing the information regarding his talent reward.
"Congratulations! You have triggered a high-level talent reward."
"Congratulations, you have acquired a talent reward, S-Class Personal Skill, Greedy Parasite. Greedy Parasite, S-Class Active Skill, Entertainment Skill. You may select any target to parasitize, must be a living organism, and you will undoubtedly complete the parasitism unnoticed.
After parasitism, you may obtain a random replica of one item owned by the target every day.
Skill limitations, you may only parasitize one target at a time, and you cannot change the parasitic target until the previous one is deceased."
"How is this even a reward?" Sui muttered, momentarily stunned by this unexpected gift.
Initially, he felt a surge of excitement upon seeing the S-Class Personal Skill reward. Logically, it seemed improbable for him to encounter an S-Class talent reward at his current stage. However, after upgrading his talent reward the previous night, he had encountered this grand prize today. The issue was, why was it an entertainment skill? Considering my current situation, it seems there is indeed a lack of urgent necessities in the shelter. Overall, I appear to be quite deficient in entertainment options. In the entire shelter, the only source of amusement is a solitary computer, and I have already played all the single-player games on it multiple times. As he contemplated his options, Zhang Xiaozi's image unconsciously surfaced in his mind.
However, he swiftly dismissed the thought. Zhang Xiaozi was a talent, not a toy. Following this line of reasoning, it is highly probable that the talent reward could indeed yield entertainment-related rewards to alleviate my spiritual emptiness.
After all, for a reclusive individual, sustenance may not be paramount, but gaming is of great importance.
Yet the real question is, how do I utilize this skill? Sui pondered, carefully considering the implications.
From the description of the skill, it certainly appears to be quite entertaining. Regardless of the target I choose, I will receive a replica of one of their belongings each day. With a vast element of randomness, it's akin to a gamble, providing a certain thrill.
With good fortune, I might replicate something of value.
With poor luck, perhaps I will end up with a pair of socks they are wearing. However, the parasitism has significant limitations. I can only select a single target, and the prerequisite for changing targets is the demise of the previous one. This limitation is quite substantial. Wait, the skill description does not seem to impose any restrictions on the types of items that can be replicated. Sui narrowed his eyes. If I were to choose a powerful survivor as my parasitic target, would I not have the chance to replicate their talents, their skills, their equipment, or even their survival points? Sui's eyes widened in realization as he meticulously reread the skill description, recognizing that his conjecture was likely to come to fruition. Indeed, the scope of replication encompassed no constraints. Items possessed by the target, this item, encompassed an exceedingly broad range. Anything could be referred to as item.
It requires me to treat human lives as mere trifles.
Sui remained composed. He had grown accustomed to the brutal laws of the apocalypse. Killing had long ceased to evoke any unusual feelings within him. Thus, the next question arises.
Who should my first parasitic target be? Chapter 51. When the strategist is needed, when unneeded. Apart from humanity, it seems that Sui has no other viable targets. Although the skill description does not explicitly limit itself to humans, in the current sweltering environment, Sui has rarely encountered any living creatures beyond humans. Forget about wild cats or dogs, not a single bird has graced the skies. Occasionally, a few mosquitoes flit about, but Sui refrains from approaching them to employ his parasitic skill. What could a swarm of mosquitoes possibly yield? Never mind, I might as well give it a try, Sui mused, feeling rather bored and unable to find suitable subjects for experimentation. Should he test it on the residents of his home? He hasn't sunk so low as to harm his own people. These young women work diligently and sincerely, proving their worth. There is no need to bring about their demise. After much contemplation, Sui decided to open a window and let in an unidentified mosquito. The streets are now teeming with flying insects. The city, devoid of sanitation workers, has transformed dramatically. Parasitize. Sui intently focused on the insect, whispering the incantation. In the next moment, a wave of dizziness swept over him, and his body collapsed onto the sofa. As Sui struggled to regain his composure and fortitude, he was horrified to discover that his perspective and sensations had become disoriented. He could distinctly feel that he possessed two viewpoints. One was the human perspective he usually occupied while observing his surroundings, and the other was the compound-eyed view of the insect, gazing back at himself with a face full of terror. This is the perspective of an insect? Goodness, this is truly parasitism. I have actually acquired the vision of a bug. Sui's heart raced with astonishment. This is unbearable, I feel increasingly dizzy. He clutched his head, and with the insect's struggle, he sensed the world spinning around him. Unable to tolerate it any longer and fighting against the urge to vomit, he instinctively grabbed a book and swatted the insect dead. Smack! With the demise of the insect, the parasitic effect dissipated, and Sui felt considerably better. Damn, I must select a suitable host. What secrets could they possibly hold for me? Sui murmured. Although possessing dual perspectives was quite disorienting, he resolved to adapt. The potential of this talent far outweighed the discomforting side effects. Furthermore, I would have a better chance of replicating valuable items. If I merely choose any random individual to parasitize, the resulting replicated items may be rather mediocre, rendering this skill merely an entertaining one. Furrowing his brow, Sui's mind immediately conjured a name. The Little White Bear Refuge. The only formidable survivor I am aware of is him. Upon checking the leaderboard, he discovered that this individual still held a remarkably high rank, leading the count of destroyed refuges by a wide margin. Exaggerated. He is indeed the top player on the PK leaderboard, a true harbinger of death. Firstly, it is reasonable to surmise that this individual possesses a formidable talent, yielding powerful effects. If he were not temporarily unable to acquire talent units or restricted by upgrade materials, given the survival points he has amassed, he could easily upgrade his refuge several times over. If I could manage to parasitize him, the likelihood of replicating valuable items would undoubtedly increase, but how on earth do I locate him? Sui pondered deeply. He couldn't simply shout in the chat channel, "Little White Bear, where are you? Come out and let us meet." That would be utterly imprudent, considering that parasitism does not equate to control.
the target retains their own consciousness and may resist Suyi's influence. In accordance with Suyi's plan, he intended to complete the parasitism without the little white bear being aware, maintaining a scenario where he remained in the shadows while the little white bear operated in the light. Previously, I had hoped to avoid an early encounter with him. Now, I find myself eagerly awaiting his appearance. Sui reclined on the sofa, and after a moment of contemplation, he rose and descended to locate Zhang Xiaozi. At that moment, Zhang Xiaozi was in a command room on the second floor, assigning tasks to the warriors for the day. Upon entering, Sui observed Lin Yu and others fully equipped and ready to depart. "Sir, do you have any additional instructions?" Zhang Xiaozi inquired, her intelligence evident. She rarely witnessed Sui descending, for each occasion signified something of great importance. "Yes." Sui nodded, gesturing for everyone to gather around once more. "Xiaozi, have you mentioned the Little White Bear Refuge to the others, as I previously requested?" "I have brought it up," Zhang Xiaozi confirmed, nodding. "I have consistently emphasized the importance of avoiding direct confrontation with the Little White Bear Refuge during missions, focusing primarily on gathering intelligence." Zhang Xiaozi was well aware of Suyi's talent characteristics. The longer time elapsed, the stronger he became. To maximize Suyi's potential, Zhang Xiaozi had devised a development strategy for the refuge that prioritized defense, constructing multiple defensive street chains around the refuge to methodically expand their territory. "Indeed, but there is now a new development." Sui pondered before continuing. "Xiaozi, I need to locate the leader of the Little White Bear Refuge. I have a method that can effectively target him in the long term." "Sir, may I inquire what method that is?" "Parasitism." Weighing his options, Sui chose not to withhold information, as all present were his trusted talents, their loyalty assured, and their lives intertwined with the refuge's fate. "I possess a parasitic skill. As long as I can see the leader of the Little White Bear Refuge, I can complete the parasitism and gain access to all their trump cards." Pausing for a moment, he added with a smile, "Of course, it is merely probabilistic, not absolute. To possess all of their trump cards." Zhang Xiaozi's eyes sparkled with excitement. She understood just how formidable this skill could be. If this were true, Suyi's refuge would be virtually invincible. "Sir, do you only need to see the leader of the Little White Bear Refuge?" "That seems to be the case. I am still testing additional methods for parasitism." Sui nodded, having determined through preliminary testing that the primary requirement for parasitism was to at least have sight of the target. Without visibility, the parasitism could not be accomplished. This, Zhang Xiaozi pondered briefly, and Sui looked at her expectantly. "Xiaozi, do you have a plan? I realize that this may be somewhat challenging, but if accomplished, those individuals would undoubtedly be working for us." Sui coughed lightly, feeling he might be asking too much. The Little White Bear Refuge was notorious throughout the city for its bloodthirsty nature, and encountering them was no easy feat. Merely approaching them posed significant danger. While not entirely impossible, Zhang Xiaozi raised an eyebrow, speaking gently. "Sir, I will take full responsibility for this matter. However, I need your confirmation." "Truly, is it just seeing him that suffices?" "Indeed," Sui affirmed without hesitation, as he had already validated this method of parasitism. "Very well, I understand what needs to be done." Having a clever strategist was indeed a comfort. Whenever there was an unsolvable problem, he could simply consult his strategist, who would handle it adeptly. Yet he felt that he need not be overly clever himself. He merely needed to learn to delegate authority to his subordinates and then relax at home while playing games to secure victory. Sui believed this was the true application of his talent. No wonder the talent rewards frequently bestowed upon him were aimed at his talented units. "It seems I had long thought that remaining cooped up at home, avoiding the outside world, was the path to invincibility. But in reality, as long as calamity persists, absolute safety does not exist. Building a powerful faction of my own and protecting myself at the core is truly the only secure path to development." Sui sighed inwardly, realizing why Zhang Xiaozi had initially devised a plan for him to become a behind-the-scenes overlord. Developing his own faction would not only allow him to leverage an increasing number of talented individuals for comprehensive strength but also provide unparalleled security. A solitary individual constructing an invincible refuge is ultimately akin to merely creating a hard shell. Conversely, a collective effort to build a thriving refuge would enable one to relish the feeling of being an emperor in a post-apocalyptic world, commanding loyalty with a single word. After communicating with Jiang Shaozi, she did not instruct the warriors to immediately embark on the task of locating the Little White Bear refuge. Instead, she allowed Lin Yu and the others to maintain their current operational tasks. Lin Yu was somewhat puzzled but refrained from asking further questions. She silently resolved to gather as much intelligence as possible should any information regarding the Little White Bear refuge come to light during their explorations. The afternoon passed without incident. Under Jiang Shaozi's leadership, the women within the refuge continued to repair and reinforce its defensive structures, utilizing various gadgets crafted by Leah to lay an increasing number of traps and warning devices. Within the entire refuge, only 2 men found themselves utterly bored: Sui and Chen Shiuran. Sui was slightly better off than Chen Shiuran. After all, Sui had a new skill to delve into. Although the sensation of parasitizing non-human creatures was rather uncomfortable, he was determined to master the skill, dedicating the entire afternoon to continual experimentation. He sought to explore various parasitic methods, targeting. Naturally, to ensure his own safety, he aimed to avoid replicating anything bizarre onto himself. Each experimental process was kept brief, ensuring he could swiftly eliminate the parasitic target, thereby avoiding the risk of acquiring an insect wing or a gecko's tail. Before long, night fell. Sui stood beside the window, gazing into the distance at the gradually crumbling urban structures, and felt a pang of reflection. Thick smoke rose from the industrial district of the city, where it seemed a fire had reignited. The distant echoes of explosions hinted at yet another disaster unfolding. In less than 3 weeks, this wave of high-temperature apocalypse will come to an end.
I wonder how many people will still be alive by then.
However, the rewards for the nation's victory were issued early, which should provide considerable sustenance to many survivors across the country. As Sui pondered, he suddenly noticed the entrance of the residential building below swinging open, revealing Chen Shiuran exiting with several large bags in tow. The openings of the bags were flared wide, filled with drinking water, food, supplies, and various gadgets crafted by Leah.
What does he intend to do with all those items? Chapter 52.
Killing 2 birds with 1 stone, expanding outwards. When Chen Shiuran stepped outside, it was undoubtedly orchestrated by Jiang Shaozi. Although this individual had recently joined the talent unit, Sui discerned that certain aspects of Chen Shiuran's character mirrored his own. He preferred the comfort of home, seldom ventured out unless necessary, and relished moments of idleness. It was difficult to fathom such a disposition in a killer. It seemed rather undisciplined, yet Chen Shiuran embodied precisely that. As Sui pondered this, Jiang Shaozi entered the room, having pushed the door open from behind. Shaozi, did you send Chen Shiuran out? Sui gestured towards the darkening sky outside.
It is already nightfall. Isn't it dangerous to let him go out at this hour?
That is indeed somewhat perilous, Jiang Shaozi acknowledged with a nod. However, Sui held a different view. I believe the danger is secondary. I'm merely curious about what he intends to procure with all those items. A killer adept in the art of poison venturing out into the sweltering night of the apocalypse, such a risk seemed comparable to returning home. It was improbable that he would meet his end outside. Sir, you may not be aware, Jiang Shaozi replied with a smile. A few days ago, Lin Yu and the others discovered a marketplace formed by survivors, located 6 streets away from us. There, individuals frequently trade goods, engaging in barter both day and night. It was no wonder that Chen Shiuran had set out laden with items. He was off to conduct trade. Sui's curiosity deepened. What do you intend for Chen Shiuran to procure? Is there anything we lack in our shelter? Sui was aware of the existence of offline markets, having seen discussions about them in the chat channels a few days prior. Although the refuge platform facilitated online transactions across the city, many items could not be listed for trade. Among the most inconspicuous yet in demand were various non-consumable materials. These materials could range from table legs to construction cement and steel rebar. They did not fall under the primary categories recognized by the Apocalypse game mechanics such as food, water, or weaponry, and thus could not be traded online. Yet, in an era where many technological means had faltered, humanity still required these pre-apocalyptic materials to rebuild their shelters. Sui had long recognized that certain rudimentary technologies and tool usage, rediscovered by humanity, were permissible within the apocalyptic mechanics. Many survivors, lacking the means to upgrade their shelters, naturally fostered a market demand for such materials, driven by their need to enhance safety. Aside from this demand, sellers in the online refuge were often secretive, their product descriptions laden with deceit. Should one inadvertently purchase an item that did not meet expectations, there was no recourse for refunds or exchanges. Survivors wary of deception gravitated towards offline trading, as seeing the goods firsthand slightly mitigated the risk of being duped. Of course, offline transactions bore their own substantial risks, including the threat of robbery or loss of both life and goods. Each party weighed their gains and losses accordingly. We lack nothing in our shelter, yet it is prudent to be prepared. I instructed him to purchase additional medicines and the necessary equipment. Jiang Shaozi paused before continuing with a smile. Naturally, I also advised him to promote our shelter's supplies, encouraging him to be generous. Sui furrowed his brow, sensing Jiang Shaozi's intentions. You aim to gather intelligence about the Little White Bear shelter through trading? Sui inquired, recognizing that information exchange flourishes in populous settings. The online communication channels, teeming with individuals, often drown valuable clues in a sea of irrelevant chatter, making it challenging to obtain crucial intelligence. However, the offline environment differed. As long as Chen Xiuren was sufficiently magnanimous, he could easily lower the psychological barriers of buyers and sellers, allowing for preliminary exchanges of information. I have such plans, but it is not solely for that purpose. Jiang Shaozi nodded, then shook her head. Sir, offline trading inherently harbors many unstable factors. Everyone remains wary of one another. I suspect that this method of intelligence gathering may prove to be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. While it is conceivable to glean information about the Little White Bear shelter, delving deeper into their secrets or establishing contact may prove quite challenging. Then what is Chen Xiuren's true objective? Sui scrutinized Jiang Shaozi, knowing she would not engage in futile endeavors. If Chen Xiuren's primary aim was not to gather intelligence, what else could it be? To showcase our strength. Jiang Shaozi replied softly, Sir, I need him to represent our shelter in engaging with the survivors within the offline trading market, exhibiting our capabilities and expanding our influence. When the time is ripe, we will seize control of the offline trading market. Sui exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. You intend to dominate a new territory, to control the offline trading market? Not for myself, Jiang Shaozi smiled gently, emphasizing, but for you, sir. The gentleman was gradually acclimating to this era, beginning to foresee her intentions. Jiang Shaozi understood that Sui was not dim-witted. He simply had yet to adapt his thinking patterns in a timely manner. To control the offline trading market, this approach could indeed work. Sui paced back and forth, frowning as he murmured, by establishing control, we can radiate our influence. As long as we gain sufficient notoriety, we can seamlessly reach out to the Little White Bear shelter. Moreover, by presenting ourselves as the masters of the offline trading market, we inherently assume the guise and stance of merchants. Even the Little White Bear, ruthless as he may be, would have no reason to eliminate us. He is brutal, yet not foolish. He undoubtedly understands that cultivating a favorable relationship with us could provide him with a more stable supply of resources. In this manner, we can utilize our control over the trading market to further conceal our own shelter while simultaneously demonstrating our strength, thereby establishing direct contact with the Little White Bear shelter. Then, Shaozi, do you intend for this trading market merely to serve as a facade to obscure our identities? Sui inquired, but Jiang Shaozi shook her head, certainly not. As you bring more new allies, the pressure to provide for our growing household will inevitably increase. A single shelter cannot ultimately protect an ever-expanding populace. We require more territory, greater authority, and enhanced armed forces to ensure your safety to the greatest extent. Jiang Shaozi's motives were straightforward. She sought the territory of the trading market not solely to engage with the Little White Bear shelter but to bolster their own refuge while simultaneously creating a perilous buffer zone. Once the trading market was secured, it would siphon off the majority of attention and scrutiny directed towards Sui's shelter. Should any adversary seek to confront Sui, the trading market, being the visible territory, would inevitably bear the brunt of the initial assault. Consequently, Sui's own shelter might not face immediate attacks, significantly enhancing its safety. Without external territory, if an enemy discerned the location of the shelter, Sui would have to confront threats from outside its walls. While the security of the shelter improved daily, one could never be too cautious. In the event that an enemy proved overwhelmingly powerful, far exceeding the shelter's capacity to withstand an assault, the refuge would be rendered defenseless. Further contemplation revealed that once the trading market was captured, it could serve as a new launching pad, potentially drawing more external survivors to rally around Sui, uniting against the apocalypse. Under Jiang Shaoxi's management, these external survivors would never encounter Sui directly. This mirrored the corporate hierarchies of the pre-apocalyptic world. Employees at the base of the pyramid seldom met the chairman, yet they tirelessly labored for the chairman's prosperity. Jiang Shaoxi's strategy was a masterstroke, a long-term consideration with interlocking implications. The more Sui contemplated, the more he found it impeccably sound. Indeed, quite astute. You've thought this through thoroughly. After a lengthy silence, Sui finally exclaimed, Shaoxi, you truly are remarkable. This maneuver benefits us regardless of whether we face danger or experience smooth development. Jiang Shaoxi was crafting layer upon layer of external protective forces for Sui, providing not merely physical security but comprehensive safeguarding. You are quite adept as well, Sir. Jiang Shaoxi blinked her beautiful eyes, speaking gently. Whatever Shaoxi contemplates cannot escape your notice. Have you taken to flattery? I speak only the truth. Jiang Shaoxi's smile grew ever brighter. She genuinely regarded Sui as intelligent, a fundamentally kind and principled individual who was not overly rigid. In the face of danger, Sui could be decisively ruthless, yet when circumstances permitted, he would extend a helping hand to the vulnerable. Though he could be somewhat lethargic at times, he possessed the capacity for critical thought and exhibited great trust in his subordinates, unafraid to delegate authority. A leader like him, though perhaps not flawless, instilled a sense of security in his followers. Very well, with you around, I can indeed embrace my inner homebody. Sui reclined comfortably on the sofa, while Jiang Shaoxi had commenced executing plans for the shelter's outward expansion. It did not detract from Sui's desire to lounge at home in leisure. She would expand her horizons, while he would remain in his sanctuary. There was no conflict. Sir, it is quite late. Shall we retire for the night? Sui rose and suddenly chuckled. Shaoxi, I feel rather akin to Lue Do, relying entirely on you. Shaoxi pales in comparison to Zhuge Liang, and you, sir, are not the unremarkable Edo. Jiang Shaoxi lowered her head and spoke softly. In my eyes, you merely prefer to avoid contention. You may shy away from competition, but I can seize opportunities on your behalf. This unspoken sentiment lingered between them as Sui prepared for bed. However, Jiang Shaoxi interjected, Sir, it seems you have not bathed in quite a while. The shelter now has ample water resources. Would you care for a bath? You have a point. Amidst the apocalypse, I seem to have neglected proper hygiene. Sui nodded. Let us draw a bath. It has already been arranged. The room downstairs has been transformed by Li Yade. It features a large bathtub. Jiang Shaoxi gently opened the door, guiding Sui to a room on the lower floor. The space had undergone substantial renovation, with all original fixtures removed along the walls. A third of the room rose to form a platform, encircling a pool of crystal-clear water, with neatly arranged outlets visible at the bottom. This not a swimming pool? Sui's eyes widened in astonishment. Did Li Yi really convert this entire room into a swimming pool? Indeed, Jiang Shaoxi nodded tenderly, explaining, I provided the concept, Li Yi drafted the plans and specifications, and the remaining work was completed by the ladies themselves. I had been wondering what all the clanging was about these past few days. It turns out there was such a delightful surprise. Sir, this is a gift prepared for you by the ladies. Jiang Shaoxi spoke softly. You provide shelter, and the ladies, feeling grateful, believe they should do something to ensure your comfort. Quite right, an indoor swimming pool. I like it. Sui nodded in satisfaction. Although the pool appeared somewhat rudimentary at present, it was a promising start. With a swimming pool now in place, other amenities could not be far behind. Sui felt that the quality of his homebody life in the shelter was gradually improving. Sir, shall we bathe now? You may step outside. Wait. Why are you removing your clothes? Sir, I must accompany you. Should you find yourself submerged, I must be there to watch over you. Your reasoning holds merit, yet why are you donning a swimsuit beneath your clothes? You had this planned all along, sir. This is merely being prepared for any eventuality. If you disapprove of this color, I can change. Chapter 53. The medicine that satisfies Miss Jiang. Jiang Shaoxi was rather forthright, showing no concern over any actions taken by Sui towards her. Ultimately, Sui, rather predictably, enjoyed a delightful bath. How should I describe this experience? It bore some resemblance to a pair of mandarin ducks frolicking in water, albeit without any actual intimacy. However, playful touches were certainly unavoidable, though it was not Sui who instigated them. After a bout of splashing, the night deepened. Sui returned to his room, embracing the stunning beauty beside him as he drifted into slumber. He was enveloped in a night of peaceful, sweet dreams, until the following morning when he was roused by the loud complaints of Chinchoren outside his door.
This is unacceptable. I must speak to the boss. I demand a raise, it is absolutely necessary. This is extra work, I toiled all night, and now you expect me to sit in the infirmary?
Even if the capable should bear more, it shouldn't be to this extent.
The boss will surely feel pity for me. And besides, no one here is sick, what purpose do I serve sitting there like a fool? There are young women who tease me, you know.
They have no ailments but constantly flock to the infirmary. This is a serious matter. I am a doctor, how can I be the subject of flirtation from patients? Chenchoren's voice was loud enough to awaken Sui, who glanced towards the door. Zhang Xiaozi's calm voice drifted in. Lower your voice, if the gentleman wakes up, I won't let you off lightly.
What, am I not allowed to voice my grievances about the exploitation of middle-aged individuals?
The boss is a good person, he surely cannot condone your actions. Chenchoren was entirely unafraid of Zhang Xiaozi, his tone rising higher. I am 40, I am halfway into the grave, and you continue to exploit me. I worked all night and you still deny me sleep.
I must see the boss, I will report you. Chenchoren. Sui interjected, raising his voice slightly, come in. Ah, boss, I'm on my way. Chenchoren's response was hurried and somewhat smug, the boss is awake. You re-finished, I'm going to report you.
As Chenchoren entered, he noticed Sui reclining against the bed and respectfully bowed. Good morning, boss.
Sui gestured towards the teacup on the table. Chenchoren quickly approached, respectfully pouring tea and presenting it to Sui. There's no poison in this, is there?
Sui took a delicate sip of tea and suddenly inquired, catching Chenchoren off guard.
Boss, how could I dare to poison you? One can never be too sure. Sui maintained a neutral expression, stating coolly, you've just returned and are already shouting at Xiaozi. You even attempted to poison Linyu in front of me during your first meeting, what else would you not dare to do? Boss, Chenchoren lowered his head, falling silent in embarrassment. Xiaozi oversees everything in the shelter. Whatever she instructs you to do is at my behest. Sui set down the teacup and scrutinized Chenchoren. I gathered from your earlier remarks that did you encounter the new boss last night and no longer wish to work with me? Boss, that's not what I meant. Chenchoren hastily clarified, I just feel that there's been a bit too much to handle. This woman Miss Jiang has assigned me an overwhelming number of tasks, and I cannot manage them alone. Well then, shall I raise your salary? Sui nodded and asked, but there is no salary distribution in my shelter. What then, shall I dismiss you? Please, boss. Chenchoren scratched his head, his smile growing increasingly awkward. Where else could I go? I realize my mistake, I won't dare again. Sui remained silent. Once Sui finished grooming himself, he looked at Chenchoren in the mirror and asked mildly, speak, what brings you to me, surely at ISNT merely to complain about Xiaozi? You are quite astute, aware of Xiaozi's standing in the shelter. Boss, Chenchoren scratched his head, glancing at Zhang Xiaozi standing at the door observing them. He lowered his voice to Sui, last night, I went out for a bit. I know, continue. Sui seated himself at the dining table, which bore the breakfast that Zhang Xiaozi had prepared well in advance. Even if Sui might not awaken at this hour, Zhang Xiaozi still ensured a lavish breakfast awaited him each day. And then, I killed some people. Chenchoren's head lowered further, and Sui paused mid-bite, lifting his gaze to Zhang Xiaozi outside the door before appraising the downcast Chenchoren. Chenchoren, I recall Xiaozi sending you out to expand our influence and lay the groundwork for seizing control of the trading market, correct? Yes, boss. You killed those individuals to expand our influence, did you not? Sui tilted his head. Was it to intimidate or were you compelled to defend yourself in a dangerous situation? To intimidate. Chenchoren kept his head lowered, and Sui sensed something amiss. Why did this middle-aged man appear so much like a child who had done wrong? First, tell me how many people you killed. 127. Chenchoren stated the precise number, causing Sui's spoon to tremble in his hand. What nonsense! Sui's voice rose, his eyes wide as he stared at Chen Xiuren. Repeat that. Boss, I killed 127 people, using poison, specifically a small-scale neurotoxin. Chen Xiuren kept his head down, avoiding Sui's gaze, resembling a child. It was one thing for Lin Yue's soldiers to kill, and it was understandable for Jiang Shaozi, the head of an intelligence agency, to have no qualms about taking lives. But how could a doctor also indulge in such bloodshed? Oh, he almost forgot, he was a retired world-class assassin. Why did you kill so many while on a mission? They were after what I possessed, and then Miss Jiang said we should appropriately expand our influence and showcase our strength, Chen Xiuren explained in a hushed tone. Sui inhaled deeply. Then tell me, how many people were present at that trading location? 268, according to the information gathered by the shelter.it is a relatively large trading market. Other nearby markets typically only have around 40 to 50 individuals participating. 268 people, and you killed 127, you eliminated half. Sui clenched his fingers, striving to maintain his composure as he implored Chen Xiuren earnestly, you call this intimidation? Is this intimidation? Did you wipe out an entire family? Sui felt utterly numb. It wasn't that he felt compassion for the deceased, he merely sensed that this plan was on the verge of collapse. Who would dare to seize territory in such a manner? If everyone were dead, what territory would be up for grabs? If everyone were dead, who would they trade with? Boss, the idea was to leave some behind, Chen Xiuren chuckled awkwardly as he explained, to keep the territory intact. Ah, what a clever strategy. You truly are a talent. Sui raised a thumb, finally understanding how Chen Xiuren had ended up in a quarrel with Jiang Shaozi. She must have scolded him severely upon learning of this incident. Thank you for the compliment, boss. Damn. Does this old fellow think I am praising him? Forget it, what's done is done. Sui took a deep breath, surprisingly refraining from exploding in anger, which left Chen Xiuren a bit taken aback. Boss, you aren't angry? I am angry, but scolding you won't help. Sui shook his head, his fingers gripping the spoon as he contemplated, those people are dead now. What a pity that you killed them, and it served no purpose. They neither destroyed the shelter nor acquired any inheritances, those lives were wasted, and it would only incite panic, likely dissuading anyone from approaching that trading location. People came to conduct business, yet they encountered a murderer, who would dare to trade here now. What a pity, it seems we must find another trading market. Sui sighed deeply, we'll need someone else to handle this. But, never mind, we lack manpower, Lin Yu and the others still need to gather materials daily. Be more cautious next time. With your method of killing, who would dare to conduct business? Sui could not help but admonish Chen Xiuren sternly, many matters cannot simply be resolved through murder. Our goal is to seize territory. Does an uninhabited area even qualify as territory? The purpose of occupying the trading market is to facilitate better transactions for everyone, to allow people to trade under our protection, ensuring they adhere to our arrangements and gather around us as an external force. You, on the other hand, went and killed half. Sui rolled his eyes, only for Chen Xiuren to suddenly lift his head, asking in confusion, Boss, I completed the mission objectives, didn't I? What did you accomplish? I expanded our influence, ensuring the trading market remained under our control, making it so that more survivors who come to trade would depend on us, becoming part of our power. Chen Xiuren paused, then added quietly, those few who survived even held onto my hand before leaving, crying and insisting they would return for trading tomorrow night, and they urged me to be present. Sui was taken aback and suddenly asked, wait, they begged you to come back tomorrow night? Yes, boss. Did you perhaps omit something from me? Did I? Chen Xiuren tilted his head, coming to a sudden realization, oh, I seem to have forgotten to mention that the people I killed were allegedly from the Heavenly Gods gang, also aiming to seize territory, and they had arrived 2 days earlier. They thought I was also a survivor here to trade, demanding I relinquish half of what I brought as a stall fee. I felt it was unfair, so I eliminated them all. Chen Xiuren paused before breaking into a smile, adding, as for the remaining traders, I administered an antidote to them. They didn't die, while my competitors were all wiped out.
Ah, so you performed a good deed, driving away the competition, providing protection, and earning the traders' reliance on us. Then, does that mean we have effectively taken over that trading market? Sui suddenly understood, realizing that this trading market had already been targeted. It was just unfortunate for those poor souls that they encountered the merciless Chen Xiaoran.
Yes, boss, I completed the mission. Chen Xiaoran grinned happily, displaying no trace of the guilt he had earlier. This fellow had been pretending all along. Damn! Sui erupted in anger. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Chen Xiaoran looked up, his expression innocent, a smile tugging at his lips. You didn't ask, did you? His grin was filled with the delight of having pulled a prank. So if I don't ask, you won't tell, is that it? Fine, I almost forgot that this guy is a lunatic. Sui glanced at Jiang Shaozi outside the door. Her expression mirrored his surprise, clearly indicating that Chen Xiaoran had not divulged this information to her either. This rascal was being deliberately vague, relishing in the jest. Let this be the last time. Sui adopted a stern expression, pointing at Chen Xiaoran. Your capabilities are commendable, but behaving like this can easily lead to misunderstandings. Chen Xiaoran winked with a grin. Well, didn't I succeed in creating a misunderstanding? Sui was furious. Chen Xiaoran, maintain a proper attitude. Yes, boss. Chen Xiaoran responded loudly, though Sui was uncertain if he truly absorbed the lesson. Well then, tomorrow, continue with your duties, but keep an eye on the market for a few nights. Sui tapped his fingers on the table, contemplating. Given that you killed those individuals, you might encounter some trouble, so observe for a few nights before proceeding. Doing so will also bolster our influence, but it will be tough on you, having to guard the market alone. Let us wait a few more days. If new talents arrive, I'll arrange for additional support. Sui turned to Chen Xiaoran. Next time you report back, don't leave anything out. If you have any requests, state them now, and I will do my best to accommodate you. Naturally, Sui didn't want to lose the newly acquired territory. This was a critical step in the plan. Seizing the territory was easy, but holding on to it was quite another matter. I do have a request. Chen Xiaoran was unreserved, presenting his difficulties. Boss, I've nearly exhausted the poison I brought, and it seems Leia has no materials for producing more. If more people come to seize territory, I fear I won't be able to manage. Chen Xiaoran blinked earnestly. He was a killer, not a superhero. He couldn't confront too many enemies without proper equipment. Shaozi. Sui turned to Jiang Shaozi outside the door, who gazed intently at Chen Xiaoran before nodding to Sui. Sir, I will ensure proper task allocation and arrange for a few warriors to accompany. You need not stay in the infirmary these days. Boss, really? Of course. Sui spread his hands. I don't want Dr. Chen to think I'm a capitalist, constantly exploiting you. You are indeed a good boss. Chen Xiaoran expressed his gratitude sincerely. I'll take my leave now. Oh, boss, here is a gift for you. I hope you like it. Before leaving, Chen Xiaoran placed a small box on the table. It was a white box, unmarked, and Sui, feeling curious, looked up at Chen Xiaoran as he exited. What is this? Medicine. Chen Xiaoran's voice drifted from outside, growing fainter. Medicine that pleases Miss Jiang. Medicine that pleases her? Damn, so it's grass, medicine. Chapter 54 More exciting skills, unlocking remote perspective. Sir, I am going to find Lingyu, Jiang Shaozi murmured, her head bowed as if she were hesitant to meet Sui's gaze. She continued softly, Lingyu and the others have returned. Today's mission requires some personnel adjustments, and we need to assign a few to follow Chen Xiaoran tonight. Go ahead, Sui replied with a nod. He glanced at the medicine box in his hand and suddenly called out to Jiang Shaozi, who was about to leave. Shaozi, what should I do with this medicine? Jiang Shaozi's silhouette trembled slightly. Without turning back, she whispered, It is up to you, sir. With that, she hurried away. Am I the one in charge? Sui pondered while fiddling with the medicine box. Is this a hint? He contemplated the idea of considering it further that evening. As Jiang Shaozi departed, Sui sank back into the blissful routine of a reclusive gamer. The day unfolded without incident, and the morning slipped away amidst a series of gaming sessions.
Sui had contemplated making good use of his gifted abilities by experimenting on an unfortunate survivor, but alas, the area was cleared of survivors by Lin Yu and her team. The entire neighborhood seemed devoid of any, and since he could not venture out himself, he had to set this idea aside for the time being. It's almost noon, Sui noted as his watch timer chimed.
Stretching, he mused, I wonder what today's reward will be given the current development of the shelter. What do I urgently need? He reflected, safety is assured, we have ample personnel, and entertainment options are available. What is missing? Perhaps it's a means for the shelter's rapid expansion. As Sui contemplated this, he realized there might indeed be validity to his thoughts. He had come to understand that the rewards bestowed by his talents were not merely for his personal benefit but encompassed the entirety of the shelter. According to his developmental plan, the shelter was in a phase of gradual outward expansion, and the talent rewards were likely tied to this progression. After another hour, a notification regarding today's talent reward appeared before Sui's eyes. Congratulations! You have triggered a talent reward and obtained the C-rank skill Eye of Longing. Eye of Longing, C-rank skill, active skill. Upon activation, it grants the user the perspective of all residents within the shelter, with the duration dependent on the user's stamina. During the skill's duration, the user may expend additional stamina to transmit their voice to the current perspective holder, though this will consume a significant amount of stamina.
Note, any being residing within the shelter for more.
This skill seems somewhat entertainment-oriented, Sui mused, momentarily taken aback. Is the talent suggesting that I'm too bored being cooped up at home, hence providing me with a reward akin to a divine eye?
Despite the apocalypse having unfolded for some time, the chaotic external world was undoubtedly more exhilarating than the monotonous confines of his bedroom. Of course, this skill could be employed not only on Lin Yu and her fellow warriors but also on every single resident within the shelter. If Sui so desired, he could watch the girls even while they were bathing. However, he had no such perverse inclinations. This skill seems to complement the parasitic ability I acquired yesterday perfectly, Sui observed closely, suddenly realizing that the two skills were indeed a match made in heaven. Although the parasitic ability was potent, its sole limitation stemmed from Sui's own talent. Due to his unique endowment, he was compelled to spend a considerable amount of time at home and could not venture out, which directly hindered his ability to encounter outsiders. The only individuals he could interact with were his core personnel, who were not suitable targets for parasitism. For instance, at this moment, lacking suitable means and targets, Sui's parasitic skill might remain dormant for an extended period. Without contact with others, he could not execute the parasitism, as the prerequisite for it was at least encountering or seeing a target. However, with the advent of this C-rank skill, Eye of Longing, Sui could potentially execute parasitism without leaving the shelter. He merely needed to leverage the perspectives of Lin Yu and her team members.
This talent reward is excellent, it is precisely what I urgently require. Sui exclaimed with delight.
Although I have yet to test whether the remote perspective can facilitate parasitism, the emergence of this skill likely indicates that it can be accomplished through it.
Talent rewards never bestow useless items. Since it has been given, Sui was confident it would be of use. Let us try it out quickly. Sui shut down his computer, eager to test his new skill. Considering the time, Lin Yu and her team should have already set out for a while. I will first seek out Xiaozi to inquire about today's mission arrangements. Sui swiftly descended the stairs and found Jiang Xiaozi to obtain the personnel task assignments for the day. The girls were still engaged in repairing and enhancing the various facilities within the shelter, while Leah was in her room tinkering with her research, creating new tools for the shelter. Chen Xiuren was fast asleep in his room, and the three warriors were each undertaking 3 separate exploration missions. The remaining 8 warriors, including Lin Yu, formed 3 combat teams to continue their routine tasks of exploration, inspection, and patrolling. Sir, why the sudden concern today? Jiang Xiaozi inquired curiously after sharing the task arrangements.
I have obtained something remarkable, something quite entertaining, Sui replied with a mysterious smile before hastily ascending the stairs, silently invoking his skill.
Activate the Eye of Longing skill, targeting resident Lin Yu.
As Sui activated his skill, he immediately felt a peculiar light flickering before his eyes. Soon, seated on the sofa, he sensed a momentary blindness, as his vision was engulfed in darkness. After a few breaths, clarity returned, but he was no longer in his bedroom. Instead, he experienced the dynamic perspective of the outside world from the visuals. It appeared to be Lin Yu's viewpoint as she vigilantly scanned her surroundings while leading her team, moving with caution. The surroundings resembled the streets of the neighborhood, littered with dilapidated greenery, and the pavement beneath had cracked and buckled. Beside her were two warriors from the encampment, the sniper Lu Rue and the communicator Li Yang. This experience felt refreshingly novel, akin to donning a virtual reality headset while engaging in an incredibly immersive exploration game. Sui attentively monitored his stamina, which showed minimal depletion. With a spirit of experimentation, he silently directed his voice toward Lin Yu.
Lin Yu? Lin Yu.
Suddenly halting mid-stride, Lin Yu's eyes narrowed as she scanned her surroundings intently, her body tensing, and the muzzle of her weapon adjusting direction in response to her heightened awareness.
The two warriors sensed Lin Yu's unease. Sniper Lu Rue swiftly vaulted over the community as fitness equipment, taking cover in the bushes. Communicator Li Yang quickly positioned himself back-to-back with Lin Yu, forming a defensive stance devoid of vulnerabilities. Team leader, what is happening? Li Yang asked, his voice low as he scanned the vicinity with his pistol drawn. Is there an enemy presence?
I heard the commander's voice, Lin Yu whispered, her eyes squinting slightly.
This isn't a hallucination. I truly heard it. The commander is at home. How could I hear him without a communication device?
I recall the commander mentioning that many survivors possess unique abilities. This could imply that we are being watched.
Someone is impersonating the commander and communicating with me. Chapter 55. The comprehensive cleansing plan of the entire community, the soldiers' rescue. Sui was taken aback. He realized that not only could he perceive Lin Yu's perspective, but he could also hear the sounds around her. However, Lin Yu appeared excessively vigilant, refusing to respond to Sui's voice, mistakenly believing it to be some survivor's innate ability. Lin Yu, it's truly me. I have acquired a new skill. I can share your perspective.
Sui attempted to project his voice further, sensing his stamina waning, yet he still had enough strength to persist.
Indeed, someone is watching us.
Lin Yu grew even more cautious, her body bristling with tension, as if ready to fire at any moment.
This voice and tone are identical to the commander. Li Yang, be careful. If you hear anything, do not trust it recklessly.
There are many extraordinary abilities among the survivors in this city. I have previously encountered one who was invulnerable. Lin Yu continued to remain unresponsive, her gaze fiercely scanning the surroundings.
This young girl is far too guarded, Sui lamented, yet he recognized this as a virtue. For a warrior venturing out to explore, it was far better to be overly cautious than to be arrogant and careless. Lin Yu, it's genuinely me.
Observing her silence, Sui inhaled deeply and unleashed his trump card. When you were injured before, I was the one who cared for you. You have 2 moles on the inner side of your thigh. And furthermore, there is no hair.
Commander! Lin Yu was immediately taken aback, exclaiming, it really is the commander. This secret was known only to Sui and Leah within the entire shelter, as Lin Yu had only been injured once, and only Sui and Leah had seen her body. Now you believe me, Sui smiled helplessly. I can share your perspective.
This is my new skill, but I cannot communicate with you too frequently, as it consumes stamina. I can hear what you say and see what you see. I intend to use this viewpoint to search for suitable parasitic targets. Sui succinctly explained, and Lin Yu's beautiful eyes reflected astonishment, feeling it was incredible, yet she gradually accepted it. As long as it is truly the commander, that is sufficient. Of course, she still harbored a modicum of wariness, merely nodding silently and whispering, understood, Commander. She would observe for now and confirm with the commander face to face once they returned to the gathering place.
Is it truly the commander? Li Yang inquired from the side.
Lin Yu shook her head and nodded. Let us execute the mission first. We can discuss it upon our return.
Stand down.
Yes. Lu Rue was about to emerge from the bushes but was halted by Lin Yu raising her hand. Stay hidden and follow us. Today's objective for our group is to thoroughly search the community where our shelter is located. There are many buildings here, with numerous hiding spots.
Lu Rue's concealment will be more beneficial.
Lin Yu explained, also for Sui's benefit. If this were not truly the commander, knowing that there was a hidden sniper among their ranks would certainly raise concerns.
Sui remained silent, silently observing Lin Yu's commands and arrangements. After issuing her orders, Lin Yu began to walk towards the room on her left. Our shelter is in Building 6.
It is known that there are a total of 12 buildings in this community, so we will start our search from the first building.
We aim to complete the inspection of all floors before nightfall. Remember Miss Zhang's orders.
We must strive to expand our influence and ensure the safety of the surrounding area of the shelter. Although Miss Jiang has permitted us to fire freely, we should avoid harming anyone unless they are truly malicious.
Lin Yu's approach displayed more compassion than the other 10 warriors.
If they were to encounter the elderly, weak, or sick, even if they exhibited hostility, Lin Yu might find it difficult to take action. This was also the reason Jiang Shaoxi had assigned Lin Yu to execute the community search mission. Jiang Shaoxi wished to utilize Lin Yu's character to convey a friendly signal to any potential survivors within the community. Of course, even if the other party misunderstood or targeted Lin Yu, and she did not swiftly neutralize the enemy, Jiang Shaoxi could seamlessly arrange for the other warriors to deal with the threat, while simultaneously admonishing Lin Yu for her kindness,
reminding her not to err again in the future.
Although the community where Sui was located was rather old, it occupied a vast area, with spacious distances between each building. Lin Yu's group did not conceal their presence or actions. She cautiously walked directly to the first floor, beginning a door-to-door search.
Excuse me, is anyone inside?
We are other survivors from the community, with no ill intentions. We merely seek to gather everyone together to resist the apocalypse. Lin Yu lightly tapped on the door with the insulated part of her gunstock while loudly inquiring. Li Yang stood further back, holding his weapon at the ready, their positions allowing for mutual support. I understand that everyone may be wary. If you wish to contact us, you can come to Building 6, the one with the surrounding wall.
We are soldiers. We promise to provide protection, food, and water, dedicated to restoring peace and order to the community.
Lin Yu repeated her call several times, yet there was no response from the first floor. She turned and continued her search of the remaining floors.
Captain Lin, should we not break down the door to take a look?
No need. Miss Jiang has instructed us not to leave a bad impression on any potential survivors, as it would harm our shelter's reputation.
Lin Yu shook her head. Miss Jiang stated that we should appropriately reveal our military identity.
As for the choice, let the survivors inside decide for themselves.
The community search plan devised by Jiang Shaoxi was relatively gentle in its initial approach. However, based on Lin Yu's understanding of her, she anticipated that Jiang Shaoxi's subsequent tactics would undoubtedly be quite brutal.
This was a strategy of courtesy before force, and Lin Yu hoped to gather the survivors within the community as much as possible during this milder phase of Jiang Shaoxi's methods. Do not provoke this woman. She intends to thoroughly cleanse all areas of the community within 2 days. Once the time frame is exceeded, she would not hesitate to wield the slaughter knife. Fortunately, Lin Yu's concerns did not linger for long. Upon reaching the second floor, as she knocked on the door, a timid and panicked voice inquired from within. You really are soldiers?
Indeed.
Liars. You are deceivers. All soldiers have gone to the Apocalypse War replica world. There are no regular troops left nationwide. We are not the People's Liberation Army, and we certainly will not harm you, Lin Yu said sincerely.
If you need assistance, please open the door. If not, we will take our leave.
Creak, the old wooden door slowly creaked open, revealing a crack through the security door, where a disheveled woman peered out, her eyes filled with suspicion as she scrutinized Lin Yu.
Hello.
Lin Yu's expression was serious, her rifle held firmly, standing tall and straight. She wore military camouflage, and her appearance while armed mirrored the image of soldiers familiar to the people of Huaxia. With a righteous aura and determined gaze, she naturally evoked trust and reliance.
Is it really soldiers? A female soldier? The woman inside murmured, and a boy's voice could be faintly heard. Mom, this is a rescue. It really is the reinforcements.
No, it's too dangerous. Her origins are unclear. What if she is a bad person once we open the door?
She has a gun.
If she intended to kill us, she would have barged in already. We have no food left, just half a bucket of instant noodles. What could she possibly take from us? We are only left with our lives.
Perhaps, in the apocalypse, female soldiers are not needed? As long as she truly is a soldier, we might be saved.
There was a brief argument inside, and soon the woman opened the door wide, revealing her body and blocking the 3 older boys behind her. Lin Yu glanced, noting that they appeared to be of middle school age. Minors.sue had already learned through the chat channel that at the onset of the apocalypse, minors without self-protection abilities and the elderly unable to care for themselves would not receive independent shelters but would remain in the same shelter as their immediate relatives. Lin Yu was aware of this and did not find it strange. She simply nodded at the woman. "Hello, I am here to rescue you."
It really is soldiers.
The woman seemed surprised. After a moment's hesitation, she slowly opened the security door. For the people of Huaxia, those wielding guns are not necessarily villains. If she is in military uniform, she is likely to be a savior of the people. If her professional identity can be confirmed, without a doubt, she would be the most trustworthy person. I may distrust my family, but I will undoubtedly trust the military of my country. This sentiment is unique across the globe. Chapter 56. Comrade, I am also a victim. As the anti-theft door swung open, the woman failed to detect any hostile behavior from Lin Yu.
With her firearm pointed downward, Lin Yu addressed the woman. "Are these the only people in your household? Is there anything that needs to be collected?"
"If you are willing, I can escort you to Building 6, where our gathering point is located. We can provide safety for those survivors unable to protect themselves."
"If you are unwilling to come, we will not force you, but I must complete a basic registration of information."
Lin Yu diligently adhered to the task protocol, striving to convey her goodwill.
"Are you here to rescue us?" The woman widened her eyes and urgently inquired, "How many of you have come? Has the main force entered the city? How long until we are liberated?"
"There is no main force, our numbers are insufficient." Lin Yu patiently replied, "At present, we can only do our utmost to ensure the safety of the survivors in this community."
"Ah, so it's not a rescue operation entering the city."
The woman's face fell in disappointment. The anticipated arrival of the army had not materialized. Instead, a woman who resembled a soldier had appeared. And there was a male soldier standing beside her.
"What if we choose not to go with you?"
A timid boy behind the woman spoke directly. "You are not the People's Liberation Army."
"I do not trust you."
"I apologize, but the community is currently under military control, and all survivors must be gathered in Building 6 for unified management and distribution."
Li Yang interjected firmly, not allowing Lin Yu to elaborate. "This is a task order signed by the commander."
"We can provide safety, but for the security of more survivors and the commander, we cannot allow any unstable elements to undermine this safety." Lin Yu remained silent, aware that Li Yang believed she was being overly lenient with this mother and child, which might hinder the efficiency of their mission.
"Are you willing to come with us?" Li Yang inquired.
The woman hesitated slightly, then bit her lip and nodded. "They are all soldiers, it cannot be much different. I will go with you.
Besides, there is hardly any food left at home. Will you provide food? Is there a distribution of supplies?"
"There is, but no one eats for free." Li Yang affirmed, "Food will be distributed based on labor. No one can expect to eat without contributing, especially in these apocalyptic times when resources in the shelter are limited."
"Of course, we will not make you undertake dangerous tasks.
At most, it will involve cleaning and reinforcing the city walls."
All right, I understand.
The woman nodded repeatedly. "The country is in distress, and you have it hard as well. We will follow the arrangements, comply with the distribution."
"Indeed."
Li Yang nodded, about to speak when suddenly the large door beside them swung open.
Whoosh! Li Yang instantly reacted, aiming his firearm. "Don't shoot! Don't shoot!"
A shirtless, portly man emerged from a neighboring unit, raising his hands and shouting, "Comrades, I am also a victim. I want to go with you, please don't leave me behind."
Li Yang frowned. "Have you been eavesdropping?" "What do you mean by eavesdropping? How can you speak like that, comrade?" The man protested, rolling his eyes. "Aren't you here to rescue me? I am cooperating, making your job easier. Isn't that good?" Li Yang was momentarily at a loss for words.
If he put it that way, he did have a point. The man was indeed quite self-aware. saving Li Yang the trouble of knocking on doors. "All right, Lin, let us continue our search."
Li Yang turned to Lin Yu, who nodded before leading the team onward.
After 3 continuous hours of searching, Lin Yu had managed to locate a considerable number of survivors in the community. In just the first building alone, there were 25 individuals, with at least half of the shelters having opened their doors. Of course, their own circumstances were not particularly favorable. Most were suffering from a lack of supplies and struggling to survive. Once the search of the first building was completed, Lin Yu returned, bringing this group back to the shelter. Zhang Xiaozi had long since instructed Sister Li to wait near the city walls. Upon seeing Lin Yu's return, Sister Li's eyes brightened as she welcomed the survivors behind Lin Yu.
Come, line up here.
Everyone needs to register their information. Family situation, number of members, personal occupation, age, and so forth must all be disclosed.
Any special talents must also be mentioned. Deliberate concealment is not permitted, as it will disrupt subsequent arrangements. Anyone found to be willfully hiding information will be expelled immediately. Sister Li called out loudly, and suddenly a few women in the crowd gasped in astonishment. Isn't that Sister Li? Look! It really is Old Li. I didn't expect her to be here. I told you the army must have come. Old Li is a part of the neighborhood committee, of course she would be here to handle things. Hey! Old Li, why didn't you mention this earlier? I went hungry at home for several days.
Many of the survivors seemed to recognize Sister Li, greeting her with enthusiasm. Sister Li, appearing transformed, was all smiles as she coordinated the crowd, seemingly reclaiming the glory of her former life during peacetime, mingling with her neighbors.
It seems Zhang Xiaozi's personnel arrangements are quite astute.
Sui, having cancelled his skill, observed from the window, gazing downward. Bringing Sister Li to oversee the reception will significantly ease the survivors' apprehension. Successfully gathering the survivors from the community will not only reduce the emergence of uncontrollable dangers around the shelter but also enhance the numerical advantage of the shelter, strengthening the collective force that can be mobilized.
Sui had undergone many changes.
He could easily discern Zhang Xiaozi's intentions behind this arrangement. By having Lin Yu, a soldier, lead the survivors, and utilizing Sister Li's former profession to provide reassurance, it would effortlessly draw upon the external resources of the shelter, bringing in more. After all, the strength of a faction can largely be gauged by its numbers. Zhang Xiaozi had undoubtedly devised a comprehensive development plan for the shelter, aiming to establish Suyi's own influence within it.
Come, everyone is from the same neighborhood. We are all familiar faces, so let's skip the formalities.
Sister Li beamed, appearing quite adept at this task, but let me be clear from the outset, everyone knows my character, what I say goes, so do not disrupt the order.
Otherwise, without waiting for the commander to speak, I, Old Li, will be the first to take action. Everyone needs to cooperate with my work, form a queue, and refrain from making noise. Let us strive to demonstrate the exemplary qualities of our community.
While Sister Li was busy organizing, Lin Yu had already led her team members quietly away, continuing their search of the remaining buildings. Lin Yu worked with remarkable efficiency. In just one afternoon, she completed the search of 10 entire buildings, bringing back over 300 survivors. From Sui's perspective, it was evident that the majority of the survivors were quite cooperative. Essentially, as long as Lin Yu knocked on a door and stood at the entrance, her feminine identity and dignified aura made it almost effortless to bring out those hiding in the shelters. From another angle, this was truly a bloodless conquest of more than half the community's shelters. Sui could not help but admire Zhang Xiaozi's cunning. She had fully grasped the trust the people of this era placed in soldiers and cleverly assigned Lin Yu to execute this task, accomplishing the mission with minimal effort. The task was completed in less than a day. Even more astonishing to Sui was the fact that he had frequently checked the color of his watch throughout the afternoon. It consistently displayed blue. This indicated that among the over 300 survivors, there was not a shred of malice toward Sui's shelter, only trust and reliance. It sounded unbelievable, but upon reflection, Sui realized it was quite logical. Had he encountered the army entering the city on the first day of the apocalypse, he might have joined the soldiers without hesitation. After all, at that time, he had not truly experienced the rewards of talent. He would not have relinquished his hope for rescue over something yet unrealized. In the face of the army's arrival, even a moment's hesitation would be seen as disrespect towards the soldiers.
This is too smooth. Sui murmured as he observed the night descending. The entire community has been so effortlessly organized and managed. Everyone is cooperating so readily? Honestly, this puts a bit of pressure on me. Sui sighed deeply, feeling a heavy burden on his shoulders. This group's unconditional trust in the shelter was fundamentally due to the identity of the soldier. Yet Lin Yu and her companions were not the original military personnel of this world. There was a misunderstanding. Zhang Xiaozi had intentionally misled them. Regardless, at least what I am doing is not much different from a rescue operation. A misunderstanding is just a misunderstanding. I haven't harmed them in any way. Sui took a deep breath, quickly adjusting his emotions. Speaking of which, Lin Yu should be at the last building now. She should be back shortly. The cleansing operation for the entire community is nearly complete. The next phase is about to commence. Before Sui could delve further into his thoughts, a sudden barrage of gunfire erupted from deep within the community. Rat-a-tat-tat. Rat-a-tat-tat. Boom, 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 boom. The rapid firing of rifles and pistols sounded intensely fierce. Sui was momentarily stunned, quickly raising his gaze to see flashes of gunfire illuminating the darkness of a certain building in the community. That was the direction Lin Yu's team had taken. They had encountered the enemy. Chapter 57 Integrity and Trustworthiness. Shenshoren gunshots have been fired. Oh my goodness, are we about to engage in battle? Let me in, Old Li. I need to take cover. Downstairs, the survivors queuing outside the wall were thrown into a state of panic, the crowd showing signs of tumultuous movement towards the inner sanctum. Calm down. Do not be afraid. Silence, everyone. Sister Li, in this moment, displayed remarkable courage. She stepped forward and proclaimed loudly, "Prepare yourselves, the soldiers outside must be facing some trouble, but that does not concern us. There are those above who will manage it. Trust the soldiers, trust our armed forces. Everyone remain calm, continue queuing, and do not create chaos. The more critical the situation, the more orderly we must be. Let us not add to the turmoil." Sister Li's words indeed quelled the unrest among the crowd. This was largely due to her and the young women blocking the entrance and exit of the city wall, preventing the masses from rushing inside. The crowd could only suppress their inner turmoil, silently waiting in the darkness, their registration process hastening amidst the distant gunfire. Sui glanced downstairs and noticed that Chen Xiuren had woken up at some point, leaning against the wall near the boarding gate, idly toying with a small knife in his hand. He had likely been discarded by Zhang Xiaozi, intended as a temporary aid for Sister Li. However, the survivors willing to register at the refuge were primarily honest and diligent residents, embodying the traditional hard-working spirit of the Huaxia people. This group was characterized by their compliance and obedience, making it unlikely for any major disturbances to arise. The less compliant individuals are probably engaged in a skirmish with Lin Yu and the others, Sui murmured, settling back onto the sofa and activating his skills to connect with Lin Yu's perspective. Upon reconnecting, darkness enveloped his view. He could see nothing, yet he could hear Lin Yu's steady breathing and the occasional elevation of her firearm. At that moment, Lin Yu was concealed in a corner of the hallway, forming a tactical angle of attack alongside Li Yang, who was positioned downstairs. Their sights were set on the 5th floor of Unit 7, targeting a specific household. Sui scrutinized the dim outlines, discerning that the front door of that household was not wooden, suggesting a notable alteration. Have they made preliminary modifications to the refuge, and do they possess firearms? He pondered quietly, refraining from disturbing Lin Yu, merely observing in silence. He had faith in her. This confrontation posed no significant threat to her. Presently, Lin Yu wielded a rifle with unlimited ammunition, had leveled up her skills, and was accompanied by 2 military comrades. In fact, the firepower she faced from the enemy seemed to be less formidable than what Li Guo and his team had previously commanded. Bang, 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 bang. Sui listened intently to the gunfire, estimating that the enemy possessed merely 3 or 4 handguns, with no rifles or grenades to speak of. It appears there is more than one survivor in that household. Typically, minors and the elderly lack significant combat capabilities. Excluding that possibility, there must be other survivors from various refuges within that home. Have they formed a small group for survival in advance, or has someone destroyed another's refuge, capturing individuals for control? Sui mused, leaning towards the former as a more probable scenario.
He had previously encountered similar recruitment messages in the city's chat channel, where a handful of refuges called upon survivors lacking talent and desperately short on supplies to leave their shelters and join them. Rather than waiting at home for death, they opted to abandon their refuges and unite to form a stronger collective, thereby enhancing their chances of survival amidst the apocalyptic chaos. While lost in thought, he heard Li Yang's calm voice resonating from downstairs. "Those inside, surrender your futile resistance, lay down your weapons, capitulation is your only escape. Only with a cooperative attitude can you hope for leniency from otherwise, you will be executed on the spot." Li Yang's proclamation carried an air of authority, yet the occupants within the refuge paid him no heed, responding instead with gunfire and the belligerent shouts of a man.
"You've got quite the audacity. Do you think you're soldiers? Don't think for a moment that I don't know, all the soldiers have been captured by aliens. You're just like my old man, armed but nothing special, don't mistake your uniform for greatness. I've seen what you've done today. It's that guy from Building 6 who wants to sweep the neighborhood, right? He wants to be the boss, but I refuse to submit. If you have the guts, let him come ask me personally. Otherwise, you won't get through that door today, I'll shoot anyone who tries."
The man's arrogance was palpable, suggesting he felt quite secure. Sui surmised that this fellow possessed commendable abilities. Judging by his current display of combat prowess, he was likely to become the second Li Gu, easily dominating a building. More accurately, this man had probably already seized control of that unit, albeit at a slower pace, not anticipating that Sui had begun the task of cleansing the entire neighborhood. Sui recognized the man's defiance. It was akin to a warlord wielding military power, reluctant to bow down to another. While the Huaxia people are known for their honesty, when armed and amidst chaos, they too would proclaim, "Nobility and commoners, do they not possess the same spirit?" Yes, this is the marvel of this nation. This is your final warning. Li Yang's voice thundered coldly, "Surrender now, or face execution." "Fear? Not a chance. If you have the guts, come inside." The occupants of the room were brazen, their voices brimming with bravado. "There are only 2 of you with 2 guns, I have 7 men and 4 guns. I could wipe you both out. If we're discussing who's the boss, it's that brat from Building 6 who should come bowing to me. Tonight, if you dare to charge in, I'll gladly bow to you." Damn it! This bastard is insufferably arrogant. Li Yang's brow furrowed deeply. He felt an impulse to breach the door and was confident he could do so. Both he and Lin Yu were seasoned in battle, willing to take the risk of injury to force their way inside, not to mention the sniper Lu Rui was poised with a compound bow outside. "Do not act impulsively." Lin Yu's detached voice echoed from below, seemingly sensing Li Yang's rising fury. "Lu Rui has yet to fire. This signals his intent. With Lu Rui's skill, he should already have his sights trained on them, yet he hasn't released an arrow to provide us with cover for a strong offensive. I suspect there is something amiss inside. Lu Rui wouldn't risk allowing us to attack recklessly." Lin Yu assessed the situation gravely. In the absence of communication tools, she could only rely on their previously devised tactics to deduce what Lu Rui might be observing within the dwelling. She had earlier reminded Lu Rui that, if necessary, he should use his sniper's skills to provide them with offensive cover, also serving as a signal for them to initiate an assault. Lu Rui's inaction indicated that there was likely something unusual within. Listening to the enemy's taunts, it was clear they felt quite emboldened. Lin Yu recalled Sui's admonition as survivors in this world possess peculiar abilities. Any carelessness may lead to dire consequences. So we just wait here? Li Yang's brow remained furrowed, while Lin Yu tapped rhythmically on the wall. This was a signal, urging Li Yang to await reinforcements. The recent flurry of gunfire had been a deliberate ploy by Lin Yu. She had removed the silencer and engaged in fierce gunfights to alert the nearby refuge. She trusted that Jiang Xiaozi, with her intelligence, would devise a more effective tactical support. At that moment, Sui also sensed Lin Yu's predicament. The opposing side clearly held some special means, and Lin Yu could not afford to be careless. She could not storm this household while simultaneously guarding against potential ambushes from the tightly shut doors above and below. This situation was decidedly unfavorable for Lin Yu. She could only suppress the enemy from exiting but could not breach their defenses. We must send someone to provide support. 3 individuals alone may not suffice to take this household.
Sui decisively concluded, having discerned that this household was a tough nut to crack, a typical case of stubbornness.
Since soft approaches had failed, it was time to take a harder stance. Sui cut off his connection and rose to descend the stairs, only to find Jiang Shaozi already standing at the entrance.
Shaozi, your timing is impeccable. Sui spoke earnestly, send someone to support Lin Yu.
She has encountered enemies, and I suspect they possess extraordinary abilities. Sir, I have come to report this matter to you, Jiang Shaozi replied gently, her head lowered.
The other warriors have yet to return.
I have sent Chen Xiuren over.
He has gone over? Sui frowned. He only has a single gun. That seems rather unwise. Why not have him notify the others to return quickly? Sir, Chen Xiuren insists he can complete the task. How can he accomplish that? He is a poisoner. Without poison, how can he forcefully kill anyone?
Sir, he claims he has a bit of poison left. Jiang Shaozi spread her hands in exasperation, seemingly taken aback. He said just now that he still has a small amount of neurotoxin, just enough to support Lin Yu.
A small amount? Just enough? Sui was taken aback, exclaiming, "This madman, has he deceived me again? I refuse to believe he truly has only that little left." What a coincidence, he had just claimed to have run out during the day, and now, as if by magic, he said he still had poison. What gives? Can't he speak a single truth? Sir, Jiang Shaozi hesitated, offering a wry smile. He asked me to convey a message to you. He said if the boss accuses me of being a liar, just tell the boss that this time I truly did not deceive him. I, Chen Xiuren, am an honest and trustworthy employee. Moreover, this operation counts as my overtime.
Jiang Shaozi lowered her head. These are his exact words.
Chapter 58. Unexpected Gains, Guardian Robot. Top 10 employees? Sui rolled his eyes. I could give that statement some leeway, but as for honesty and integrity, I remain skeptical. This lunatic had an excessively unruly working style. Subsequently, Sui settled back onto the sofa and began to connect with Lin Yu's perspective. He did wish to link with Chen Xiuren's viewpoint, yet this individual had not yet exceeded 72 hours of residence in the shelter. Before long, Sui's gaze returned to the darkness of the corridor. The standoff in the corridor persisted, with Lin Yu refraining from a strong assault, while those inside hesitated to emerge. They could only continue to shout, seemingly convinced that as long as they remained within the confines of the room, they were assured safety. This deadlock lasted for approximately 30 minutes, when suddenly, Sui heard a flurry of panicked voices emanating from the residents' quarters. Third brother. Third brother, what happened to you? Damn, third brother is poisoned. Why is he bleeding from all 7 orifices? Boss, your nose too, thud. Smoke, where is this smoke coming from? A cacophony of chaos and screams erupted, followed by the sound of bodies collapsing. Lin Yu and Li Yang exchanged startled glances, and before they could voice their thoughts, they heard the crisp sound of footsteps from the street below, soon followed by Chen Xiuren's languid voice. Team Lin, stop lurking. Everyone inside is dead. No sooner had he spoken than Lin Yu shone her tactical flashlight downward, revealing Chen Xiuren leaning against the wall, blissfully smoking a cigarette. My boss sent me to assist you. The matter is resolved, and I'm heading back. Chen Xiuren waved his hand dismissively towards the corridor, stretched lazily, and turned to leave. End of overtime, time to sleep. Damn, I think I have to work the night shift later, really bothersome. This man seemed to have come merely to deliver a message. Lin Yu signaled to Li Yang, and the two of them breached the door in a tactical formation, entering the room. Under the beam of the tactical flashlight, their eyes were met with a scene of numerous male and female corpses sprawled on the ground, all lying in pools of blood, faces turned purple, with blood oozing from every orifice. Clearly, they had succumbed to poisoning. The air was still thick with lingering wisps of white smoke, prompting Lin Yu to frown slightly, covering her mouth and nose. She hastily began to inspect the battlefield. After a thorough examination, she discovered a specially crafted arrow on the ground, shot by Lu Rui, with a shattered vial nearby. He had Lu Rui shoot the poison in, then eliminated everyone in the room, Lin Yu murmured, her mind conjuring the chaotic scene that had unfolded inside. In that cramped space, the potency of Chen Xiuren's poison had been exponentially magnified. Team Lin, there's a robot here. Li Yang suddenly
It was roughly the size of an adult human, indistinguishable from a person at first glance, yet its exterior was adorned with a metallic sheen, its head bore several pairs of electronic eyes, and weapons components were evident on its arms, knees, and shoulders, featuring dark cannon barrels and gun muzzles, resembling a formidable killing machine akin to a Terminator.
Is this their source of confidence? Lin Yu frowned, attempting to tap the robot's body, which produced a dull metallic sound.
This contraption exhibited formidable defensive capabilities, seemingly impervious to ordinary bullets.
Strange, if they possess such a weapon, why not deploy it to eliminate us?
Lin Yu pondered, yet Sui perceived he discerned that through Lin Yu's perspective, he could directly view the robot's item information. I love my home, D6612 Model Guardian Robot, a shelter talent item. It can evolve alongside the shelter's level, with the ability to adjust its 3 states: Guardian Mode, Support Mode, and Research Mode each time the shelter is upgraded. It is loyal and powerful, the finest assistant of the shelter. However, it cannot leave the confines of the shelter, its activity range limited to the interior of the shelter.
Is this a robot resulting from a talent reward?
Sui mused, such a peculiar item, truly bizarre.
No wonder these folks are so audacious.
Had Lin Yu forcibly breached the door, she would have been turned into a sieve by this robot.
Speaking of which, if this robot has cannons, why doesn't it fire outward at the shelter's entrance? Could it be that its weapon's attack range is also confined to the shelter's boundaries? Or does this thug fear that the robot's firepower might collapse the old building?
At first glance, this robot appeared to be an exceptionally powerful entity. With such a machine at home, its defensive capabilities would surely soar, providing that, barring natural disasters like earthquakes that could obliterate the shelter, ordinary human threats would pose little danger to its inhabitants. Oh, of course, with the exception of Chen Xiuren's poison. This thing even possesses growth potential. What a formidable talent, Sui exclaimed, a hint of envy creeping into his voice. He contemplated how delightful it would be to have such a robot within his own shelter. After neutralizing the threat posed by this household, Lin Yu proceeded to execute the cleanup plan as outlined in the task, meticulously tallying the resources remaining within the shelter and any potential hiding spots. Jiang Xiaozi had emphasized to her on numerous occasions that once hostilities commenced, it was imperative to ensure that no enemies remained alive. Rooting out threats was the foremost principle in a world beset by apocalypse. Yet, in this delay, both Lin Yu and Li Yang had now surpassed 30 minutes within the current shelter. Sui observed a new prompt materializing before him. Your talent Lin Yu has destroyed a level 0 shelter. You have inherited the survival points of the current shelter, 263 points. Item inheritance determination in progress, inheritance successful. You have obtained the current shelter's stored items, robot maintenance facility and user manual, command mark emblem. I love my home, D6612 Model Guardian Robot.
Ha! Sui was taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment. Damn! I've inherited this robot. Wait, isn't it a shelter talent? Aren't talents supposed to be non-transferable?
Sui blinked, hastily disconnecting his perspective and accessing the reserve information panel of the shelter interface.
He discovered that the robot was indeed present there. Retrieve.
Sui quickly extracted the robot from the shelter's reserve panel, and indeed, it was the very same robot, now shifted from that household to lie before him. It remained silently prostrate on the ground, seemingly inactive, its overhead information unchanged.
It appears to have been treated as a shelter item, which I then inherited?
Sui frowned, finding himself unable to awaken the robot, so he temporarily set that aside and began to examine the other 2 inherited items. The first was the robot maintenance facility and user manual, which comprised a stack of papers detailing the robot's origins, usage instructions, and upgrade modules. A mere glance filled Sui with delight.
What a fortuitous surprise! I can actually utilize this robot?
Chapter 59 The Ultra-Perverse Data Robot, a Supreme Guardian. According to the manual, Sui gleaned insights into the extraordinary abilities of the robot's original master. The original master's talent enabled the direct creation of a powerful robot that would pledge unwavering loyalty to the sanctuary. This robot possesses 3 distinct forms, with the original master having the capability to alter its configurations. It will, should the robot be damaged or lost, the original master can reclaim the lost creation within 24 hours. However, they may only command one gifted robot at any given time, yet, the manual emphasizes a crucial point: the robots created through this talent are deemed property of the sanctuary, they do not belong to the original master. Rather, they are artifacts spawned by the talent, and are thus subject to inheritance by others. If it were merely this, others could acquire a mere shell of a robot, incapable of activation. However, this robot is equipped with a master recognition control system, featuring an instruction mark emblem. The instruction mark emblem is a small, distinctive circular insignia that allows the user to set command sequence numbers for the robot. The original master is encoded as the immutable primary directive, representing the robot's ultimate allegiance. Furthermore, the emblem can designate second and third sequence users. The manual explains that the instruction mark emblem is an accessory item of the robot. Its purpose is to enable the sanctuary's owner to delegate control of the robot when they are unable to do so, facilitating an operational mode that allows the machine to function autonomously in the owner's absence. And now, the original master is gone, he has perished. Although the primary sequence remains unalterable, Sui can utilize the instruction mark emblem to mark himself as the robot's secondary directive.
This means I am its sole master, Sui thought, gazing at the small emblem with excitement.
Its sole function is to modify and replace the robot's command permissions, albeit lacking the potency and assurance of the original master's primary sequence. Nevertheless, it is a fortuitous find. Any utility derived from it is a substantial gain.
Adding second sequence, recognizing my biological signal.
Sui examined the manual and cautiously began the operation, bringing the emblem close to the robot's chest.
Beep beep beep.
The electronic eye atop the robot's head flickered to life, glowing red, accompanied by a crisp tone. A luminous wave emanated from its chest, coursing through its internal control system.
New command sequence detected, confirming information accuracy. Inquiring primary sequence, do you wish to add a new command sequence?
Inquiry failed, primary sequence unresponsive, suspected deceased, proceeding with command iteration.
Following operational protocols, commencing detection of new sequences, second sequence unresponsive. Third sequence unresponsive.
No sequence response, adhering to operational protocols, recognizing instruction emblem as the supreme command indicator, consenting to the addition of new sequence.
Identifying new sequence's biological information, identification successful. Addition successful. With a series of affirmative beeps, the robot rapidly rose, standing upright before Sui.
Greetings, my master, I love my home model D6612 at your service. The robot's voice rang clear, proclaiming its successful allegiance to Sui. Sui gazed at the robot in astonishment, simultaneously observing a more detailed data panel hovering above its head. This resembled a talent information database, yet was distinct, showcasing the robot's comprehensive functions and capabilities.
I love my home model D6612 Guardian Robot, Robot Category, Guardian Robot. Current command sequences, second sequence.
Operational system, autonomous defense and counterattack logic system, unable to recognize enemies beyond the sanctuary, cannot engage in offensive actions, maximum strength, 10 tons, capable of heavy lifting or forceful deterrence of intruders in emergencies, maximum speed, 525 meters second, able to swiftly reach designated locations in a remarkably short time, reaction time, 3 milliseconds, time taken from detecting a threat to activating defense mechanisms, impact resistance, capable of withstanding small explosions and direct attacks from conventional light weaponry.
Combat endurance,
Within the sanctuary's confines, capable of indefinite operation, unlimited energy, weapon modules, built-in weapons, dual arms equipped with retractable high-frequency vibration blades for close combat, external interfaces, supports rapid replacement of modular weapon systems, such as energy beam emitters, electric batons, etc. Retractable machine gun.
Concealed within the robot's arm, can be swiftly deployed and utilized as needed, suitable for rapid strikes at mid to close range. Rotating turret located on the robot's chest, capable of 360-degree rotation and equipped with automatic locking and tracking systems. Miniature rocket launcher.
Integrated into the robot's legs, capable of launching small tracking rockets for pursuing high-speed mobile targets or providing aerial support. Perception and Intelligence System, environmental perception equipped with multispectral sensors and 360-degree panoramic cameras for day and night surveillance without distinction, threat assessment. Built-in algorithms capable of rapidly analyzing potential threats and providing corresponding defense strategies. Autonomous learning ability. The robot can continuously optimize combat and defense strategies based on practical experience. Human simulation data module, Voice interaction supports natural language processing in multiple languages, enabling smooth dialogue with humans. Emotion recognition, capable of identifying and understanding basic human emotions for appropriate responses. Behavior simulation, when necessary, can mimic human behaviors to better integrate into human social environments. Maintenance and upgrades, self-diagnostic system capable of real-time monitoring and reporting on the health status of internal mechanical and electronic. Can autonomously upgrade and replace all modules and operational systems as the sanctuary advances.
Damn, this is incredible. Sui couldn't help but clench his fist, his face alight with excitement. For a recluse, possessing a compliant combat robot is nothing short of a dream come true. With the robot's data clearly indicates that it is a formidable weapon, armed to the teeth. However, its sole drawback is that it can only retaliate within the confines of the sanctuary. If an enemy does not enter the sanctuary's perimeter, even if they attack from the outside, this robot is powerless to respond, as the operational logic does not recognize such threats. This flaw is indeed quite critical, Sui mused, a hint of dissatisfaction creeping in. Yet upon reflection, this robot was created through the talent of a level 0 sanctuary. It is not surprising that such a formidable machine would possess some fatal flaws. If it were entirely devoid of shortcomings, it would be utterly absurd. I estimate that the original master's talent is probably at an S level, most likely lacking the SSS level proficiency. Otherwise, this robot might not have such a singular, fatal limitation.
However, had that been the case, I would have been dispatched by this creature long ago, leaving no opportunity for my current development.
Sui pondered, feeling a twinge of gratitude.
Fortunately, he had not been excessively unfortunate, avoiding encounters with excessively powerful sanctuaries in the initial days of the apocalypse. Moreover, it is thanks to Chen Shuren's poison. Otherwise, even if all the warriors had attacked that household, they would have achieved nothing. Sui scrutinized the robot, growing increasingly satisfied. With this marvel in my sanctuary, it is truly invincible. Now, even if all the warriors are dispatched for missions, the safety of my home is assured. Suddenly, Sui recalled the original master's haughty demeanor, and he felt a deep resonance.
Whoever dares to enter shall meet their demise. Chapter 60.
The surge of population, the era of great development for the shelter. After thoroughly reviewing the comprehensive data on the robot, Sui promptly summoned Jiang Xiaozi. Utilizing the command emblem, he incorporated Jiang Xiaozi into the robot's third command sequence and conveyed to her the robot's origins and functions. Congratulations, sir, you have acquired a remarkable treasure, Jiang Xiaozi exclaimed with a smile, her beautiful eyes curiously examining the robot, marveling at its formidable combat capabilities. It seems this contraption will have to be stationed on the 6th floor as a guardian, Sui remarked. Although we have control over this entire building, it does not yet fall within the shelter's jurisdiction.
For the time being, let us place it at the entrance as a bodyguard.
Once the shelter expands, its utility will increase significantly.
Sui directed the robot to the entrance and then inquired of Jiang Xiaozi, "What are your plans for the group of survivors downstairs?"
Given our current resources, sustaining this group may prove to be somewhat challenging, he surmised, suspecting Jiang Xiaozi's intentions but yearning for a more comprehensive understanding of her strategy. Sir, our rough estimate indicates that there are over 300 survivors from the entire community, including our original residents, bringing the total to approximately 400 individuals. Jiang Xiaozi, well prepared, gently elucidated her plan to Sui based on the shelter's current resource reserves.
We can only provide adequate supplies for all for about a week.
However, since I have gathered these people, I certainly will not allow them to remain idle and waste resources. According to the shelter's developmental strategy, whether through expanding via the trading market or utilizing the various supermarket locations Lin Yu has discovered during her explorations, we need a sufficient population to maintain access to these resources. I intend to allow them a day to rest and recuperate, after which I will assign them roles based on gender and age. There will inevitably be a group of 20 to 30 men who will be allocated along with 3 warriors to Chen Shuren, equipped with basic armaments to maintain order within the trading market.
As long as we diligently manage it, the offline trading location will continuously yield new profits. At this juncture, Sui interjected, "What do you intend to charge for the stalls? Or rather, what will the protection fee be?"
Jiang Xiaozi's stance was clear. Her acquisition of the trading market would not be a mere act of benevolence in providing survivors with a secure trading environment.
She aimed to derive benefits to replenish the shelter's expenditures.
"Not much 1/10, Jiang Xiaozi replied with a grin. "That is significantly cheaper than the half taken by those thugs, and I've offered various stall options that should not incite much dissent. As long as we can sustain a successful trading market with over 100 participants, we can at least generate enough provisions to support 20 individuals daily. This is merely a preliminary plan. Should we continue to expand the trading market or secure more trading points, our profits will only grow more substantial. Additionally, the trading market's security team, led by Qin Shorin, will provide a formidable deterrent, enhancing the shelter's positive influence. Apart from the trading market, I also plan to organize a logistics team of around 120 to 150 individuals, dedicated to assisting the other warriors in transporting resources in the vicinity."
Currently, Leah has yet to devise a method for restarting the old vehicles, so we must continue to rely on manpower for the transportation and distribution of materials.
Jiang Xiaozi paused briefly and added softly, "At this stage, human resources remain the foundation for operational strength. Until we can restore more technological capabilities, the number of personnel at our disposal will directly reflect the strength of our shelter."
Sui understood this well. "I see, I trust you to handle it." He was unafraid of errors. Even if Jiang Xiaozi's plans encountered flaws, potentially disrupting the shelter's supply chain, he remained unfazed. After all, it would only deplete a few days of his talent rewards. Should food shortages arise within the shelter, the talent rewards would swiftly be at his doorstep. Naturally, Sui hoped to witness Jiang Xiaozi's plan unfold successfully, fostering a snowball effect of continuous growth for the shelter. "Sir, I will manage it effectively," Jiang Xiaozi replied respectfully, though she did not disclose the entirety of her personnel arrangements. Sui had faith in her capabilities. Jiang Xiaozi had previously mentioned that she had managed a vast underground organization comprising thousands of individuals with various roles and identities. With her extensive experience in managing such a large-scale operation, overseeing the current few hundred individuals would undoubtedly be well within her capabilities. Sui placed complete trust in Jiang Xiaozi, granting her full authority. After all, he believed that even if he were to take charge personally, he might not perform better than Jiang Xiaozi. After Jiang Xiaozi departed, Sui gazed down from the window for a while at the registration queue below. The registration process was nearing its conclusion. Jiang Xiaozi had not assigned all individuals to this building. She selectively integrated a few individuals with specialized skills into the building where Sui resided, while the others were randomly distributed across the nearby two buildings. Once all three buildings were fully occupied, Jiang Xiaozi specifically assigned Lu Rui and Li Yang, two warriors, to ensure they would not venture out for exploration, with each responsible for maintaining order in one building. Their duties included overseeing internal security and monitoring any potential disturbances within. During the initial coordination, a few survivors began to express impatience. "We came here not just to receive some food and then return, did we? Ah, several people crammed into one house. I might as well go back to my own shelter. Listen to the organization's arrangements, stop complaining. Is there anyone to protect you back home?"
Some grumbling voices emerged from the crowd, but they were few and quickly dissolved internally. For the populace, personal safety was the paramount concern. As long as their safety was assured, notions of freedom or lack thereof were dismissed with disdain. Even the dissenting voices that surfaced were largely attributed to the shelter's mechanisms. Everyone had a shelter. Although many might not be ideal, there remained a glimmer of hope in their hearts. What if they truly could develop and thrive, wouldn't that make them rulers in this apocalyptic world? Many harbored such thoughts, particularly among the younger demographic, predominantly men. However, Jiang Xiaozi had already devised countermeasures for these sentiments. After organizing the personnel, she instructed Sisterly to recruit a few familiar elderly individuals from the crowd, reinstating them in their pre-apocalyptic roles. They began working tirelessly through the night, going door to door to emphasize the necessity of unity, reiterating the plight faced by the nation and humanity as a whole. With the banner of righteousness firmly in her grasp, Zhang Xiaozi was resolute. While Sister Li was calming the residents, Zhang Xiaozi concurrently directed Lin Yu and the other idle warriors to promptly return to the community. Each would enter a room in succession, systematically dismantling the remaining shelters within the neighborhood. Cutting off the escape routes, without their own shelters, how could they remain settled and productive here? Qin Xiuren was eager to partake in such endeavors, believing the task to be simple. He merely needed to remain in a room for 30 minutes. During this time, he could do as he pleased, free from supervision. However, Zhang Xiaozi declined Qin Xiuren's request, assigning him 2 warriors and instructing him to proceed to the trading market that night, hastening the establishment of rules and regulations while ensuring its safety.
Great, why does my task always seem to be the most perilous? Qin Xiuren lamented, rolling his eyes. I'm a doctor. How can you expect me to wield a gun on the front lines?
Despite his complaints, he nonetheless departed the shelter with the 2 warriors, vanishing into the night. The entire shelter had now entered an era of explosive growth in population. Even the first batch of resident women found themselves busy, trailing behind Sister Li to continually reassure the newcomers. The shelter, top to bottom, resembled a finely tuned machine, tirelessly operating even into the night. Even Sui, who typically enjoyed leisure, found himself occupied that evening. His attention was persistently drawn to notifications from Lin Yu and others regarding the dismantling of shelters. Even with his eyes closed, the flickering information continued to haunt him, depriving him of a restful night.
As dawn broke, Sui still stared vacantly ahead, fatigued, yet the continuous influx of survival points notifications occasionally brought him moments of amusement. What a windfall!
This strategy of Xiaozi's allows me to profit handsomely from the comfort of home.
Chapter 61.
A windfall of survival points. Have I become the top dog of the city? In the entire residential complex, excluding the building where Sui resides, there are a total of 352 rooms. Considering the abundance of housing in the country, even in the event of an apocalypse with random allocations, it is conceivable that a small number of rooms may remain uninhabited. Furthermore, given the potential conflicts and destructive behaviors that might erupt among neighbors in the days following the apocalypse, Sui estimates that approximately 300 shelters in the entire community could be destroyed. However, even with 300 shelters, complete annihilation would require at least 150 hours. The demolition team, including Lin Yu, consists of only 8 individuals. Even if they were to disperse to destroy the shelters, it would still take a minimum of 18 hours. Thus, the total destruction of all shelters in the community would not be completed until the following evening. Yet, by the morning, Sui had already accumulated over 10,000 survival points. Each level 0 shelter, when destroyed, guarantees a minimum inheritance of 100 survival points, which is an unassailable baseline. Should the shelter's owner possess additional survival points, that would constitute an extra source of income. Moreover, any items within the shelter might also be inherited by Sui. In just one night's effort, Sui not only amassed the aforementioned points but also acquired a variety of miscellaneous items. Naturally, the value of these items is not particularly high, and only a small fraction are resource-related. Overall, if one disregards the impact of talents, the individual shelters, possessing only a limited number of such items, indeed exhibit little potential for development and face considerable survival pressure. This is, however, a typical phenomenon. If any shelter had genuine potential for development and could withstand the apocalypse, who would venture out to pledge allegiance to Sui? What, you claim that in the entire community, amidst hundreds of shelters, there exists not a single one with potential? That everyone has pledged allegiance to Sui? Certainly not. There are indeed outliers. There are individuals who wish to develop independently. However, these individuals have all vanished. Last night, Lin Yu did not merely lead the team to eliminate the household with the robots. In addition, Zhang Xiaozi had issued a cleanse mission. Zhang Xiaozi mandated that the soldiers ensure every room was breached while demolishing the shelters. Even rooms with tightly shut doors were to be forcibly opened and subsequently destroyed. If any survivors were found inside, they would be granted another chance for rescue. However, should they refuse, stringent measures would be taken, and they would be shot on sight. In the dead of night, Zhang Xiaozi revealed her cold-blooded and ruthless nature. She cared little for human life. Her pursuit is the complete control of the community, leaving no room for any uncontrollable survivors, regardless of how minimal their threat may be. Under Zhang Xiaozi's relentless assault, Sui began to contemplate some new mechanisms of the apocalyptic game. This group of survivors gathered here has not lost their ability to resist.
Can Lin Yu and the others truly destroy the shelters? They have merely lost their freedom. Is losing freedom a prerequisite for the destruction of a shelter? Then it seems that the owner of a shelter cannot leave freely. Upon deeper reflection, it becomes apparent that the very term shelter encapsulates the core mechanism of the apocalyptic game. If you are seeking refuge, how can you continuously wander outside? That would be inviting theft. In any case, it matters not to me. I remain at home every day. Who could possibly steal from me? Sui shrugged, glancing at the robot stationed at the door, feeling a profound sense of security. The data of this robot is indeed formidable. It is akin to a Terminator in the apocalypse. Any frontal assault would be incapable of breaching its defenses. Soon after, Sui opened the leaderboard data. He observed that his ranking for survival points had skyrocketed to the top position in the city. The Little White Bear shelter had slipped to second place, showing over 5,000 points. Of course, Sui was aware that if the total accumulated survival points were tallied, he might not surpass the Little White Bear shelter. This individual had evidently been consuming and utilizing survival points to strengthen himself throughout this period. Nevertheless, the Little White Bear shelter had maintained the top position for over a week, only to be overtaken today under extraordinary circumstances. This fellow remains a significant threat. Fortunately, he has yet to grasp the method of upgrading shelters. Otherwise, who in the city could possibly suppress this murderous maniac? Sui murmured, casting another glance at the other leaderboard data to ensure he remained informed about the survivors throughout the city. The fluctuations in the other leaderboards were minimal, particularly the shelter level rankings, where Sui continued to lead by a wide margin. However, the Apocalyptic War leaderboard was rather intriguing. Halfway through the first round of apocalyptic time, only the name of the Huashan nation was displayed on the list. Other nations had yet to complete the first round of the apocalyptic war. What kind of difficulty is this apocalyptic war? Could it truly be a trap where citizens and the military are digging pits for each other? Sui stroked his chin, showing little concern for the situation abroad, merely indulging in idle gossip. The morning swiftly passed by. It was not until Sui, feeling drowsy, reached noon that Lin Yu finally returned with her team. This signified that Sui had completely plundered the survival. Apart from Sui's room, there remained no other shelter in the complex. Notably, prior to Lin Yu's return, several buildings had experienced minor disputes and chaos. Sui's watch had also lit up in red, indicating that numerous survivors had received notifications about the destruction of their shelters and were in a state of panic. However, this disturbance was soon quelled. Jiang Xiaozi, employing some unknown means, managed to restore order without gunfire or bloodshed, and the brief unrest dissipated. Sui deliberately glanced at his watch, noticing that the red light had transformed back into blue. He approached the window and observed a few individuals departing from their residential buildings, seemingly returning to their own shelters within the community. Before long, this group returned, looking disheartened. At the base of the building, Sister Lee was already waiting with her team, greeting each returning survivor with a smile. "Ah! Keeping that house is of no use. Look at me, I had no shelter on the first day, yet I'm still doing just fine. With that thing, you wouldn't even qualify to settle here. Even if those soldiers wanted to protect you, they would be powerless. Take my advice, since there is nothing good there, and you can't even get enough to eat, it's useless to hold on to it." Sister Lee truly excels in this regard, effortlessly brushing over the situation with a few words, resonating deeply with many survivors. Although some still felt despondent and regretful, no one chose to leave. With the shelters gone, everyone could only rely on Sui's refuge. Moreover, many felt Sister Lee's words were quite reasonable. Even if they still had shelters, they were perpetually hungry, lacking the courage to venture out and scavenge for supplies. They might as well pledge allegiance to a powerful force. Here, at least, they could enjoy regular meals, drink clean water, and have guards to ensure their safety. Sui paid little attention to this minor commotion. Instead, he redirected his focus to tallying his survival points. After Lin Yu's return, his total points had climbed to an impressive 39,651. This neared the astonishing figure of 40,000, prompting astonishment among the survivors in the city chat channel, with the news spreading rapidly. "Damn, this is big news, someone has dethroned Little White Bear from the top spot. Survival points are about to reach 40,000. Good heavens, is there such a powerhouse in our midst? Who on earth is it? Little White Bear Shelter, are you there, big brother? can we interview you about how you feel right now? Do you have any thoughts on reclaiming the top spot?
Man, you are incredibly bold. Those who can amass such points are truly ruthless. How dare you speak to a fierce individual like that?
What's there to fear? They don't know who I am or where I am. I couldn't care less.
With nearly 40,000 points, this fellow must have slaughtered an entire urban village. This is utterly absurd.
He must be a cold-blooded killer. By the way, who exactly is this first-place holder? His shelter hasn't even been named yet.
This is truly a formidable boss, very clever. By not naming it, no one knows who he is, thus enhancing his concealment. Sui also took note of the discussions in the chat channel, seemingly captivating the attention of all survivors with his unexpected rise. Survivors throughout the city were speculating about what Sui had accomplished to amass such a significant number of survival points in such a short span.
What should I do with 40, 0 plus 1, 000 survival points? Additionally, at least 3 personnel units are needed, with one of them being a sea-level talent?
The requirements appear quite high, but I'm only lacking one condition.
Sui contemplated.
His points were sufficient, he had enough personnel units, yet he was short on upgrade materials. Currently, these could only be obtained through dispatching exploration missions, yielding around 100 each day, and on a good day, perhaps 200 or 300. Although he had accumulated a fair amount of upgrade materials, due to his shelter's technological focus, the only upgrade materials available to him were electronic components, that he currently possessed over 300. For an ordinary survivor attempting to upgrade to a level 2 shelter, even with sufficient personnel units, it would take at least 10 days.
Since upgrading is not feasible at the moment, I might as well undertake a major renovation of the shelter.
Let us see if I can purchase new shelter rooms. Oh, darn, my buildable room capacity is already maxed out. Sui was astonished to discover that he could only construct 4 rooms, one for his master bedroom, one for research, one for the greenhouse, and another for essential facilities like the water purifier. These 4 rooms were fully occupied, leaving no space for constructing new shelter rooms.
Since I can't build new rooms, surely I can upgrade and renovate the existing ones. Chapter 62.
Constructing the ultimate safe haven, the happy abode of the homebody, Sui accessed the detailed interface of the shelter's room settings. Both the greenhouse and research rooms were classified as level 1, and due to the limitations imposed by the 1-star shelter, they could not be upgraded. However, there remained potential for renovation in his master bedroom and storage room. First, he turned his attention to the storage room, which was not a specialized shelter room but merely a designated space for storing essential supplies and equipment of considerable size necessary for the shelter, such as the operational core of the waste processing center and water purifier. Given the spatial constraints of the 6th floor, Sui was reluctant to place these crucial items in other non-shelter areas, so they had to be temporarily stored in the storage room. Let us enhance the defenses of the storage room, Sui contemplated, waving his hand decisively to procure 2 renovation upgrade projects.
Wall reinforcement,
consumes 500 survival points to comprehensively reinforce a designated area within the shelter, enhancing its resistance to damage, combustion, and freezing. Smart Home Defense System consumes 1,000 survival points to construct a comprehensive smart system in a designated area of the shelter, including biometric door locks, weapon defense modules, and an autonomous alarm system. This greatly enhances the room's security level. The storage room doesn't need extravagant features, these 2 upgrades will suffice. The master bedroom where I reside is where the most critical renovations must occur. Sui adjusted the room information and commenced serious renovations of his master bedroom. This was the place he would inhabit long-term, so both security and intelligence levels had to be at their zenith. Now that he possessed ample points, he was more than willing to invest in his safety, embarking on the ambitious venture of constructing the ultimate safe haven. Consumes 2,000 survival points to establish a comprehensive laser security network within a designated room of the shelter, capable of intelligently distinguishing between friend and foe, and entering a state of alert based on any commands from the room's owner. Once activated, all areas except for the owner's location become ensnared in a laser grid, powerful enough to vaporize alloy steel up to 20 centimeters thick. The laser network may damage items within the room but will not compromise the room's structural integrity.
This is a formidable ace in the hole.
Although costly, it is certainly worth the investment, Sui gleefully remarked, who dares to intrude, I'll treat them to a laser feast. Super Defense Shell consumes 2,000 survival points to create an exterior shell for the entire room composed of ultra-strong alloys, capable of withstanding any non-nuclear attacks, while maintaining the room's structural integrity during severe earthquakes or explosions.
Even if the main structure collapses, this room will remain unscathed.
Omnidirectional Energy Ecological Guard System consumes 3,000 survival points to form an imperceptible, fully intelligent energy shield around the room, effectively resisting and neutralizing threats such as toxic gases, radiation, and biological viruses, while automatically adjusting the residents' health conditions by modulating the frequency of air molecules, continuously enhancing their well-being to ensure longevity and contentment. Smart Life Support System, consumes 2,000 survival points to install a smart life support system throughout the room, providing essential living conditions even in extreme external environments. It supplies clean air, appropriate temperatures, and necessary moisture in food. This system does not require additional resources for maintenance but can provide a maximum of 5 survival resource servings per day. Super Specification Security Surveillance System consumes 2,000 survival points to construct a comprehensive security network comprising high-definition cameras, infrared sensors, and sound recognition, monitoring every biological and detailed situation within the room in real time. Additionally, it incorporates weapon modules such as flamethrowers, instant coolants, gun barrels, and laser scalpels. Upon detecting any threat, it automatically initiates defense mechanisms and intelligently analyzes the optimal response strategy. Emergency Evacuation System, consumes 1,000 survival points. The homeowner may freely control this system. In the event of an overwhelming threat, they can activate the emergency evacuation device from any area of the room, utilizing a specialized biological pod to catapult into the sky and swiftly escape the premises, landing safely up to 100,000 meters away.
Smart Entertainment and Psychological Support System,
consumes 1,000 survival points to install a comprehensive smart entertainment system within the room, allowing residents to engage in various entertainment activities from any corner and facility, automatically providing entertainment programs, virtual games, and psychological health assessments to ensure the utmost mental and physical well-being of the residents.
Ultramicroscopic Robot Omni Module,
consumes 5,000 survival points to allocate 10 billion units of ultramicroscopic robots throughout the room, each capable of self-repair and replication, unlimited units, internal surgical treatment and disease cure, healing, miniature laser weapon modules, offensive capabilities, light cloaking modules, stealth, comprehensive radar scanning and inspection modules, anti-stealth,
and assembly and disassembly of large guardian constructs, capable of forming a large robot. That
should suffice. There doesn't appear to be any better options available.
Sui mused, shaking his head. Anything more advanced is beyond my purchasing authority. This should be sufficient, right?
Calculating the expenditures, Sui realized that despite acquiring so many room renovation projects, he had only spent a total of 18,000 survival points. Including the modifications to the storage room, his total expenditure was under 20,000 points.
Exorbitant, yet remarkably economical.
Sui marveled. At this stage, very few survivors could effortlessly part with 20,000 points. Yet for Sui, this was merely half of his survival points. He still had nearly 20,000 points remaining. Select purchase, let the transformation commence. The brilliance persisted for approximately 10 minutes, and when it finally faded, the outward appearance of Sui's room had undergone a dramatic transformation. The walls had metamorphosed from worn cement to a sophisticated structure fashioned from high-tech materials, hard and smooth, constantly shifting in color. The walls could automatically adapt to Sui's mood, state, and eye fatigue, adjusting the lighting and color accordingly. The entire room was constructed with greater scientific sensibility, featuring various foldable technology modules, and even the furniture had been completely revamped, directly integrating with the floor, revealing laser ports and gun barrels when necessary. Moreover, Sui noticed that the temperature within the room had become warm and comfortable, not the chill of icy air, but rather the ideal living temperature, distinctly different from the external heat. Even when he tentatively opened the doors and windows, the internal temperature remained unchanged, unaffected in the slightest. Taking a deep breath, Sui could even savor the sweetness and clarity of the air. He felt as though he was undergoing a transformation. His intestines were in motion, and his body gradually became invigorated, the previous fatigue and drowsiness evaporating, leaving his eyes bright and alert. This was the microscopic robots diligently inspecting his body, rectifying any hidden ailments, revitalizing Sui to his peak condition.
Impressive!
Sui exclaimed, heading to the bathroom for inspection. Although the room was not spacious, and the bathroom had originally been rather cramped, following the intelligent adaptation and renovation, it now seemed more expansive. The overall cleanliness of the bathroom had significantly improved, with the walls and floor boasting a 24-hour automatic cleaning function, perpetually maintaining a hygienic environment. After thoroughly examining the room's security and alert systems, he sank back onto the sofa.
At present, this abode must be considered the highest security level core area of the shelter in the entire city, wouldn't you agree?
Sui mused, aware that many of the projects he had purchased required at least a level 1 shelter and some even necessitated a research-type shelter. Among the survivors throughout the city, even those like Little White Bear, with thousands of points, could not acquire such room renovation projects. This underscores the critical importance of shelter levels. Otherwise, one may possess points yet find them ineffectively squandered.
Now that I have such a refuge, my current safety should be well assured.
Even if I were to encounter a rogue assassin like Chenshorin, as long as I remain within these walls, I am absolutely secure.
Sui contemplated, with nearly 20,000 survival points remaining, how should I allocate them? Striving to expend all his points to ensure complete investment in his safety and empowerment had always been Sui's aspiration.
He had no intention of becoming one of those unfortunate souls who hoarded points only to meet their demise before making use of them, merely to leave behind a legacy for others. While Sui was deep in thought, an abrupt chime from the timer on his wristwatch jolted him to it was time for the midday reward. Before his eyes, new talent information swiftly emerged.
Sui merely glanced at it and was instantly filled with elation. Oh wow, what a remarkable grand talent! Chapter 63 What? I have become a warlord of the apocalypse. Congratulations, you have triggered a high-level talent reward. Congratulations! You have received the talent reward, A-Class Technological Armed Task Force, comprising 500 personnel. A-Class Technological Armed Task Force, a task force composed of 500 individuals, divided into 3 subteams. Command, Combat, and Support. Team composition: Command Personnel, Task Force Leader, Deputy Leader, Chief of Staff, Staff Officers; Combat Personnel, Combat Squad Leader, Deputy Squad Leader; Combatants, Assault Team, Fire Support Team. Support Personnel, Communications Unit, Medics, Logistics Personnel. Types of military personnel included: infantry, snipers, demolition experts, signalers, medics, engineers, logistics personnel, cooks. Task force firepower configuration: light weapons, rifles, submachine guns, pistols, etc. Heavy weapons, portable machine guns, individual mortars, etc. Special equipment: sniper rifles, anti-tank missiles, flamethrowers, drones, etc. Defensive equipment: bulletproof vests, helmets, goggles, night combat systems, and some construction materials for building temporary defenses. Overall combat capability assessment of the task force: This is a multifunctional, highly mobile combat unit cluster, capable of swiftly adjusting personnel configurations according to varying mission requirements, adapting to the complex and ever-changing battlefield environments of modern scenarios. Military rank of task force personnel: The lowest rank is D-level talent unit, comprising at least 10 C-level talent units. As the prompt appeared, a torrent of golden light flooded Sui's room. Sui's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at the information displayed before him. Incredible! Another talent jackpot, A-class reward, and it grants me 500 personnel at least of D-level talent. Although the talent ratings are generally not high, the sheer number is astounding. A scale of 500. That is at least the combat strength of an enhanced company. Sui inhaled sharply, his excitement reaching an unprecedented height. In a doomsday environment where global armies have vanished, possessing a regular army-enhanced company armed with combat weaponry, it is no exaggeration to say that Sui could potentially conquer an entire city. If not for the bizarre shelter talents of the survivors hindering him, he could have easily established himself as a local sovereign right then and there. Just as Sui was reveling in his joy, a new prompt suddenly appeared before him. Warning! The current environment is insufficient to summon all personnel.
please swiftly designate a new summoning area.
If a new area is not designated within 3 minutes, the current talent reward will be considered forfeited. All will be void. Don't mess with me.
Sui exclaimed in alarm, hastily darting out the door and racing to the vacant area behind the building. It was deserted, with a vast expanse of withered and dilapidated grass.
Summon here. Confirm the location.
With Sui's confirmation, golden light surged from the bedroom, cascading down around him. Following that, the golden light coalesced into 500 figures, and as the light dissipated, 500 fully armed soldiers stood before Sui.
Greetings, Commander.
The soldiers collectively turned to Sui, their resonant voices echoing with a commanding presence, standing at attention with utmost respect. Have you ever seen a National Day military parade? That was the atmosphere, that was the scene, clad in pristine special operations camouflage. Each soldier wielded their weapons, standing tall with feet together, their gazes unwaveringly fixed on Sui, each expression marked by solemnity. Anyone who beheld them would have no doubt regarding their combat capability and resolve. Sui nodded in exhilaration, waving his hand in acknowledgement. Well done, comrades. The soldiers responded with a booming shout, to serve the people. Although this contingent of 500 was merely a task force, lacking the heavy equipment of a regular army battalion, it was still more than sufficient. One could even say it was the most perfect configuration, representing the very type of troops Sui needed at this moment. After all, these were light infantry. The prowess of Huasha's light infantry is virtually beyond question. They stand unparalleled globally. Sui felt that from this day forth, he could quite possibly forego beef. Don T asked why. This contingent of 500 was his audacious confidence. The soldiers' thunderous shouts quickly attracted Jiang Shaoxi's attention, prompting her to rush downstairs with Linyu. During their descent, Jiang Shaoxi spotted Sui and immediately instructed Sister Li and Linyu to secure the backdoor area of the building, preventing others from coming out to gawk. However, there were hardly any onlookers outside. After all, it was much cooler indoors, with electricity, and few were keen to meander outside aimlessly. Only a handful of curious residents, hearing the commotion, opened their windows and peered down, catching a glimpse of Sui's silhouette, clearly identifying a youthful figure.
Is that our commander? He looks so young.
He must possess exceptionally powerful talents to command such a scale of force at such a young age.
Wow, is that a new army, a new support force? When did they arrive? Is the Doomsday War a joke? Where are the promised global armies? How come there are still hundreds of them left?
The commander must have an impressive background. He might be some second-generation elite, to command so many soldiers. The residents above speculated amongst themselves, continuously gazing down in shock. Jiang Shaoxi would not permit them to ascend to the 6th floor. It was rare for anyone to see Sui, let alone have direct contact. This was a rare opportunity. Though they could only see his back, at least they could ascertain the gender of their leader.
Sir!
Jiang Shaoxi quickly approached Sui, pulling him into the shadow of the corridor. The sun is strong outside.
You mustn't get sunburned.
Am I that fragile? Have you forgotten? I possess a passive skill that grants me heat resistance, Sui replied with a beaming smile, his good mood evident, the smile never leaving his face. Even so, one must still exercise. Since I am here, I will inevitably be seen. In your grand plan behind the scenes, it can't be that I remain unseen forever, can it? Sir, that is not my intention. Jiang Shaoxi immediately lowered her head to explain. It's just that currently, the morale in the shelter is unstable. I am uncertain how many harbor ill intentions, and we still need to proceed with caution. If you ever feel lonely, you could consider confiding in those young ladies. At least they have pledged their loyalty to you and are unlikely to harbor ulterior motives. As the first batch of residents, the young women had gained Jiang Shaoxi's initial trust, and they were being trained daily under her guidance, ensuring their loyalty. Jiang Shaoxi believed that as long as they did not surpass her threshold, no one should have easy access to Sui. Ideally, they should not even glimpse him. The head of the intelligence agency harbored a deep suspicion, fearing that some nefarious character might take advantage of her momentary lapse to harm her commander.
I understand your loyalty.
Let us not dwell on that, Sui said, pointing to the 500 soldiers under the sun, their faces glistening with sweat, yet each stood tall in the sunlight. Sui's tone was filled with pride. Shaoxi, what do you think?
Have you ever seen so many soldiers before?
Well, I have seen many soldiers, but I have never encountered such a formidable force, Jiang Shaoxi replied delicately, a hint of fondness gracing her smile. During the tumultuous times of the Republic, the head of the intelligence agency had encountered countless armies and various high-ranking officials. In fact, Zhang Xiaozi had personally commanded over 10,000 troops in frontline warfare under conditions of talent shortages. However, she refrained from mentioning this, not wanting to dampen Suyi's current sense of pride as a man. "Very well, this 500-strong force is now yours,"
Suyi declared with a grand gesture. "You manage them. This is our new unit, each possessing commendable combat capability. With this, you can no longer complain about the manpower shortage in our shelter, can you?"
Suyi beamed with satisfaction. A 500-strong army. This was a military formation exceeding the number of residents who would dare harbor ill thoughts. This watch's color would no longer change to red. "Indeed, with this, the shelter is assured of security," Zhang Xiaozi respectfully responded. "With such a strong military at hand, I will strive to achieve even greater success for you, enhancing our overall strength."
"There's no rush to seize territory." Suyi waved his hand, reminding her, "We are in a doomsday scenario. Survival comes first. Your previous mindset of warlords seizing territory may not always be applicable.
Let us first ensure our safety and resource issues. You can arrange for everything else."
"Understood, sir." Zhang Xiaozi nodded respectfully. "These individuals are in your charge."
Suyi glanced at the soldiers before him, beckoning a few captains and chief of staff-like soldiers to communicate with Zhang Xiaozi. After relaying his instructions, Suyi turned to ascend the stairs. "Sir, are you in such a hurry due to some important matter?" "Xiaozi is at your service." Zhang Xiaozi's thoughts remained focused on Suyi, and she promptly inquired, hoping to alleviate any new troubles he faced.
"Indeed, there is something, but you may not be able to assist." Suyi pointed upwards with a smile. "I need to find Leia. With so many new soldiers, we must expedite the development of the cooling temperature devices we discussed earlier."
Previously, Leia had reported to Suyi that she was researching portable cooling equipment suitable for personnel to utilize during resource exploration, effectively reducing soldiers' physical exhaustion in high temperatures. This would ensure the soldiers' body temperature remained manageable during task execution, thereby lessening the challenges they faced while on missions. This was also the only scientific challenge the shelter was independently developing, one of the issues Zhang Xiaozi had raised. With the addition of these 500 soldiers, Suyi was eager to avoid waiting for Leia to complete her research. He planned to inquire in detail that if there were still no leads, he would simply purchase the necessary equipment using points. With nearly 20,000 points remaining, even if he spent them all on this military force, it would be an investment with guaranteed returns, enhancing the army's strength directly translated to bolstering Suyi's own power.
"Then I truly cannot assist."
Zhang Xiaozi smiled gently, watching Suyi ascend the stairs. As Suyi reached the 6th floor, before he could approach the research room's entrance, a sudden prompt message popped up before him, startling him into a jump.
"Damn! Leia has come up with something big." Chapter 64. Workers, technology, and army, what more do I lack?
Congratulations, due to the influx of cutting-edge scientific data into the research facility, your talent Leia experiences a profound sense of fulfillment. She has transcended her previous talent level.
Congratulations!
Talent Leia has successfully advanced to a C-level talent unit through diligent accumulation of knowledge.
Oh my, what the heck? She upgraded herself. Standing at the entrance of the research facility, Suyi wore an expression of utter astonishment. She spends her days cooped up in the lab, even more reclusive than I am, and yet she has managed to make such progress. What an extraordinary prodigy! Suyi hastily opened Leia's latest data list for review. In addition to her specialties in engineering mastery and intelligence, Leia had acquired a new trait: frowny face top scholar. Top scholar, she possesses an exceptionally strong motivation and capability for self-directed learning, demonstrating remarkable comprehension of any new knowledge in the field. Through continuous study, she can elevate her own rank. Wow, a trait that signifies growth potential. Suyi's eyes widened in delight. If Leia continues to learn without interruption, she could consistently ascend in rank, transforming into an even more advanced talent unit. Could this be a result of the technological projects I purchased? Suyi pondered, recalling how each time he acquired new technology through survival points,
corresponding theoretical knowledge would automatically populate the research facility in the form of data and literature. Leah, immersed in the lab, was undoubtedly absorbing this ever-expanding reservoir of knowledge. The information hints indicated her satisfaction with Suyi's acquisition of technology projects. The more she learned, the more excited and motivated she became.
This isn't merely an innate genius. This is a natural scholar, a pioneer at the forefront of human advancement.
Suyi marveled, then pushed open the door to the research facility. Suyi rarely visited the lab, as he lacked interest in such matters, much like academically challenged individuals who felt overwhelmed by scientific concepts. However, Leah was different. She seemed inherently captivated by every scientific enigma. As soon as he entered the research facility, Suyi saw Leah bent over a laboratory table, clad in a pristine white lab coat that bore the stains and splotches of countless experiments. She was so engrossed in her work that she did not notice Suyi's entrance. Her hands skillfully navigated through the apparatus, frequently adjusting various parameters. Her movements were swift and precise. Even an outsider like Suyi could sense her relentless pursuit of perfection in every experimental detail. Leah was entirely absorbed, her expression intensely serious, as if the entire world had shrunk to just her and her experiment. Suyi silently observed from the sidelines, refraining from interrupting. He suddenly realized that a woman dedicated to her work exuded an astonishing charm. Leah was not exceptionally beautiful, her allure was understated, akin to stars twinkling quietly in the depths of night within the confines of the small lab. Her lustrous black hair was casually tied into a low ponytail, with a few stray strands playfully cascading over her ears, dancing in the breeze and teasingly obscuring her vision. As Leah raised her hand to brush aside her hair, she caught sight of Suyi out of the corner of her eye.
"Hey, who is that?"
"Oh, it's the boss." Leah snapped back to reality, quickly turning to greet Suyi with a smile. "Boss, what brings you here?" Her smile was refreshing, yet tinged with evident fatigue.
"Just arrived. I saw you were busy and didn't want to disturb you."
Suyi nodded. "Have you not been resting well? You seem quite worn out." "Oh, I'm fine, just haven't slept for 2 nights. Leah waved her hand dismissively, her grin returning. "Recently, this room has filled with a plethora of new data and experimental projects, seemingly related to the structural integrity of the facility, along with advancements in intelligent information technology and models for microrobots.
I feel that if I can thoroughly understand this, I could bring substantial benefits to you, boss. Have you grasped it yet?" Suyi inquired, to which Leah hesitated, shaking her head despondently. "Not yet.
I can't comprehend it all. It seems I lack many foundational technological modules, so I cannot replicate them at this moment."
"That's all right, no rush," Suyi replied calmly, well aware of the distinction between innovation and direct purchase.
As long as he had points, he could acquire finished products without mastering the technology. However, for Leah to grasp the core technological principles of these products was no simple task. "We can delve into research on technology at any time. There's no need to hurry."
Suyi opened the marketplace interface and purchased some special potions.
Universal Recovery Potion, a box containing 12 vials, costing 500 survival points. Upon consumption, it automatically repairs bodily ailments and fatigue, ensuring the body remains in peak health. This potion cannot replace the need for food and cannot satiate hunger. This potion resembled a stimulant unique to the shelter, and it was devoid of side effects while providing healing benefits. "Here, take this." Suyi purchased 10 boxes at once, spending 5,000 points without a hint of hesitation. He placed the potions in front of Leah. "Drink a bit when you're tired, your health is paramount, so don't wear yourself out." With the new, top scholar, trait, Leah represented a significant elevation in status for Suyi.
Given enough time, she could potentially ascend to an A-level or even S-level talent unit through her relentless learning.
"Boss." Leah accepted the box of potions, her beautiful eyes glimmering with gratitude, and she lowered her head before playfully saying, "Boss, you are so good to me."
"Are you trying to court me?" Suyi was taken aback. "Huh?
What kind of thinking is that?" A mischievous glint flickered in Leah's eyes, and she feigned a sigh. "Oh dear, this would surely upset Sister Xiaoxi. I wouldn't want to become her rival, she's quite formidable." Suyi buried his face in his palm. "This is merely a standard concern from a boss to an employee, an added benefit, don't overthink it."
"Really?"
Leah leaned in closer, her body nearly brushing against Suyi's, her eyes narrowing playfully. But if the boss really wanted to impose some unspoken rule, as a mere female researcher without much power, I certainly wouldn't be able to resist.
I might just have to silently endure, letting the boss impose his will. Leah lowered her head, her expression teetering on the brink of tears, seemingly getting into character. Damn! Sui couldn't help but curse. What kind of peculiar preference is this? Why does it sound like you are anticipating being subjected to my whims? Ah, are we starting now? Does the boss enjoy this atmosphere? Leah's eyes lit up. Boss, I'll go lock the door right away. Wait, you misunderstood the context of that exclamation. It was merely an expression of emotion, it does not imply action. Sui quickly grabbed Leah. Let's focus on the matter at hand. How is the research on the cooling and refrigeration facilities that Xiao Ci discussed with you going? I have some leads and even produced a few prototypes. Leah turned to retrieve several small vests from a nearby drawer. It's not too difficult, but I can't mass-produce them. It's all reliant on my manual labor. We're lacking raw materials in factories. Many technological projects can indeed be realized, but only in limited quantities. Ah, that is indeed a challenge. Sui paused, furrowing his brows. A few cooling devices might suffice for the current population, but with an additional 500 soldiers, those devices would be utterly insufficient. Lia's concerns made Sui acutely aware of the challenges he faced in sustaining this 500-man army. It was not merely a matter of a shortage of refrigeration devices. Sustaining an army was far more challenging than supporting civilians. For instance, while the weaponry of the 500 soldiers was considerable, the ammunition was limited. In an army of 500, weapons do not come with unlimited bullets. Once the ammunition is depleted, the combat effectiveness of the army would undoubtedly plummet. Although individual soldiers of Huaxia are exceptionally capable, even adept in close-quarter combat with melee weapons, Sui was not keen on reaching that point. Would he really have his sizable army resort to such desperate measures? This would be akin to a destitute warlord. It seems we have quite a few pressing challenges ahead. Sui sighed deeply, and Leah quietly leaned closer, her body brushing against him. Her boss, is there anything I can assist with? I am quite clever. We're short on bullets, production lines, and factories. You're absolutely right, we can't solely rely on you for all of this. Sui felt a headache coming on, but Leah simply smiled slyly. Boss, I've heard our shelter has recently gained quite a number of laborers. Laborers? Oh right, you're referring to the new residents. We've indeed gained several hundred. Then why not have them relocate the city's factories, airports, and various facilities back here? Leah tilted her head, grinning at Sui. If we lack factories, we can simply bring the factory equipment here. We're only short on equipment, not on technology or workers. Although these individuals may not be skilled laborers, I've already developed the production technology. I just need to patiently teach them. Leah's hand gently covered Sui's larger hand, her voice softening. Boss, you have manpower, technology, and yet you're worried about lacking equipment? Wherever there's a need, we can simply seize it. Do you know how to produce ammunition? Sui looked up, surprised by Leah's confidence. She shrugged. I can't produce missiles, but I can manage basic weapon ammunition. If necessary, give me another week, and I will strive to devise a production line for rocket launchers. Wow, you can even create that. Are you somehow naturally gifted? Boss, I'm no genius. It's just that there's a wealth of scientific data available here, along with a comprehensive set of theoretical frameworks and experimental methodologies. I merely need to attempt replication. Leah was not boasting. She referred to the fact that upon Sui's acquisition of these equipment and technology projects, corresponding technical materials would automatically appear in the research facility. Yet Sui understood that, despite Leah's nonchalant demeanor, she was the only one in the entire shelter capable of comprehending these technical documents. While her words sounded simple, without a substantial accumulation of scientific knowledge, even the design blueprints for advanced missiles would be indecipherable to an ordinary person. A treasure trove of knowledge, rendered useless. You're right. Sui nodded, a sense of clarity dawning upon him. Leah was correct. He commanded an army of 500, currently in peak combat readiness, with ample ammunition. Given this premise, what was there that he could not acquire?
as long as it existed within the city, he could obtain it. I suppose I've been constrained by a peacetime mindset.
I should learn from you.
Suyi's demeanor was earnest, failing to consider something was not shameful, as long as one possessed the willingness to learn and adapt.
Boss, would you like me to provide you with extracurricular tutoring?
Leah draped her arm over Suyi's shoulder, exuding a playful, almost mischievous aura as she looked up at him. A night session, just the two of us, absolutely private, guaranteed to help the boss grow rapidly.
Well, I wouldn't mind. Could you report this to Xiaoci, have her clear a spot for you tonight? Oh no, my experimental project, almost forgot. Boss, you're so wicked, I can't play with you.
Leah exclaimed, turning abruptly and rushing back to the experiment table, unabashedly showcasing her exquisite back to Suyi, her movements subtly hinting at a uniform allure.
This girl is a bit eccentric.
Suyi shook his head, turning to leave the research facility, eager to set into motion the new plan he had just conceived. Sweep the city clean, whatever we're missing, we'll seize it. Chapter 65. A depleting points, commencing a grand sweep operation. After departing from the research room, Suyi intended to seek out Jiang Xiaoci, only to discover her standing at his doorstep.
Ah, Xiaoci.
Suyi's eyes lit up, and before he could utter a word, Jiang Xiaoci smilingly opened the door and stepped inside.
Xiaoci, were you waiting for me?
Suyi followed closely behind, a hint of surprise in his tone, sensing that Jiang Xiaoci had been deliberately awaiting his emergence.
Indeed, sir. How is the military arrangement progressing?
Suyi seated himself on the sofa, sipping a glass of chilled water.
Also, you are here to inquire about the refrigeration equipment, right?
She has managed to produce it, but we are unable to achieve mass production.
I am aware. Jiang Xiaoci nodded, standing before Suyi with utmost respect. The military has yet to arrange anything.
They have merely been instructed to rest indoors.
Why no arrangements?
I believe that after Sir meets Leah, there may be new considerations. Jiang Xiaoci paused thoughtfully before continuing. Sir places great importance on Leah, and her nature does not favor being constrained by rules. Thus, she might provide Sir with fresh insights. I think that as long as Leah presents a challenge, Sir will undoubtedly find a solution for her, for instance, the absence of production lines and the logistics of weaponry. Jiang Xiaoci lowered her head, echoing the current predicaments faced by the refuge similar to Leah's.
Xiaoci, have you discussed this with Leah previously? Suyi raised an eyebrow.
Your words are quite similar. I have not engaged in extensive conversation with Miss Li and have not mentioned these matters.
Jiang Xiaoci smiled gently.
Sir, the mere appearance of the military signifies our most pressing issues.
Sustaining an army inherently involves logistical challenges.
Yes, Leah suggested I go seize resources.
Suyi reclined on the sofa, speaking nonchalantly. What do you think I should do? My recommendation is the same. Jiang Xiaoci paused before softly suggesting, there are 2 police stations on nearby streets.
According to what you have said, the officers have entered the apocalypse war scenario. Thus, those occupying the police stations are likely some refugees, perhaps taking advantage of their weaponry to commit misdeeds. I believe a person as virtuous as you, sir, cannot tolerate these marauding thugs disturbing the populace. Jiang Xiaoци's words elicited a chuckle from Suyi.
You want me to raid the police station for equipment? To become a new kind of thug, we are on the verge of seizing territory again.
No, sir, wielding a firearm will only usher in greater peace.
Jiang Xiaoci shook her head.
The apocalypse has lingered for some time, yet you have never taken a life. Rather, you have embraced many who are vulnerable.
In times of national peril, heroes must emerge. Xiaoci believes that you are the hero that this era demands. We do not engage in plunder. We are not warlords, rather, we are clearing the universe, acting for the nation and the people. Jiang Xiaoци's impassioned speech left Suyi momentarily speechless.
Xiaoci, this does not sound like you. Although it may not be entirely appropriate, you have always given me the impression of being quite ruthless.
Is that so?
Jiang Xiaoci tilted her head, suddenly smiling.
Perhaps it is due to your guidance, sir.
I too feel that great righteousness should rest in our hands and not be approached with a warlord's mentality. Survival must come first, and we must strive to ensure more people continue to live.
Ah!
How remarkable! It seems that my offhand comment has transformed this woman's attitude from that of a party-state agent leader into a vanguard of communism.
I have no further objections, you are absolutely correct.
Sui stroked his chin.
Very well, let us proceed.
We will seize the available weaponry in the city. While we may not acquire heavy armaments, at the very least, we can replenish some ammunition.
Understood, sir. Zhang Xiaozi nodded and turned to leave.
She had been awaiting Suyi's affirmation, as any significant operational control of the military required his consent. Even though Sui trusted Zhang Xiaozi implicitly, she remained vigilant about such details and would not hastily mobilize troops for any actions without his approval.
By the way, sir. Zhang Xiaozi paused at the doorway, suddenly turning to inquire, shall I have Lin Yu lead the team? I can stay home with you. Xiaozi, are you afraid to lead the charge?
Sui chuckled, and Zhang Xiaozi shook her head. I merely believe that with Lin Yu at the helm, he can better safeguard your reputation. If Zhang Xiaozi were to lead, this military force could indeed become a ruthless band of marauders. However, under Lin Yu's command, they might transform into a mythical force, misinterpreted by the populace as a miraculous army.
Very well.
Sui nodded in agreement, as he browsed the point's marketplace interface, suddenly realizing that vehicles could be purchased. Wait, Xiaozi, I need to acquire some supplies for the military.
Sui called out to Zhang Xiaozi.
Vehicles are a valuable asset. In a world where transportation has ground to a halt, with everyone relying on their own two legs, the advantage of having several vehicles is immensely significant. Sui currently possessed 151 survival points, and the prices for vehicles in the points marketplace varied widely. The models he was interested in were quite expensive. Of course, there were cheaper options available, even those purchasable with a level 0 refuge. However, Sui considered that since he needed to equip his 500-man army, he ought to invest in military vehicles, selecting the finest in performance. Let me see, the most cost-effective vehicles available for a level 1 refuge are.
I will choose these few.
Sui waved his hand decisively to make his selections. Armored Personnel Carrier, APC, Model, Tiger 3 capacity. Each vehicle can carry a maximum of 50 soldiers. Weapon system, equipped with one heavy machine gun on top and one light machine gun on each side. Armor Protection Medium, effectively resisting light weaponry and small caliber artillery attacks. Speed, a maximum speed of 90 km/h. Purpose, rapidly transport soldiers to the battlefield while providing some fire support. Purchase requirement 1000 survival points. Tactical Support Vehicle, TSV, Model. ThunderX function provides tactical command, communication relay, and battlefield medical support. Weapon system, no direct fire weapons, but equipped with strong electromagnetic jamming devices. Equipment includes complete tactical communication devices, battlefield command systems, and mobile medical facilities. Speedy, maximum speed of 80 km/h. Purpose, enhances the tactical coordination of special forces, ensuring smooth communication and providing battlefield support. Purchase requirement 1000 survival points. Armored Rescue Vehicle, ARM, Model Guardian R function, rapid transport of battlefield casualties and repair support. Equipment equipped with advanced life support systems, emergency surgical tables, and repair tools and equipment. Speed, maximum speed of 70 km/h. Purpose, reduces casualty mortality rates and enhances survival capabilities on the battlefield. Purchase requirement
1000 survival points.
Surface-to-Air Missile Vehicle, SAM, Model, Skynet M weapon system equipped with 8 portable surface-to-air missiles. A protection medium, featuring advanced electronic countermeasure systems. Speed, maximum speed of 85 km/h. Purpose, provides low-altitude defense against aerial threats such as enemy drones and helicopters. Purchase requirement 2000 survival points. Supply Vehicle, Este, Model Hercules S. Payload. Each vehicle can carry enough supplies for 1000 soldiers for 1 day of combat, cannot automatically replenish and requires corresponding materials from the refuge, but Speed maximum speed of 75 km/h. Purpose ensures that special forces have adequate supplies when operating far from the refuge. Purchase requirement 1000 survival points. Among these 5 vehicle types, Sui purchased 5 armored personnel carriers, while acquiring one of each of the others. This expenditure resulted in a direct deduction of 10,000 survival points. With over 5,000 points remaining, Sui decided to purchase 10 standard cargo trucks in one go. Civilian Truck, CT, Model Giant T500. Load capacity, maximum load of 50 tons, including cargo and personnel. Cargo capacity, approximately capable of carrying 35 tons of various supplies, such as food, water, building materials, etc. Personnel transport capacity, under the premise of ensuring cargo safety, the truck can additionally accommodate up to 10 passengers, including the driver, but
car dimensions, length 10 meters x width 2.5
meters x height 3 meters, available internal space, power system equipped with a high-power diesel engine, with a maximum output of 350 horsepower, speed maximum highway speed of 90 km/h, slightly reduced under loaded conditions.
Purchase requirement 500 survival points.
While the price of civilian trucks is relatively low, their cost-effectiveness is evidently inferior to that of armored vehicles. If it were not for the superior cargo transport capabilities, Sui would have preferred to continue purchasing armored personnel carriers.
Excellent, the points are all spent. Only 151 remain.
Sui clapped his hands and, accompanied by Jiang Shaozi, left the room, exiting the shelter into a larger open area, where he retrieved all the purchased vehicles from the shelter's storage space. With a dazzling flash of golden light, an array of imposing vehicles appeared before Sui. They surrounded him like a majestic dragon, their bodies reflecting a brilliant metallic luster under the sun's rays.
Lin Yu.
Sui called back, and Lin Yu, who was organizing the troops, immediately responded, "Present." She sprang to attention as if activated by an alarm, quickly jogging to Sui's side.
Acting Commander of the Task Force, Lin Yu, reporting for duty. Do you see these vehicles?
They are all yours today. Sui gestured towards the vehicles beside him, saying, "The military vehicles are entirely yours, leave the civilian trucks aside, and allocate the combat team of 200 personnel as well. These military vehicles can accommodate only 300 individuals.
Bringing along 300 should not affect combat effectiveness, right?"
Sui inquired. Lin Yu gazed at the military vehicles with eyes aglow, responding without hesitation, "Absolutely no impact, I guarantee the completion of all tasks."
These are no ordinary transport vehicles.
They are a tremendous enhancement to military strength. Just look at these military trucks, especially the armored transport vehicles, with their dark gun barrels, which provide the greatest sense of security for the soldiers. Lin Yu could already envision positioning several machine gunners on board, driving the vehicles. Which enemy would dare approach? A barrage of machine gun fire would obliterate them. Even ordinary bullets from a distance could hardly penetrate the armor of these vehicles, and there are sniper ports within, allowing snipers to respond with instant long-range counterattacks. These machines could elevate the combat capability of the task force several levels. The most crucial point is Sui's next statement. As it stands, we are the only ones in the entire city equipped with such gear.
This is equipment that can only be purchased at a level 1 shelter. Of course, we cannot rule out the possibility of some military armaments left behind by national forces, but they are unlikely to surpass our military vehicles, and the crucial factor is that they may not even be utilized by the opposition. You are all soldiers.
You should be more adept at operating these military vehicles than the enemy.
Lin
Yu nodded vigorously, overwhelmed with excitement.
All right then, let us depart. Sui waved his hand. You oversee the remaining 200 personnel, Xiaozi.
Allocate some to drive the civilian trucks, allowing the residents to commence their tasks.
Understood.
Jiang Shaozi bowed her head in acknowledgement. Today shall undoubtedly be a day of bountiful harvest.
She grasped Sui's directive.
He intended to leverage the transportation capacity of the trucks to gather all available resources from the surroundings, all factory equipment, shopping centers, pharmacies, municipal hospitals. Everything that the shelter lacks shall be brought back. If anyone obstructs, apologies, but my civilian truck is also equipped with a combat team, fully armed and highly capable. I hereby declare that the Great Sweep operation officially begins." With Su-Yi's command, all soldiers began boarding the vehicles, which rolled out of the community one after another. Meanwhile, Jiang Shaozi organized the remaining military personnel, calling upon Sister Li to turn towards the nearby 3 residential buildings, ensuring that the residents, having rested for a day, would commence their material transport tasks. Sui returned to his room, standing by the window and gazing down as truck after truck slowly exited the community under the escort of the soldiers. His heart brimmed with a profound sense of satisfaction. Soon, my shelter will be inundated with an abundance of resources. Chapter 66. Brother, we are surrounded. Should we engage in a fight? Jiang Shaozi's arrangements were remarkably meticulous. She did not deploy the entire contingent of 200 soldiers for the procurement mission. A special operations team comprising 50 soldiers was tasked with safeguarding the hundreds of residents venturing out. Simultaneously, the remaining troops were divided into a 10-member unit that proceeded to the offline trading location for a handover with Chen Shorin, ensuring the protection of the trading grounds during daylight and enhancing the revenue from stall fees. Additionally, 40 soldiers were split into 2 squads, embarking on operations to scout new resource locations, trading spots, and survivor rescue activities in the vicinity. This would bolster the intelligence-gathering capabilities of the shelter, amplify its influence, and increase its populace. The remaining 100 soldiers stayed within the community. This not only allowed for close protection of the shelter and Suyi's safety but also provided an opportunity to continuously enhance and fortify the community's defensive capabilities during their time at home. Indeed, Jiang Shaozi was about to embark on the ambitious project of fortifying the entire neighborhood, previously constrained by manpower. Now with the presence of professional soldiers, she was determined to construct the various military facilities envisioned in her safety plan. Traps, bunkers, lookout posts, trenches, anything of military grade would be implemented. Furthermore, there would be underground shelters, nuclear material reserves, and advanced military early warning systems. Nothing would be overlooked, for she preferred abundance over scarcity. Jiang Shaozi's objective was straightforward. She aimed to establish a core of utmost security centered around Suyi's bedroom, expanding outward to continually enhance the safety coefficient. Suyi's bedroom would serve as the highest level of security, followed by the building he resided in and its surrounding walls, then nearby buildings designated as sniper and ambush points, gradually radiating throughout the entire community. Layer upon layer, even the skies above were to be covered by rudimentary aerial defense measures. She was resolute in ensuring an impenetrable protective apparatus around Suyi. Not only would her own people be restricted from approaching him, but even a multitude of enemies would find it impossible to reach his presence. It's yet another dreary afternoon. What should I do? Sui gazed at the crimson sun, pondering aloud. Perhaps I should engage in some antics with Li Yajin, tease this girl a bit? Never mind, I'd rather not give her the wrong idea. She seems like she might take it seriously. Then how about a game of civilization? Sui settled at his computer desk, immersing himself in single-player games to kill time, easily passing several evenings this way. Yet, he felt it was inappropriate to indulge in such idleness. As my shelter grows ever more robust, I cannot afford to be complacent. The stronger the momentum of development, the more cautious one must be. Besides, playing computer games pales in comparison to the thrill of my own skills. I can directly observe from afar, far surpassing mere orders. Resolutely, Sui reclined on his bed, adjusting his posture before connecting to Lin Yu's perspective. To ensure his stamina did not excessively deplete, he retrieved some energy-restoring items from his storage space. These trinkets, inherited from other shelters, were not particularly valuable but were effective in replenishing the energy consumed by Suyi's skills. Connecting to perspective, target, Lin Yu. Darkness enveloped Suyi's vision. Upon regaining sight, he found himself within Lin Yu's viewpoint. At that moment, Lin Yu was seated inside an armored personnel carrier, surrounded by fully armed soldiers. They sat rigidly, weapons in hand, with no exchange of words, exuding a solemnity befitting a combat mission. Meanwhile, Lin Yu was engrossed in studying a city map, her hands also occupied with an electronic information map, tirelessly updating and refining the latest geographical data, displaying remarkable comprehensiveness. Sui discerned that this electronic map was likely a component of the command vehicle. These military vehicles had been procured at an excellent price, equipped with a plethora of military-grade tools.
Commander?
Lin Yu suddenly reacted, murmuring softly. Her perceptiveness surpassed that of the other soldiers, enabling her to sense Suyi's connection to her perspective. I'm just observing, carry on with your work. Suyi's voice resonated in Lin Yu's ear, prompting a subtle smile at the corners of her mouth as she remained focused on the map information. Approaching the target location, all units maintain vigilance and reduce vehicle speed.
Lin Yu abruptly seized the radio, issuing operational commands. Command vehicle, move to the rear. All snipers disembark and position themselves in suitable sniping locations. Communications personnel, provide accurate operational data. Demolition teams, prepare. Units disembark in succession to encircle the target. Armored vehicles 1, 2, and 3 form ranks and continue advancing towards the target location. After delivering her orders, Lin Yu glanced at the soldiers beside her. All units, check your equipment and enter combat readiness. With a clang, all soldiers within the vehicle promptly lowered their heads to check their firearms and gear, then activated their weapon safeties before standing at the vehicle's entrance. Once the vehicle came to a halt, Lin Yu commanded, disembark. All soldiers filed out in an orderly fashion, automatically forming a standard combat formation, vigilant as they scanned their surroundings, swiftly seeking cover to assume a state of readiness. After Lin Yu exited the vehicle, Sui observed that soldiers were also disembarking from the surrounding personnel carriers. They grouped into teams of 3, dispersing amidst the urban obstacles. Lin Yu returned to the command vehicle, directing the 3 armored vehicles to approach a police station at the center of the street. This was a relatively large police station, bustling with activity. The glass doors that should have been open were shattered, with shards strewn about amidst a heap of debris, forming a makeshift defensive structure. Boss, it appears to be military vehicles outside. A scruffy-haired youth in the police station exclaimed, lowering his binoculars in surprise as he spoke to a bald giant beside him. Inside the police station, over a dozen men clad in bulletproof vests wielded various police firearms. However, these individuals sported a myriad of hair colors, and their bulletproof vests were ill-fitting, standing in stark contrast to the somber ambience of the building. Military vehicles?
The bald man furrowed his brow. He had initially assumed the commotion outside was merely survivors seeking to trade for equipment, but it seemed the situation was far graver than he had anticipated. He picked up a military-grade pair of binoculars, ascended to the 3rd floor, and peered out. To his astonishment, he saw 3 armored vehicles neatly lined up at the entrance, their ominous machine gun barrels protruding, scanning the vicinity for any enemy presence. Surrounding the armored vehicles were armed soldiers, most of their bodies concealed behind cover, rendering it impossible to ascertain their numbers, yet the presence of troops was evident.
Damn, this is a regular army.
The bald man was instantly taken aback. He was no fool. The scale of the operation outside clearly indicated the presence of a legitimate military force. This was no mere band of imposters or a rival gang flaunting police equipment. The demeanor, movements, and equipment configuration of these individuals signaled that they were undoubtedly soldiers of the People's Army.
Could it be that the army has entered the city to conduct a rescue operation? But that mysterious entity spoke of an apocalyptic war, didn't it? That damned thing even had me vote, and I cast an F. Is all of this merely an illusion?
The bald man felt utterly bewildered. He glanced at his handgun, then back at the military vehicles, rubbing his eyes to reassess the situation. The military vehicles remained. With a resounding slap, he struck his hand down, causing a nearby subordinate to yelp in pain, clutching his thigh.
Boss, why did you hit me? Does it hurt?
Yes, boss, it hurts.
Am I dreaming? The bald man gazed at the military vehicles outside, muttering, what the hell is going on? Weren't we told the army was gone? How have they returned?
Before the bald man could comprehend the situation, a clear, resonant voice emanated from the loudspeakers of the military vehicles, filled with authoritative precision.
Attention inside. We have surrounded this location.
All individuals, lay down your weapons and exit with your hands on your heads.
Do not engage in futile resistance. Defiance will only lead to dire consequences. This is the second and final warning.
Lay down your weapons and surrender unconditionally.
We promise leniency for any who voluntarily surrender and cooperate with the investigation. Should you choose to resist, we will be compelled to take decisive action, and you will bear the consequences." The clear announcement reverberated throughout the street, and every thug inside the police station heard it distinctly. Beside the bald man, the injured subordinate, trembling, inquired, "Boss, what should we do? Should we fight them?" "Fight? With what?" The bald man glared at his subordinate, nearly slapping him. "Are you an idiot? You think you can take on the soldiers? Do you see yourself as invincible? How many lives do you think you have to waste? So, boss, what do we do?" "What do we do? Surrender." The bald man declared decisively, "Lay down your weapons and surrender on the spot. Seek leniency. Do not harbor any false hopes. I'd rather serve time than face a bullet." Unbeknownst to him, the bald man was gravely mistaken. He believed the forces outside were regular troops, unaware that they were soldiers recruited by Sui himself. Though the bald man harbored ambitions and aspirations, he, like all citizens of Huaxia, was acutely aware of the terrifying combat prowess of his own military resistance. That would be a death sentence. Chapter 67. A comrade, my heart truly belongs to my country, passionate love for the people. Ah. The young subordinate appeared somewhat bewildered as he glanced at the handgun in his hand and the bulletproof vest draped over him, then cast his gaze towards the imposing military vehicles outside. He swallowed hard and, in a moment of madness, asked, "Boss, didn't you say your talent was extraordinary and that you fear no one? Shall we take out those people outside?" "Damn it! I'll deal with you first." The bald man erupted in fury, striking his subordinate with such force that the latter was left dizzy and feeling aggrieved. "It seemed that my elder brother harbored no ambitions. Just yesterday, he was filled with grand aspirations, commanding the winds and waves, aiming to take down the little white bear and trample the new number one. Yet today, upon closer inspection, all his fighting spirit had evaporated, leaving him utterly dejected. Relay my orders. Everyone, get your affairs in order and prepare to surrender." The bald man inhaled deeply, a glimmer of wisdom flashing in his eyes. "This is a chaotic world. We have people and guns. This isn't surrender, it's merely a recognition of the times. We are going to accept the decree of pacification." His proclamation sent the entire police station into a frenzy. Meanwhile, Linyu, observing the movements within the precinct, noticed a significant number of personnel scurrying up and down the stairs, yet it was evident they had not entered into a state of combat. Reports from the snipers indicated that, although these individuals were equipped, they had not assumed combat positions and were gathered in the lobby on the first floor. Such a dense formation could easily be decimated by a few rounds from mounted machine guns. Just as Linyu was preparing to take further action, she spotted the bald man emerging from the police station, flanked by several young men, all of whom raised their hands high. "Comrades! Don T-shoot, I surrender." "Bah, I'm not surrendering. I'm cooperating with the investigation. I declare in advance, I have committed no wrongdoing. Ever since the catastrophe struck, I have been safeguarding national property." The bald man shouted loudly, displaying both intelligence and eloquence in his words. Occupying a police station with firearms was a serious matter, however, emphasizing the apocalyptic crisis and proactively clarifying his intentions could lead to the possibility of his objectively erroneous actions being forgiven, provided his subjective intentions were deemed correct. "Commander, the opposing side has surrendered." A staff officer spoke solemnly. Linyu nodded. "Send a few people to make contact and ascertain their background. Be cautious, do not fall for any tricks. Also, remember, if they genuinely wish to surrender, we should refrain from committing any harsh actions against them for the time being. Let us treat the captives with kindness, upholding our army's fine traditions. We are all compatriots. In times of crisis, there is no need for fratricide." "Understood, I will personally attend to this." The chief of staff stepped forward, disembarking from the command vehicle, accompanied by several soldiers as they approached the bald man. "Comrade." Upon noticing the clearly authoritative figure emerging from the military vehicle, the bald man's expression grew increasingly respectful. He instinctively tensed up, hands raised high, unwilling to lower them for fear of being misunderstood. After all, there were numerous firearms pointed in his direction, and he realized that almost every corner of the street was under surveillance. Even his own body was adorned with a multitude of tiny red dots, an unmistakable warning from snipers. "What is your name?" The chief of staff stood before the bald man, his expression grave as he demanded, "Clearly state your background." "Strive for leniency." Yes, comrade, I will tell everything." The bald man was exceedingly cooperative, even going so far as to voluntarily crouch down and hold his head, his movements fluid and practiced. "Comrade, I understand our rules. One gains leniency through honesty. That my name is Wang Dania. I came from Huizhou to work, bringing along several nephews from the village to do construction work. Recently, the world has descended into chaos, with some strange voices declaring the apocalypse was upon us, and the weather turned unbearably hot. I am not one for many hobbies, just reading a bit of fiction. I thought the end was nigh, and with the army's rescue efforts seemingly vanished, you must be aware of this," that voice said the army had been captured. Thus, thinking of self-preservation, I hurriedly brought my nephews to the nearest police station. Truly, I was only concerned with ensuring my safety. I had no other ill intentions, I swear. Wang Dania raised his hands, his face serious and impassioned. But upon arrival, it struck me that something was amiss. In the face of impending doom, with the nation in peril, every citizen bears responsibility. There were still arms in the police station that had not been taken. If they were to fall into the hands of wrongdoers, what would become of the safety of the city's populace? What of the survivors? I thought, this simply will not do. I must protect national property, preventing these weapons from falling into the hands of criminals. I must do everything within my power to safeguard the city's survivors, buying enough time for rescue forces to arrive. Thus, I have steadfastly guarded the precinct, eagerly awaiting your arrival. At last, the heavens have heard my daily pleas and prayers, and you have finally come. The bald man grew increasingly animated as he spoke, nearly on the verge of tears. I truly feel that dawn has broken for Huaxia. The rain has ceased, the skies have cleared, the good days for the people have returned. The nearby nephews listened in astonishment, realizing their uncle was quite the actor. His subtle expressions and movements were so lifelike that one could hardly believe he was not a performer but merely a construction foreman. What a waste of talent! The chief of staff, too, was rendered momentarily speechless by his words. This man truly knew how to spin a tale. In just a few sentences, he had managed to absolve himself of any wrongdoing. You certainly appear to be a habitual offender. The chief of staff's piercing gaze scrutinized Wang Daniu. Have you committed crimes in the past and served time? The chief's eyes seemed to see through to Wang Daniu's soul, prompting him to lower his head. He was quite forthright, nodding in acknowledgement. In my youth, I was foolish, engaged in fights that caused harm to others, unable to pay restitution, and thus spent 2 years in prison. But rest assured, comrade. The government has completely reformed me. I have turned over a new leaf and am determined to become a useful member of society. Comrade, my heart is truly devoted to my country. I passionately love the people. I deeply understand the importance of being a person of value to society. Wang Daniu's words were imbued with an extraordinary righteousness, leaving no room for criticism. His cooperation left the chief of staff unable to pursue charges against him, merely nodding in response. For now, you indeed appear to be a good comrade. Since you also have your hardships, we shall observe you for the time being. As long as you cooperate fully with the investigation, we will not misunderstand your intentions. Now, summon everyone and hand over the equipment. The chief of staff squinted at Wang Daniu, aware that requesting the surrender of arms was inherently a sensitive matter. Should Wang Daniu exhibit even the slightest hesitation, the chief had resolved to take immediate action and apprehend him. However, to the chief's surprise, upon hearing this, Wang Daniu appeared greatly relieved, swiftly shedding his gear and tossing it onto the ground. Handguns, magazines, grenades, bulletproof vests, all were discarded. He fervently urged his nephews and subordinates, hurry up, don't dawdle, the comrades are waiting. Brother, do we really have to shut your mouth? Apologies, comrade, my family's discipline is lacking, I sincerely apologize. After apologizing, Wang Daniu delivered a fierce slap, causing several nephews to yelp as they hastily dropped their weapons, faces filled with reluctance.
Everything was lost. Just days before, they had dreamt of reigning supreme in the apocalypse, and now, in the blink of an eye, they had returned to their previous state. Many young men had envisioned their paths to greatness, only to be met with a harsh reality. All you youngsters inside, get out here. After surrendering the firearms, Wang Daniu promptly turned to shout into the building. Get out here, every last one of you. No one is to be left behind. If anyone dares to run, I won't spare them. Don't be foolish, everyone, come out. At Wang Daniu's command, the individuals inside formed a disorganized line, slowly emerging and discarding their weapons before the chief of staff. In less than 10 minutes, the police station had been taken without a single shot fired. No blood was shed. Sudi, who had been quietly observing, was astounded, muttering, "Incredible, this strategy devised by Shaozi is truly effective." Sudi began to feel a stirring in his heart. Although his actions may not seem entirely justifiable, in this era, where the absence of military guardianship prevailed, why shouldn't he step forward? Wang Daniu's earlier words, though merely a means of self-justification, resonated deeply with Sui. In this chaotic world, why shouldn't he aspire to be a national hero? Must the apocalypse entail fratricide, deceit, and a struggle for survival? Why should humanity find itself in such dire straits? Why should the narratives in novels dictate the actions of the people of Huaxia? Sui did not share this belief. He suddenly felt that assuming the responsibilities of a soldier might not be such a bad idea. The noble cause was compelling, undoubtedly resonating with the hearts of the people. It held the promise of success. Although the responsibilities were daunting, Sui felt no fear. Lin Yu, observing the scene from the command vehicle, was taken aback by the cooperation displayed by the opposing side. Quickly regaining her composure, she issued orders for the combat team to enter the police station and commence the formal takeover. Set off, maintain combat formation, snipers, remain vigilant. Inventory the supplies, remain alert for hidden enemies, and be cautious of ambushes. With Lin Yu's command, military teams began to enter the police station in succession. They did not merely enter through the front door. Some soldiers adeptly scaled the walls, ensuring that not all would enter through the front and fall victim to an ambush. Wang Daniu trembled as he noticed a significant influx of soldiers entering the precinct, each one resolute and imbued with a fierce demeanor. This sight compelled Wang Daniu to lower his head even further as he stood before the chief of staff. He felt immense relief at his astute decision to surrender. Otherwise, he might have already begun negotiating his next reincarnation with Yama. Come with me. The chief of staff shot a glance at Wang Daniu before turning to lead the group toward a military vehicle. Comrade, this matter won't end up in court, will it? Wang Daniu's heart raced with anxiety. The chief of staff turned back, a knowing smile gracing his lips. That depends on how well you cooperate with the investigation. I will absolutely cooperate. A flash of inspiration struck Wang Daniu, prompting him to speak up. Comrade, I know a term called whistleblowing for merit. I wish to report. Report what? I wish to report the nearby criminals, engaging in nefarious deeds, occupying resources, seizing the police station, abducting women, and committing murder without a second thought. Chapter 68. In the event of my demise, a new page in the family chronicle. After an hour of thorough examination and inventory, the entire police station was declared fully secured. The supplies within the station were meticulously counted and gradually transported back to the military vehicles by the soldiers. Half an hour later, a detailed list appeared before Lin Yu, meticulously enumerating the supplies and weapons stored in the police station. Weapons and equipment: 126 handguns, encompassing various conventional police models. 12 rifles, primarily automatic rifles such as the Type 95, 1 light machine gun, 2 sniper rifles, 12 shotguns with a Frown defensive gear, 2 15 bulletproof vests, a complete set of bomb-proof helmets, shields, and stab-resistant clothing totaling 35 sets. Miscellaneous items including bulletproof vests, helmets, goggles, and gas masks amounting to 300 sets. Weapons and ammunition: 32 police-grade explosive grenades, 52 assorted special grenades, including flashbangs and tear gas, 600 rounds of standard handgun ammunition. 200 rounds for rifles, 600 rounds for machine guns. Communication devices, handheld walkie-talkies, satellite phones, signal enhancement devices, and other miscellaneous items, all rendered inoperative. Medical supplies, a total of 335 items, including first aid kits, tourniquets, disinfectants, antibiotics, and analgesics.
Food and water,
Compressed biscuits, canned goods, bottled water, and other miscellaneous items sufficient to sustain 40 individuals for 2 weeks. Fuel and lighting equipment, fuel such as gasoline and diesel sufficient to fill 30 vehicles, with 45 operational police vehicles, non-startable, in the station. Lighting equipment including generators, batteries, and electrical devices, with only flashlights functioning properly. Miscellaneous items, including tents, sleeping bags, portable stoves, ropes, toolkits, and multifunctional knives, totaling 526 items. The extensive inventory list left Lin Yu pleasantly surprised. The gains were indeed substantial. Many of these supplies, although initially brought by Wang Daniu and his group from other locations, had now become readily available to Sui. Among the captured personnel, there were a total of 85 individuals. Over 40 of them were members of Wang Daniu's own construction team, young men from his village and relatives, while the remaining were local survivors who had relied on Wang Daniu during the onset of the apocalypse. Interestingly, these 85 individuals were exclusively young males, the eldest barely reaching 45 years of age, with the majority appearing to be in their 20s and 30s, the prime of their manhood. Lin Yu had inquired through the chief of staff about Wang Daniu, who reportedly had rejected the presence of women and the elderly, adhering to his nephew's suggestion that carrying such burdens in the apocalypse was impractical. Thus, Wang Daniu only accepted obedient and docile men, dismissing those who appeared clever or cunning, fearing he could not keep them in check. While Lin Yu was assessing the inventory gains, the chief of staff returned to the command vehicle. Team Leader Lin, I have nearly finished my inquiries.
Well, what about that group?
Most are from construction backgrounds, some harboring aspirations of dominance amid chaos, but those notions have largely dissipated, and their attitudes are generally favorable.
The chief of staff nodded. There are indeed many robust men, yet they lack courage.
They haven't dared to act out, and their words seem largely truthful. The chief of staff found it amusing that this seemingly threatening group of men, armed and dangerous, exhibited no inclination toward rebellion, behaving almost like a flock of sheep, perfectly compliant during his investigation. Wang Daniu and his compatriot's submissive demeanor even made the chief of staff feel a tad embarrassed, often questioning whether his tone had been too harsh. This is quite normal, Lin Yu replied, her gaze fixed on the inventory list. In this era, in this nation, the populace holds a high regard for the military, far exceeding your expectations. Then this is a good thing, the chief of staff chuckled, that means we can avoid quite a bit of trouble. Miss Jiang has remarked that this is a bad thing. Lin Yu lifted her head, her expression serious as she regarded the chief of staff. This implies we must also bear the burdens that this era's military has once carried.
Trust from the people is never given lightly. We merely inherit their expectations. Do you comprehend what I am conveying?
Lin Yu's words were laden with significance, as Zhang Xiaozi had lamented to her on numerous occasions that it would be better if the people here did not trust the military so much. At the very least, she would not have to overly consider Suyi's stance and perspective, simplifying her tasks considerably.
Understood, Team Leader Lin.
The chief of staff's expression turned grave, as he grasped her meaning.
Team Leader Lin, how shall we handle that group? Let us take them back first.
I'll leave everything to Miss Jiang for her to manage, Lin Yu asserted without hesitation. We only concern ourselves with matters at the front lines. Once individuals surrender, we ensure their safety and then hand them over to Miss Jiang. She is our political commissar, we need not fret over this.
Understood, Team Leader Lin.
The chief of staff nodded, lowering his voice. The leader of that group just reported several issues, disclosing a few valuable gathering points in the vicinity.
What do you mean?
Lin Yu raised her head, frowning as she looked at the chief of staff.
Do you believe what he said is truthful? Highly likely, considering our operational objectives. I think it would be prudent to investigate.
The chief of staff spread his hands, speaking earnestly. Regardless of when, we must cleanse this area, and I believe it wise to make contact in advance, especially since we have Wang Daniu, who is familiar with the local terrain.
Agreed.
After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yu nodded in assent. Send someone to notify Miss Jiang to bring people to transport the supplies.
Leave a few behind to guard. Bring Wang Daniu over, I need to question him. Yes, Team Leader Lin.
The chief of staff swiftly exited the vehicle, returning with Wang Daniu. Wang Daniu entered the command vehicle with a hint of timidity, immediately captivated by the striking presence of Lin Yu. She was petite yet exuded a vibrant energy, her bright eyes radiating intelligence, embodying the unique grace of a female soldier. Wang Daniu could not help but feel his heart race, silently exclaiming to himself that she was indeed a military flower. This is Team Leader Lin, our highest commander at present, the chief of staff introduced to Wang Daniu, speaking in a hushed tone.
Feel free to speak with her. If you perform well, she may advocate for leniency on your behalf with the higher-ups.
Commander, higher-ups, the mere mention of these terms sent a shiver down Wang Daniu's spine. His gamble had indeed paid off.
The military had truly arrived, and even the higher-ups were present. This was a stroke of luck. Judging by the scale of this operation, it was unmistakably a military governance scenario, the apocalypse.
That was no longer a concern. As long as he aligned himself with the military, they would resolve all issues. Wang Daniu felt that this moment could very well be the turning point of his life. In this chaotic era, achieving merit before the military would surely yield recognition when order was restored, regardless of its immediate utility. Merely establishing connections with the military would be immensely advantageous. Even in times of peace, this network would prove invaluable, offering boundless benefits. Should misfortune strike and Wang Daniu perish in this chaotic world, according to the habits of our nation's military, he would undoubtedly be honored as a martyr. If he were proactive, he could even be celebrated as a heroic martyr. Damn, a new page in the family chronicle. From this moment forth, the county records would bear my name. As this thought crossed his mind, Wang Daniu's eyes involuntarily reddened, his expression brimming with uncontainable excitement.
Chapter 69. My comrade, I protect, my people, I defend. Wang Daniu, what troubles you?
Lin Yu inquired, her brow furrowed. Your emotions appear rather agitated. Have you encountered a difficult dilemma?
Speak freely, I will consider advocating on your behalf.
Lin Yu attempted to soothe Wang Daniu, as she still needed to leverage his value to procure greater benefits for Sui. Naturally, during this process, Lin Yu had no qualms about utilizing her military authority to adequately shield more vulnerable individuals. She was astute. She understood that Sui granting her military power was, in itself, tacit approval of such actions.
Commander!
Wang Daniu inhaled deeply and spoke swiftly, his expression somber, his eyes radiating a righteous indignation. I must report. There are numerous marauding organizations in the vicinity committing heinous acts. I previously attempted to intervene, but my influence is limited and my strength insufficient. I was powerless to stop them, forced to watch their malevolence unfold, tormented each night in bed, unable to sleep.
Damn it, a pack of beasts. Not even fit to be called dogs. It is fortunate you have arrived. Truly, there is hope for the people of Huaxia. Hold on. Lin Yu interrupted, get to the point.
Yes, to the point. Wang Daniu nodded vigorously, his tone grave. Since the outbreak of the apocalypse, many have sought refuge with me at the police station.
With a sense of duty to my country and its people, I endeavored to care for the survivors.
However, some did not come seeking refuge but intended to purchase firearms and ammunition. I believed that given the chaotic conditions outside, possessing firearms for self-defense would be prudent, and since those under my care needed sustenance, I took it upon myself to sell a few.
But I sold very little. Only some handguns, and I strictly controlled the quantities of ammunition.
Wang Daniu thumped his chest, emphasizing his patriotic intentions, yet everyone knew he feared selling too many rifles or grenades, worried they might turn against him.
Lin Yu nodded, continue.
After selling those firearms, I realized I had been deceived. Damn it, these dogs, once they acquired weapons, began to wreak havoc. Gunfire erupts daily. When I venture out to forage, I witness people assaulting women in the streets, sometimes even killing them.
The blood splatters against the glass. Truly, they are beasts. Wang Daniu spoke with righteous fury, prompting Lin Yu to furrow her brow and ask, did you not lead anyone to intervene?
This question left Wang Daniu momentarily stunned, mumbling, I did not dare. I was a bit afraid for my life. Wang Daniu had thought that in the apocalypse, avoiding trouble was preferable, and he would not concern himself with such matters. However, he did not dare voice such cold-blooded sentiments in front of soldiers. In his mind, soldiers were embodiments of righteous indignation, akin to divine warriors, that if he dared to speak so, he would undoubtedly lose their respect. Lin Yu did not press further, simply nodding. Continue. I have witnessed such scenes several times, and I pondered, what if these people become deranged and seek revenge on me? I contemplated leading some individuals to investigate the surrounding area. Due to my prior sale of firearms, any notable survivors around here treated me with a degree of respect, maintaining a polite demeanor. I interacted with them and discovered they had even delineated territories. Certain individuals claimed specific neighborhoods, acting like local tyrants, taking advantage of their superior skills to bully those less fortunate in the shelters.
As Wang Dania spoke, he suddenly asked, "By the way, Commander, do you know anything about talents?" "Indeed."
Lin Yu nodded, casting a casual glance at Wang Dania. "I was just about to inquire what your talent is." According to the shelter's system, each person is randomly assigned to a habitable room and will randomly develop a talent. The police station is not a habitable structure. Do you not fear your shelter being destroyed while you remain here? Lin Yu's inquiry made Wang Dania feel both anxious and relieved the probe was effective. The soldiers truly seemed to know everything. They were well prepared, indeed impressive.
To be honest, my talent, well, it's a bit peculiar.
Wang Dania scratched his head, grinning sheepishly. My talent allows me to grow stronger the farther and longer I am from home. I have gone several days without food or water, without sleep, yet I feel no adverse effects.
As long as I do not return home, I can remain somewhat superior to an ordinary person. Such a talent existed?
Sui, observing from the shadows, was momentarily taken aback. This talent seemed to stand in stark contrast to his own, Homebuddy's Haven. Nevertheless, in terms of effectiveness, it appeared less formidable than Homebuddy's Haven, but...
Continue to inquire.
Sui pondered, whispering to Lin Yu, ask him about the specific effects of his talent, let him recite the details, and further inquire if he fears the destruction of his shelter.
Lin Yu understood and conveyed Sui's instructions.
Wang Daniu promptly recited, my talent is called Wanderer's Aspiration, a B-grade talent, and its effect is, when a resident leaves the shelter, their physical abilities and health continuously improve based on the time spent outside, while also entering a state of fasting, requiring no food or rest. The maximum accumulation of enhanced physical data can reach 3 times my peak state, including strength, speed, and self-healing capabilities, all representing physical enhancements.
However, if I return to the shelter, these enhancements will vanish, and the next time I exit, I will need to reaccumulate them.
I estimate it takes about 5 days to reach the maximum enhancement. As for the destruction of the shelter, I am not afraid. I have consulted some knowledgeable individuals, and it is said that destroying a shelter requires the residents to be in a special state, restricted freedom, bound and captured, or gravely injured and incapacitated.
Otherwise, even if I am not at home, others cannot destroy my shelter. Wang Daniu spoke in a calm tone, appearing sincere.
Considering the sentiments of the Huaxia people towards the soldiers, if this man could lie in such an environment, it would indicate his psychological resilience far surpassed that of the average person. Even so, Sui remained vigilant, not fully trusting Wang Daniu's words.
Are you saying you are a superhuman?
Lin Yu raised an eyebrow, murmuring, 3 times the physical capacity, that sounds impressive.
Heh, I am no superhuman.
I simply possess somewhat greater strength than the average person. Wang Daniu scratched his head, displaying an honest demeanor. No matter how talented I am, can I contend with cannons and aircraft?
Our country has aircraft carriers and nuclear weapons. Those things are far more formidable than any talent.
Ah, I did not mean to imply I would oppose the military.
I was merely complimenting, Hat.
Wang Daniu laughed awkwardly, yet his words held sincerity. Huaxia officially advocates for peace, but their martial virtue is no mere platitude. Without the capability to obliterate the planet, even the most formidable individuals must submit before the Huaxia military. Resistance, did one truly consider themselves a superhuman? Yet even if a superhuman were to arrive, they would surely fall. All of this was predicated on Wang Danio's belief that Lin Yu was backed by the Huaxia military. Even if his talent was impressive, he dared not act recklessly. Lin Yu scrutinized Wang Danio, remaining silent. Her gaze made him uneasy, prompting him to mumble, "Comrade, have I behaved improperly? Speak to me, do not just stare, I am frightened." "There is no need to be afraid." Lin Yu shook her head, suddenly asking, "Would you be interested in enlisting?" Ah, Lin Yu has developed an appreciation for talent. Sui smiled, taken aback by Lin Yu's initiative to recruit a formidable survivor. "Ah, enlist?" Wang Danio exclaimed, incredulous as he pointed to himself. "Me, a person like me can enlist, I have a criminal record." "I am aware, but in these extraordinary times, we require exceptional personnel." Lin Yu nodded, speaking matter-of-factly, "You possess remarkable combat capabilities. I heard the words you spoke when you surrendered. Since you wish to serve your country and its people, why not take the initiative to demonstrate your value?" Lin Yu initially intended to employ a bit of provocation, but to her surprise, Wang Danio did not hesitate, immediately affirming, "I must enlist. As long as the country requires it, I shall dedicate my life without hesitation. Even if it means dying here, no. I must die in battle. I wish to sacrifice myself for my country, truly sacrifice." Wang Danio spoke passionately, his blood boiling, and Lin Yu smiled. "It may not be so grim, you may not necessarily die." "No way." If there was a chance of death, Wang Danio would genuinely consider it. If he survived, it might not matter much. However, should he die, damn, what a windfall. Of course, this assumption relied on the soldiers being capable of handling the apocalypse. Wang Danio had unreserved faith in this matter. It was undoubtedly feasible. Thus, if he were to perish, it would hold immense value for his family. Even if his entire family perished in the chaos, he would surely secure a place in history. Future generations would undoubtedly recount his grand deeds in textbooks, highlighting the remarkable accomplishments of Wang Danio. "Since you are willing, you shall start as a soldier, beginning from the most fundamental level." Lin Yu paused, casting a meaningful glance at Wang Danio. "You are the first soldier I am recruiting. I hope you will not disappoint me." "Commander, I will certainly perform admirably." Wang Danio immediately stood tall, vocally pledging, "Commander, when do we depart?" "Depart for what purpose?" "To eliminate the evildoers and protect the people." Wang Danio pointed toward the nearby street, exclaiming, "I know where those individuals are hiding and their military capabilities. I am willing to take the lead. I will face the most dangerous tasks. My comrade, I protect. My people, I defend." Damn, Sui could not help but curse at home, utterly astonished. Just an hour ago, this man was a member of the Marauders, and now he had transformed into a regular soldier. His change in identity came with a swift shift in demeanor, exuding righteousness and authority. Who could discern that he had once been imprisoned? Anyone witnessing this would undoubtedly praise him as a valiant man. Especially with that rallying cry, it stirred Sui's blood, making him yearn to rush to the front lines and confront a few villains. Indeed. Lin Yu glanced at the chief of staff, nodding in agreement. "There is still time today. Let us investigate." Wang Danio was correct. We cannot stand idly by while the lives and safety of the people are at stake. Lin Yu understood the weight and significance of these words even more deeply, and she was even more willing to contribute. The chief of staff nodded. "Understood, I will make the arrangements immediately." With that, the chief of staff prepared to disembark, yet Wang Danio urgently shouted, "Brother, take me with you, I am truly eager to lead the charge." "I am fierce, I am genuinely fierce." Lin Yu nodded. "Bring him along, the commander wishes to observe." "Very well." The chief of staff did not inquire further, merely nodding in agreement. Wang Danio. "Present. Follow me, don your military uniform, take up your weapons, and receive ammunition." "Understood." Chapter 70. The guiding vanguard, Wang Danio. It must be said, when Wang Danio donned his military uniform and wielded a firearm, standing there with a serious expression, he truly resembled a soldier of stature. However, his subordinates, who had previously accompanied him, found themselves somewhat disoriented upon witnessing this transformation. "Why is my uncle in military attire? Has he enlisted? What are we to do now?"
It's over.
The boss promised to surrender, yet he hasn't been granted amnesty and has ended up as a mere foot soldier.
So, what's the situation now? Our elder brother has become a soldier, while we remain outlaws.
Damn, this is truly unfortunate for us. A throng of men murmured amongst themselves, their hearts laden with trepidation and anxiety about the uncertain future. Yet, shortly thereafter, the chief of staff approached, accompanied by Wang Daniu. The chief regarded Wang Daniu and stated, "All these individuals are present. You mentioned you are aware of the promising candidates within, choose wisely.
Remember, our military values quality over quantity. We cannot allow just anyone to join. Even if they are admitted, they must undergo rigorous evaluation." The chief's admonition was stern, and Wang Daniu promptly nodded, replying with conviction, "Yes, chief."
He then turned to survey his former subordinates, calling out several names: Wang Xiaoshan,
Wang Era, Wang Qinfeng. You lot, step forward. It was evident from the names alone that Wang Daniu had chosen his own kin. "What is it, uncle?"
The bewildered nephews emerged, while the village youths were equally perplexed, their minds swirling with questions.
"What do you mean, what is it? Do you think I would send you to your doom?"
Wang Daniu shot them a glare and stated firmly, "I have been summoned by the commander to serve as a soldier, to participate in the efforts of rescue and resistance against the impending apocalypse."
"You all have been obedient and possess talents relevant to combat. Thus, I have recommended you, join me in enlisting." "Join the army?"
The group exchanged glances, excitement evident in their eyes. In peacetime, enlisting might merely entail hardship without opportunities to earn military merit. However, in chaotic times, serving as a soldier could lead to seizing the banner and achieving a significant rise in social status. Moreover, our starting point is already elevated. While others strive desperately to become bandits, we are directly taking on the mantle of soldiers.
This righteousness, this identity, is entirely different. What, you do not wish to enlist? Of course we do.
The nephews nodded fervently, the young men from the countryside grounded and resilient, ready to endure hardship. Their hearts were simple, their reasoning was straightforward. Their uncle would never lead them astray. "Take them along, I shall personally lead this contingent. However, the military has its regulations, you cannot all be in the same unit." The chief of staff looked at Wang Daniu, stating, "Given the current exceptional circumstances, we are short on uniforms. For now, you shall wear bulletproof vests as a temporary measure."
"Understood."
Wang Daniu stood tall and saluted with utmost seriousness. The sight inspired envy among the other men. What man does not yearn to serve in the military? If they were to participate in a rescue, they would be exalted. Should they encounter female survivors, would they not be the gallant heroes of the day, and perhaps, win their affections? Indeed, such a prospect was not entirely far-fetched. The allure of a soldier in one's homeland is unparalleled, unmatched by any other. Just imagine, while other bandits resort to coercive tactics to persuade female survivors, soldiers need not stoop to such sordid methods. Simply standing there would garner an abundance of appreciative glances.
"Boss, what about us? What shall we do?"
"Big brother, I too wish to enlist. I have dreamed of serving in the military since childhood, eager to make my mark.
In times of national peril, every man has a duty.
I am willing to sacrifice myself for my country, to shed blood and lay down my life.
Do not leave me behind, let us stand together as comrades, ready to protect our people."
The remaining men, anxious, voiced their desires, fearing they might be left out. Wang Daniu glared at them. "What is all this noise? What big brother nonsense? I am a soldier now, do not bring your petty squabbles to me, I shall not tolerate it. Let us conduct ourselves with honor. I, Wang Daniu, must live up to this military uniform. Behave yourselves, listen to the government, and do not create disturbances." Wang Daniu admonished, "Otherwise, before the government gets to you, I shall be the first to deal with you miscreants." His words left the crowd visibly disheartened. Yet, the chief of staff surveyed the group and spoke reassuringly, "Follow the orders, return to the military gathering point for evaluation and arrangements. We will consult the higher-ups. As long as your backgrounds are clear and you are fit for service, there will certainly be opportunities for you to serve your country."
With that, the chief of staff led Wang Daniu and the others away.
Following this division of personnel, the number of men dwindled significantly. Those remaining were preoccupied with thoughts of Wang Daniu and his companions joining the military, leaving little room for other concerns. Soon, a small team was assigned to escort the men back to the gathering point while also notifying Zhang Xiaozi to send people to retrieve supplies from the large police station. After leaving a few personnel to maintain oversight, Lin Yu continued leading the troops to nearby areas. Wang Daniu took the initiative to guide the way, eager to achieve merit. Within less than an hour, the army advanced into a new district. Chief, this district is relatively close to the city center, featuring two large Their capabilities remain uncertain, yet they do not seem overly formidable, otherwise, they would have already swallowed up the others. Moreover, there are numerous survivors hiding in various residential buildings. They typically remain indoors, only venturing out stealthily to scavenge for food and water. It has been said that food was still available a few days ago, but recently, the supplies have been completely divided among these four groups, making it difficult for solitary survivors to find sustenance. As a result, many have begun to take desperate measures. Wang Daniu suddenly sighed, his expression tinged with indignation. What desperate measures? The chief inquired, while one of the nephews raised his hand. Chief, I know. I once conversed with a thug while selling ammunition. He boasted about how the four groups used to fight fiercely among themselves. However, ever since a military strategist arrived from the city center, they ceased their infighting, divided this territory, and began using the remaining supplies to entice more survivors. Survivors seeking food must work for them or sell their family members. Women, too. If they wish to fill their stomachs, they must sleep with them. A single night can secure half a meal, but to truly satiate their hunger, they must engage in more elaborate arrangements. I heard they plan to lower prices soon, intending to ration the supplies given to external survivors. Having observed from the shadows, Sui could not help but blink at this revelation, murmuring, "We have truly descended to the point where a can of food is traded for a woman." The world has indeed become chaotic. However, this statement rang true in the sweltering heat. Most food perishes rapidly and becomes inedible. The remaining supplies are scarce and precious. In the absence of a stable supply at their refuge, humans often surpass their psychological limits, resorting to unimaginable actions to survive. Human trafficking? The chief of staff, keenly perceptive, furrowed his brow and queried. They could simply recruit soldiers with food. Why resort to trafficking? Chapter 71. The mysterious big brother in the city and Suyi's sense of crisis. I don't know. The nephew shook his head, his face a picture of confusion. I've only heard of it, but I didn't inquire further. I have some information, Wang Daniu suddenly interjected, lowering his voice. It is said that a powerful figure has emerged in the city center, wielding considerable resources and continuously expanding outward. This big brother seems quite formidable, employing strong methods, yet he is particularly in need of personnel. Otherwise, he wouldn't resort to using food as a means to recruit. It is rumored that the strategist who brokered peace among those four factions is also one of his subordinates, tasked with finding more individuals to join his cause. This fellow even met with me at the police station not long ago. He appeared to be quite an educated university student and tried to recruit me, but I declined. However, from what he implied, it seems that those four factions are contemplating moving towards the city center. They appear to have been persuaded to pledge their allegiance to this big brother. After Wang Daniu concluded his remarks, the chief of staff suddenly inquired, "The big brother in the city center? Is it Little White Bear?" Chief of staff, you even know about Little White Bear. Maintain a serious demeanor, answer the question. Yes. Wang Daniu nodded vigorously, then shook his head. I'm not sure if it's Little White Bear, but I have a feeling it isn't. Currently, the most formidable player in the city is indeed Little White Bear. Oh, just a couple of days ago, another fellow appeared and overshadowed Little White Bear's prominence. Nevertheless, Little White Bear's strength is undeniable, most people are aware of him. If it were truly Little White Bear, then given the big brother's need for manpower, he would undoubtedly leverage this reputation to promote himself. The world is chaotic. Many who cannot survive will certainly cling to a powerful figure for survival. Even if Little White Bear might be rather ruthless, it is still preferable to dying of hunger or heat. Upon hearing Wang Daniu's words, the chief of staff nodded. It seems it's not Little White Bear, but rather another group. Sui had been listening from the shadows. Through Lin Yu's command vehicle's surveillance, he could observe the entire army's movements and easily overhear the conversation between the chief of staff and Wang Daniu. It indeed does not resemble Little White Bear. His modus operandi involves destroying shelters, and such destruction does not necessitate a multitude of aids. Sui stroked his chin and suddenly chuckled. Little White Bear must be feeling quite constrained lately, having held the top spot for so long, only to have it snatched away by Sui for a few days. Although Sui's points were now exhausted, and he no longer held the top position, this incident served as a wake-up call for the survivors across the city. There were still numerous survivors in the city. Many had weathered the most challenging early stages with the help of national rewards, and now, many survivors were gradually developing, their talents beginning to manifest. The publicly acknowledged top survivor, Little White Bear, might not necessarily be the strongest survivor in the entire city. He was merely the most prominent, yet lurking beneath the surface, there certainly existed survivors stronger than Little White Bear. Moreover, Sui believed that this number was by no means small. To illustrate with a simple example, regarding that mysterious big brother in the city center, Sui had yet to receive any relevant intelligence. It is worth noting that Sui was a typical reclusive individual with nothing to do, and he frequented the city's chat channel more than anyone else. Despite the passage of several days, not a single survivor had mentioned this matter in the city chat channel, nor revealed even a hint regarding the distribution of survivor forces in the city center. This is quite peculiar, indicating that this mysterious individual possesses extraordinary methods.
Perhaps it's not just him.
Recently, I've noticed many talents beginning to make their mark in the chat channel. As for the areas where I have a clear advantage, it lies solely in the level of the shelter.
Regarding other aspects, it's hard to say. Although a military force of 500 is formidable, what if there's an SSS grade combat talent in Jilin? These 500 might not suffice.
Sui pondered deeply. Leveraging his own SSS grade talent, he could easily grasp that the powers of other SSS grade talents were certainly not to be underestimated. The homebody talent was a typical late game power, growing increasingly potent, yet not particularly impressive in the early stages. If he were to encounter an SSS grade talent that was extraordinary from the outset, Sui felt he might not withstand the scrutiny and hostility of the opponent. This aspect is rather concerning. Not knowing the talent situation of the entire city's survivors certainly instills a sense of crisis in me. Sui sighed deeply while he was lost in thought. Wang Daniu had already picked up a military loudspeaker, standing atop a military vehicle, and began to announce loudly along the street.
Military forces entering the city. The rescue operation has commenced.
All armed individuals, lay down your weapons and submit to investigation. All surviving survivors, please reach out to us actively. In order to ensure the unified management of more survivors and the safeguarding of resources, we are about to take control of all resource locations in this district.
Any rioters resisting will be shot on the spot. Do not say we did not warn you.
Wang Daniu's proclamations were resounding and exhilarating. Damn it, who would have thought he could one day don the uniform of a soldier? This feeling was truly exhilarating. These statements were crafted by the chief of staff for Wang Daniu, establishing the military's bottom line, showcasing their strength, and offering a potential exit for adversaries while deterring any ill-intentioned parties. One should not push people to their limits, labeling them as terrorists or armed thugs, as that would only incite a desperate struggle. By first designating them as armed individuals, the emphasis was placed on the military's role as rescuers and resource gatherers. This approach effectively alleviated the hostility and wariness of most factions. In these extraordinary times, extraordinary measures were warranted. The chief of staff, binoculars in hand, stood at the machine gun port of the military vehicle, surveying the surrounding buildings. Occasionally, he noticed windows opening, with figures appearing to peek and observe the military vehicles traversing the street. Due to the numerous abandoned cars and debris littering the road, the military's advance was not swift. Soldiers cleared obstacles while allowing ample time for the district's survivors to contemplate and observe. Chief of Staff, why aren't we conducting a surprise attack? Coming out so brazenly makes us targets.
What if someone opens fire? We won't even be able to pinpoint the enemy.
After Wang Daniu voiced his concerns, he anxiously queried the chief of staff. The chief of staff cast a calm glance at him.
Aren't you endowed with triple physical attributes and triple self-healing abilities? Are you afraid of a handgun bullet?
It's not that I'm particularly fearful, but it can be quite painful, Wang Dania replied, scratching his head. I'm more concerned about our soldiers getting hurt.
Do not worry about losses.
Anyone who fires a shot will be seen. The chief of staff paused before continuing. Our snipers are strategically positioned along the route, capable of promptly retaliating and pinpointing enemy locations. Additionally, every soldier is clad in bulletproof vests, and we have armored vehicles for cover. Most importantly, this is the commander's decision. The chief of staff gazed toward the command vehicle, his tone serious. Lin said we are the righteous force. Our actions must be forthright. If we are timid in our rescue and resource collection efforts, what kind of message does that send? Would survivors witnessing our actions still trust us? Those hidden thugs would feel emboldened.
We must act boldly and with grandeur to deter the wicked. The chief of staff's speech left Wang Dania thoroughly convinced.
Yes.
It is my lack of awareness. What status do we hold to engage in such underhanded tactics?
Wang Dania merely felt that soldiers should conduct themselves with integrity and transparency. He remained unaware that this was, in fact, Lin Yu's strategy. She was fully leveraging the deep-seated impressions the Chinese populace had of their military, executing the local military's operational style. The more forthright they were, the more it would intimidate potential thugs. After all, a fully armed military force confidently marching down the street would give anyone pause. Even if a talent were powerful enough to take on this army, would they dare to act? Could one be certain that these fewer than 300 soldiers represented the entirety of the military force, rather than merely a vanguard unit? Considering the formidable numbers of the Chinese military, 300 might merely be a leading advance team. If these 300 were to be eliminated, what if it provoked tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands more? What would that mean? No talent, no matter how powerful, could contend with such a scale of military might at this stage. Modern individuals are not foolish, especially in the face of conspicuously regular military might. Everyone would harbor doubts in their hearts. Indeed, Lin Yu's approach proved effective. Half an hour passed without a single shot fired. Instead, numerous survivors began to emerge from the residential buildings, eagerly rushing towards the military forces. Chapter 72. The people have faith, the army has strength.
Is it the People's Liberation Army? Are they the soldiers of the people? Mom, the soldiers are here. Let's hurry downstairs. Brother soldier, comrade, quick, I'm a refugee. Woohoo, salvation has arrived. They are truly soldiers. Those bastards killed my wife.
One by one, survivors emerged from their hiding places in the residential buildings, braving the sweltering sun as they rushed towards the military vehicles from all directions. Stop, take in the survivors. Lin Yu's cold command crackled through the intercom, prompting the military vehicles to slow down. Prepared officers and soldiers stepped forward to greet the newcomers, offering the scant provisions of food and water. Some soldiers even held ice water, adjusted by Leia. Though its cooling effect had diminished, it remained refreshingly cold. Lin Yu is quite generous, Sui remarked with a wry smile, choosing not to intervene. Given the ample supplies at their gathering point, coupled with Sui's own formidable abilities, the lack of resources was not a concern. Thus he tacitly approved Lin Yu's distribution of aid to the survivors. He had already considered the necessity of having Lin Yu lead the troops. Her nature was indeed compassionate, but without such qualities, how could she execute Jiang Shaoxi's strategy of inheritance? How could she earn the trust of others? If trust were unattainable, any ambition to expand Jiang Shaoxi's influence or personnel would be futile, rendering the vast protective network surrounding Sui ineffective. As the survivors voraciously consumed the food offered by the soldiers, they recounted the harrowing ordeals they had endured.
Thank you, you finally come. I've waited so long for you. I knew it.
I knew you would appear amidst great calamity. You really came. I knew you would.
I've finally waited. I knew I couldn't give up. No matter how long it took, you would surely come.
The sounds of weeping filled the air, and within half an hour, over 100 survivors had gathered near the military vehicles, with even more following suit as they saw others safe. Amidst the cries of the crowd, the soldiers and officers offered gentle reassurances. Lin Yu had previously instructed the entire army to treat civilians with kindness and to care for the survivors they encountered along the way. Yet, some survivors appeared uninterested in food, relentlessly inquiring instead.
Are we under military control now? What are the next steps? Is the main force in the city? Is this apocalypse real? What is happening with the sun? Do you know anything about shelters? What is the government saying? The entire city is without power, and there has been no news. Is it just our country in this state? Is it an alien invasion? Is the army equipped enough? I want to enlist. I want to fight those bastards.
Strangely enough, these individuals exhibited no fear upon seeing the fully armed soldiers. Their eagerness resembled that of children rushing to their parents, drawing closer with unrestrained fervor. This is the allure of identity. If the survivors had encountered armed thugs, they would have fled in terror, but upon seeing the uniformed army, they approached without hesitation once their identities were confirmed. For this was a military force that would never harm the people. It was an army dedicated to their protection. Legally, this was the people's army, and one could say, it was each person's own army. Who would fear their own army? The answer is no one. However, the overwhelming enthusiasm of the crowd left the soldiers somewhat flustered, struggling to manage the influx of people. Faced with many sensitive questions, the soldiers could only provide a uniform response.
This matter is classified. We cannot disclose details at the moment, but we will do our utmost to ensure everyone's safety.
The soldiers remained patient, although managing the growing number of survivors was hectic. Their hearts were filled with purpose. The unconditional trust bestowed upon them by ordinary people was the highest form of praise for each soldier, the ultimate badge of honor. As the crowd approached the military vehicles, their sense of security surged, beyond words to describe. Each person felt a weight lift from their hearts, their anxiety dissipating. Some even recognized the uniformed Wang Daniel, unable to suppress their surprise, teasing aloud, "Wow, I know that guy, didn't he? He seized the police station? What is he doing here? He must have been captured." Under normal circumstances, who would dare speak to Wang Daniel like that? But what was the situation now? What was this scene? Before the army, the sky and earth were vast, but the people were greatest. I am one of the people, so I dare to speak. Damn! Wang Daniel glared, retorting loudly, "Look at my uniform, I'm a soldier now." Captured? This is a special time. I've enlisted, I serve my country.
Oh, you can enlist too? Laughter erupted from the crowd. Oh dear, even the bandit leader has been pacified. You'd better behave, or you'll be held accountable later, and you might end up in prison. Do you even know how to talk? Wang Daniel snapped, anxious about the implications of his words.
If peace returned and his actions were scrutinized, he would be in deep trouble.
Wang Daniel, the chief of staff, admonished sharply, "Mind your attitude, remember your identity." "Yes, sir."
Wang Daniel scratched his head and rolled his eyes at the crowd. "I will definitely behave and accept the people's supervision."
"Who is afraid? I won't end up in prison."
The crowd erupted in laughter, the atmosphere filled with a joyous spirit that dispelled the heat and confusion of the day. As more survivors emerged, the army's pace was indeed hindered. Yet Lin Yu did not issue an order to resume the march. Instead, she had many soldiers disembark, allowing the transport vehicles to accommodate the elderly, children, and women. The male survivors exhibited remarkable initiative, cooperating to assist the vulnerable within the crowd, standing alongside the soldiers. Though they may not have understood tactical formations or how to guard the perimeter, they recognized the importance of not causing trouble. While they could not offer much assistance, they certainly did not wish to be a burden, did they? Naturally, some self-assured survivors approached the chief of staff, expressing their desire to enlist and contribute their share. Everyone thought simply if each person contributed a little effort, they could expedite the resolution of this apocalyptic nightmare and return to a better life. Wang Daniel occasionally recognized some of the stronger, more renowned survivors in the crowd, feeling a sense of astonishment.
How peculiar, those few brothers recruit you, yet you won't take action, and instead, you're clashing with them. Now, everyone is eager to join in, practically begging to rush to the battlefield?
Being a soldier is no easy task.
If you're not seeking luxury, you might end up sleeping on the streets.
Wang Daniel's jest met with sharp rebuttals.
Is this even a matter? My life for the country is no disgrace. What do those desperate individuals count for? My life is valuable, not everyone can afford to sell it. Enlisting is about serving the nation with loyalty. Do you bumpkin, understand what national duty means? I relish this.
Bandits might treat me to luxury, but I'd rather endure hardships as a soldier. That brings me joy.
Don't bother talking to this fool, he doesn't understand what spiritual belief means. Wang Daniu, hearing these taunts, gritted his teeth in frustration. Don't get cocky. Once you enlist, I need to be polite to you. I come from a respectable family, you're just a bandit leader who has been pacified, can we be compared? Damn. Wang Daniu rolled his eyes. Can we not bring up the bandit leader thing? Chapter 73. Wherever the troops tread, the bandits shall flee. With righteousness in hand, victory is effortlessly claimed. When faced with numerous requests from survivors to enlist, Lin Yu did not acquiesce immediately. She harbored her own concerns. If the military were to be inundated with non-competent soldiers, how could the loyalty and structure of the army be assured? This matter cannot rely solely on the awareness of individuals. Even those wishing to join must undergo rigorous training and ideological nurturing. Only through relentless growth could they be of service. 1,000 days of training are required for a single moment of use. Lin Yu hesitated to make a hasty decision, instead dispatching individuals to soothe the populace's emotions, promising to provide channels and opportunities for enlistment in the future. For the present, the priority remained the collection of supplies, the acceptance of survivors, and the clarification of the action.